In Loadout 3.0, the Team Booster stands out as the most strategic upgrade. It will be a must-have item for all teams. Each Team Booster user can choose up to 3 of 6 buffs, with the first slot being free and the next 2 being unlocked with coins. These buffs can increase healing, movement, or team coordination, making the team economy a key part of mid-game planning and opening up a myriad of new gameplay combinations. Commanding concluding. So who benefits most? While every playstyle gains a new tool, the pure early game consistency provided by the weapon rack and the enhanced hammer turbocharges the aggressive approach. Our final take? RRQ and Buriram United are best poised to ride this acceleration to the top. They'll dominate early kills, and the new resilience tools will secure their late-game push. Get ready for an FFWS Grand Finals where the early birds definitely catch the win. What's your prediction for the FFWS Grand Finals? Let us know in the comments below, and don't miss the action.
12 teams continue their run in the FFWS. It's time to recap a day 3 full of eliminations, outplays, and booyahs.
Striking from the other side, the 2 Indonesian squads working together, annihilating PE.
EVOS Divine speedruns 16 eliminations in Game 1, finishing second before falling to their Indonesian rivals, RRQ Kazoo, in a final one-on-one shootout.
About to be annihilated by their brothers RRQ, Maal BSK in hand flash shot onto Russia, forced to pull out the glue wall.
A brutal backstab as RRQ Kazoo finishes off EVOS Divine, eliminated by their allies from the first match in just 4 minutes into Game 2.
Right now, GOW playing from the low ground can only see RRQ side. So if PE just holds out, they will win this war of attrition.
A taste of their own medicine as they get. Earlier, we saw 2 Indonesian squads gang up on one Vietnamese team, and now 2 Vietnamese squads gang up against one Indonesian team.
History rewrite itself as PE Sports and GOW team up to eliminate RRQ Kazoo, an Uno reverse card from Vietnam.
I mean, the man just tossed 1 in and got 3 for the price of 1. What a play by Nero, and what a disaster yet again for Buriram, your 2-time world champs.
An out of this world performance from PE Sports with a booyah and breaking the current elimination record with 21 elims. PE Sports rack up a massive 33 points in Game 3.
Chúng tôi đến đây là để chiến đấu.
Buriram has finally woken up. An all-star performance from Wasana in Game 4 leads the Thai squad to a booyah with 32 points. Match 6 peaked when the final safe zone started shrinking, with 8 teams still fighting for survival. Facing a difficult position, Team Solid was the last team standing, getting the last booyah of Week 1. What an epic conclusion to Week 1! From a 33 points performance to 8 teams battling it out in the final safe zone, Day 3 have it all! What a day! Whew. See you on Week 2 of the FFWS Global Final 2025. This week, the battlefield was decided in a heartbeat. Champions isn't just about firepower, it's about seizing the moment. Here are your highlights of Week 1. Fluxo stormed through Heavy's defenses with Glue Wall Melter, Freeze Grenade, and eliminated Heavy.
Bob's FD7 backing away. Allen has got the grenade launcher, just needs a good pop here.
Boom! WAG trapped EVOS in a room of death, and X4's perfectly timed M79 blast erased them in an instant. Dudes turned RRQ's house into a horror show for AG, leading a perfectly coordinated assault that ended with his deadly triple kill. Heavy snuffed out E1's fire as Allen's perfectly timed M79 blast wiped them out in one calculated strike.
What a day!
Fluxo deemed Hotshot unworthy, raining Hellfire with the new Bolt Maker to chip away their health and secure a swift team wipe. Here is how the standings look after another unforgettable Week 1 of FFWS 2025. The race for the crown only grows fiercer. Salute the teams, for they are the architects of history. And next week, new legends awaits.
Look at me now. I can never go reverse now. But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Bermuda to the crowd, throwing their hands, base jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going rules. It's 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, told you only way is up, I don't go reverse.
ถ้าคุณจะลุ้นแชมป์ก็ถ้ามีผมอยู่ก็คุณก็ไม่ได้แชมป์หรอกครับ
Apa sih kan? Songong banget. Gimana Mal?
Falcon on fire. Apa itu on fire? Emang sesuai sama nama dia?
ก็รู้เรื่องครับเดี๋ยวมาจับก็ไม่อะไรมากหรอกก็รอดูในเกมดีกว่า
Apa wasananya? Ya buat wasana fokus aja lah ke gameplay sendiri. Ini di Indonesia, hati-hati aja.
เดินเข้าวงดีๆนะครับระวังเจอพวกผมดักตีหน้าวงนะครับ
Dia mau apa? Hajar kita kan nanti di step map-nya. Ya kalau menang, kalau kalah gimana? Pikirkan tim kalian dulu aja.
ถึงกันไปครับถ้าอยากโหดก็กินเยอะนะครับเหมือนทีมผมจะได้โหดครับ
ขอปลดล็อกแล้วแบบบูย่าเลยได้ไหมผมไม่อยากเห็นทุกคนต้องร้องไห้แล้ว
Yeah, shut up.
ทีมที่พูดเยอะมัวแต่พูดเยอะที่สุดก็คือ RQ ครับก็พูดไม่หยุดครับแต่ก็ไม่เคยจะได้แชมป์สักทีครับ
Oi kalian, ini rumah kita Indonesia, jangan macam-macam lah ke orang tuh. Hati-hati, kita tembak nanti kalian, pecah kepala kalian. Buat semua tim, sampai jumpa di grand final. Good luck, brother.
Khu mình đúng không ta? Quá dễ.
Welcome to GOW Analysis.
Welcome to Now. Let me guess. 2 players and a whole lot of chaos. Tries to guess what's going on in Free Fire.
Alô.
Mano, acho que esse primeiro aí eu saí 7.
Não, é a Lotus aqui.
Não. Quá dễ. Xin giáp nha. Đúng, xin giáp. Hayato.
Onegizi Hayato. Coba.
Halo. Nah ini.
Apa?
Alvaro.
Betul sekali. Dimitri.
Hayato. Misha.
I guess this is Biston. ভাই এটা তো আমার পেন ভাই Biston.
Oh, si
Spirit Fox.
Next.
Này là con cáo.
Con cáo nha, con bé này nó tên là Phan.
What the man? Dok. Ini apa nih? Lu tau nggak? Nggak tahu. Ini namanya Fang.
Jepur kan dulu kan ada golf course. Okay. Oh, want some more. Golf course.
À, khu mình đúng không ta? Khu GOW làng Kim Nam.
Có cái đảo nhỏ đó, chắc chắn là làng Kim Nam rồi.
Gampang banget ini drop zone RRQ Cidok. Nah kalau misalnya ini drop zone heavy Milipia.
Oke, banyak pokoknya mah. Intellect Center.
Some guesses are right, some are wrong. But either way, it's easy for them and hard for us.
That's all for now. Bye bye guys.
Bye bye. Và bọn mình là GOW Esports. Cảm ơn mọi người. Bọn mình đến từ Heavy.
Itulah tebak-tebakan kita dan sangat mudah. Terima kasih semuanya. Jangan lupa like. Bye bye.
Who am I gon' verse now? Burn bright, I don't burn out. Crush style sick of me now, huh?
I can never go reverse now.
But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, bass jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze, I pursue. Don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how it work. Got it, nada, Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the competition. Told you only way is up, I don't go reverse. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? 'Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Verse now. Oh, am I gon' verse now? Show me what it's worth now. I pull up in the can't imagine. All these people wanna follow, missing in action. Paper planes, I'm a condos, made it from rapping, and I met role models. Thinking I'ma pass all the monogram on my body. The shit, shout out to Virgil. Know that I'm gon' beat them like the shit that I put words to. Mama and the internet, two things that I just learned through. Hit it out of the park, so there's nothing to reverse to. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? 'Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher.
Every region has written its story. Every player has bled for a dream. Now the stage isn't just a battleground, it's destiny. The world's elite have gathered once again, and a new champion is about to rise. 5 names echo louder than the rest. EVOS, Buriram, Falcons, RRQ, Fluxo. Different lands, different styles, one goal, glory, the kind that never fades. EVOs play the game like a storm, fast, relentless, impossible to stop once they move. Across the field, Buriram United answers with control and composure. They read the map like a book and close every door before danger arrives. Falcons, quiet until it matters. They plan, they wait, then strike with the accuracy of a heartbeat. RQ, meanwhile, thrives in chaos. Fearless, ruthless, beautiful to watch when they go all in. And there's Fluxo, Brazil's beating heart. A team built on passion, raised by a region that lives for free fire. Every fight they win feels personal. Every drop they take shakes the arena. History follows them, and they're ready to add one more chapter. Beyond the spotlight, dark horses sharpen their blades. From the Middle East and Africa, teams that never back down, even when outnumbered. From Bangladesh, creativity and chaos rolled into one unpredictable style. Vietnam, talented, disciplined, still chasing that perfect plan to reach the final. And LATAM, the land of raw talent, GamesKing and company now face the moment they've trained their whole lives for. Stats speak, eliminations, total points, placement, yet they never capture courage, timing, or instinct. The truth is, the finals rewrite every number anyway. One tournament, one crown. When the circle closes and the last bullet lands, we'll witness the birth of a new legend. Who will strike hardest? Who will rise as the next world champion?
Mi nombre es Sebastián Zambrano, soy jugador profesional de Free Fire y pues yo vivo con mi mamá y mi hermano. Anteriormente vivía con mi papá y un hermano mayor, pero ellos fallecieron.
Pues tanto para Sebastián como para todos nosotros fue un golpe muy fuerte, muy fuerte. Sebastián falleció su papá.
Todo literal. Y cuando pues que el equipo se enteró, pues me dieron como 2 semanas de descanso y pues ya cuando volví a la liga, pues ya no volví siendo igual. Pues yo siento que sí maduré un poquito y también siento que mi vida pues, cambió mi mente porque ahora pues tengo que ayudar en mi casa. Antes pues no lo hacía, bueno sí lo hacía pero no tanto y pues siento que es eso, que ahora tengo que estar más enfocado en las cosas de la casa, que antes no lo hacía.
Mi nombre es Benjamín Andrés Honores Pérez. Bueno, creo que pese a que jugar Free Fire sea como... Bueno, es mi sueño. Siempre hay que tener otra alternativa y bueno, en este caso es tener una carrera. Este balance en mi vida lo logro hacer gracias a la disciplina de mis padres. También a un gran esfuerzo mío, la verdad. Actualmente estoy con un tema psiquiátrico. Tengo trastorno de ansiedad generalizada. Entonces, creo que la disciplina y la constancia es lo que más me ha llevado a estar donde estoy hoy.
Antes lo regañábamos demasiado, o sea, porque pensábamos que era como perdiendo el tiempo ahí y pues él estudiaba, entonces le apagábamos el internet a las 2 de la mañana y lo regañábamos, pero él me decía, no más, yo estoy jugando bien, entonces yo le decía, pero tienes que empezar primero en el estudio.
Bueno, en el juego hay mucha comunicación, ¿cierto? Sí. Hay mucha comunicación, se tienen que hablar con los compañeros para jugar. Y él por lo mismo, como sabía que nosotros lo estábamos escuchando o lo podíamos escuchar, él prácticamente en el juego no hablaba. Entonces le pusieron ahí un nombre que era el mudo, le pusieron el mudo. Pero no porque él no quisiera interactuar con los compañeros, sino porque en realidad tenía miedo de que nosotros lo escucháramos y que le quitáramos el teléfono, lo castigáramos o que lo mandáramos a dormir más temprano.
Es que en un principio nosotros siempre pensábamos que era un hobby para él. O sea, siempre lo vimos así como padre, siempre lo vimos desde ese punto de vista, hasta que ahora vemos que ya es un poco más profesional, se podría decir.
Al comienzo de proponerle esto de ser profesional costó un poco, costó lograr hacerle entender que es otro mundo aparte y que era mi sueño.
Y de hecho el primer contrato que llegó de R7, cuando él cumplió 17 años, había una fecha límite para firmarlo. Y me acuerdo que estuvimos hasta el último día para firmar ese contrato, porque ahí le dijimos a él que tenía que asumir él un compromiso, de que tenía que cumplir con sus estudios y a la vez nosotros le íbamos a permitir que él jugara.
Bueno, mi rutina empieza a las 7 de la mañana, me levanto, me baño, desayuno, me visto y ya de ahí a las 8 tengo que estar en el colegio, que empiezan mis clases. Normalmente tengo un horario de 8 a 3:15 y algunos días salgo a las 5 de la tarde. Después llego, como algo si es que me da el tiempo y si no ya directo a los entrenamientos o a los torneos que tenga. Media hora, 1 hora de estudio cuando tengo algún examen o algo y ya si hay algo más para la tarde-noche, algún torneo, pues lo termino jugando.
Del día a día, pues yo literal no salgo de mi casa, pues me levanto, pues me lavo la cara, me cepillo y literal me pongo a jugar, a entrenar y luego almuerzo, después del primer bloque y almuerzo y me pongo a jugar el segundo bloque y ya, eso es todo.
Bueno, la verdad fue difícil elegir entre mi graduación y el viaje. Siempre quise graduarme con mis compañeros de curso, ya que llevo 14 años en el mismo colegio. Pero creo que viajar un mes a Yakarta no cualquiera tiene esa oportunidad, y más con todo pagado. Entonces veremos qué sucede allá en Yakarta.
Pues de cara al mundial, pues me veo la verdad muy bien, ya que el mundial pasado pues me quedé con una espinita de pasar a la final, que no pasé literal por un punto, que fue el desempate. Mi principal motivación es mi mamá y mi papá y mi hermano que están en el Chile. Y pues sí, me siento muy motivado para este mundial que viene.
The battlefield of Free Fire is evolving once again. OB521 isn't just another update, it's a full-on meta shift. Loadouts redefined, arsenals upgraded, and the rules of revival rewritten. This is the new landscape every FFWS finalist must adapt to, or be left behind. Let's break down the ultimate game changer, Loadout 3.0. The shift from solo gear to team economy is absolute. Enhance Hammer lets you instantly upgrade a teammate's weapon. One red tier gun can determine who wins that early scramble. Tactical Market introduces Boltmaker zones for smart control, and the Super Leg Pocket combines essential survival items into one resilient tool. The old meta is dead. Coordination is king.
Triple kill.
This meta was practically built for the aggressive roaming giants. Teams like RRQ and Buriram United thrive on early momentum, and now they have zero excuses. The weapon rack guarantees a gun off the drop, and the Enhance Hammer ensures their first rush hits lethally hard. They will dominate the kill point race, setting the pace for the entire lobby. But the mid-game masters, the teams that are start safe but always ready for combat like Fluxo and R7, get their own safety nets. The Super Revival Point allows for riskier mid-game fights because a revived ally returns with a much better chance to stabilize. They can leverage the gold accumulated from safe rotations into the upgradable arsenal, ensuring their late-game inventory is overwhelmingly superior. Now, let's talk defense. Survival-focused squads like Heavy gain endurance from the Super Leg Pocket and new glue mushrooms that add healing to their fortifications. But there is a massive counter. The new character Nero is the ultimate anti-fortification tool. His skill generates a field that prevents all glue wall placement and drains health inside. This is the new key to breaking up stubborn late-game holds. Survival teams must adapt or they'll be defenseless. In Loadout 3.0, the Team Booster stands out as the most strategic upgrade. It will be a must-have item for all teams. Each Team Booster user can choose up to 3 of 6 buffs, with the first slot being free and the next 2 being unlocked with coins. These buffs can increase healing, movement, or team coordination, making the team economy a key part of mid-game planning and opening up a myriad of new gameplay combinations. Commanding concluding. So who benefits most? While every playstyle gains a new tool, the pure early game consistency provided by the weapon rack and the Enhance Hammer turbocharges the aggressive approach. Our final take? RRQ and Buriram United are best poised to ride this acceleration to the top. They'll dominate early kills, and the new resilience tools will secure their late game push. Get ready for an FFWS Grand Finals where the early birds definitely catch the win. What's your prediction for the FFWS Grand Finals? Let us know in the comments below, and don't miss the action.
Twelve teams continue their run in the FFWS. It's time to recap a day 3 full of eliminations, outplays, and booyahs.
Striking from the other side, the two Indonesian squads working together, annihilating PE.
EVOS Divine speedruns 16 eliminations in Game 1, finishing second before falling to their Indonesian rivals, RRQ Kazoo, in a final one-on-one shootout.
About to be annihilated by their brothers RRQ, Maal BSK in hand press shot onto Russia, forced to pull out the glue wall.
A brutal backstab as RRQ Kazoo finishes off EVOS Divine, eliminated by their allies from the first match in just 4 minutes into Game 2.
Right now, GOW playing from the low ground can only see RRQ side. So if PE just holds out, they will win this war of attrition.
A taste of their own medicine as they get. Earlier, we saw two Indonesian squads gang up on one Vietnamese team, and now two Vietnamese squads gang up against one Indonesian team.
History rewrite itself as PE Sports and GOW team up to eliminate RRQ Kazoo, an Uno reverse card from Vietnam.
I mean, the man just tossed one in and got 3 for the price of 1. What a play by Nero, and what a disaster yet again for Bermuda, your 2-time world champs.
An out of this world performance from PE Sports with a booyah and breaking the current elimination record with 21 elims. PE Sports rack up a massive 33 points in Game 3.
Chúng tôi đến đây là để chiến đấu.
Buriram has finally woken up. An all-star performance from Wasana in Game 4 leads the Thai squad to a booyah with 32 points. Match 6 peaked when the final safe zone started shrinking, with 8 teams still fighting for survival. Facing a difficult position, Team Solid...
Who am I gonna verse now? Burn bright, I don't burn out. Crushed out, look at me now, huh?
I can never go reverse now.
But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, base jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, thumb and none but the red and the blues, going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how. Got it, now the loudest. Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the competition. Told you only way is up, I don't go reverse. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. To the crowd, throw in their hands, base jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, thumb and none but the red and the blues, going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how. Got it, now the loudest. Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the competition. Hit it out of the park, so there's nothing to reverse. I can't entertain. Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher.
Good afternoon and good evening to all survivors out there, whether you're watching here locally in Jakarta or across the world globally. We're happy to have you over for the Free Fire World Series Global Finals with me, Gideon Q, and of course, Denelli. You were watching Clash Squad, so we're taking all that fluff away and focusing purely on the mechanics.
Focusing purely on the mechanics and the teams that are playing their matches. There's no such thing as a third party. There's no vulturing. It is just the teams that are playing those games. And it really comes down to a lot of skill, strategy, decision making, and sometimes you need that really, really cute cheese strat to take you across that finish line. We've got some more money on the line for the teams as well, so it's not just Battle Royale that gets all the fun. If you are a dang good Clash Squad team, then this is going to be another thing for you to look forward to. Gideon, I know we have been talking quite a lot about these Clash Squad matches today because we have some very exciting matches coming up for all of our viewers very soon. Our first one, very, very exciting. But we've had a lot of theory crafting in terms of who we think are going to be the favorites and who we think is going to do well. But before we talk about the teams, let's focus on the prize pool in case anyone has forgotten what these teams are currently playing for. Clash Squad has its own separate prize pool to Battle Royale, and the champion will claim $45,000. Okay, this is still a lion's share of a separate prize pool. It is still a significant prize pool. So I promise you, these teams are going to play hard and fast today.
45,000 to honestly hold on to bragging rights here. In our tournament timeline, of course, we have today here on the 5th of November, but we've got one more on the Switch stage on the 6th of November. Just a quick Wednesday and Thursday before the 14th, where the semifinals and finals will be happening for Clash Squad a day before the Battle Royale finale.
Yes, and leading up to this as well, just a quick rundown on the tournament format as well, in case anyone is a little bit confused, because Clash Squad does function slightly differently to Battle Royale. So the goal today is all of our teams will start with a clean slate, a clean scoreline in that 0-0 bracket. Depending on if you win or lose, you may end up in the upper 1-0 bracket or the lower 0-1 bracket. The goal is to win 2 matches, Gideon. That is what you need, because if you lose 2 games, you are out of the running. And we also have a very, very special case where RNG, Lady of Luck, may come in to either shine her light on somebody or maybe set somebody in the worst matchup possible.
It'll be tough. It will be really, really tough, right? In the 1-0 brackets, I think it's a little less stressful, but if you're in the 0-1 brackets, you're praying you get easier opponents so that you have a chance to try and qualify for the semi and grand final. So keep in mind, it's going to be a best of 5. So really, it's going to be a marathon towards the latter half. But let us introduce today's bracket here at Clash Squad. We're kicking things off with Fluxo facing off against GOW, R7 facing off against E1, RRQ versus AG, PE Sports versus Heavy. And if you're wondering how we slotted them in, it's the first place of BR facing off against the 8th, and so on and so forth as we move down that list.
Yep, so this is essentially a slight reward for our teams that did well qualifying into Clash Squad. So there's always going to be some pros and cons depending on where you place in these matches. But we will be seeing later on what ends up being our lower bracket matches, because I know some people are curious who's going to get who. But before that though, just a quick reminder, we are still going to be running the one unique active skill rule set. And if you're new to Free Fire, or if you haven't watched in a while, what has happened recently in the world of Free Fire is that we no longer will have games where teams are going to be running 4 of the same actives. The rule set states every player in a team has to use a completely different active.
And more importantly, now with the new patch already dropping through, there's going to be a couple of slight changes to maybe the compositions that we're used to seeing if you've been following Clash Squad very, very closely from your own personal locals of the Free Fire World Series across the world. But at the same time, a new character also approaches in Nero as well. And I think it has a bigger impact here in Clash Squad now that you've taken away all the fluff in comparison to what we've seen so far in Battle Royale.
Yeah, so I'm really interested in seeing how Nero is going to function in Clash Squad and how teams might actually utilize Nero's active. Or I think the question we all kind of have is Nero as good as we think Nero is, because I do think there is a case that maybe the character could be a little overhyped, but the players know a lot better than we do on the case of balancing and whether a character is good or not. So I think today is the day where we discover if Nero is going to be somebody that we're going to be seeing a lot of, or if we're maybe not going to be seeing a lot of Nero and Oscar continues to be banned. But before we start off our games for today, here's a quick teaser on what is going to be coming up in today's broadcast.
Teams are now through to the FFWS Global Finals Clash Squad.
I can't wait for a new chapter of Clash Squad to begin.
8 teams will face off one against another. It's pure strategy and skill.
The meta changed so much since Nero released.
I know, not everyone can adapt to the Clash Squad format though. I mean, 1 versus 1 and drafts are surely different than Battle Royale.
It's gonna be so spicy. We have 3 Vietnamese teams finishing in the top 8. And 2 Brazilian representatives, 1 from Indonesia, Thailand, and Latam.
So, only 1 representative from Indonesia and Thailand?
Yes. Well, Gold Falcons and Bermuda didn't qualify for the Clash Squad.
I think it's going to be an even playing field without 2 of C's Clash Squad powerhouses. I mean, 2 of RRQ Kazu's biggest rivals won't be competing, and we know it's always hard to talk about region rivals, right? Oh, here's another spicy one. Movistar R7 is going up against E1.
Brazil have always shadowed Latam in FFWS, but this time R7 looks strong.
Imagine if they successfully beat E1 in 1 versus 1, that would be like the perfect scenario for them to step out of Brazil's shadow.
Enough about regional rivalries. Let's talk about how 3 Vietnamese teams got in top 8.
PE Sports are going up against Heavy in the first round.
That's gonna be an insane matchup. Vietnamese teams are really good in playing 1v1.
So, what can expect from GOW?
Well, GOW will play against Fluxo. But if anyone can stand up against the defending champion, it's them.
Hold up. Fluxo is the only team from the Clash Squad Final 8 that has won both Battle Royale and Clash Squad in their home region.
Will anyone put a stop to Fluxo run?
Well, I guess we're gonna have to see. I mean, Fluxo has won both modes, so of course they're confident.
Confidence is king. You will need confidence to win FFWS.
Well, the question is, will someone be confident enough to win both formats?
All you can do is wait and see.
Welcome back to Jakarta, the home of Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2025.
We have seen the best team in the world survive Battle Royale Week 1, but now the battlefield will change.
But the mindset surely doesn't. This is day 1 of the Clash Squad mode, a deadly 4 versus 4 deathmatch where reflex, precision, and teamwork will decide everything.
Only the top 8 from Battle Royale earned their place here. They have already crushed Delps 1. But today, it's about burning even brighter.
Do note that CS is done in a Swiss round format, so after the first round, anyone can face anyone. So there's no second guessing, and there's no hiding for sure.
So, the question is, who can adapt fastest? Who can shine under the pressure? Now, Conchita, how do you say world champion in Bahasa Indonesia?
Oh, it's pretty simple. You can say juara dunia. Can you say that?
Juara dunia.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Alright, I think I'm good at Bahasa Indonesia now.
Yeah, I think so too.
Then, how about strong competitors?
Strong competitors would be, I think that would be penantang kuat.
Penantang kuat.
Penantang kuat. Oh my god, you're amazing.
Thank you. Alright then, let's kickstart our first match of Clash Squad with a fierce matchup.
The battle between Juara Dunia and Penantang Kuat from Vietnam.
First up, the defending world champions of 2024, Brazil's finest, stepping in with pedigree and pride. Multiple world champions, Bobs, Butchizin, GU, and MT7. They have dominated the region's Clash Squad scene And now they are here to burn bright on the global stage. This is Fluxo!
On the other side, the rising stars from Vietnam. They stormed their way through Battle Royale Week 1 with pure aggression. And now, they bring that fire into the arena, led by the fearless squad, Demon, RIP, Hans, and Team Captain Diane. They're here to make Vietnam proud. Let's cheer for GOW!
Let's continue with a fist bump between the players as a sign of professionalism.
It is time to crush doubts, where both squads will clash in fire.
Once again, it is East versus West, two teams with two contrasting styles, but only one can steal the spotlight.
I can't wait! Oh my god, this is so exciting. Now the stage is set, the countdown is ticking, and the tension sure is electric. Both sides are so locked, loaded, and ready to crush doubts. So without further delay, take it away, casters, and good luck!
Explosive matchup, Fluxo versus GOW. Now, I know a lot of people out there are cheering for Fluxo because they are the Battle Royale champions for 2024. But can they be the Clash Squad champions for 2025? The storyline is pretty interesting for Fluxo, Gideon, because we know that they are a fantastic team. Really, really strong, especially in those very high pressure moments. The team can really pull through. But that is in the Battle Royale format. How does this translate to Clash Squad?
Well, here's the thing, right? Because when we talk about Fluxo, we have high expectations from them. In comparison to GOW, who just only squeezed in at the very last day of Battle Royale to make it into the top 8 to compete in Clash Squad in the first place. I think that heavily Fluxo was going to be a huge advantage, but I think better yet is because of our little rehearsals we've been having before this, we've already gotten a little bit of a taste of what this team is all about. I mean, let's look at the players right now, because if their walkouts were looking as just as energetic, I'm expecting them to have plenty of energy while sitting up on that stage.
Yeah, I mean, Fluxo looked fine. You know, I think the team just walked out. We're casual. I think they're pretty confident coming into this matchup, as they should be. But GOW, I will have to point out the team did look a little bit stiff on their walkout, and I don't blame them. This is probably one of the last teams you'll be playing in your first round of Clash Squad. So I think there is definitely a lot of favoritism that's going to go in the way of Fluxo. So for GOW, okay, we have to focus on their story here, because they're climbing a massive mountain. This is not a hill. This is a mountain, and at the very peak, it's probably a volcano. This is probably the epitome of Fluxo. What's the goal here for GOW? Obviously, it's to win the matchup, but how do you win against a team that is just so strong?
Well, against a team that's against overwhelming odds, a team that's clearly better than you in many different aspects of the game, the easiest way is to cheese them out. And I think that's why this drafting phase, there's going to be a much bigger priority for GOW, ideally for them to figure out a composition that they can execute well, efficiently, especially since we're starting off on Bermuda, then Nextterra, and if it goes all the way to Game 3, Kalahari.
So this is a very important map order for GOW, because historically speaking, Bermuda is this team's best map. This is where they play at their absolute best, and we have seen several situations where the team plays as if they are probably at the same level as Buram and Falcons. So I think if there's a round to pop off and to give yourself that head start, it has to be Bermuda. Now, here's something that I'm a little bit worried about. If they don't win that first game, Game 2 and 3 is going to be a rough set of matches for the team because they're fine on the other two maps, but because it's not their absolute best map, yeah, I'm curious to see how they're going to be able to sort of deal with that level of pressure if they're unable to beat Fluxo on GOW's absolute best map. We are going to be going into we do have an interview session coming up for you folks right now between Fluxo and GOW. So let's see what they have to say before we jump into Game 1 of the day.
A confiança no modo CS é a mesma, porque nós tivemos muito confiantes nessa modalidade, então estamos bem confiantes e estamos indo para o nosso máximo. O jogador que me surpreendeu da GOW aí foi o Dian. Achei muito diferente o jeito que ele se movimenta pelo mapa e vai dar trabalho, eu acho.
Muốn gửi tới Luso là các bạn hãy cẩn thận đâu, ở đấy biết đâu sẽ có bất ngờ.
Uma mensagem pro time da GOW aí, boa sorte, vocês vão precisar, porque vocês conhecem a gente, é nóis, tamo junto.
Luso, các bạn hãy chơi thật sự nghiêm túc 100% đi, nếu không thì các bạn sẽ thua.
Oof, I mean, Fluxo's already coming into this, like, as much as they don't want, I would imagine that they don't want to underestimate their opponents. You can understand the POV from GOW, right? You don't take this seriously, you can easily drop games. It's just how momentum builds up in Clash Squad, right? The way the economy works, the way that the whole entire mode gives ample opportunity for both sides, even if you're on a lose streak or even if you're on a winning streak, to easily change and flip it.
Yeah, and it's also going to be based on picks, which first pick for game number 1 is going to go in the way of GOW. So they actually are going to be able to pick the first active in the game with no contest from Fluxo, aside from the 2 bans that these teams are going to be picking for those first 2 bans. So if you're GOW, what actives, what characters would you want to get your hands on with that first pick, assuming everything is available, Gideon?
Assuming everything is available, I'm looking at Oscar because it really simplifies the plan. It works in pretty much every single composition. And better yet, it just gives you a good way to maybe find a pick on your opponent if things get too hot and those glue walls keep interfering with your line of sight. Other than that, I would imagine that Santino would be a pretty interesting pick as well. But at the same time, I feel like Fluxo feel like the team that's going to lean into that a little bit more now that they are on second pick in comparison to GOW. Yes, if you get the Oscar first pick, that's great, but it gives you a lot of flexibility to finally decide at the end what your composition looks like.
Yep. All right, ladies and gentlemen, looks like the pick and ban phase is ready to go. And interestingly enough, our first ban's going to be Zane on the side of GOW. They're leaving Oscar in the pool, hoping Fluxo lets us go through. But as you can see, Fluxo gotta respect the Oscar. But if they pull off a last-second ban here for something else, that would be rather surprising. Is Oscar going to be removed from the pool? I do think this might be a confirmation pick, and yes, it's locked in. No Oscar and no Zane for our first matchup, but that does leave a bunch of other characters available in the pool. Santino, as Gideon mentioned, but Cassie is going to be snapped up instead. Cassie has been one of the most popular supports picked up in Clash Squad, Gideon.
It's so good, right? Especially since Zane was the priority ban for GOW. They understand that the limitations of having both Cassie alongside with Zane or Zane with the Chrono can do so much, especially when it comes down not only to early rounds, but as the game starts to escalate into round 5s, round 6s, round 7s. On the opposite hand, Fluxo, they go for the Ignis, great on pistol rounds, great for the early parts of the game, but more importantly, actually offers GOW or at least an idea of what they want to do, because when you have an Ignis, you're naturally going to be a little bit more passive and you want your opponents to walk into your line of fire.
Wow, interesting second choice for Fluxo. So they actually had plenty of opportunities if they wanted to take that Chrono away for themselves, but Tatsuya ends up being the choice instead.
Join the
so
battle.
for Fluxo, they are looking to have a lot of mobility. They want to have a lot of control in these fights. And they probably suspected that, okay, if we take Tetsuya, Chrono is going to go on the other side. And you can see GOW, they've locked in the Chrono and they've locked in Coda. So very, very strong frontline duo on the side of GOW. They have their vision provider in the Coda. So for Fluxo, with how aggressive this lineup is, going for the Orion as their third pick. And they're even highlighting Iris. And there we go. The full roster for Fluxo has been finalized.
Very interesting. Orion alongside with the Iris. I can understand the perspective when you're thinking about, oh, let's try and deny potential options from the side of GOW. I wouldn't have imagined it being the Orion. I might have leaned in more to the Santino, but it completely subverges expectations, right? Fluxo, not only are they looking to, again, I want to say that they want to play a little bit more passively with the Ignis as well as the Iris, but I think for now, they are very confident in their own individual skirmishes, leaving things like Nextterra out in the open. So now GOW, they've got instigators, they have ways to kind of find information and kind of buy time for the team, but as soon as you see Nextterra throw out that cryo mine, you know it's go time for GOW.
Yeah, it's go time. Okay, so let's kind of break down these lineups for both of these teams. So who do you feel is going to be the team that is looking to play reactive? Because normally the team that has Cassie, that's the team that's going to want to be rushing in. But you have a look at what Fluxo have. I kind of feel like they've picked a lineup that is ready to receive a team that actually wants to push into you. Like, is that what we're kind of looking at in terms of potential gameplay from these two compositions?
Well, actually, it's slightly, well, that is a possibility for Fluxo, but I think the bigger highlight for the compositions is the fact that they can make snap decisions, especially if they put somebody in a pinch or find an opportunity against GOW. I think that GOW's line of play is pretty set in stone, very standardized, but Fluxo, a lot more flexibility. Yes, they do want to be passive. However, they're relying heavily on individual skill to create moments and opportunities to take full advantage of things like Orion as well as Iris.
Yeah, the Orion pick has absolutely surprised me because leading up to this, our last Clash Squad tournament from Southeast Asia, we saw, I feel like we didn't see any Orion, or maybe there was maybe one or two that may have skipped my field of view, but to have it picked here and by Fluxo as well, and just looking at Orion's kit too, this is basically, if you're picking an active like this, you want to brute force your way into whatever team you're running into. So I kind of get this feeling that Fluxo wants to turn this game on its head, make GOW think they're going to try and go for that passive play, but they're going to do the complete opposite. They're going to try and jump GOW before they're even given the chance to initiate themselves, and they're going to be the ones to be playing defense. Just looking at GOW's lineup, this is a lineup that doesn't really want to play defense. You really want to push hard. So I think what's going to end up happening for us, us casters, and also our spectators at home, I think the first 3 rounds, that's going to give us a good idea as to how this series is going to pan out. Who is going to be the team that locks in and ends up being our aggressors, and who's the one that's going to be playing reactively and basically try to fend off whatever's running at them. Lineup-wise, as much as I like GOW's lineup, I'm just looking at Fluxo's, and I feel like this just matches the team's personality and game style so perfectly.
There's going to be a lot of emphasis on individual prowess from all the members of Fluxo, because again, none of these active skill abilities go very well with each other to a degree, right? Like, I don't expect people to be spamming all of their active skill cards straight away from the get-go, but I definitely think that momentary uses and also the right opportunities could create these small windows where they can look to punish. I think their biggest problem right now is whether or not the time turner comes out for GOW. If they can force it out early, then they'll have a lot more flexibility. For the pistol rounds, I think it's kind of 50-50, and honestly a little bit more inclined to lean into Fluxo overall, because Ignis, great pick for those opening pistol rounds. Orion as well has a lot of opportunities. It kind of works like a more selfish version of Chrono, where instead of building a shield, you're just saying, you know what, I become invulnerable for a couple of seconds, and that's honestly all I need if I'm trying to lay some damage down on anybody who isn't tethered to Cassie.
Yeah, I mean, that also works really well in the pistol round, right? Because Orion is not going to be receiving any kind of support from the team. So you can just run and gun and really not have to worry about yourself. which also benefits your team too, because they think like, oh, it's just Orion. Okay, he can stand his own for the first couple seconds, and then we'll give him that follow-up. But ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to fly into game number 1 for match number 1. It is Fluxo versus GOW on Bermuda. This is GOW's best map, but keep in mind we are also spectating Fluxo, our world champions for 2024. And I think we're all kind of wondering, are they able to wield this trophy again in 2025?
Yeah, I'm curious to see whether or not this is going to be a repeat, right? Because it really feels like it's their year. Things have been going so well for them. Unfortunately, EWC not as well, but overall still pretty good. Right now, instantly the Cryo Mind has been thrown out. They break it straight away, and they're sticking as 4. So even the information given over to GOW, not going to get as much as they would like. As they continue to move forward, already with the nays, they've isolated Bobs, they've taken him out, and now it is a 4v3. Very good odds for GOW.
Yep, and unless Bobs gets picked up right now, they're not going to have access to any more flame walls. Demon going to hide around the corner. Looks like Gio, unfortunately, is taking quite a bit of damage himself. He is going to stick around, try to fight into Hans. Oh, but he loses the matchup against Demon instead. And GOW looking fantastic for this first round out of 11. They're going to pick up MT7, and GOW already off to a great start.
A very nice start indeed for GOW. That first initial pick with the grenades, really smart that they all decided to go with the sawed-off, knowing the environment of the map. Again, map knowledge is really, really important. You don't know what's going to be the next one after that following round, but now that we come into this one, it's going to be interesting, right? Because again, both teams have completely ignored the cyber drops for the most part. And even during when we saw their scrimmages in rehearsals, they opted, you know what, we don't need this anyways. I don't know whether or not it's a viable strat for them, or it's something that they're not going to take seriously at all. But I think that at the very least for GOW, if they're not going to contest, no point putting yourself in that type of situation or danger.
No, it makes sense. I've seen teams just get trapped thinking that they're going to be able to get the cyber airdrop, and then their team just crumbles. So it's a pros and cons. You have to weigh your odds, right? For now, Fluxo going to stay grouped as a team. Very interesting decision, actually. The team is so clumped up together, whereas for GOW, they are trying to find a bit of a flank. Rip, unfortunately, taking some damage there, so that's going to halt his expedition. But you can see to the side, though, Demon looking to go for a wraparound. Gio is just around the corner, but Butsen's there to provide support, and Bobs is also there to provide any kind of help. But they do need to be very wary of Hans and Demon, because Demon, this man's got a lot of support behind him. He wants to run in and he wants to dish out some damage.
He really does. And it's interesting because in terms of like the loadouts, right, you can see that both sides are taking a more passive approach, because they're very aware, hey, they got micro Uzis, they got 2 big rifles on the side of Fluxo. They decided to buy up even though they don't have much armor. But GOW, that's the payoff right now. Deanne, he's the only one without armor right now, but he has the rifle. And now that he's already using that cryo mine, puts it on top of the roof to get max value. I think it's okay, but not as much as they would like. In comparison to Fluxo, who's taking their time, but the zone is forcing him in. Unless they give some kind of support on that top side, MT7 might be in some trouble as they get pushed off the roof in high ground, dominated by Fluxo.
Yeah, so that was a very ballsy push coming out from MT7, because he was originally on the other side, but pushing forward, forcing GOW back. And I have to say, this is one of our slower circles, because we are finally going to be going for a bit of a rotation. You can see Fluxo trying to find that opening there. The summon going to be taken out from Nero, and we get a double drop. Hans and Rip going to be taken out by Butsen, and the entire team in just a fraction of a second. In one moment, Fluxo clean up GOW.
Beautifully played, really beautifully played by Fluxo. This is what we call the war of attrition. Every moment, they're not taking super aggressive angles, but they are slowly letting GOW take the space and then forcing them into corners where they have to use their utility, their active skill cards as much as they can. And when they know all of them are out of the way, then Fluxo can run in and take on the honest fights that they were known for, and more importantly, know that they have a very big advantage over GOW.
Yep. All right. Round 3, folks. We're currently tied 1 apiece, so both teams definitely in the running to be able to take match number 1. But Fluxo I have to say, very interesting to see how patient Fluxo is playing this first best of 3. Like, normally we're so used to seeing them just bum rush into their enemy, but they are extremely calculative in their movement so far. And I think it's actually shocking GOW. They're expecting Fluxo to just run at them. And because that's not happening, it almost feels like GOW, they don't know how to react to this very, very slow, very methodical playstyle coming from our 2024 world champions. But here we go. The moment has come. Blitzen going to be coming in with the melee scythe. Does get a couple of hits in. Does not get the auto knock. But Demon going to be taken up by Bops.
First blood.
They've already found one. The cyber airdrop was contested. Fluxo still gets it at the very end. They've knocked down RIP, and again, they are dominating every side of the map. One coming around the flank as GU buys a little bit of time within the cyclone, but Butsin finds it at the very end, taking out Hans and Diane alongside with him. Really great stuff coming in from Fluxo, right? Again, this is hyper patient, right? Even GOW are like probing for a response, and Fluxo just does not move, right? They're playing dead possum, and they feel like they can do whatever they want. Goes for the cyber drop, instantly punished by Fluxo as soon as they take the space. So again, I think that GOW, there's a lot more elements that they have to think about dealing with Fluxo, with how flexible they are right now, because their fundamentals have been looking so shaky in comparison to Fluxo.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, round number 4. Fluxo currently leading with a score of 2-1 versus GOW. And so far, Fluxo looking really scary here. It's going to come down to GOW. Can they adapt to this very, very precise playstyle coming out from Fluxo? And so far, Demon's going to be going in for a bit of a skirmish there. GU going to be moving it forward for the team as well. Bop's getting caught out by Demon. That's a big pick off there. And maybe this is the moment of time where we see GOW make a comeback happen. GU has been caught by Rip, leaving MT7 and Butsin all on their own. Diana, unfortunately, going to be taken up by Butsin. So numbers on the side of GOW, they are also being culled. Bit of a shot for MT7, but not a critical one. They do manage to get another one onto Rip. And look at this. They might be able to equalize this match. Rip is down. It's a 2 versus 2.
It's a dangerous 2 versus 2. Who knows what could happen, especially with a P90 in hand. And even so, Demon, he still has the time turner if necessary. Luckily, from the opposite side, at least for MT7 or even Butsin. Oh, wait, no, they don't have their active skill cards. They actually used it pretty early on. Butsin especially, right? He looked for the angle, wanted to go for a little bit more, didn't find his own reset. So now they're just going to bide their time. They're waiting for the Iris active skill card to come back online, and they want to make sure, hey, we're going to drop down our glue walls here. If they fall into our glue walls, we can still utilize Iris. And I think that even GOW is a little bit more aware about it as, on top of it too. Electrotherapy ready to go at any moment. Time turner as well if things get really, really dicey. At this point, it's just a battle of information.
It's a battle of information, a battle of patience as well. And looks like Fluxo looking to push into with 2 of their players. Butsin, this man has done so much work in these first couple rounds, looking to push forward, looking for that angle. Can't quite get that insta-pop. Going to continue with the shots so far, but GOW, so difficult to take down. And actually, Hans going to be caught by MT7 in the back, leaving Demon all on his own as that chrono. And with no time turner to speak of, he's going to have to use that natural cover to try and get these picks. And look at this Demon. He's really trying to reposition. If he just gets that lucky 1-2 tap, he might be able to turn things around. But no, Fluxo, just too much for them to deal with. And that's going to push the scoreline 3-1 in favor of Fluxo.
That's got to be a little frustrating for Hans, especially because he's still following these are good habits that he's doing as a support player, right? Not only do you want to make sure that your frontliner stays alive, but you want to provide fire from an awkward angle so that they don't continue pushing into the same place, right? Because if you lose your entry fragger and then you have to support him and then you become the next to deal with a 2v1 as the Cassie, you're going to get knocked down. And despite everything that has happened, I think that Fluxo are playing it really, really well, utilizing the cyber airdrop as a means to kind of bait their opponents into exchanges that honestly they shouldn't be peeking in the first place.
Yep. Okay, GOW, they are looking to get another point on that board. The team is pushing pretty far forward together as a team, so they are playing exactly how their composition was supposed to be built. They don't quite get the finish there onto GU. They will finally drop him, though. And GU's in an awkward spot, but Demon caught by a grenade thanks to Bops buying time for the team. And Demon, I don't think it's going to be picked up at all, as Hans, next one to follow, thanks to MT7 sniping in the back. And Rip, everyone is gone. Fluxo pushing the scoreline 4-1 against GOW.
Man, Fluxo are just so sharp. I mean, look at these lineups. They have made lineups for Cyber Drop contestants on specific maps. I love the fact that they are willing to go out of their way to buy, with the extra economy, a time turner of their own. And luckily, they're slightly different colors so we can tell whose are whose. But so far, Fluxo have been bonus rounding after bonus round after bonus round, right? VSK still in hand, upgraded scars on top of it. We haven't seen the big boy weapons come out from Fluxo. And right now for GOW, this might be one of their few, if not last chances, to try and disrupt the economy.
I mean, they only have 2 lives now. You lose 2 games, and that's going to be it. Fluxo should be able to take the round. So if there's a time to be able to break this curse, as what I'm going to call it right now, this is the best time to do it. But the thing is, how does GOW break through this initial push from Fluxo? Because Fluxo's done so well in these pushes. We haven't really seen them make too many mistakes when they do try and eventually break out into that full-on team fight. They're so good at juking. They're so good at cover, so that they're always covered by at least their back, their sides. They're not really caught off guard. And big hit there onto Dian.
That's so smart. Yes, extremely smart from Fluxo's side here. And I mean, they knew the coda was being used, so they had one person actually go for the crouch on the west flank, making sure that, hey, we're going to get somebody peeking from our side. Just everybody stand up, make sure you're not behind, you're not crouching down, look down my line of sight and keep me covered. And they find that first initial shot. Unfortunately, it wasn't a headshot, but even so, it's good enough damage. The idea is there, and Dian gets bodied once more, forcing a glue wall out of him. His mid-control is slowly slipping away as GOW are forced to rotate out of position, and now the Ignis is going to get full value. 3 glue walls done as Orion pops quickly to buy a little bit more time. Again, selfish as always, but more importantly, he's held back GOW as Hans finds one, Butson trades another, GU comes in with a Trogon, and with the help of MT7 finds the headshot for a clean 4-0.
That entire round collapsed because as soon as GOW saw Butson, they thought they were going to be able to take him down, but they dropped Butson, but they also lost Demon right off the bat. He didn't even get the chance to use his time turner. So yes, Butson is an issue in this round, but doesn't really matter if you take out Butson, you still have to deal with MT7, Bops, and GU. So as it goes to show, right, GOW, they think it's a one-man issue, but ultimately, I think as spectators, we are seeing that Fluxo as a team overall are problematic to deal with. There is no one player you can remove on the team that instantly solves all of GOW's problems. And now, being that this is round 7 and match point for Fluxo, if they lose this round, we are going to be awarding this first match to Fluxo. So lots of pressure on GOW to find that opening.
We'll see how dominating they're going to be, right? Time Turner has already been thrown out from Fluxo's side. That's one active skill card that they're not going to get back. Unfortunately, not at the most important timing as well. They did buy up at the very least, some of them coming in, at least for MT7, has an AWM in hand on top of his VSK. Honestly, I think it's fine at this point, considering that they bonused for so many rounds and now have already secured 2 cyber airdrops. It's anybody's game. But right at the beginning of the round, both sides honestly utilizing their economy well, getting UAV for early access to information, and unfortunately for Butson, he finally gets punished here. Luckily with sawed-off and a P90 in hand, they're able to gun him down in a crossfire that he was not able to ouch movement. Now, he does see Butz and Gui now attacking RIP halfway across the map, and GOW need to respond by cutting through the center. They might get caught off in the middle here because Trogon in hand for GU. Yes, he's bought plenty of time as he now has to deal with 3 of the members who are slowly going to push him in. With no line of sight, he goes down. Bops unfortunately lands a shot, but he's already getting pressured by Dian on the opposite side. MT7 looks for the trade, finds one as Hans and Demon start working side by side. Hans goes down, and Demon now cleans up the job. GOW pulls it back here in round 7.
They pull it back, and it was because of Dian being able to fend off against Butson's flank. I think that was probably one of the major plays here for the team, because all of a sudden Butson is gone. You're leaving Fluxo with only 3 players remaining, and GOW, they will have their full roster moving forward. So we can tell for sure, just looking at the scoreline. I want you all our spectators, look at Butson's score, 10-6. This man has been putting so much work in getting all of those eliminations for Fluxo. So losing Butson at all very early in a round is going to be a huge detriment to Fluxo. Not to say that MT7, Bobs, and Geo, they're not able to sort of carry through, but you can tell that Butson, he has been the star MVP for the team so far. So they need to also, if they can, protect Butson so that he's able to do what he's supposed to do. I did not agree with this flank in that last round, and I'm glad he's sticking with the team now.
I couldn't do the math fast enough. I'm not sure if they have a team booster in hand, but Demon already goes down. And I mean, Fluxo, they're coming in under-equipped, right? They're coming in with the cheaper weapons that are upgraded, and it looks like they've already found one in Demon, looking for his second, but GU cuts them down, no problem whatsoever. The Trogon, you would have imagined that him buying up was being a selfish decision. Nah, he's just the game winner.
And that's going to be match number 1 going to Fluxo, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to put them one step closer towards heading to that upper bracket round. And for GOW fans, this is a bit of a heartbreaking moment because all of a sudden this team is now pinned in the corner. For them to win this set, they will need to reverse sweep with 2 map wins back to back. And unfortunately, none of those maps are going to be Bermuda because Fluxo, they've just taken that first Bermuda map. So GOW, if they have any ace up their sleeve, if they have any strats, they're gonna have to bring it into game number 2 to force that game 3, because with how Fluxo looked in this first match, I would not be surprised if we do end up with a 2-0 scoreline overall today.
Yeah, I mean, it was a dominating performance coming in from Bermuda at the very least, but I think, more exciting yet was the usage of their economy, right? I mean, they bonus round after bonus round, but it also feels like they were walking in with major advantages despite sometimes some big weapons are being bought by GOW. For 2 straight rounds, big purchases came through, great usage of the UAV overall, and I mean, I think it forced a lot of mind games against GOW because they got such a different version of Fluxo between the rounds.
Yeah, you know what? I have to agree. I thought Fluxo was going to play one particular style, but they did so well in just playing so many different styles that I actually think GOW, they probably realized, like, wait, are we playing against the same team? They keep doing different things every single round and we just can't put our finger on them. But game MVP goes to Butson. Gideon, this man, I swear, he popped off in that first match. He got so many crucial eliminations. I kind of feel like Butson is the reason why Fluxo just cleaned house in this first match.
Yeah, which is, again, very different from what we saw during their scrimmage rehearsals, right? Again, Butson was supposed to be, I was expecting him to be that support player, but now that he has his hands on the Tatsuya, and considering his build as well, that he's willing to bring in Dreki, he's willing to have a tactical market, he's more than self-sufficient. And it feels crazy to me because when you start looking at the amount of assists that MT7 was getting on top of what Butson was putting out in terms of eliminations, their 2-on-2s were ridiculous.
Yeah, it was insane, honestly, to see Fluxo play so well in that first game. And it makes me feel really scared for GOW because I don't know what I would even consider to be a solution for GOW playing against Fluxo in that second map, because it's not a case of just remove this active and all of a sudden this team is more manageable. It's not a case of just winning the first 3 rounds, because Fluxo is not going to give you the time of day to have first 3 rounds to snowball for free. So if GOW have a coach, if they have anybody that is working with the team right now, you got to have a big pep talk. You got to have a big pep talk. You got to talk about changes going into that next round. It's not just a draft. They will, I think, strategically need to out-strategize Fluxo. And I don't know if this team can do this.
Out-strategize is one thing, but I feel like the biggest problem that we're seeing, if we had to take fundamentals of the game out of the question, is just map knowledge, right? It really feels that, like, on certain areas where GOW is like, oh yes, we know exactly what we're doing here, we're going to buy some sawed-offs on our side, we're going to play on the main building, we hold our corners, we win games, right? In comparison to Fluxo, which feels like they have a better understanding of more types of this, more types in different rounds of the areas that they can actually utilize to to their advantage, which is, again, interesting to see because with a composition that isn't what we're used to seeing within Southeast Asia, the level of flexibility and independence that each of the members could do individually is quite nuts without the addition of knowing what angles are actually safe in maps that are ever changing.
Yeah. And speaking of maps, we are going to Nextterra for our second game of this best of 3 series. And I don't have the stats here for GOW, but if I do recall personally, they are not a big fan of Nextterra. It's not to say they do terribly, but it's not a map where we can say they consistently perform well for Battle Royale. So I don't think it's going to translate very well to CS if they're unable to consistently perform on a particular map. I mean, I hope they practice something for this map in particular, because if they don't have anything in the tank, if they don't have any secret strats, if they don't have anything to surprise Fluxo here and now, this is probably going to end up being a 2-0 round. I really want to be positive here for GOW, but we also have to be fair. It's Fluxo that they're playing up against, a team that has so much potential to just take the whole thing.
I mean, they don't call this the Free Fire World Series Global Finals for nothing, right? It's the creme de la creme, the best of the best coming in from each of these regions. And unfortunately for GOW, squeezing yourself into Clash Squad like this really goes to show how strong some of these members are, which again, these skills do translate over into Battle Royale. Now, from Vietnam's POV, I mean, after that dominant game number 1, I'm surprised that he still thinks that Vietnam is the #1 region right now. Thailand is 2nd and Brazil is 3rd, and they want to beat all the strong teams, including Fluxo. And that's a personal prerogative from RIP.
Yeah, I mean, they got what they asked for. You know, they definitely ended up getting their match against Fluxo. I'm just thinking, right, with this mindset for GOW, they wanted to play Fluxo, and they also do think that Vietnam is a top region. What can you do in match number 2 to just outplay Fluxo? I mean, that's a silly question if you think about it in the grand scheme of things, but that's really the problem that they're facing at the moment. How do you beat Fluxo? Because for game number 2, Fluxo is going to get access to first pick, meaning that unfortunately for GOW, second and third, like getting second and third pick is actually not a bad thing. You get to pick up a pair of characters, whatever the first one may end up being, but you don't get to have that first pick. And sometimes if you're trying to play some kind of cheese strat, if you want to get access to a very OP, overpowered character, first pick is where it's at. So I hope GOW has something lined up for these next 2 picks. I'm going to be honest. I hope it's not Cassie Chrono. I kind of feel GOW need to step away from Cassie. This is not an insult to the team, but I just, looking at the way that they ended up playing with Cassie Chrono, I kind of feel like this is just not a combo that's going to work well against Fluxo. I feel like this team is so well practiced playing against Chrono and Cassie that this is probably not something they want to face. And actually, they banned the Cassie. So, okay, so hang on. Zane is probably going to go through. Surely we get an Oscar ban here for GOW. Sure.
Yeah, I would imagine. Oh!
What in the... Hello? Hello? Did they not see Fluxo ban Cassie?
Don't blink. The show's about to begin.
To be expected, Oscar is going to be an insta-lock coming in from Fluxo, right? I've talked about it a lot right at the beginning of the show. No need to expedite how devastating Oscar is going to be. But let's see how GOW is going to respond. Because there are a number of ways to try and protect yourself. The only issue is that now Cassie alongside with Zane, with both of them banned, leaving not a lot of supports that actually kind of do what these 2 supports bring to the table. There's no instant value unless they play around something like a Chrono on top of maybe a Dimitri. Then at least then your windows are a little bit shorter, but they hit that much harder. I mean, the Chrono, as is expected, the Coda for information, I think that's totally fine, but I'm not sure how they're going to round out their composition now.
Yeah, I mean, okay, to be fair, I'm not against Chrono Coda as that second and third pick. I do think it's a very strong duo. I think the good thing is that they're leaving their options open right now. They have a lot of flexibility for their last 2 picks, because Chrono, he can function in several ways to benefit the team. He can play more of that supporty style, or he can go for more of that rusher style. But the response from Fluxo, I am curious to see if Steffi does end up being the pick, because we've seen Steffi cause quite a lot of surprises in the Southeast Asia Clash Squad scene. And yeah, Steffi is here to play. All of a sudden, those throwables are not looking so attractive anymore. And the Santino that was still in the pool? GOW, what are you giving Fluxo?
I mean, that's totally fine from GOW's perspective. They knew what they wanted. They were willing to start give at least one more power pick over to the side of Fluxo because it's inevitable. But the Steffi, I feel, is a very interesting call, right? Because for all intents and purposes, Fluxo could have waited until the very end to show off the Steffi. But I think more importantly, they now have that advantage with the Oscar. They're expecting the A1 to eventually come out. So with the Steffi at hand, they might be able to kind of protect themselves from these projectiles, these throwables, including the A1, which is also a considered throwable. Now, Iris, the final lock-in for the side of GOW Esports. I'm not gonna lie, MT7 was doing a lot of work with the Iris holding that high ground here. And when crucial moments started to come through where the glue walls are supposed to protect you, that's when MT7 on Iris decided that it's not gonna happen. Now, GOW is gonna have access to it, and Clue as the final pick for Fluxo. I don't know about you, Danelli, but I'm thinking this is an interesting shape of draft that GOW ended up with, but Fluxo, considering that their game number 1 was so flexible, so adaptive, now they have, again, yes, a composition that I think each individual player can have their selfish moment. Maybe not for Steffi, but for Oscar and Santino, absolutely.
I'm scared to see Woodson on that Oscar. We saw Woodson on Tatsuya last round, and look at what he was able to pull off with the Tatsuya. Now you're putting him on an Oscar, which is basically a juiced up Tatsuya. Oh man, I really, if I could, I would love to interview GOW right now before the game starts and say, okay, gentlemen, please explain to me what made you think Oscar being given away to Fluxo, like what were you going to get in exchange for this? Because I feel like this is almost a trade that nobody wins. If Oscar gets, if anyone picks Oscar, that's an insta win for whoever gets the Oscar. And in exchange, it was Coda and Chrono, which I think we can both agree, Gideon. Chrono, very, very solid character. I think a lot of teams do prioritize the Chrono. Coda's pretty solid as well, but I think even combined, I would still prioritize an Oscar as one of my picks if possible. I mean, okay, if they let the Zane through and they banned the Oscar themselves, would much have changed?
If they let the Zane through, banned out the Oscar, I would say that I think things would change just a little bit more, right? Because again, Zane and Cassie are such powerful enablers for a lot of these compositions. Like Oscar, I think there is an argument that GOW is trying to make, saying, if we just A124 the Oscar, what is he gonna do? Break through our glue walls? Nah, he's gonna be dead in the waters, right? And without Cassie and Zane to kind of back him up and give him that extra bit of durability, then Oscar just becomes an all-in character. He's just going to be the linchpin before the bullet actually flies out of the barrel. So now they can start working on the other members, because Oscar is always going to be that lead. I think that GOW wants to have some kind of idea of, oh, we don't want our heads to be messed around with. We want Fluxo to be as honest as possible. And I think this is as good as it gets.
Yep. It's just that it's Woodson on that Oscar. Oh my gosh. I know who I am going to be keeping my eye on in this matchup, because I feel this man is going to dictate the tempo of these games. He's going to be the deciding factor on who takes what round. But we do have a handshake. Oh, that's actually a fist bump from our coaches. So that's an indicator to us, ladies and gentlemen, that we are ready to jump into game number 2. We are going to be flying into Nextterra, and with Fluxo currently leading with a 1-match win over GOW, all of a sudden the pressure is now on the Wolves to win this map and also the next one if they want to be able to swipe this series away from the 2024 Battle Royale champions known as Fluxo. It's going to be a really exciting matchup. I have a lot of expectations for GOW. Show us why you say Vietnam is the best region in Free Fire.
Burn those doubts. They got to start burning those doubts right now and prove to everybody out there that they got what it takes. It's going to be a hard climb, though. And I'm so curious to see how Fluxo, one of the best Clash Squad teams out there, is going to utilize these combination of active skill cards, right? Because again, as much as I've talked about Oscar, that Steffi could cause a couple of problems. And I think for GOW, there are certain situations where it's actually unfavorable to hold ground. They actually have to sacrifice that ground as much as they possibly can to ensure that Steffi doesn't get full value from her active skill card to enable Oscar to run on in, because Steffi technically works as that pseudo support. But now it is time. Let's get into it. Our second game in our first series of the day. Fluxo facing off against GOW here in Nextterra.
Yeah, it's pistol round time, so we'll have to see who is going to be favored in this very luck-based matchup, I kind of feel like, with the pistol rounds. And oh my gosh, already a couple of shots connecting onto Hans. Fluxo already on point with their shots. MT7 does take a little bit of damage there, but look, you see Bobs looking to go for the flank there onto Demon, but Bobs is the one to take damage instead. Demon, though, we do have the mannequin being deployed, so we do have that escape path. We'll see if they decide to come back. The mannequin, though, will be destroyed by Demon, so no more Santino shenanigans for the next couple seconds. So what's the plan here? Fluxo, just looking at their position, they are actually playing very, very reactively now.
Absolutely. I think I think it's really important that they do. And the initial reposition, the initial flank coming out from the Santino makes a lot of sense, right? That's what all Santinos are looking for. But look at the way that Fluxo move as a unit, right? As soon as that swap comes through, instantly you see the members who know that, hey, he's covered all this space. They haven't taken back that space. Let's quickly rotate to that side and see whether we find these opportunities. They didn't find it, so they repositioned back. And GOW, they're trying to hold strong. Now fighting within inside the compound. Button, he still has the Valiant dash here. Unfortunately, Clue, it's going to take a little bit longer before it actually comes back up. The USP in hand, tries to get as many shots down as he can. Swinging with all three of their members. Demon is going to be the first one to actually take those hits as RIP tries to cover him. Bobs ends up going down, finds the trade. Can they get Demon back up within the pistol round itself? They still have the time turner active, ready to go. Iris as well. The problem is that there's no glue walls right now, and they're playing against natural cover. Now, at least with the Cyclones dropping down in time, Time Turner finally out, tries to go for the swipe on this side, doesn't land enough shots, but loses at least 80 HP off of it. Spins around for the 180 to go against RIPs. The next one already falls from the side of Fluxo. GU, the only one left, and it's too late. Even with his active available, just not enough under the fire.
That bait by Demon was beautiful. Hiding around the corner, forcing Bobs to be the one to jump on out and try and go for that finishing blow, but Bobs being the one to be taken out first. That was beautiful. That's the kind of play I'm expecting from GOW to get this match on their side of the corner and to force that game number 3. But keep in mind, folks, that was pistol round, okay? Pistol round is generally very inconsistent. Now that we do have a little bit of money on both of these teams, we are going to be seeing more potential of these lineups. And, I mean, this doesn't mean Fluxo is out of the running at all. They still have a very scary lineup, but now they are slightly better equipped than that first round. Hans, though, looking to go for a flank himself, just going to use a little bit of that, a little bit of the cover for now to try and sneak his way through. But Butson has spotted him out. Time Turner going to be deployed, so that shield will protect Hans for a little bit longer. Instead, going to retreat back into that tower. And on the other side of the map, we did see Demon taking critical amounts of damage on the A124. Is trying to heal back up, but unfortunately, quite dangerous of a position to do so. But Bobs, he's been caught by Rip.
Unable to cover every single angle across the map, but that's how messy Nextterra can be. It's important to have information on your hands, and they still have Clue's active skill card ready to go for MT7, but right now, they already know the positions, and more so, they can't seem to find an advantage just yet, Diane. He tries, MT7 manages to pull back just in time. Hans holding this smoke, trying to make sure that they cannot take any more space from them. The play area is eventually going to get shortened in, forcing them up towards that high ground. RIP on the southern side flank. North side taken care of by Fluxo. GU, luckily, at least with his Deagle, is putting in some decent work here. He should be able to start securing himself cyber airdrops in just a little bit, but for now, They want to make sure GU taking 80% of his HP. Puts in, he's ready to try and bait with Micro Uzi. He finds one in Demon. Diane is aware, but with the Deagle and rifle in hand, not sure. Oh, tries with the scythe. A little too far. Puts him down low. 10% still left. Knows that the Fluxo member has got his angles. Nicely played by Fluxo. Mid control at the end.
That looked a little dicey there for Fluxo, but they do manage to get across that finish line safe and sound after some very, very great footwork coming out from the team. I loved how they slowly pushed GOW to the other side of the platform. Originally, GOW did have that central tower to themselves, but with the slow push that came in, it really... because they lost map control of that central tower, it made it very difficult for the team to start moving in as that circle got smaller and smaller. So great job there from Fluxo and GOW. They need to keep their heads on their shoulders. Don't get too excited just because you took the pistol round off of Fluxo. And we do have a bit of a 1v1 there. Dian looking to go for a challenge onto MT7. The rest of the team, though, are going to have to deal with their own guests as Fluxo moving as right into GOW and the rip. First player to go down. Hans, next one to follow as well. We actually had a scythe drop by Blitzen going in full melee. Blitzen does go down, unfortunately, but Rip has been caught too. Demon is on the ground, leaving Dian all on his own to try and carry his team on his shoulders, but there's only so much you can do as a solo Iris. Fluxo take round number 3, pushing the score 2-1.
Really nice play here coming in. The Valiant Dash instantly finding at least one in RP, as well as Hans with the rest of his team backing up. I mean, they all knew exactly what they wanted to do. MT7 already made collision with the other opposing flanker. He just had to buy a little bit of time to make sure that his line of sight is always fixed upon that flanker to make sure he can't get any more angles or at least hurt the front line of Fluxo as they look to engage on the cyber airdrop. Even so, after all of that, Fluxo was coming out of this with one cyber airdrop in the bag, and I don't know how many times we're going to see this side actually find a kill, but Butson, he's making it happen super often so far, considering the number of Cyclones being deployed.
Yeah, look, we knew Butson was going to be a monster just based off of his Game 1 performance. So to see him do this well on the Oscar, it's no surprise. Rip, though, managing to get a surprise elimination there onto Bop. So all of a sudden, Fluxo at a one-man deficit against a four-man full roster of God of Wolf. So Fluxo, I do expect this team to sort of slow things down a little bit after losing their Santino because they've lost their main flanker. And this does push Butsons to really play into that hard frontline role for the team alongside GU, because if they don't do that, the team is going to play split, and that's very easy for you to get picked off. But look at that Demon running up onto the hill, getting caught by Butson. What kind of play was that, GOW? They ran up the hill, they thought it was going to be fine. But, oh man, Fluxo raining them down with bullets and making this team regret everything.
Oh, it wasn't a bad idea from GOW, right? They just needed their opponents to drop down more glue walls, but they're just hyper aware of when the Iris actually pops, right? And you can see that as soon as they didn't care about it, Butson's like, we don't need these glue walls. He's already popped the Iris. We just need to start pushing through and get that time turner out of them. Once the time turner is out, we can win. We've got the flank angles down and we're a man up. We can do what we want. And these are the conditions that Fluxo is finding consistently against GOW, right? GOW, on the other hand, they've got good ideas, but I don't think they have as many protocols as Fluxo right now, even with a man down.
Yeah, oh man, GOW, they do need to try to sharpen themselves up a little bit. Now the thing is, Crab Labs, this is not a map anyone enjoys, especially with the fact that there's a lot of verticalities and the gravity itself doesn't really help. Butson's though in a bit of a skirmish there with Hans, but looks like Dian, he has been caught on the other side, and now Bob's raining down onto Demon, who's trying to play on the side, ends up jumping onto the low ground, but GOW, it looks like they're just being absolutely dismantled.
Oh, Hans is trying to buy as much time as physically, humanly possible, but he doesn't have the support of everybody else. The other members of GOW is too busy trying to deal with the Santino flanker on the back that they were looking for with the A124. And MT7 continues to chase down Rip until the ends of the earth. They keep colliding with each other, and half of these rounds in first blood picks from GOW is whether or not RIP is able to find that initial flank or at least counter the attack from the opposing side of Fluxo. MT7 in particular.
I'm I'm really worried here, Gideon, because again, Fluxo is starting to run away with the match entirely. 4-1. That's already a huge gap between the two teams, and all Fluxo need are 2 more wins, which, just based off of how they've been playing, that is a very, very possible reality for this team to secure within the next 2 rounds. GOW, they have so many games that they need to catch up and win that I'm a little bit worried that they're going to be losing out to that fatigue, because Fluxo's still just looking so sharp round after round after round, especially with their decision making and with what resources that they've basically given themselves. Again, Butson in such an aggressive position, but then again, remember, he's playing on the Oscar. He has a lot of leeway. Looks like Rip, though, running into a 1v1 there with Bop. Rip, he really needed to get the elim, but it's just so annoying dealing with the Santino. Just being able to go for the swaps is making it so difficult for him to get those final blows.
Yeah, but I mean, in terms of the resources, right, Fluxo, they don't actually mind dropping this particular round, because overall they've been bonusing and finding those cyber airdrops consistently in those past 2, putting them at such a high economic value in comparison to GOW per round capita, right? And GOW, with their investments here, they know that things are starting to get desperate. M5s in hand, they need to close the distance, and they've already got a bit of a split of their own. However, if they're going to close the distance, they need to make some sacrifices. One which, I don't know if they've bought enough smokes to make that happen. RIP, he needs to win this out and finally gets popped. And now it's going to be a full collision between the frontliners as Demon tries his best. 2-time turners dropped, and even the Steffi as well. They finally get Hans. Oh, MT7 goes down. Hans finds it. And RIP closes it up at the very end. Nicely played by GOW.
The beginning of a potential comeback. This is what I want to see from this team. And if they can start to get this ball rolling, Gideon, I think there is a very possible reality that GOW will be able to equally challenge Fluxo. Because remember, right now, Fluxo, they are working with a better economy than GOW. So now the tables are starting to turn. Are we finally going to see the Wolves overcome their biggest challenge yet?
Well, not yet, not yet. Fluxo is going to take a full, I want to say full econ round, but they have invested just a little bit. Now, the UAVs taken out very early on, and the cyber airdrop going to get contested. And Butson, he's bought up to at least an MP5 at this point, upgraded in a matter of fact, to try and make sure that this doesn't go unscathed. Now, they've already secured 3 cyber airdrops, plenty to work with on their side as they valiant dash on through to try and isolate their targets and even block them off from the exit. Beautifully played by Butson. Drops down his own time turners, but unfortunately can't get through with the help of the Iris. Diane making sure that it is worth the effort, worth the time. But with M5s in hand, it can only go on for so long. RIP finds one. He's looking for the X. He's finished off the targets, but the high ground has been contested, and they did take too much damage, forcing RIP and Demon to hide back in this corner. The smoke is good, but right now Fluxo are just looking that much better.
Wow, so GOW, interesting choice. They are playing on that low ground, and Fluxo, they can see them, but the issue is they can't reach them unless they jump down themselves. So I think this is a smart play from GOW so far to be able to use that cover, but unless there's some kind of follow-through for GOW, they're just going to lose the round very, very slowly to Fluxo. That circle is closing in, and depending on the trajectory of that next circle, maybe Demon is going to be in a position where he can potentially pull off a miracle round. But again, it depends if he's able to get those money shots and if the circle works in his favor, and that just not even given the chance. Gio says, this round is ours. We are now at match point. You need to win the next 4 games if you want to push it to a game 3, and we are not going to give you that opportunity. Fluxo is just playing so good today.
Yeah, it's crazy to see that Fluxo are being more frugal than the Asians themselves, right? Again, they're like, all right, I don't have an M5. You picked up an M5 from Demon earlier. Okay, cool. You go handle it. I am not willing to lose my weaponry this early on. I want to make sure that I'm carrying over at least some of the good stuff for this round, because now this is a make it or break it for GOW. AWMs coming out from MT7. VSK's on Bops as well as an M5. Same goes for GU. I think Butsin, he's been putting his neck on the line every single time, and now he wants to deal with the initial flank from RIP. They've kind of changed the score on how these 1v1s go. Even GU forced out to use his time turner as RIP is in a really awkward spot. He is just chaining fighting into people that he wasn't expecting. While you see on the backside, plenty of time being bought, and after the clue pop, they know exactly where they're going to be. Center of the map controlled by GOW, and finally Dian gets his head blown off before RIP actually goes down, and now Fluxo reclaim high ground. Butsin does end up getting traded. Demon does find one. They have to be aware that Demon, currently with the AWM in hand, is still a dangerous threat. So they're gonna just nade him out of place and let MT7 do the rest. Booyah achieved, and that is a clean 2-0 from Fluxo.
Our 2024 champions just flexing their skill in not just Battle Royale, but now also Clash Squad on the global stage. This is clearly going to be the team to look out for in the Clash Squad stage. I'm pretty sure everyone is watching them to see how do you beat them. What is the recipe for this team, and how can we ruin their plans? But I think Fluxo, they're just pretty content with themselves. You know, a quick 2-0 set for them. They're just gonna have to get ready for their next matches. I'd love to know from Fluxo's POV, who out of the field of teams in Clash Squad this year are they considering their arch nemesis? Like, what team do they fear? I don't think they fear anybody, but who technically do they fear the most if they end up in a grand final round with them?
They're probably looking towards, Countryside, looking at R7 or looking at E1, one or the other, I would assume, because they're probably the more familiar with what they're capable of. But I think that Fluxo, not much to be scared about if that's how they're going to play, right? It's one of the few things that you don't get to see a lot in Battle Royale, and that's how to condition your opponent. And more importantly, what Fluxo is extremely good at, taking advantage of bad habits. We saw that RIP consistently was going to be the one on that flank. They also figured out that he likes to actually fall back into places within line of sight of his opponents, which is why we saw Hans lose his head in that final round. They didn't know this until halfway through. Fluxo are just downloading their opponents.
Downloading them through their minds, through their gameplay. I think this is going to be a very scary reality for all of the competitors in Clash Squad, seeing how quickly Fluxo can adapt to their opponents. Because yes, Fluxo know how to play their own game, but they read GOW so quick, so fast. Like, every round you could see the team was learning and just basically problem solving their opponents. And you can see towards the end, right? I think Fluxo just something clicked and the team realized, okay, this is how GOW play. We now know how to dismantle them. And sure, there may be 1 or 2 rounds where they didn't do so well. Maybe a mistake was made, but man, Fluxo looks so good today. We have an interview lined up with Fluxo, so let's see what they have to say after securing their first win here for Clash Squad.
All right, congratulations, Fluxo. What a game. 2 straight win going against a team that is also pretty strong. Let's have a bit of a conversation with the players as well as the translator, our very own Carol. Hi, Carol.
Hello.
Okay, so my first question is there any tips and tricks that you guys might share or could share to us? Because we see that Fluxo is adapting really well, seeing how GOW was playing today. They really know how to, strategize and to go against GOW. What is the key of success that Fluxo has to win today's game?
A primeira pergunta é se existe alguma dica que vocês gostariam de dar. Qual que é a chave do sucesso de vocês conseguirem implementar um jogo tão fácil e muito forte em cima do time do Vietnã, da GOW?
Eu acho que nosso time é um time que é muito forte de bala, na trocação de tiro, eu acho que todo mundo é muito bom. Então isso, querendo ou não, num 4x4, que é você trocando tiro o tempo todo, é algo que favorece muita gente. E além disso, a gente tem um tático muito bom, a gente tem uma experiência muito boa, uma história assim dentro do jogo muito boa que faz nosso time ser muito sólida. Eu acho que em qualquer tipo de modo de jogo.
Basically, we have a lot of chemistry together. We have a lot of history together. So we know what each other are thinking. We can use this chemistry to build a good strategy inside of the game. So yeah, it's not all about the abilities, but the chemistry that we have like for many years together.
Ah, that's interesting. Yunsu, do you have anything to ask them as well?
Yes, I'm very excited because as we all know, Fluxo right now is the championship of the Clash Squad in Brazil, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it is an honor for us to interview them here. So for MT7, since we are moving into a new meta, a completely new items are included in the game. So I would like to ask MT7, how could you guys adapt so fast and achieve this winning so easily?
Bom, a pergunta é sobre o novo meta. Como é que vocês conseguiram se adaptar tão fácil ao novo meta? Porque aos olhos das pessoas de fora, vocês estão realmente assim, jogando livremente, como se já tivessem aprendido o meta desde ontem.
Mano, acho que vai mais da base de treino. A gente treina bastante, dias e noites, treinando bastante esse novo meta. E acredito que isso ajudou muito a gente a aperfeiçoar mais o jogo.
So, honestly, we just have been practicing a lot, and that is the main key. So we have been practicing every day, all the time, and we are just focused to learn the new meta, and it's no secret, it's just practice.
Ooh, no secret, just practicing. And speaking of both formats, Clash Squad and Battle Royale, what do you think are the chances of Fluxo winning in both formats? Because we know, and we've been talking about it, can Fluxo win it again, both this time?
Quais são as chances do Fluxo ganhar os dois modos, tanto o modo CS quanto o mapa aberto, Battle Royale?
Pelos nossos treinos e resultados, eu acho que tem uma boa chance. Ainda mais por ser os atuais campeões do modo Battle Royale. Tomamos um fumo ali no Ninja Clash, mas eu acho que a gente voltou pro Brasil, a gente treinou muito, conseguimos no Brasil fazer uma campanha incrível no 4x4, então acho que a gente vem bem preparado.
Well, we have been very prepared for that. We have been practicing both Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Of course, in our past, and during Ninja Clash, we didn't do so well, but we have learned from our mistakes, and right now we feel 100% prepared for that. So our chances to win everything is really high.
I think it's very important that practicing is very important, right? So maybe that is why they got it here, and I think it's so good for them right now. And for Battle Royale, I think they can come back stronger than the last time. What about you, Conchita?
Oh, I think so too. So, is there anything you'd like to say to the viewers and the fans of Fluxo, guys?
Tem alguma coisa que vocês gostariam de compartilhar com as pessoas que estão assistindo, principalmente os fãs do Fluxo, talvez?
Mano, quero mandar um beijo pra toda a minha família, mandar um beijo pros torcedores do Fluxo, que tá de manhã aí no Brasil, vocês estão acordando pra assistir a gente dando esse show. E é só um beijo, segue o Fluxo e é nóis.
Right now, we just want to share our love and our thoughts and say we are very grateful for all the Brazilian fans that are watching us right now because it's morning time in Brazil. It's around 8 in the morning, so we are very grateful for all the people that are watching us right now this early in the morning. So thank you so much. Kiss for my family and fans.
How do you say good morning then in Portuguese? How do you say good morning?
Bom dia.
Bom dia!
I don't know how to say that.
Yes, I am.
All right, then. Thank you so much and congratulations once again. Now, let's go back to the casters. Take it away, casters.
And there you have it, words from winners themselves. Of course, humble as ever, but you can see the competitive level that they're putting themselves at and why they are coming in there almost nonchalantly confident about their own capabilities. You can't be like us. You don't have the years backing us together. And better yet, just the way that they have been playing. They've been practicing in and out, day in, to make sure that they win everything.
Look, they know they're good, and I think if you're as good as Fluxo, you deserve to flaunt your skill, your ability as a player, and even just to openly say, like, we can win everything. I mean, they didn't say they would win everything,
it's
but
implied.
They have a high chance. Yeah, so it's implied, like, they know that they very likely have a good chance of taking everything this year. So I'd be a little bit afraid for the rest of our competitors, especially for Clash Squad and Battle Royale, because if they actually take everything, Fluxo is probably going to be the team to set the new standard for Free Fire going into 2026. So We have to see if anyone can potentially challenge them in that regard. We do have to prep actually for the next matchup as well, folks, because we do have 6 matchups lined up for today. But before we introduce our second match of the day, we do need to celebrate all of our teams and players that have performed very well in our first game. And firstly, game MVP for game number 2 is none other than MT7, putting in the work with the clue. And look what we have here, Gideon. We have a hammer.
That's what I was hoping to see, because you don't go into some of these rounds without the extra upgrades. And it's great because, as you saw, with so many bonus rounds that they actually got, bonus rounds or even econ rounds that they got, they were making sure that they were having some pretty decent upgrades thanks to this enhanced hammer. Whether it's finding eliminations, which he didn't find too many of, he didn't mind because it's given to you as the rounds go by. So the beautiful thing is that it affects everybody on his team, right? Everybody gets to be a part of this epic bonus. And that's probably why Butson can be a little bit more cost efficient with the way that he plays. And he doesn't mind actually going down, knowing that the enhanced hammer is coming back up the next round.
Yep. Now, the scoreline for our second game between Fluxo and GOW ended 6-2. So Fluxo, very, very convincing round. Yes, it's not a 6-0, but they looked beautiful in their first game of the day. We do want to have a quick look at the match summary as well, just so we can round things up here for our first game of the day. Ultimately, 2-0 in this best of 3 set. I think it wouldn't be too far to say that Fluxo were favored to win this set. 2-0 was probably the very likely scoreline as well, just because GOW, they barely scraped into Clash Squad to begin with. And unfortunately for GOW, I believe in past Clash Squads, they didn't do so well either. So they're probably not super practiced in the game mode. And I don't blame teams for not being comfortable in Clash Squad, because even though it's very, very similar to Battle Royale, you're still playing 4 versus 4. Strategically, there are some pretty big differences between the 2 game modes. So not everything is going to translate 100% between the 2. But I have to say though, GOW playing that well against Fluxo, I think you've got to be proud of yourself. You got to be proud. You're going to learn a lot of things, and maybe in their lower bracket matches, maybe they learn a thing or two from Fluxo, and that brings them through that lower bracket and pushes them into the next play day. Now, Gideon, let's talk about our bracket here. We've just finished up our first game. What are we looking at for our next matchup?
All right, for our next matchup, it's going to be a bit of a civil war within South America. The big rivalry between Latam as well as Brazil. R7 faces off against E1. And obviously, all of the fans of the West are like, why? Why did it have to be like this? And sorry to say, that was just their rankings within Battle Royale. But we got to look at some of these match highlights, because again, as you mentioned and clearly stated, some of these skills don't really transfer over, and some of these habits can be taken advantage on. Here in map number 1, we can see that as long as Hans makes an uncomfortable move or falls back into his muscle memory, these are readable motions that Fluxo have taken into consideration when dealing with the Cassie. And not to mention, once we get into game number 2, right, the different usages of the Iris, whether it's MT7, but in this case Diane, they were using it at the right times. However, MT7 has better communication with the rest of his team, knowing who he is poking down so that he can capitalize on the initial damage that was laid out by Butsin.
Yeah, and I think it also helps the Fluxo that they picked a somewhat unconventional lineup. I think a lot of teams wouldn't have really drafted in the way that they have. They drafted great for their own individual players. They're all very capable of playing their characters and utilizing their actives. But for the other teams, I don't think you would get much scrim practice with a team such as that. So like, how would you even practice, and how would you even know to react to Fluxo's draft in match number 2? So I mean, I'm glad that we had something a little bit unconventional for our first matchup of the day, because I'm kind of expecting some more of this from our teams today. Who knows, maybe we'll fall back into that general rhythm. But we only saw a short run for Nero. I think there was definitely, and there still currently is a bit of discussion as to how Nero sort of fits into the Clash Squad meta. Now, bear in mind, we only saw a best of 3 today. We still got 5 more games to go, so maybe we see a little bit more Nero. But just based off of what we did see, Gideon, how are we kind of feeling with our Nero picks here? Like, is there potential for Nero to kind of pop off as a potential pick?
I think that Nero definitely has potential, and I think it specifically does very well into the standardized comps that most people are used to in these internationals, or whether it's in their locals when it comes down to the drafting phase, right? Nero works really, really well with either an A1, very, very useful at shutting down your opponents, completely silencing them, on top of making sure that they can't use glue walls, so it turns it into a very uneven, unhonest fight where one can use glue walls and the others can't. Or you can even lean into the Skylar, especially in hold-up positions. You throw that plush, you expect everybody to look at that plush, you start stripping away the glue walls, and instantly you have line of sight. Those are the two few ways that we know for certain that you can utilize it. But how many? Because we've seen that at least when Nero comes out, there's a bit of a compromise in, do we have the extra firepower to strip away more resources, or do we lean back into something like Coda or Clue? Because half the battle is information.
Yeah, that is true, right? Because we did see some teams try to get away with no vision and it backfired. I don't think I've seen any team be able to thrive in that kind of environment. So it is time to get into game number 2 here, folks. Very exciting matchup here. So I guess we get ready for our next matchup, folks. It's going to be Movistar's R7 going up against E1. Get ready for it, folks. But first, let's introduce our teams and the players.
All right, survivors. The heat continues right here in Jakarta.
It is time for another fiery Clash Squad showdown. This time, a Latin American classic.
That's right. In this matchup, we've got R7 from Latam taking on E1 from Brazil. Two teams who know each other fairly well.
For years, Brazil has been seen as the dominant force in the region, while Latam has always been sidelined. Will that change today?
Well, R7 has shown that they can stand toe-to-toe with anyone. They finished higher than E1 in the Battle Royale standings, 4th versus 5th. And today, they're ready to prove it wasn't just a fluke.
It is also a clash of styles. R7 brings that wild, fearless aggression, while E1 prefers precision, control, and tactile execution.
So, it's passion versus patience, chaos versus calculations. It doesn't get more Latin than this, I think.
So, let's bring out the teams.
From Latam, a team that's been on the rise since the start of the tournament. They are also the Clash Squad champion of their region, led by their wonder kid, Games King, followed by Della, Hus, and Joker. They play fast, fearless, and full of flair. This is Movistar R7!
Their opponents, the Brazilian powerhouse, a team that never stops evolving, finishing 4th in last year's global finals. They're back to reclaim their place among the elite. With the veteran rusher, Pal7 returning to the roster alongside Vitin XP, Lion, and Vitin9, get ready to roar for E1! Respect first, rivalry next. The players exchange fist bumps as a mark of professionalism.
Once the round begins, it's all fire and fury. Time to crush dolls and let the battle ignite! Two Latin giants step into one arena. Pride, passion, and power will collide tonight. Only one will rise above the rest.
It is a duel between aggression and calculation. Raw fires versus refined control. Which flames burns brighter under pressure?
The stage is ready and the heat is real. Now casters, good luck and take it away!
All right, folks, welcome to match number 2. It's our second game of the day after we've concluded our first one. And this one's a bit of a doozy, Gideon, okay? It's no Asian teams at all. We have a LATAM and Brazil rivalry match. And in their region, this is a extremely big deal because you have your pride on the line. You also have to wave your region's flag as well. And I think this is going to be a pretty interesting one because there are there are things that both of these teams have that the other doesn't. And so far, just based on the stats that I have seen, I can't really put my finger and say like this team is the favorite or this team is the favorite. Like they have their own pros and cons as to what make them really great. Just a quick update in case people don't follow the LATAM and Brazilian regions. So for Movistars R7, they are the Clash Squad champions for LATAM 2025 this year. And they qualified globally through the regular season as the number 1. And they're known for their rhythm and their unpredictability in terms of team gameplay, which we saw in Battle Royale. I love how this team plays in Battle Royale. As for E1, representatives of Brazil, they are labeled as a very structured and composed team with top-tier mid-round adjustments. So I'm kind of expecting E1 to learn about Movistars' playstyle and be the adaptive team. Whereas Movistars, they're probably the ones to set the tempo moving from game 1 onwards.
I have to agree with that. I think the Movistar R7, if not, I think the real question is whether E1 can adapt fast enough, right? Is it going to happen within the same map, or do they have to wait until game 2 before they fully see the big picture? And I think this is the advantage that R7 is coming in big time against them, right? Because again, with momentum piling up per rounds on top of map per map, we'll see whether or not it's going to be an overwhelming tidal wave of fluid motions in comparison to the cold, calm, and collected calculations that we're expecting out of E1. And taking everything into consideration, right? I'm hoping that we do see a couple of interesting picks coming out from R7 in particular, very similarly to what we saw in our previous matchup between Fluxo and GOW. But here's the map order: Bermuda, then Kalahari, and we end on Nextterra if it pushes to a game 3.
Okay, so very solid map for both teams for game number 1. Game 2, though, I think that's where things can get really dicey, especially for any of these rosters if they don't feel too comfortable with Kalahari. I'm going to have to bring this up. During our rehearsal games, we kept going to Mammoth for our first map. And oh boy, we've seen in the past how teams struggle if Mammoth appears during any part of the Clash Squad the Clash Squad map picks. So I'm kind of keen to see if that's going to happen again today. That's going to be game 2 though, so we can talk about that a little bit later on. But Bermuda, this is going to be a good testing ground for both of these teams because everyone knows how to play Bermuda. It's a very stock standard map. It's the standard for Free Fire esports. And from here on out, I think this is where we can sort of determine the play styles that these teams are going to be rocking. Just some quick insider information for our viewers as well, because we did manage to sort of talk to the teams. So Movistars R7, in their opinion, they thought Vitten was the player that was going to give them the most issues because he has incredible mechanical skill and game sense. So that was straight from the horse's mouth. That's from Movistars R7. E1, they actually think Movistars as a team. Like, they are an issue, okay? There's not one single player. The entire roster is a problem. And to hear them say that, I think that just goes to show how much respect they have and how scary Movistars must be as a team, because we don't get to see it, but during like World Championships and international events, teams are screaming on the side. They already know how their competitors feel like. So we didn't get to see them until game day. And for E1 to say that about Movistars R7, I think they're onto something.
I think that they just understand their current position. They're self-aware of how they play, and there's certain play styles they clearly do not like, and R7 is just checking out all those boxes. Let's get into the picks and bans here. E1, keep in mind that they are first pick. Oscar and Tatsuya are going to get banned.
Okay, so the Oscar, a no-brainer, but the Tatsuya ban, that was pretty interesting. So 2 high mobility picks taken out of the pool, but Zane is left, and so is Santino. So Zane going to be prioritized on the side of E1, and Movistar's R7, interesting choice for their first 2 picks. So the Chrono, very stock standard. Iris, we very rarely see Iris get picked up until that second phase. So for Movistar to get it now, either this is a high priority pick for the team, or maybe E1 has a really great Iris.
Yeah, I think also it's just a denial to make sure that Chrono doesn't get countered. They might as well just take the counter pick away from them straight off the bat, because it doesn't make sense if we want to see E1 actually lean into another style. But this does mean that they're giving away the Cassie, right? Again, Cassie and Zane were 2 high priority bans in map number 2 between GOW as well as Fluxo. If that is our litmus-based test, then you can understand that this composition is going to be very sustainable. Poke damage isn't as devastating as before, and you see the coda also get locked in for information. Pretty standardized comp that we're used to seeing here in Clash Squad. So the question is, does Movistar R7 want to pick up things like Ignis, like A1 to try and disrupt, or do they even care about the information you can gather? Wow, Ignis and A1, no information whatsoever.
Oh man, this team, they're confident. I will say that. They are extremely confident to not be running one of our standard vision providing actives. So, okay, let me think. You have frontline, you have disengage and engage in the A124. You have Ignis there that can play reactively and defensively, and then you have Iris as your main source of damage whilst also piercing through those glue walls. I mean, I do like the lineup here for Movistar's R7. The only thing I'm kind of worried about here, though, is without somebody to provide some cold, hard vision for the team, how are they going to ensure that their shots and their pushes land and that they don't run into a potential trap? Because that's what E1 has at the moment. They have insurance just because of the coda pick.
I think that for Movistar R7, their composition, they know that they have to play around windows, right? They can use the Ignis a little willy-nilly if they want to, but the A1 and as well as the Iris are 2 very important components of their composition, which loads their arm with just a nuke in their wrist pocket, right? The Chrono is for tempo breaking, doesn't really need a combo with anybody else, but definitely can buy them the time if Santino somehow manages to sneak into the back. So I think for the first beginning of the round, I don't know how aggressive R7 really is going to be with the composition style that they have. Maybe with the Ignis, but probably nobody else, because I think they're more worried about Santino finding that off angle because they have no information gatherers in the first place. They got to do it the good old honest way, either buy a UAV with a strategic tactical market, or just have some guy watching the angle.
Yeah, that might be Hax's job, unfortunately, because you kind of don't want Della to be sitting in the back. You want Della to be providing support to Games King, and where else can Hax really be? He can play really far forward, but you leave Joker exposed to Pow. I'm pretty sure Pow is going to want to get his hands on that very juicy Iris. So we'll have to see, folks, especially during the first couple rounds. Not the pistol round, but rounds 2 and 3, I think we'll get a really good feel as to how these teams play. But based off of round number 1 already, we know Fluxo played kind of hybrid, actually. They didn't play their classic Battle Royale run in your face, get all the eliminations. They actually played it quite calculative. So I guess Movistar's R7, then maybe they're going to take a page out of Fluxo's handbook, because I'm 100% sure they just watched that match.
Oh yeah, for sure. And one of the things that they can actually learn is how they compare their 2-on-2s, right? They want Ignis and Chrono to be together on the pistol round because Ignis can walk up and harass. If he gets jumped, then you can at least use the time turner. Iris and alongside with A124 need to be relatively close to each other, because if Santino happens to pop up behind the Iris, if the A1 can hit him, oh my goodness, he's just stuck there. He is left out in the open and it turns into a 4v3. That's the worst case scenario for E1. So let's see it with the coaches finally making their last bit of contact, letting the Brawn after giving all the brains to what they've done in the draft. Good luck to both of our competitors as we start moving into this map.
Oh, it's going to be super exciting. Our first map of this best of 3, second game of the day. Welcome to all of our viewers that are tuning in here to our first play day here for Clash Squad. It's been pretty fun here so far for game number 1. If you missed it, you can go back and rewatch the broadcast from the very beginning after today ends, because I assure you, because we have the best teams within the entire world here in the room, in the grand stage here right now, you do not want to miss any of these matches. So if you need to leave, come back, watch the VODs, because these games have not disappointed so far, especially from our front runners. Gideon, before we do jump into the game though, okay, we have seen these teams play in Battle Royale. Who are you vibing with at the moment? Who do you think actually has the better chance of taking this round of Clash Squad?
Ah, man, if you know me, you know that I love TCGs, and there's one thing I know about TCGs that I lean to that speaks to my soul as a human being. I like it red. I like it aggressive. I like to beat face, and that's why I'm leaning more towards R7, right? Because there is a moment where to beat the next plateau as an aggressive player, it's science plus violence. You can't just be all violence.
Yeah, I think I have to agree. I am definitely leaning a little bit more towards the Movistar's R7 seat, just because of what we've seen so far for Battle Royale. So, I mean, we do have some expectations, but maybe E1 is here and they're saying, okay, we might not look super flashy in Battle Royale, but Clash Squad might be where it's at, folks. And we are ready to jump into our first pistol round here. Round 1 out of 11. Who gets that first point on the board?
Oh, we'll find out here. I'm pretty sure I just saw somebody with the enhanced hammer as well, so that might come into play later down the line, especially for people like R7. Early firewall being thrown out doesn't get too much value here. So we see that E1 is deciding, you know what, we're taking the fight right into the faces of our opponents, and unfortunately Della is able to beat Leon. Unlucky indeed. Della able to secure the kill as well, as they're looking to play on the inside. The time turner is already down with 2 separate components, even with the mannequin unable to switch in time. Vidden as well as, no, he tried to hold on, but it was just too late at the end.
And Movistars walk out with basically the entire roster. Whoa, what a bloodbath already just in that first round there for Movistars R7. E1, I could see what they were trying to do. Right, they were really trying to brute force their way in. It's just sometimes a pistol round is not going to be too kind, and because we don't really have too much econ to work with at the moment, the teams aren't really working with the best guns and equipment. So yeah, some characters do, I feel, need to really work on that macro game compared to others. Some characters, I call them econ characters because they basically function off of their active, but there are others where it's like, you don't have the good stuff. They're kind of underwhelming.
Yeah, that I would, oh man, that's a really good way of putting it. They don't have the good stuff. Oh, it's too true. It's too true. But now, I was wondering whether they were even considering the cyber airdrop for the center, right? But now it looks like both sides are utilizing it to make sure that they can hurt their opponents into doing so. You see that at least for V9, I'd like to call him all the way, making sure that the flanks are going to be safe. Worried that maybe the Santino, his Santino might need some help from those back lines. And it looks like had to switch positions, unfortunately. He knows that his side is safe, so he starts pushing up with the help of Leon. As he goes in pretty hard, they take out Della, which was one of their biggest problems in the pistol rounds, but with VXP already down. Oh, wait, hold on. Finds the initiative trade onto Leon as well. Secures it, turning it into a 1v2 scenario. Pow, he's a little low. He trying to go for it and successfully nails it with the time turn and the scythe. Oh my god. Close, really close to the chest. Games King, he's now left to this potential 1v1. And he knows where he is. Pow, it's you and me. It's my rifle versus your Akimbo. Whip out your rifle if necessary. Let's see what the Akimbo can do.
I love the juking that's coming out from Pow. He's actually got the mannequin up.
Oh!
No, it doesn't matter. Games King going to claim the title for this round. I love the patience coming out from both teams, but that was painful. That was a painful loss.
It may have been painful, but Games King, this last motion here, jumping on the box to get the height to know exactly whether it was a juke and not purely relying on sound, just great game sense, and more importantly, immaculate decision making, right? Because that could have been done by the Pao himself. He could have hopped onto the box, dropped the mannequin in a wider angle, or maybe just throw it as a potential fake to get a reaction out of Games King. So whoever makes these moves first usually comes out on top. Now we go into round number 3. This is the tempo breaker, right? This is where we were expecting E1 to actually punch back against R7 with higher investment this time in this round as well. Everybody's already got level 2 armor and level 2 helmets. Time turner already used. Trying to keep R7 in place. They don't want to break that line of scrimmage just yet on that northern side, as they want to make sure that Della gets punished once more. He's put down to 1. Games King goes for the flank almost instantaneously, finds it onto Leon. Games King has done it and traded 1 for 1, but he's put down to 75. With Leon already gone, E1 have to rethink the game plan, right? Vinton XP is really stuck out in the open, but he does secure the cyber airdrop, so it is worth the time.
Yeah, and because Vision's still around, they still have access to their Cassie's active, that extra healing if they're going to try and push it the distance. Oh, but the 1v1 Haxus and Bitten both drop at the exact same time. And because of how far their Cassie is, there's no way that they're going to be able to pull up the same. Games King, though, trying to come in with the clutch play, but Pao going to shut him down as well, leaving Joker, the Iris, all alone to play up against Vitten Knight and Pao. I mean, it is still a very good possibility that we can see Joker take the round, but he has to be so calculative and very precise with his next up-and-coming shots. And also, it will depend on where that circle ends up rotating to. And look at that.
Oh, boy. To the back to E1. They just have to hold with their upgraded Winchesters. They've been able to find a lot of good work here. And they secure it at the very end. Upgraded buffs to the Winchester. Let's go.
Yeah, a little unfortunate there for Joker. I think if the circle was going in the other direction, he may have had a chance to clean up the round 2 versus 1. It was just that because it was going in the opposite direction, he was forced to move. You're forced to go out of cover, and basically you're just left as a sitting duck. So E1 finally getting a point on the board here, pushing the scoreline 1-2 in favor of Movistar's R7. We're just getting started, but Gideon, I think we're now starting to get a feel of these two teams and how they're sort of approaching this matchup and their opponents. Lots and lots of pushing and shoving, and again with the rushes in particular, these guys, you can see they really try to fight for that that initial push for their team.
Absolutely, and I think that R7, the onus is on them as they've already broke the line of scrimmage. They find Games King almost instantaneously from the side of E1. Good fallback as they secure that kill with the MP5s in hand. They're going to be lobbing their nades. Della taking a lot of damage as Pao is looking to make this flank actually work, and once Leon is done, oh no, Vinland also! One man does it all! Pow! Great flanks with the help of Leon. Great stuff coming in from E1. This is how you give up space to your opponents. This is how you make R7 run through the trenches.
And I think we're now starting to see the strength of this lineup coming in from E1. They are able to make these pushes because they have one of the scariest duos in the game, especially if they're trying to go for this very push-heavy lineup. The Cassie Zane. Such a scary duo to push forward with. And then you have the support fire coming out from a Santino and a Coda. That's such a well-rounded lineup. You are setting yourself up to win these games. Whereas, unfortunately, for Movistar's R7, we spoke about this, they don't have a classic active to provide them that vision. They have to find vision elsewhere. And so because of this, sometimes they're going into these fights blind. They're basically guessing their next move. And that's a very dangerous way to play Clash Squad, especially at such a high level. At the moment, though, we do have R7 hiding around the corner and E1 trying to figure out a way to break through Games King and Della, and we do see the push there. Leon, fast one to be going down thanks to Della. Are almost going to be able to take down another player. They're trying to go through Vitten. His connections are not quite landing, though. Della on the ground. Haxo taken out by Vitten XP, and Pao going to take out Della as well. And all of a sudden, Joker all alone on that Iris yet again.
Oh my goodness, really, really difficult stuff here. especially for R7, because they have to make some really difficult decisions. Joker, as much as he wants the help, he already used the binoculars early on to actually figure out where Pao actually has been hiding this entire time. He's sat in that flank for the longest of angles and making sure that he's still within line of sight of that front line without having to put himself or his body in danger. Joker, great shot there. Doesn't find a headshot, but puts him down low enough to force E1 to step back and say, hey, you know what? That wasn't cool. We'll wait for you. We've got all the time in the world. We've got Winchesters in hand. We just need, if both of us just land 2 body shots, each, one each, we'll be fine. We're not gonna clutch this round, right? We're not gonna give it over to Joker, right?
Okay, a little bit of an awkward one here for Joker because that circle is in the way for E1 so far. And actually Joker hiding behind the wall.
Wasn't willing to take it. Didn't want to give the extra economy over.
Okay. Okay, I thought he was going to give it on a shot, but I guess sometimes you just have to give the round away to ensure that you're going to have a better try during that next round. So I wonder if E1 should have been the ones to try and actually flush him out instead of just wait for that circle, you know. Maybe that's something they could have done, but it's also risky. It's also risky to play like that, so I also don't blame them for not pushing the issue.
After the jump shot coming in from Joker, I would have been in E1's position like, you know what? I don't want to mess with you, you know? Like, let's not put ourselves in that position. Like, it's like touching a hot stove, right? It's like, ooh, that's a little warm. I probably shouldn't stick my hand there any longer than I should. I'll wait for it to cool down a little. But now they're contesting here at the house. Big compound as they throw out the UAV. This is going to give a lot of information for the side of E1 to make some sound causes, mainly for Pao 7, right? Because again, he still has the mannequin to work with. He can throw it out soon, but he doesn't want it to get shot down early on. On the opposite side, with E1 blocking off R7's main entranceway to get into this house, they've dominated that second floor, and with the bottom floor open, Pao 7 might have a couple of angles before initiating upon them.
Maybe.
Oh?
So R7, they're still hanging around the outside. E1 still hiding within that compound. I guess both teams, they're just going to kind of let that circle work its way through. Vitten 9, though, going to take a detour on the other side.
Ooh.
Maybe going to try and go for a flank. We still have Joker hiding behind the team here for R7. Gideon, all it takes for one shot, they go for it. Lion takes a little bit of damage, but so far it's not too full of a commitment from either side. Both teams actually really, really scared to commit to a full fight.
Yeah, I'm surprised that E1 decided to give up the second floor. I think they knew that whoever was watching the flank had moved over to double up on that front line, and that's what kind of scared them off. They didn't want that numbers advantage to be a detriment. Games King now at the pinnacle height here does have eyes on roughly where Pao 7 is going to be, but no clear line of sight just yet, with the ring pushing towards the backs of E1 once again, who have, again, very tactically decided to back away from good fights, only because it's a better position now that we are coming to the last 20 seconds, and Joker finally goes down. Leon in perfect position, a shotgun in hand, well equipped for this battle, and finds another one with the help of the Cassie. He can keep moving forward, goes in for a double flank, out into the blue, spotted out by Games King, saved by Vitten XP, and then the Vitten brothers close out the round.
That was beautiful coming out from E1. They waited until they knew where that circle was going to go, and they realized that R7, they had to climb out of those windows to be able to make it through to that next area for the circle. So just beautiful gatekeeping coming out from E1 to deny any movements from R7. And because of that, the scoreline is now pushed 4-2 in favor of E1. All it takes is 2 more wins here for E1 to secure match number 1, whereas for Movistar's R7, something's got to change, okay? They're starting to fall behind, and if this gap gets too big, I'm scared they're going to reach that point of no return.
Yeah, I don't know, right? Because in this round, they're investing a decent amount. They've been like kind of half buying some of these rounds, and with E1 playing for the long game, and they don't mind playing for the long game because they've got 2 cyber airdrops already, and finally a cyber point is going to be claimed, but even so, it's by E1 again. Vitten XP already down, but they traded for Della at the very least. The time turner coming in from Vitten 9. Again, what are you going to do with the A1? I've already dropped down my abilities. Oh no, Games King drops his own, but it doesn't matter, as P9 has already found one with a shotgun, 50% on the other, and Joker, he's got to bring his brothers back up now rather than later. Pao 7 going to be launching that nade over and puts him back down on his knees. Joker needs to win out this 1v1. He does have an HP advantage so far, but he's worried. Wants to double up on it, and the shots from the AWM was what they were looking for. Pao R7! What a big player for E1.
Jeez, that was a heart-stopper round. Oh my gosh. I fear for my brothers in arms that they're not going to be able to make it through because dang, E1 are on fire. And now all of a sudden we are at match point with R7 still only at a 2-point scoreline. They have so many games they need to win back to back, and all of a sudden for E1 all it takes is for one more win. I mean, if Movistar's R7 can somehow mount a comeback, it would be a miracle at this point.
Let's see how it goes.
It's not impossible. It's not impossible. They just need to be extremely picky with these fights now.
Well, speaking about picky, right? Because Pao has been looking on this flank this entire time. Joker is looking to counter him every single time. And these fights either turn into a stalemate or somebody makes that first motion. The UAV going to get thrown out in a pretty weird angle. They do know where the flank is going to be coming from, but they didn't bother throwing it in more of a diagonal area to figure out where the rest of R7 is going to be, right? But then again, they've known on these past 4 rounds, R7 has been sticking with this 3-in-1 setup consistently. You see one member of their front line, you probably can guess where the other 2 are going to be. That being said, E1, they don't mind waiting. They'll wait until the very last second if they have to.
I think both of these teams are just going to wait to see where that next circle is going to go, because that seems to be something that has really been kicking R7 in the shins. Every single time they wait for that circle, when they figure out where the rotation's going to be, it always seems to go in favor of E1. So if I'm Movistars, I don't know if you want to leave your fate into the hands of Lady Luck, because she's been against you so far. But that ends up being the case here. Both of these teams moving in. We're starting to run out of cover. And where is this next rotation going to be? We're going to be seeing players flying through, grenades thrown as well. E1 still hiding behind that building. And Della is thinking of pushing with the team, and Haxer standing in the front lines as well. And there we go. The circle has been decided. E1 are the ones that's going to be running into R7. Can R7 defend them and stop them from getting into that circle? They're on the rooftop so far, but they haven't got a critical shot. Vitten's down. Power's down. Maybe this is the round that they're looking for.
They've already knocked down Hax at this point. Vitten 9, the only one left, faced off against 3 members of R7, and he's not well equipped for this. The headshot once again. Joker comes out big this round. 2 back-to-back headshots to secure it. And this is where we finally see some value coming out from these Ignis, right? It was such a huge deterrent. You want to go on one side, oh, cover yourself with some glue walls, flame wall. What are you really going to do about that? One more thing is the weaponry that's being purchased. Consistently, we are seeing this upgraded Winchester being brought in every single round. And even as a secondary weapon, it's either you look for a close range, which is either a shotgun, but sometimes even an AWM as well. And we've seen that both sides actually agree to this style of metagame.
Yeah, I mean, okay, like why do you feel like the meta has sort of gone in this direction, Gideon? Like what is it about, especially the Winchester, because the Winchester is also quite new to Free Fire. Like, what is the main perk of actually having the Winchester? Is it really just the reload?
I mean, it can't just be the reload, right? There has been a couple of buffs in recent patch to kind of make it slightly better, especially if you upgrade it. But I think both are currently, somebody is running the enhanced hammer on either side. I'm not entirely sure which player is currently running it, is why they're looking to get these upgrades cheap, fast, and again, on time when it does matter. And I think with the compositions that they have as well, especially if you are on R7, it makes a lot more sense in comparison to E1. But then you see how they're interacting with each other, right? It's just trading up blows. Pao already finds the head of Hax, and they're looking for another one. As you can see that Leon has gone for a wide flank around. He eats the flame wall. He doesn't care. He's buffed up by the Cassie with the electrotherapy, and now with the A1 already being thrown out as well, doesn't really connect onto anything whatsoever. E1 can start closing them down, shutting them down. As a matter of fact, Turner is already down as the P90 already takes down Hax once again. No recovery there as they secure one more onto Della to close out the map.
And E1 off to a strong start in this best of 3 set, claiming game number 1 up against Movistar's R7. And dang, they played beautifully. They utilized every opportunity given to them. I have to say, they're really good at trapping R7. I think we saw a few moments where both teams sort of waited for the circle to close in and to pick a direction to shift into. E1 they always position themselves in a way where, not always, but most of the time, they position themselves towards the center of that circle so that no matter which direction the circle takes them, they're always going to be basically not caught in a weird spot trying to rotate. They're always there shutting down movie stars, as movie stars are the ones to try and rotate. I think we also have to bring up a very important point here for movie stars. They came into game number 1 without a standard vision active, right? Like they didn't have the coda that was on the side of E1. They decided not to go for the clue. They didn't even pick a Nero. They had nothing, really. They were relying on utilities to actually provide them that vision. And do you feel like that might have been one of the reasons why movie stars really struggled during this round? Because it almost felt like they could almost never concisely decide whether they wanted to engage or not.
Oof. That's a pretty big question, right? Because there were a couple of signals telling me otherwise. Number one, the fact that even if you don't have your traditional means of finding information, you can always pick up a Dreki as your pet to kind of just quickly, just binoculars, right? Simple binoculars, cover, eliminate one side of the map and say they're not there, nothing to worry about. Visually start looking for high vantage points because you're expecting to see them walk as a group. And then finally, of course, is your natural ways, which is throwing a UAV. It's not like they didn't throw a UAV, right? It's just that R7's UAV usually gets gunned down, especially fast because of how many members on the side, or from both sides even, having Winchesters, long-range weaponry to deal with UAVs as soon as they get deployed. So I think that R7, this is probably one of the few times that they have to deal with a team that is actually so good at, I wouldn't say dropping landmines because there is a landmine in the game, but to force them to run through the mud. Every single time you see E1 actually retreat backwards, it's always, as you mentioned, towards the center of the circle, towards their backs, facing to when the ring is going to pull eventually, right? There is some forward thinking coming out of E1, which unfortunately R7, they aren't able to capitalize on their windows that they set up for themselves. The A1 did not get as much value as we were hoping for, especially with a composition that is designed to say, hey, you know what? I want to be in your faces. I want to try and get aggressive, and I want you to crack under the pressure.
Well, we do have to announce our MVP for the round, and Vincent XP is our MVP for the round on the Cassie. And to be fair, I do feel like Vincent XP, his positioning during the previous rounds was great. I don't think we saw many times where Vincent was the first one to be taken down. He was always in a really great defensive position to not only provide support for the team, but also to be able to provide cover fire in case he needed to dish out damage for the team himself. So positioning-wise, support-wise, this man covered everything for the team. I'd be a little bit scared if I'm movie stars.
Yeah.
I would consider either banning the Cassie moving forward, or you might even have to go for a first pick Cassie yourself, because I don't think they can really afford to give that away again to Vitten.
Yeah, no way. I think that for Vitten, I think what he's really good at is having a good idea of like the image of the battlefield, right? As a whole, not just what is in front of me and what I can see, but he truly sees with the Emperor's eye the position of my teammates, the possible positions, and also the points of contact that are currently with the shots that are being fired back and forth. What could that mean? Because all of it is just little bits of information that he's utilizing to allow his team free flow of supply lines to fall back into a safer position, or better yet, at the least fall within his own line of sight, which again, as you mentioned, great positioning. It feels like he's got eyes on the back of his head at times.
At the back of his head. I mean, he is the eyes on his team's back of his teammate's head. There we go, English. Oh man, Vitten. This is what you want in a support player. You want somebody that not only is there to support your team, but he's also there to dish out the damage if the team needs him to do it. So, game number 2. It's actually game number 2 now, Gideon. And if I recall correctly, we are going to Kalahari for game number 2. So this is going to spice things up for this round, because all of a sudden we're going into a very difficult map that has a variety of things going for it. It's very open. There's verticality. There's not a lot of cover in some areas, and certain map points, especially for Clash Squad, I'm just going to bring up Mammoth. Some maps are terrible to play on. They are nightmares.
they're absolutely nightmares, and it's difficult to deal with. But I think this is what is going to putting a team at a disadvantage like this is going to make it even more impressive when they come up on top. Because representing the Latam region, R7's Della, and he's been doing this for a while. In this quote, I've carried Latam in my heart and on my back. It's an honor to play for my region. The difference this year is there will be 2 Latam teams in the grand finals.
I want to see Movistars make it into the grand finals. But for that to happen, they really need to work hard, right? Like you really want to have that dream grand final, but you gotta break through E1. It's such a tough matchup. I mean, okay. Let's talk game 2, because that's the players. You can see the players, they're already talking strats. I love seeing this because you can tell they are taking this next game very seriously. This is E1 as well. E1 won game number 1. Let's talk solutions. Let's talk problems, Gideon. What are we considering to be major issues for both sides? Let's start with E1. Yes, they are ahead, but I do feel like there were certain times where they struggled against Movistars R7.
I think that E1 understand that mechanically speaking, I think that R7 might just be a little bit better. And I think they're very aware of that situation, which is why they're always taking 9-10 fights, 9 out of 10 fights, right? Anything below that, it's probably not worth their time, or better yet, we need to kind of set up for something later down the line. For R7, I think they need a simpler composition, right? They need a composition that really tells you, hey, this is exactly what I'm going to do, whether you like it or not. And I think they need to get rid of these glue walls, something that can strip them down. The Ignis is just a little too slow. They might have to switch on over to Skylar if they absolutely have to, assuming that they run the A1 again. But since they are first pick, let's just see. I think the bans are the most important part. Let's compromise E1's comp. Take away either the Cassie or the Zane.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like Cassie's the issue rather than Zane. Like, yes, you can have a team play Zane, but as Zane without the support of Cassie, I feel it's a completely different. It's still a monster, but he's not elevated by Cassie's electrotherapy. So I feel like Cassie is going to be the priority ban if this is something that they are considering at this point of time. But at the same time, you also have other characters you have to think about, right? Like, and maybe Cassie's not the issue. Maybe they're thinking that, okay, we have to ban Oscar, we have to ban Santino. Like, there are these other more offensive-based characters that we are a little bit worried about. And look at that respect ban here by Movistars R7. No Cassie for you, E1.
I also think, again, I'm really curious what the full setup is for the team. How many team boosters are they running? How many marks are they using? Oh, okay. I mean, if you're getting banned out the Cassie, you might as well ban out the Zane. They're going to leave Oscar wide out in the open. That's a huge advantage for R7 with their current playstyle, but they lead into the Tatsuya instead.
What? Okay, I'm convinced that they thought Oscar was banned. There's no way you just give Oscar away like that. Like, Oscar and Tatsuya, fundamentally, they do very similar things. They're not identical, but in the least. But they are both mobile, but Oscar can break through glue walls. Okay, if you are not picking the Oscar, does that mean that you are looking to pick up Skylar
my way back home
later on? And pick up Coda for Vision? I swear, if they don't pick Skylar later on, I am ready to flip a table.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. What can I say? But now that Cassie is out of the way, now things like Ignis suddenly rise up in importance, right? People who can harass their opponents without them being able to top themselves up as quickly with the help of the electrotherapy. They go with the Steffi, which I'm like, okay, all right. Not a bad idea, but are they trying to make a hard prediction here? Because apparently they are, because the A1 is going to get locked in for the side of E1. And, are they going to go for surveillance? I mean, Coda's still available, but Clue is a little safer on... Oh, sorry. At least for Kalahari, Clue just makes a little bit more sense.
Okay, this makes sense. If you don't pick the Skylar here, Della, I will be very concerned. But if you do, then the Tatsuya makes a lot more sense. Because I was ready to flip a table. No, not the Iris. No, the Iris. I have feelings. Very feelings.
Yikes.
I'm not gonna hate it. I don't think it's a yikes. I'm not gonna hate it. I will try not to hate it. Oh man, I really was feeling the Skylar pick here because you've decided to go for Tatsuya instead of Oscar, where Oscar gives you so much freedom, especially in the CQCs, being able to take down those glue walls and also still being quite mobile. And they gave it away, second pick.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my heart. Itty bitty heart.
As much as we don't like it, I'm trying to figure out what's the motive for Movie Star R7. Did they have to pivot their plan midway through, or is it purely just Games King? I am comfortable on Tatsuya. Give me anything else. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing sometimes, right? Give me a Tatsuya. The comfort is going to make the difference in this game. But the Steffian as well as the Iris is the big question mark for me, right? Because Iris, at the very least, you have a way to kind of cut through the chrono, time turner. But at the same time, does that mean that everybody on Movie Star R7 wants to play a little bit more open? I'm expecting them to play a lot more defensively, actually, considering what we learned in game number 1.
Well, that's what I'm kind of getting a feeling of as well, just based off of picks. I'm actually completely disbelieved. I want Movie Stars R7. Please prove us wrong. Please prove to us that Tatsuya is better than Oscar, because I know we are quite sick of seeing Oscar constantly banned and picked because he is just so outrageously versatile and in a certain regard also quite OP. I know at some point Tatsuya was that guy as well. We just got nerfed a little bit. But to see it again and to be prioritized over Oscar, I really want to see here from Movie Stars. Show me that Tatsuya is the guy. Show me that he's secretly been the guy in the background. He's a little more subtle about it compared to Oscar, right? Oscar's super flashy. We always see all these amazing plays by the Oscar players. But Tatsuya can also do the same thing too.
Yeah, I mean, Tatsuya has been the face of Free Fire for the past 2.5 years, 3 years. Let's round it up and be generous with it, right? Because there are ways that it can work, but it really depends now that they've kind of changed his Rebel Rush to you need to get a knockdown to get the reset, and that's a little hard to do in Clash Squad, considering that there's so many ways for you to kind of rotate the aggression, right? You can put somebody down to 90 HP, but if somebody body blocks the shots, you're denied the dash and you're kind of left out in the open, which is why a lot of teams lead into the Oscar in the first place. I get instant value. I see glue wall, I break glue wall. If I hit a person, they get CC'd, and I'll whip out my gun first. That's exactly what people have been wanting for the longest of times. And I think right now in Kalahari, unless they get super unlucky with what side of the map they get on, for an example, Mammoth or Santa Catarina, those are the two maps where the 50-50s really hurt.
Yeah, and I think that's also one of the reasons I think why we made so much noise with the Tatsuya being prioritized over Oscar is that the follow-up for it was not the Skylar. I felt like, I mean, and we both saw this, we both had the same idea that Skylar felt like the perfect pick because Skylar is the perfect follow-up for a Tatsuya, where if there is a glue wall, you have the Skylar there to provide the backup, break the glue wall. Sometimes it's also quite a bit of a surprise maneuver that teams that are on the receiving end of the Riptide Rhythm, they're not ready for it. So Tatsuya is ready to get that elimination to reset the dash. But we have Iris instead, meaning that now I think it's Games King that was piloting the Tatsuya this round. Now not only does he have to worry about dealing with the glue walls when he fights, but now I think he has to rely more on his teammates to set up. Because if you're not in sync for these setups, Tatsuya, unfortunately, this character can also fall flat on its face if you don't have the necessary start. Santa Catarina is going to be round number 1 for our map. So it's not Mammoth, so it's not too difficult, but we have seen teams really struggle playing on Santa Catarina, and this is the pistol round as well. So we're probably going to be in for a really interesting round.
Yeah, I mean, every single time, it's a little bit of a 50-50 because the butt of the ship is really weak overall. When you have access to the high ground, it's even better. And Vitten9 already with the USP. He's just making sure. He's just putting in the work of the office hours and another jump shot. This is why R7 was worried about this guy specifically. He is just putting in the work. Oh my god.
They basically just put Oscar on a serving dish and said, here you go, Vitten. We are afraid of you, but here you go. Have one of the best characters in the entire game. Not to say that the fact that he had Oscar really made a difference in the pistol round, but this is not the kind of start that you're looking for if your movie stars R7, because you've given away such a strong character and it's basically a strong lineup to E1 already. If anything, you'd kind of want to give yourself as much of a lead as possible so you have more leeway in case things do go a little sideways during that mid-game. But we are going to be seeing these teams on Shrine now, and it's a bit of a split here so far. E1 going for more of a horizontal split, whereas for Movie Stars, they're a little grouped up with one of their players a little further away. I believe it's Della. Oh, sorry, it's Joker actually on the Iris that's decided to split with the team. So as long as Joker doesn't get picked off, this might be an okay position to be for R7. But again, it's going to depend on those angles. And actually, looking at Joker's angle right now, I'm not really a fan of that position.
I think he's got coverage by Games King as well as Della, because Della's holding the top, right? But he's holding towards the backside of, wait, hold on. Never mind. He's changing his position because they're now smoking for the front and they're running straight for the cyber airdrop. Can he actually make it happen? The clue's going to get active almost instantaneously. The A1 does connect on towards Della's side, but Hacks, he ends up going down. Quickly, Lion drops down the time turner to buy himself some time as Pow and his Vitnet XP is just gunning them down one by one. A huge punish as they try to cross the roads, and each one of them didn't check their left and right.
Oh man, so that very thin split really working for them there. Oh man, but I have to say though, Vitten XP setting that up for the team, actually being the one to get rid of Joker, and that's the A124 player as well. Oh man, I fear for R7 at the moment because I feel like it's not quite clicking with them yet as to how E1 is currently playing. E1, they can play incredibly aggressive if they want to, but they also recognize that they don't need to. They can wait for that opportune moment to go in for the fight against R7 because now they have a 2-game lead, and they also have a very generous lineup that won't easily be punished. It's not a lineup that requires so much execution power. It's really down to positioning and just finding that little tiny opening. And Pow, trying to go for the shot there. Not a lethal one yet, but doing quite a bit of damage. Oh, Joker! Gotta be so careful playing on the window there. Almost getting one-tapped. But the Iris doing the best they can to try and break through this lineup. But you can see right now, Joker's struggling. I feel like he's hesitating because he's constantly watching his 6.
Yeah, he is worried. He's worried he's going to get crept up upon. And in the past 2 rounds, he's either been hit by random bits of util or he gets gunned down almost immediately after Hacks tries to take the aggression. And I think that Joker, this is why he wants to play a little bit further back, because they depend on him to find that pick. They depend on him to start cleaning up the mess that's going to be made by Games King and Della, assuming that he can get in position to actually find that entry frag. Even so, smokes are being deployed right down the center of the map, making sure that for Pow, can't really see much here, can't really do much as well, as R7's very wide spread is trying to make sure that if anybody tries to go for the cyber airdrop, they're going to get highly punished. And Hacks, he legs it across, tries to go and claim it for himself, but he has to hide for now, prone on the floor. Do they have another smoke to bail him out of that situation? I'm not entirely sure, as Pow7 now realizing that Hacks has moved, he's quickly finding an old flank of his own, forcing them in a position where they have to come towards them every single time. It seems that they find the way to do it.
Oh, I think the team is struggling to break through because look at this split from E1. They are gunning down R7 like they are a bunch of ducks, and they get all their ducks in a row. E1, okay, Movie Stars R7, I feel like they have picked up on this, but I feel like they're playing into E1's hand every single time because E1, every single round we are seeing this team play patiently and waiting for the circle to come in and to decide the next direction. Whereas for R7, I don't know if they are also purposefully waiting for that circle to move in and change direction as well. But every single time, I just don't know how E1 does it. They are constantly winning that matchup. I kind of feel like if you're R7, you are in desperation mode now. You can't play into E1's strat anymore. You need to do something different. You can't just let E1 constantly control the flow of these fights.
Yep, every single elimination coming out from E1, every single round that they win from this point forward is just going to be a bonus round. They've lost their tempo break in bit 9 already.
Joker.
He's teaching Joker, hey, this is why you don't give me Oscar, sir. Your glue walls mean nothing to me, and now it's a 4v3 scenario, which is the worst for R7 because they're trying to control the center of the map as much as possible. You see, wait, actually, something's happening around the side flanks as well. A 1v1 is ensuing as the last 3 members of E1 are collapsing upon the center of the map. Della, he might be in some trouble here. Looks like the A1 was lobbed halfway across the map to deny him the opportunities. Pao could drop me. Oh no, he's in the middle of the run. He can't reveal as he's dealing with hacks. He wins out with the MP5. Finally, the flank actually breaks through to even up 3-3 as Della is the next one to fall. The Vitten brothers are still holding strong. Where is Leon? Where is Leon? As Hax is able to try and figure out the position of Vitten XP, he's going to be lobbing that nade. Luckily, the glue wall blocks it just in time. Good reaction. And he drops back down, keeping it to ground level. E1 playing at the very edges here. R7 giving him a taste of their own medicine. We don't know where the next ring is going to pull towards, but the positions seem to be good for now. Oh,
but Games King! He gets caught by Leon! And that was all it took. That was all she said. Sniped right back down. And just when it looked like R7 was starting to get a feel of E1, just a little bit too slow, a little bit too late. But I have to say though, Gideon, I do like how this round turned out for R7. Yes, they lost it, but they are slowly adapting. They're slowly picking up, but the thing is, they're picking up very, very late. And they haven't even won a round yet with a 4-game lead set by E1. This comeback, if it happens, it's probably going to be the comeback of the year for a team in Clash Squad.
E1, they've already decided to buy up a little, try to get a couple of upgrades for their weapons, but there we go, the conditioning. That's exactly what we want to see. E1 has been taking advantage of R7 because of the cyber airdrop every single time. Oh no, they don't punish it! Claimed by R7. Della, nicely done. And even the time turner being used by Leon. And they have to hold on for as long as possible. Della, if he can just buy a little bit more time, his backup is right around the corner. They try to go for the big swing, doesn't find it, but the trading in and out, the push and pull from E1 has always been their biggest problem. Joker blows off his head, no problem. And now the backline getting attacked. Games King able to find one, unable to trade. Vitten XP ends up losing in a 2v1 scenario. Games King comes up huge.
There we go. And maybe this is the comeback arc for R7 that we have been waiting for. They put a point on the board, and to top it all off, 2 cyber airdrops. Their economy is slowly starting to pick up on the side of R7. Gideon, what are the odds of this team making that comeback happen? Because I said just now, the odds of it not looking too great, but I think the team, I think that they're getting it. I think something's clicked. Someone's turned the light switch on.
Now, I mean, they've been giving a lot of respect to E1, and now they're realizing ever so slowly they can actually play a little disrespectful. They can steal away the cyber drops early because there's not enough pressure coming up from E1's side. They should have done this from round 1, but they've set the foundation with their economy. If they want to be able to win consecutive rounds, they also need to make sure that E1 doesn't find another round for at least the next 3. So for now, it's going to be a battle of attrition. Utilizing that economy as much as they possibly can here. Nice grenades being nades being lobbed up towards. Ooh, good time turner coming in from Vitten XP. It's a big resource, and I think that now R7 can get a little bit more encouraged to get back into that fight, right? It's a 1-2-1 situation format for E1. R7, they just need to find the weak point, and Games King, he makes the opportunity. They trade 1 for 1. Leon and Pao need to make sure that Della do not find the trade, but oh no! The M5 once again! Big shots, and he whips up the VSK to blow off Pao's head. If it's not for Games King, then it's gotta be Joker who makes the plays.
Movistar's R7, this team is coming alive. They are waking up and they are ready to take this second game off of E1. They refuse to get 2-0'd in this best of 3 set. I think now E1, they're starting to realize this game is slipping away. The economy on the side of R7 is building, and it's building rapidly. Whereas for E1, with every loss that they take, I feel like it is going to be even more devastating. Now, here's the thing, though. We do have a bit of an X-Factor map here. Mammoth. This is a very tough map to navigate. So maybe this is where E1 can break the streak coming from R7. Because if they can break it here, maybe this could be the game breaker. And right now we've got 3 players on the side of R7 climbing up the spine of the Mammoth. Joker going to be going the long way on the other side, away from his team. Very risky play, because if he gets caught, he's not going to have any support to protect him.
Leon preemptively dropping the time turner of his own. He knows that Games King is right around the corner, but he's tried to deny at least 50% of the space. And Leon, he tries to fall back, knowing that Vitten XP can't cover his back just yet. And he quickly drops on a wall as much as he can. They have to worry about the backside as well. But the FE5 from that far away was able to find the kill. Even so, the spine has been cleared. The biggest problem out of the way. And now the last member falls. R7 pulling it back 3-4.
3-4, and their coffers are overflowing with money. Oh boy, we might be getting that game through what they were asking for, Gideon. R7, we were worried for the longest time after seeing them not be able to claim a game after 4 rounds, but the comeback is starting to feel very, very real now. And now the spotlight is going to have to shine on E1, because they now need to figure out how to stop this rampaging R7 train.
I mean, they should have kept up with the conditioning, right? They always need to pretend as if, yeah, we're super interested in this cyber airdrop. And only if you see R7 being disrespectful do you respond, right? But because they... Oh, wait, hold on. Leon goes all the way down to the bottom of Refinery. This is not that great. We'll see, because I'm not sure if R7 spotted that out, because they're getting hyper aggressive here on purpose, and now they've already connected into one. Vitten 9, he's in a little bit of trouble. He quickly drops on down the time turner. He's got to win this, but he manages to pull back out just in time. And still, the Vitten brothers go down. Hacks and Games King get their revenge, and Della has been chilling this entire time, but he needs to make sure they land the shots. No! Unfortunately, enough on Pau, but Leona is able to find Della on the opposite end. Time turner as well, trying to deny as many points as possible, but it finally falls into the hands of Joker. That's what we were looking for. R7 pull it back one more time, 4-4.
We started from 0-4 in favor of E1, and all of a sudden the scoreline is 4-4 apiece for both R7 and E1. We have a game, Gideon. We absolutely do. And all of a sudden, I think now E1 are starting to sweat bullets, because they were the ones to set the pace of the game up until this point. And they have lost 4 games back to back to back. And if they don't stop this push coming from R7 anytime soon, I kind of feel like they're going to lose all the momentum, and no economy is going to save them from this avalanche that is coming towards them. And look at this. What a weird, awkward decision to go for this very open fight. But I think E1 realizing it's time for a desperate measure for a desperate time. So far, nobody has been picked up as of yet, though. But E1, all it takes is for a single one tap, a crucial one at that. But they can't get the angles. Look at the defensive posture for R7.
I think that R7 just give up the space. They don't care, right? Look at how many E1 glue walls have been utilized here. That's significantly more compared to what R7 has already done. They just need to take control over the center and deposition Pau. They know that there's a sniper hiding in the mist, and that's just the way that Council Hall is generally going to be played. And now with the contestation, Joker is going to give his best shot. He's going to pop the Iris as well, and Gameskin unfortunately gets caught with his back, with his pants down. Hacks. He can't do much about it. It's too far away. He cannot keep it covered around the corner. But now he finds a new pair. He's going to have to make sure that Della is going to be nearby. Top side, though, going to start collapsing almost pretty quickly. They fall into the same side, and Joker in the middle of a fight against 2. Vitten 9 able to take him out instantaneously. They turn the tides. However, hopping up, can he find and chase this kill down on towards Vitten XP? No, they put him low. Vitten XP lands the headshot. Hacks. He's next, Vitten XP. He's got one more in him. He's got one more, and he finds another. Della ends up going down in the middle of that trade, leaving only Leon and Hacks to deal with the rest. But Leon, he's able to revive his members on the bottom side. Hacks, on the other hand, can technically pull back Della, but it's going to be a 3v2 scenario. We go back to even Stevens, but Even so, medkit game, yep, it's looking very good. Vitten XP, he might need some help from Vitten 9 to drop him a couple, but they're just gonna wait this out.
I think, yeah, it's really going to have to come down to positioning. The circle has been decided and it has completed its full rotation here. So now these players, they know where the center point is going to be. And this one, really not favorable for R7 at all. Actually, Hack's going to jump in from the back. They get the kill onto Vitten. They came in from the back. E1, I think they were expecting them to jump from the other side, but they went for the stealth jump and the back, and they got the back shots. Oh my lord!
Oh, in a 3v2 scenario, how did it end up like this? I mean, you can tell both Vitten 9 and Vitten XP, they were going to die in like one shot because their body armors had already crumbled. The war of attrition was finally won by R7 at the very end. Super surprising how this ended up. I was expecting R7 to be the ones to say, hey, we see that wide flag. Oh, we're actually back on Council Hall.
Okay, so a bit of a rematch here. Maybe E1, if they could win this map at least, they will be able to take back some of this honor. But I don't know, if I'm E1 and I'm back on Council Hall after what just happened, I would be feeling a little bit triggered here. So right now, E1 going to try and take it really, really slow. But as you can see here so far, Movistar's R7, they're looking to go for the push, and actually both teams going for a bit of a clockwise rotation. E1 trying to avoid this fight as much as possible, even jumping to the low ground as well. Vitten 9 paired up with Power, both going to be healing behind the Colosseum. And they're looking to re-enter the fight. Oh, we are seeing some damage taken there by Joker. Very low on the Iris. We'll be able to heal on up, but look at this, Pal. He's right there. His teammates there as well. Can they break through the glue wall in time? Nope. Joker's been able to juke out of there. Oh, man, you could tell E1 are desperate to get that man advantage.
They really are. They really are. But now they're on the backside of Council Hall. Not a lot of ways to actually get back into, get back in with a lot of the exits actually being closed off. They're just going to have to power their way through. And Pow now holding on to the lower ground. Joker finds it with a VSK headshot. Eliminates him as well as Della finally swings out from top high ground. He needs to start jumping. He needs to start moving now. And now he pushed out him out of the time turner. Della and Hax find one each to close out the round. Nicely played as the full turnaround from R7 has been there this entire time. They laid the foundations. They figured out what they could get away with, and they executed it perfectly with the extra econ from the cyber airdrops.
We're going to a game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. I think Movistar fans are breathing a sigh of relief. Maybe some of them are going to stop holding their breath now because, oh boy, that set had me screaming internally, thinking, is it really just going to be a 2-0? Is it just going to be E1? But for Movistars, they're motivated. They finally started to figure out E1. And I think now, I kind of wonder how's E1 feeling after this, because they were on a massive streak before everything just went downhill. I'd be feeling a little bit shaken to have my team be basically reverse sweep on that second game.
Oh yeah, I think the foundation set by R7 was great. They just needed to keep winning consecutive rounds, and that's exactly what they did. But the biggest problem that I saw from E1, they didn't do their due diligence. They were conditioning them from map number 1, and then coming into map number 2, we didn't see as much resistance over the cyber airdrop, and that should have been the signal for R7 to do it right from the get-go in map number 1. They only learned it on the second half, which was great for them, but at high cost and a very high risk. But luckily, now that it has paid off, I think that E1, what else do they have in the strategy book? The conditioning has failed at this point. Now, do we need to show more resistance? If so, is it back to going to those super wide swings in Council Hall like we saw in rounds 10 and 11?
Oh man, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, like, I hope E1 has something left back in their back pocket, because I think to a certain degree, Gideon, I don't know if you agree. Do you feel like E1, after seeing 2 rounds of them play, they're starting to feel a little bit predictable? Like, you can see that they are a team where they do love to push, but they only like to push after that first circle has finished in closing, and it's going for that rotation. Like, that's what we saw for map number 1. That really worked well for them. Game 2, we saw a lot of that as well, but as soon as R7 stopped allowing E1 to play that game, I feel like that's where everything just collapsed. E1 were no longer in the driver's seat because R7 didn't let them sit in the driver's seat.
Nope, I agree. I think that E1 becomes a little bit more predictable in those types of scenarios, right? And I mean, we saw, luckily, it's confirmed that this is a habit of E1 because we went to Council Hall both times, right? Same landscape, same general idea, but a slightly different opener from both R7 and as well as E1, which R7 took full advantage of. They didn't go for the wide swing, but they had somebody there watching just in case they wanted to go for the wide swing on the west, if I remember correctly, on the western side of that open field. And then it ended up devolving back into the backside. So they knew exactly how it was going to happen. And I think for E1, to be unpredictable at this stage with a lot of bad habits being identified by R7, it's going to take a little bit of work, right? They really have to make individual clutch plays of their own to kind of set the tone.
Yeah, and I think we also have to add on top of this as well, the draft that Movistars gave E1, that was criminal already. And for E1 to basically lose with that lineup, it's making me question a lot of things now coming into game number 3. You know, my confidence in E1, it was rock solid after that first match, but after match number 2, I'm looking at Movistars and I'm like, you've been keeping this from us this whole time? You've been hiding these strats? You've been hiding this gameplay? Oh, man. So we are going to go for a brand new map for game number 3, and it is confirmed Nextterra, Gideon.
Yep.
What challenges do Nextterra bring to the table here for our teams?
Well, I would say that at the very least for Nextterra, it's one of the few maps that I would say is as close to Bermuda as you can get, except for the Grav Labs. Everywhere else, usually it's pretty pretty evenly 50-50. It's not lopsided one way or the other. It's just the Grav Labs is just a little annoying to deal with, right? I think if they are going to draft something a little bit more aggressive, something, especially if they're thinking about their A1 again, they would probably find a little bit more success, right? Because at the end of the day, we've noticed that at least for R7, they still move in that 3-in-1 formation. I don't know if they have a completely different play style for Nextterra, but I think A1 is R7 gonna be first pick. What's more? Interesting.
Okay, so this now puts a little bit of pressure, I believe, on E1. Because when Movistars were first pick, they were like, here, have the Oscar. And E1, they got the Oscar and they didn't win that set with the Oscar. So I kind of wonder now for Movistar, they say like, okay, Oscar's not an issue for us, even though Vitten is going to be piloting the Oscar if it does get drafted. If I'm E1, do I fall for the trap again and take the Oscar? Or do you pivot and pick something else? Because now you've got new mind games where you've lost with the Oscar, but if you don't pick it, there's a good chance Movistars take it for themselves. And this is a team that would love to have an Oscar alongside the Tatsuya.
I think it really depends on what that ban is going to be. If we see either a Zane or a Cassie ban coming up from the side of R7, then I feel like E1 kind of don't have much of a choice, right? Because being on second pick,
I think Cassie's going to be banned.
Probably. I think it would make a lot of sense if R7 decides to... Oh, you know what? They're like, we do remember the Oscar. We do remember he's a problem.
It was an accident. We didn't mean to let Oscar... I'm kidding. Okay. E1. What is the ban? What is the ban? Is it Zane? Is it Cassie?
I think... You get rid of the chrono. You look to give either Cassie or Zane, and then you find your pairing on the opposite side. Oh.
Tatsuya, the respect ban.
Oh, okay.
Say respect. Okay, respect ban. Respect. Seriously, respect ban.
Always find my way back home.
Okay. We're just gonna take Coda first. Interesting. So R7 did a similar composition, right? But this is before they had to deal with the Zane and Cassie on the opposite end. And it would make a lot of sense if E1 wants to go for that particular combination, because who cares if you know where we are? If you can't gut us down and put us on our knees, it kinda doesn't mean much.
So, okay, first pick Coda. They now get a feel of what's going to be coming at them from E1. So, Cassie, Zane. What's the response to this? I do like the Chrono. I think Chrono is just really great defensively, especially against these rushing kind of lineups. But what's this next pick going to be? Like, what's the true... Are they going to go for disengage here? Are they going to go for damage? Oh man, I would love to make a prediction here, but then again, movie stars have just been all over the place with their drafts as well.
Yeah, I think that they might go back into the Iris again. I think that Joker did a pretty okay job in general, and I think they need to be able to punish their opponents. They could. Oh,
Orion?
Really? Okay.
Hello. Did they run Orion?
No. I think you're thinking of the Fluxo match. Yeah, but yeah.
Okay. So taking a page out of the Fluxo handbook, and against an A124.
Oh, okay. I thought after getting Cassie and Zane, you're like, you could technically omit the A124, but at the same time, you are worried that maybe the A124 is going to be utilized against you. I would have liked to see Movie Star R7's third pick to be the A1, to be perfectly honest, because the Orion is more or less going to be your rusher, right? He's there to buy some time. You already have the chrono anyway in case you have any other backliners to worry about, so kind of feels like you could have waited a little bit longer for that, and then finally the Iris at the very end.
Okay, so I'm trying to get a feel of this lineup so far. I'm not sure if I'm happy with this lineup coming out from E1. Okay, they have a way to flank, they have a disengage and an engage with the A124. They have their frontliners in that Cassie Zane, and technically Cassie can also pair it with the Santino if Santino pushes far enough. Whereas for Movie Stars, they've got a sniper. Blue walls are not going to mean too much, or at least they won't be as safe. For E1, I love the Coda pick. I think Coda's always very solid, so I'm not going to complain about Coda. Chrono's great. I think the Orion is sort of the X factor for me right now. I'm not sure if I like it. Like, yes, you have the extra sustain, the extra survivability. I'm just thinking, it's Della playing it though. Is Della enough to make me convince me that Orion's going to be a great pick? I have mixed feelings, I think.
Yeah, I have some mixed feelings as well, but I think it suits Della because he's always the second person to get in the middle of the conflict, and he's the one who gets knocked down before the entry fragger in the first place. So I feel like it makes a lot of sense for him to just be like, if they're going to be looking at the second guy walking in through that door, I might as well go invulnerable, right? Save myself the effort, save myself the heartbreak. But the A124 is going to be a huge problem for every character here for Movie Star R7. Even if you're using it against just one person, you get value, right? Chrono can't protect himself without his active abilities, so it goes for Orion. Iris and Coda kind of depend on Chrono to sustain through these bouts, right? If they do get put in a position of trouble.
Now, here's the thing, though. There is another thing I also completely forgot to mention. It's Vitten 9 on the A124. So this A124 is going to be in these fights alongside the Zane and Cassie. So I'm kind of actually liking that because we've seen the way that Vitten plays, right? Vitten really can get in there and he's very, very precise with this fragging. So I think I like that. You know, maybe I'm actually leaning towards E1 at the moment just because of Vitten's choice of playing that A124. Again, it also depends on his execution. If he's able to land his skills, then sure, I think it could absolutely work. But at the same time, we're also dealing with Movie Stars. Movie Stars, you can tell last game, they are ready to deal with the A124. They're never really in a position where they let their entire team get caught up by the A124. So it's going to be a player thing. If Vitten 9 can show us the true potential of an A124 in the front lines.
I totally agree, but I also think there's a large part of it is whether they're going to get some decent map RNG. Because keep in mind, it's Coda plus Iris on the opposite end. Those long angles, if you're playing with glue walls, you are not safe at all. And yes, Cassie has electrotherapy, but that's not going to compensate if you get headshot randomly, get put on your knees. So it's a bit of a push and pull. We'll see how this is going to play out. I'm more interested in how E1 is going to not only utilize the A124, but more importantly, to switch up the strategy, right? Because right now, R7 is the one with the advantage walking into Nextterra.
Yeah, I hope E1 changes things up because if they don't, I think we might just get a complete sweep by R7.
Let's jump right into it then. Let's find out if this sweep is going to be enough. Almost immediately, we kick things off here in the Grav Labs. Gotta get these ones out of the way. It's pistol round, okay? It's pistol round. Let's not get too too crazy about it. Everybody loves a good pistol round, but I think it's a little unfortunate for especially E1 because they probably would have preferred a completely separate map. Well, sorry, not E1, R7 in this case. At least E1 has some sustainability with the Cassie. They have ways to start harassing, and more importantly, with that mannequin, you never know who's going to show up in your back line.
Yeah. So Pal did go for a bit of a scout earlier on, but did decide to back up and meet back with his team. So E1 going to go back for this little very huggy play style, very grouped up. Pal going to try and meet up with his team, but he is taking a little bit of damage there from some of these pot shots coming in from R7, but he will successfully regroup. So we're now back to square one for both of these teams. But I have to say, pretty interesting decision here for the teams. We do have R7 going for a bit of a wide split, whereas for E1, they are really hugging each other tight as a team. They don't want to lose anybody and not be in a position to be able to pick them up. The circle is starting to close on in though, so players on the high ground, they're going to have to jump down, and look at that, R7 losing both Haxus and Games King right off the bat.
And the A1 as well. This should secure the round, no problem. No active abilities to protect yourself, nothing to worry about. All four of their members still alive as Leon, Pao, and Vita9 are going to finish up the rest. A good, decisive call from E1 because they know they have no surveillance. What are they going to do? Track us across the map? They have to physically look at us dead in the eyes before we know where we are. So we can really use that to our advantage. And I think that even for R7, there are moments of time where it's like, man, at any point, they could just peek out and take a free pot shot. And now that we're out of the Grav Labs, finally, there's a little bit more open area to utilize around the center for Joker's Iris to get some value against these glue walls. But notice that a lot of these smokes have been deployed towards that southern side, towards the airdrop.
Yeah, so a little bit of priority here to try and pick up that airdrop. I think both teams are starting to realize the importance of that. And whoa, that was a delicious shot. And all of a sudden, R7, everybody having to back up and use their medkits to heal back up. But again, it's still there. And R7, they're going to make the call first, sending in both Games King and Della. E1, though, wanting to try and contest this themselves, but they're in such an awkward spot that it's not really safe for them to be able to go for a full push. Power, they're going to go back to his original position. Games King and Leon, he's there. He's hanging on. He's thinking about it. Oh, no, but Power and Vitzen on the side have been caught, and Games King's going to be the one to take out both Vitzen and Power. Haxus picks up Power, leaving E1, but just Leon and Vitzen XP as their last two remaining players.
That was an unacceptable flank. How did they let him sneak so far around? I mean, this round should be hands down going into R7's favor. Again, whipping out that side. Leona already finds one. Does he find a second one? No, he does not, but he at least is able to bring Games King to his knees. Man, that was an unacceptable flank. Look at how this is played out, right? Notice on the southern side, instantaneously, Joker has got a free way with the help of Della on the opposite end to walk up upon their opponents as they take the engagement. I don't know how E1 dropped the ball like that. Usually, they're really good at maintaining the line of scrimmage.
I wonder if they kind of tunnel visioned in trying to be able to get the drop themselves, that they didn't realize R7 didn't even want to go and prioritize the drop at all. Because originally there was some emphasis, right? Like R7 was like, okay, we really, really want to stick around the drop. But then all of a sudden they decided, okay, instead we're going to go and fight. Whereas for E1, it kind of felt like they didn't realize until it was too late. And all of a sudden, Cassie is down on the ground. That's going to be the sustain out of the picture. And also the A124 Vitzen going to be taken out. R7 mean business in our third match of the day.
Dang, that's kind of wild. That's kind of wild.
Double kill.
One of the few times where that team booster with movement speed kind of mattered there. He was able to cross on over significantly faster, catching him as he is walking past the hook lines. Really unfortunate situation, and a great call coming in from Games King. I think he noticed something in the builds or something like that. He knew he could get there first.
Man, that was crazy. And now all of a sudden, we have R7 leading the round 2-1. Yes, it's just a significant 1 point lead, insignificant 1 point lead. But with how things have gone so far for R7, to see them make this comeback, and it's a significant one where they are convincingly winning these rounds, it makes you wonder, E1, have they lost that that special sauce? Have they lost the recipe to victory that they were able to capitalize on in basically the first half of this set? Vincent is trying to push on forward for his team. So far, not getting the angles, but looks like Leon going to be the one to be caught out. Gameskin taking quite a bit of damage, but will successfully back one up, and his teammates are going to come in and take the damage instead. Leon is gone. Joker from the windowsill trying to catch somebody, but the angle's not working in his favor. There goes Vincent. Both of them leaving Pau all by himself on the Santino against a full roster of very angry Movistar players.
Oh man, they figured them out. They are working like clockwork right now as the fight ends up breaking up that front line, especially when Leon gets caught out like this. Gameskin able to utilize that chrono, making sure that he can actually buy a perfect amount of time for the rest of the team to go in. And Della, once again, he doesn't even have to use his active skill card, but he continuously finds these angles because he knows who are the next set of members of E1 who actually want to go for the peak. Now, right now, E1, they've got to lock in on their fundamentals, right? They've been out. Unfortunately, some maps, sure, RNG, they beat you to the gun. That's fine. That happens every once in a while. But now for a map like this, where it's very 50-50, evenly placed on either side, they cannot afford to be taking free shots like this.
Oh no, and with Vincent XP taking so much damage just going up the hill, I think the cyber airdrop is going to go in favor of R7 unless they can somehow contest this. Della's right next to it, the team is there. Leon going to push forward for the team. Vincent is going to be there, both of the Vincents. Unfortunately, again, Vincent XP taking so much damage, having to back out and not being able to provide support for the team. But Della and Leon both on the ground, both teams trading one player apiece. Vincent 9 still looking for more. Leon is gone. Della's still around though, so R7 can still go for the pickup if they're quick enough about it. But again, oh no, E1, everybody is hitting the ground.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Pau, he's been chased by Joker this entire time. He's not been able to find line of sight. He's going to try and look for a trade somewhere because here comes Games King, who turns the corner and blows him right out of the water. Look how fast he is. Oh my god.
Crazy. But okay, there is one shining light, I suppose, for E1. They did get the cyber airdrop. But I guess what we have to sort of ask ourselves now, Gideon, is was it worth it? Because you are so far behind. You had to commit so much to get that cyber airdrop, and you're behind by 3 wins. You lose 2 more rounds, that's it. Can E1 pull off that comeback that R7 so successfully pulled off in Game 2?
We'll see, because if they're able to get the secondary cyber airdrop, then they're going to be significantly ahead in economy. But that's only going to show up in round 7. For now, E1, they just need to bide the tide, right? Even if they give this round over to R7, the following round becomes crucial. Ideally, they want to make sure that they have a little bit of buffer, a little bit of wiggle room, in a matter of fact, to have. But it's all going to depend on whether Pau 7 is able to find the initial headshot, right? These picks have been huge in Games King once again. Disgusting shots from this sawed-off, making sure that he is blowing off heads, not giving them a chance to deal with the second pump. And Joker, he's thinking about peeking here. They know that they're inside the compound, but they don't want to breach in, knowing that they have a man advantage.
Oh, look at that. Hacks going up at the top. Vincent XP, though, has been shot down by Joker. Another player down on the side of E1. And all of a sudden, E1 are scrambling to try and get this game back. But it's over. It's going to be 5 points on the side of Movistar's R7. And all of a sudden, it's going to be match point from here on out. E7. If they don't pull off a E1, if they don't pull off an R7 for the next 5 games, it's over.
And it's super dangerous, right? Because look at the weaponry, look at the gear value that R7 is looking to close this out. They're investing a good chunk of their economy to make sure that they have everything they need to take out E1 here and now, after everything that happened in map number 1. And immediately, the AWNs connect on each other. Della as well as Leon taking so much damage, but Leon has taken too much. The M5 making connections to the face. And wait, hold on. A turnaround, Vin XP finds 2 initially. Della gets the initial trade, and Vin XP takes out Hacks in the back. Now, Della, quickly goes invulnerable. Leon, can he find a shot here? No, he does not. Della is going to try. He takes him out. And there you have it. R7 closes out map number 3. You thought they were out? Nah. Games King pulled it together and everybody else said, we can't let this kid do it up by himself. Well done, as R7 takes it 2-1, the final score.
That was insane coming up from Movistars. It's almost like they decided they wanted to play this round on hard mode and they said, okay, we're going to handicap ourselves with one game and we're going to be able to see if we can make that comeback happen. E1, they looked brilliant during the first half of this set. It was just something happened halfway through. Something clicked on the side of Movistars. And from then on, E1 lost the plot. They were kicked out of the driver's seat, put into the boot, and it was over. R7 just really coming back and showing us that, yes, okay, it doesn't matter if you have a terrible round 1, a terrible round 2. It's not over until it's over. And they probably did it in one of the most dramatic ways that they possibly could have in a series of Clash Squad. So congratulations to Movistars for hanging on and being able to clutch out a win in their set. They will move on into their upper bracket, whereas unfortunately for E1, as great as they are, they will have to fight for their life in the O1 bracket, which is unfortunate, but we can only have one winner for each set. And in this case, it was Movistars to claim the victory in this best of 3.
They tried to shake him down, I'm not going to lie. And R7 at the very end there finally got some flesh. The pound of flesh that they were due after map number 1, because E1 really was trying to condition them very well, right? We're going to contest for the airdrop every single time. We're putting up a decent amount of resistance. We know that you don't have any scanners. And unfortunately, by game 2, they got figured out. And Joker, every single time, making sure that the flank is clean, that the flank is safe. And with the enhanced hammer as well, once you get the ball rolling, you could snowball so far out of control.
They got the ball rolling so quick in that particular set. So it paid off for them so nicely. I think R7, if they don't celebrate even a little bit, they should consider doing that because they did an amazing job in that best of 3. They do need to, however, get ready for their next game because I do believe they're also playing another game today. So keen to see how Movistars go up against their next opponent. And I guess the question as well is, who are they going to get? Because I don't believe we know who's going to play who yet, right? We have the element of RNG going to be raffling who plays who in that upper bracket. But at least we know 2 teams who our top 2 teams are in the upper bracket and who are our other 2 teams in the lower bracket. We still have our preliminary matches to go though, folks, so don't worry. We've still got plenty of free fire coming your way. We've locked in 2 games. We've got 4 more to go. But for our second set, Movistars R7, they win the set 2-1 against E1 in what could have been a 2-0 victory for E1 if they were able to just clutch it for Kalahari in game number 2.
They really tipped the scales here in Nextterra. Really thought, again, Kalahari was already pretty neck and neck between the 2 teams and quite the comeback, in a matter of fact, in Kalahari itself. But with that being said, though, I can only imagine what Movistar R7 feels like right now. So I'm going to give it to the professionals, our hosts, up on stage to have a chit-chat with them for the winner's interview. Let's give it on over to our hosts.
Thank you, casters. And there you have it. Survivors Movistar R7 won this Clash Squad round. Congratulations. We're here with Della and, of course, our beloved translator. Hello, hello.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, so let's jump straight into our conversation today. Speaking of your win, how does it feel to finally be able to step out of Brazil's shadow? And can I ask you, what exactly motivated you on this 2-1 comeback?
Al final de todo, salieron de la sombra de Brasil. ¿Cómo se siente como región y tener este comeback?
Y yo creo que es algo que estábamos buscando. Durante 3 años estuvimos muy mal en LATAM y aún así no nos rendimos y seguimos dando lo mejor de nosotros.
There was something we were just working on. We've been 3 years working, just trying to get out of the shadow, and now we are getting out of it.
Ooh, such a sweet revenge indeed, Yunso.
Yes, I agree. Okay, so we always have something behind, like a shadow before the brightness in front of that, right? So let's talk about our first match. What was you lost the first match earlier, so what happened? Was it due to the ban pick or anything else, like mentality or something like that?
Perdieron el primer partido, el primer enfrentamiento. ¿Qué pasó ahí? ¿Fue algo de mentalidad? ¿Fue algo de pick and bans? ¿Cómo lo podrías describir?
Bueno, la primera partida elegimos medio malas habilidades, digamos, porque nuestro modo de juego es rushear y con las habilidades que elegimos eran más de aguante y eso no nos favoreció mucho. Ya la siguiente partida sí elegimos mejores habilidades y pudimos adaptarnos mejor.
Okay, so the first match was much more a pick and ban mistake. They're actually more of a rusher team that go forward, and the different skills they had weren't actually helping them to reach that. So that's what happened in the first match.
I understand.
So the drafts, ban and pick are always tricky for everyone. Okay, last question. So we're going to see how the home nation's going to play in the next round. RRQ are going against IAG. Personally, which team do you think will make it through?
¿Qué equipos crees que pueden llegar a la final?
Yo creo que el equipo que puede llegar a la final va a ser Fluxo y puede ser también AG Global.
Okay. He thinks the team making to finals is going to be Fluxo and AG.
Oh, okay. So he thinks that AG is going to beat RRQ in the next round?
¿Pensás que AG va a vencer RRQ?
Sí, la verdad que sí.
He's completely sure about
Oh my God, that hurts me. Okay, thank you so much for having this interview with us, and congratulations once again. Now let's go back to the casters, shall we? Take it away, casters.
Some pretty strong words there, and I think you very understandably so, really involved in the international scene of Clash Squad, but at least we got some answers about what happened in game number 1, right? They couldn't close the distance, they had a bit of a drafting problem there, they fixed it up coming into map number 2, and arguably I would say that the slight adjustments really helped them kind of set the groundwork.
It set the tone for the team as well, because I think they learned a very important lesson from that game number 1, because sometimes you have to make big mistakes to make, or at least learn the biggest lessons. So I'm glad for Movie Stars, I'm glad this team is still sticking around. I did have my eye on them, so keen to see what's going to happen for them moving forward. But here is the updated bracket for our first 2 matches, ladies and gentlemen. So we've had a 2-0 set for game number 1 between Fluxo and GOW. Just finished game number 2 between Movie Stars, R7 and E1. And as you can see, a 2-1 scoreline in favor of Movie Stars. We are going to be jumping into our next set in just a second here, though, which is going to be a very exciting one. It's going to be RRQ Kazu going up against All Gamers Global. And oh my gosh, I know a lot of our fans from Southeast Asia are very excited for this set, especially our Indonesian spectators who are in the venue, because as you all know, we are currently in Jakarta for the main event. And yeah, we're going to have a lot of Indonesian fans cheering for RRQ. I expect to hear them from the casters booth.
Oh yeah, I mean the fan base coming out from RRQ is already insane, whether it's for Kazu specifically or whether it's for their other game titles, because you can always hear them in the arena, especially when it's on home soil. But this game, really, really interesting. We got to see pretty much the length and the breadth of both R7 as well as E1. E1 clearly lacking in the mechanical skill when it comes down to the full rush, as we saw in these very final rounds where it mattered the most, right? They just needed to connect 1 or 2 more shots to really make it work. And unfortunately for them, R7 just a little bit better in that department. So if they could have maintained their, I wouldn't say dominance, but at least their conditioning from game 1 coming into game number 2, I think it would have worked out for them if they just closed it out there and then. 2 rounds away, that's all they needed.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we are in a really high pressure situation here for all of our teams, because we are, this is it. This is the pinnacle of Free Fire. This is what you play for. So, I mean, for E1, things looked great, but sometimes you kind of just go off the rails, and if you're not able to make adjustments in time, and we're asking for adjustments within the span of a best of 3 set. That is a very, very, very short period of time. Sometimes you're just not going to make that deadline. And in the case of Movistar's R7, they made their deadline, even after what seemed to almost appear to be a complete and utter failure. I think that's probably the best description of what we potentially could have seen from Movistars if they weren't able to make those adjustments in time. So we're going to be seeing a lot more of these two teams. They're not out yet, but for E1, they can't afford to lose any of their matches moving forward. But we are going to be getting ready for our next game. So folks, don't go anywhere. Game 3 is coming up soon. But before that though, we're going to go for a quick break. We'll see you all after this.
Twelve teams continue their run in the FFWS. It's time to recap a day 3 full of eliminations, outplays, and booyahs.
Striking from the other side, the two Indonesian squads working together, annihilating PE.
EVOS Divine speedruns 16 eliminations in Game 1, finishing second before falling to their Indonesian rivals, RRQ Kazoo, in a final one-on-one shootout.
About to be annihilated by their brothers RRQ, Maal BSK in hand press shot onto Russia, forced to pull out the glue wall.
A brutal backstab as RRQ Kazoo finishes off EVOS Divine, eliminated by their allies from the first match in just 4 minutes into Game 2.
Right now, GOW playing from the low ground can only see RRQ side. So if PE just holds out, they will win this war of attrition.
A taste of their own medicine as they get. Earlier, we saw two Indonesian squads gang up on one Vietnamese team, and now two Vietnamese squads gang up against one Indonesian team.
History rewrite itself as PE Sports and GOW team up to eliminate RRQ Kazoo, an Uno reverse card from Vietnam.
I mean, the man just tossed one in and got 3 for the price of 1. What a play by Nero, and what a disaster yet again for Buriram, your 2-time world champs.
An out of this world performance from PE Sports with a booyah and breaking the current elimination record with 21 elims. PE Sports rack up a massive 33 points in Game 3.
Chúng tôi đến đây là để chiến đấu.
Buriram has finally woken up. An all-star performance from Wasana in Game 4 leads the Thai squad to a booyah with 32 points. Match 6 peaked when the final safe zone started shrinking, with 8 teams still fighting for survival. Facing a difficult position, Team Solid was the last team standing, getting the last booyah of Week 1. What an epic conclusion to Week 1! From a 33 points performance to 8 teams battling it out in the final safe zone, Day 3 have it all! What a day! Whew. See you on Week 2 of the FFWS Global Final 2025. This week, the battlefield was decided in a heartbeat. Champions isn't just about firepower, it's about seizing the moment. Here are your highlights of Week 1. Fluxo stormed through Heavy's defenses with Glue Wall Melter, Freeze Grenade, and eliminated Heavy.
Bob's FD7 backing away. Allen has got the grenade launcher, just needs a good pop here.
Boom! WAG trapped EVOS in a room of death, and X-For's perfectly timed M79 blast erased them in an instant. Dudes turned RRQ's house into a horror show for AG, leading a perfectly coordinated assault that ended with his deadly triple kill. Heavy snuffed out E1's fire as Allen's perfectly timed M79 blast wiped them out in one calculated strike.
What a name!
Fluxo deemed Hotshot unworthy, raining Hellfire with the new Bolt Maker to chip away their health and secure a swift team wipe. Here is how the standings look after another unforgettable Week 1 of FFWS 2025. the race for the crown only grows fiercer. Salute the teams, for they are the architects of history. And next week, new legends awaits.
Now, first, burn tight, I don't burn out. Crushed out, sick of me now. I can never go reverse now. But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Bermuda to the crowd, throw in their hands, base jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going rules. It's 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, told you only way is up, I don't go reverse.
You know, Yunsul, I feel like the more we go into Clash Squad, the more unpredictable it gets. What do you think?
Exactly. It's like everyone is a plot twist. You blink and someone is already clutching 1v3.
But that's exactly what makes the mode so much fun, right? It's fast, it's fierce, and it's definitely unforgiving.
Speaking of fierce, it's going to be a Southeast Asian showdown.
That's right! It's on RQ Kazu from Indonesia, the host nation taking on All Gamers Global from Thailand.
RQ placed second so far in the Battle Royale overall standing. The home favorites who have already proven they can rise to the top.
But here's the twist. In both Seaspring and Seafall, RRQ struggled in Clash Squad Swiss stage.
On the other hand, All Gamers Global are entering this with confidence. They went 3-0 in Seafall Swiss stage, showing how clean and calculated they can be.
Pressure versus precision. The host nation's pride against Thailand's composure.
And now, let's bring out the team!
Disciplined, determined, and ready to make a statement. With the young sniper Maal 77, quick on the scope and calm under pressure. Alongside Dudes, Ikal, and Abai, they're aiming to prove they can win on every front. Bangkitlah Rajaku, RRQ Kazu!
And across the stage, talent sharpshooters, cool and clinical, Jill, Burst, Cypher, and Team SR, a squad that thrives on timing, angles, and deadly coordination. They have dominated before, and they're looking to do it again here. This is All Gamers Global!
That's the spirit. A fist bump between both squads, a gesture of unity before they turn into rivals.
Get ready! It is time to crush doubts, burn bright, and let this Clash Squad begin!
Two Southeast Asian teams, both chasing momentum, both refusing to back down.
They have battled through the highs and lows of the Swiss stage, and now it is time to go head to head.
Now, this is match 3 of the Clash Squad Swiss stage. Every round counts and every decision matters.
Custer, the stage is yours. Bring us some action.
Welcome back to the caster's desk, folks. And yes, this is going to be a Asia powerhouse matchup. And it's a bit of a hard one for me because I want both teams to make it through. Unfortunately, only one of them will make it through. And they represent two completely different things within the Free Fire ecosystem. Let's talk RRQ very quickly. This is our Indonesian representative for Clash Squad, the only Indonesian representative. So they're going to have a lot of support within the event itself. And they're kind of holding the hopes and dreams of the Indonesian region. So they have a lot of pressure on their shoulders already. But on the other end, we have All Gamers Global. And they were essentially the champions for the fall edition for Clash Squad. So I want both teams to make it through. I know All Gamers, they are very fun to watch. But at the same time, I've also been a bit of an RRQ fangirl. I don't want to say up until recently. I think it's just recently I don't know if I'm cursing them, so that's probably why I stopped supporting the team openly.
Hey, I don't know. After EWC, it could be anything. Anything could happen, right? If they got a second place finish there on Battle Royale, who's to say that they can't win on an international for CS?
Yeah, so I'm going to kind of leave it to RRQ to prove to me and to prove to us that they still have that spark. The only thing is, and this is a pretty public point of view, I suppose, for RRQ. Unfortunately, between the two Indonesian teams at global finals this year, between them and EVOS have generally done better in Clash Squad. RRQ, I feel, has really struggled to really get their foothold in the game mode. And a lot of their issues stem from their, at the moment, over-reliance on Ma'al to be the carry for the team. Now, here's the issue. Their opponent actually plays almost identical to RRQ, but they play optimally. So it's kind of funny. If RRQ can somehow copy All Gamers Global's playstyle, that actually patches up almost all of their issues in the game mode. But the reason why they can't do that at the moment is, unfortunately, the rest of the team is kind of struggling to be able to find that optimal style. Like, they've really struggled in being able to perfectly execute that frontliner, that rusher, to be able to provide the follow-up for Ma'al, essentially. Because let me think of a situation. I think during the fall edition for Clash Squad, Ma'al just kept getting sniped every single time. And no matter how much support RRQ provided to Ma'al, he fell every single time. So to have your star player be eliminated essentially first for every round, that's a death sentence for your team. So Ma'al, unfortunately, is not being able to be protected enough to really do his job. And at the same time, they haven't been able to give him the opportunity to snipe because he's either being taken out or no one's providing him those openings to do his job. So there's a lot of things that I see at the moment wrong with RRQ, but at the same time, I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. They've had time to now practice the game mode. They've had time to practice with all of the characters and to figure out the synergy between all the actives, and also learning about all these other combos other teams are playing. Maybe RRQ can beat AG Global. If they can, that's it. You know, you changed your mind because you would have beaten these champions for fall. And RRQ first pick. So I think it's the world basically telling them, this is your shot. You shoot your shot. You have to beat AG Global.
And I think there's like a lot of good arguments that are being made here. It's the way that I see RRQ Kazu winning is either Ma'al has the hottest day ever, or other teammates start to step up. I'm thinking about dudes. I'm thinking about specifically Abe as well, to actually really be in that position to find multi-frags within the game. And I think that's going to be the big difference maker, even when we're talking about AG Global. Yes, this is a situation, it is a civil war, but it's more towards a Padawan and a Jedi, the apprentice and the master here of this particular playstyle. As we head into the ban picks, let's see what they're going to do, because RRQ Kazu have decided we're getting rid of the chrono. Everybody loves it. Let's make it a little harder.
Okay, to ban the Chrono, it means you struggle to play against it. And also RRQ have no... They do not want to play Chrono themselves, so... but they're leaving so many other characters in the pool though. Oscar's going to be available unless that's banned out. Cassie is available. Zane will be available. I think AG, they're trying to decide, okay, what can we let through? What can we afford to be first picked by RRQ? And time has run out. We haven't seen a ban yet though, so we might be in for a bit of a remake here, folks. Bear with us as we sort of figure out what's kind of happening here with AG Global. Yeah, okay, it does look like we are going for a remake. We do apologize for that, folks. Just a small technical hiccup, it seems, but we will be starting the draft in just a second. So I'm just going to assume the Chrono is a confirmed ban. I don't think that's going to change at all.
Yep, I think they're going to stick to it overall. Well, luckily our marshals and our technicians are already there on site just to kind of settle that as soon as possible. But I think that the big question for AG Global is whether or not they're going to disrupt the duo of the Zane alongside with the Cassie, or whether they're just going to say, you know what, are we willing to give up the Oscar just to get this duo support combo? Because at the end of the day, they're not really the team that gets into your face. They are hoping to find that man advantage if Do lands that headshot.
Yeah. Do is a highlight player that I kind of want to mention here. Do has done an amazing job as a sniper for AG Global. And I want to highlight that a lot of it has come down to his personal mechanical skill as a player. The reason why I'm going to bring this up is because there were a couple games where Do actually played A124. And in a lot of cases, you'll be thinking like, why do you want your sniper to play A124? He knows he is perfectly capable of being able to reliably dish out damage on his own, and he was there to provide support for his team wherever he could. Now, a lot of other teams, they do like to throw their snipers on Clue, on Coda, as they also can provide some sort of utility for the team. But in the case of his team, I think they were already running a Coda on their lineup, and they decided to opt for the A124 and throw Do on it because they knew, like, okay, you can either throw A124 in that mid to front lines, or we can say, okay, Do, we trust you to be able to keep yourself safe as the A124 and let the rest of the team do their job. And he was unstoppable as the A124 sniper. So he's, in my honest opinion, he's one of my favorites, if not my favorite sniper right now, coming into Clash Squad from Southeast Asia, just because of how versatile he is in terms of what he's capable of playing.
He is a mainstay for sure. Do definitely has been passed around in Southeast Asia as one of the best snipers for the longest of times. And I think now with again, a pretty good matchup into Maal, who's considered one of the best snipers in Indonesia, we'll see how this is going to play out. Because Steffi, they decided, you know what? Oscar, the duo supports that work well together. Let's just open up this draft entirely. We want to have throwables active. We'll see what that's going to mean for AG Global, because it's going to be an easy Oscar secure for RRQ Kazu.
Okay, I was kind of wondering that for RRQ, you know, like, what are your options? Ignis?
I can always find my way back
Cassie. Wow. Okay. I have to say, I was not expecting this drafting order coming out from AG, so I guess they're keeping their options open, but at the same time, these are great picks. So you've confirmed that you've got you've got Coda to provide the vision for your team, and now you also have Ignis that's going to be able to provide not only a way for your team to push into RRQ Kazu, but also be able to hinder RRQ Kazu if they decide to rush into you themselves, which that is the game plan. You've got Oscar and Tatsuya supported by a Cassie, so I'm expecting RRQ to run head first.
Yeah.
To AG.
Huh.
And Santino.
I feel like I feel like RRQ Kazu at this point of time, they could have taken the standardized picks, but instead they wanted the Tatsuya. It feels like maybe this is a separate style of, completely different style even. And a denial pick coming up from All Gamers Global with the Clue on top of it all? Very interesting way to look at the draft from All Gamers Global.
Oh, are they trying to pigeonhole Maal into a homer?
Or like there's no point going for an A1 at this point unless you just want to specifically deal with the Santino, because everybody else gets instant value as soon as you throw it out.
Yeah, I mean, Ma'al doesn't even play A1-2, and the fact if you go for A1-2, that means you don't even have your dedicated scouting character. Iris, they're going in blind.
I want to know all
They are going in blind. They're going to rely on utilities to provide them that vision. I have concerns, Gideon. We already saw earlier today how devastating it can be to run a lineup without your classic vision providing character. And, I mean, I'm inside thoughts. We're not going to externalize these thoughts yet.
Well, I think, that's part of the job. And I think that especially for All Gamers Global, it's interesting because this is before the changes where you can actually purchase active skill cards like the Time Turner. And I think maybe All Gamers Global is taking a very interesting approach of saying, you know what? Whatever we need, we can technically buy the extra utility. All we need to do is make sure that we kind of get a numbers advantage, and then everything else will go a lot smoother. Because I was thinking maybe All Gamers Global wanted to lean back into like a Dimitri composition that they've shown up once or twice. But knowing RRQ Kazu, the fact that they took Oscar and Cassie and then followed it up with a Tatsuya, even though All Gamers Global kind of already had the idea of Santino ready to go, I'm surprised because that kind of gives away what RRQ Kazu was going to do, right? Even if they didn't have the scanner, that's going to be totally fine, but it doesn't mean they're completely dead in the water. They can close distances extremely quickly, but they can't slow down fights. There has to be a lot of individual plays made by RRQ Kazu to ensure that this composition works. And it's actually paired up very well against All Gamers Global, because if All Gamers Global lose the pistol round and then the following 2 rounds, I'm expecting a snowball coming in from RRQ Kazu very quickly until about roughly round 5.
No, I can see that happening, especially with what kind of formation we're probably going to be seeing from AG as well, because if you look at what they're running, this is not a lineup that wants to be grouped up together. This is actually a lineup where I expect all 4 players, or maybe they go for like a 1-2-1 formation. They want to be split. And this is going up against a lineup that wants to basically hug each other, aside from maybe Ma'al, who wants to be, out and about. But, okay, here's the thing. Santino is due solution for irises. He has used this in the past, and he basically wins this matchup every single time. So I hope RRQ are prepared to provide that support that Ma'al needs, because they already know this is one of the issues with their lineup. But I'm worried that they're not going to be prepared for the fact that Dew is going to be on that Santino.
And not to mention that, again, Dew can call audibles in for the rest of his team to give him that extra bit of information, right? Oh, pop the clue right now. Maybe I can sneak a mannequin into the back line. Use the coda if we're in the middle of a fight, right? He doesn't necessarily need to walk in blind, send the mannequin backwards, and put his body on the line to get information. He can let the rest of his team do that. He just needs to be the executor at the very end of the day. So it's a really interesting approach. One of the few times that we actually see not only a denial pick, but a way to actually enable their main sniper Dew, which is why we're seeing, again, both sides. It's Iris versus Santino here, and everybody else has to make their own individual plays. I want to see whether or not other members of AG Global is going to step up in this case, because again, they have to withhold. Everybody else. They have to make sure that they don't get a lot of value out of Tatsuya, and the Oscar, even more dangerous, can just plow through their glue walls.
Yep, I think it's going to be a very interesting matchup to see how AG play with this very awkward lineup into something that I would even consider maybe, I wouldn't say meta, but it is definitely more normal coming out from RRQ. But if there's a team that's going to pull off a very unorthodox strat, it's AG. I believe this team is one of the pioneers within the Southeast Asia region to pioneer very unconventional picks and lineups, and especially with the fact that they did decide to go for this, I want to call it the CCTV strat. This could really work in their favor with what it's capable of providing to the team altogether. But we'll have to see. We got to let the guns do the talking. The players show us that they're capable of being able to pull off their lineups. RRQ, as much as I love AG, my eyes are on RRQ at the moment. I need to see if this team can break through and essentially beat their demons to beat AG. Because, yeah, if they don't fix their problems within the next 1 to 2 rounds, I dare say it'll be a 2-0.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough, right? And I think that this pistol round has the most amount of weight on it. It could go either side as we start heading on into this game. It's RRQ versus AG Global in this best of 3 game number 1. We're gonna kick things off almost straight away here. Let's see what the opener is going to be, right? Most teams, as we expect, should be looking to actually hold on to the middle ground as soon as possible. I do see a couple of sawed-offs being purchased for the side of RRQ. Not entirely sure. It looks like Duo, of course, he's going to have a scope on his pistol. No surprises there. Same goes for Maal. But it's that 1v1 shoot-off, which I'm really interested because this is the most honest way of doing it.
Yeah, and I have to add this on top as well, right? Maal is on the Iris. His arch nemesis is Team SR. He is basically going to be revealing the sniper, and already right off the bat, Ekal taken out by Du from the distance. Oh my gosh, the snipes are already starting to kick in. Du trying to go for another one there. Abe, though, going to be the next one to be caught, but this time by Cypher in the front lines. And Maal, he's been spotted. Du, but he loses the 1v1. Oh, bit of a devastating move there, but doesn't really matter with 2 players down. You still have 3 players on the side of AG ready to take out the rest of the RRQ roster. And the poor RRQ, they're all pinned towards the edge of the map. Essentially, AG, they're waiting in the wings to just eat them up as they come in.
When you pay too much attention towards Du's side, that's when AG Global quickly utilize their information. And now they don't even have to use the quota or the clue at this point. They're waiting for Barros to actually get in there. First contact already made. Boots instantly goes down with the help of Cypher. And Cypher closes it out nice and easy. And that's what's dangerous about AG. They want that man advantage. And Du is that guy who just somehow finds it every single time.
Yeah, and even if you get rid of Du, you gotta deal with Cypher. I did forget to mention Cypher is a monster on his own as well. He has been quite well known on his chrono during the fall season, especially if they do get access to the Cassie as well. Cypher's chrono is nasty. And now that you have Cypher on the coda, he's able to provide vision for himself, so he can actually safely execute his own little assassination missions if necessary, if he's not providing vision for Du, for example. Going into round number 2, though, this one could be a bit of an interesting one. Maal already in position, but look who is over there as well. We've got Cypher actually hunting for Maal, and again, we already see, right, the pressure on Maal is incredible, and he's already on the ground. Yes, okay, you might have caught the clue, but the sniper is going down on the side of RRQ, and Ekal's the next one to follow. Barros is the one to take him out. They do pick up Maal, but he is so slow.
No.
All it takes is one bullet to scrape by his cheek to take him out. Cypher's down, and now it's all up to Du. The sniper, the Santino. Can he finish off the last 2 players on the side of RRQ?
Oh, that was quite the mistake. Quite the mistake there. They forgot about the Iris, right? Thinking that the glue wall was going to protect them, but now they're going to go for the all-in. So far, at least for Dudes, he was able to find his 1-for-1. Tries to go the turnaround, but it's too late. Abe cuts him right in half. Beautifully done coming in from RRQ's side. And honestly, a really great adaptation. I have to admit that AG, they could have gotten this round if they just remembered that Iris was still available and they weren't 100% sure where Maal was coming from. And as soon as that first shot came out, he thought, you know what? I'm just going to quickly hug this side of the glue wall. And once the Iris popped, it was a little too late, because if he got that revive down, ooh, it would have been a landslide victory for AG.
Yeah, I 100% agree. But I am glad for RRQ, though, showing signs of life, that they're not going to just be bested by AG. It doesn't matter if you are a seasoned champion. This is a clean slate for everybody involved. And so much on the table, so much on the line for RRQ to prove that they are one of the best teams within the Southeast Asia region. Now, already Ekal has been caught on the ground next to Barros, and Cypher catching a Dutz as well. And Abe, next one to follow. I mean, Maal's fine, but against a full roster, this is an uphill battle for a singular man. And, I mean, there's really not much you can do if you're Maal. You just got to play Ring Around the Rosie. Hope you can maybe get a couple of heads before you go down. Cypher's going to finish him off, and he will grab him. He gets it. Full clean up there for AG.
Man, the crosshair placement coming in from Sypha. I really love the fact that at least in CS, the crosshairs are a lot more accurate in terms of their placement compared to BR, where things are hella chaotic. But look at this right here. Bang! With the swipe and the sweep, pre-firing it, that much confidence. My only problem in that round was dude sleeping at the wheel. He got shot in the back by Sypha initially. He does know that Maal is actually trying to cover his back, doesn't see where the angle is exactly, but doesn't bother to reposition as well. Not sure what happened there, but RRQ can't be letting rounds like that go.
No, I 100% agree. This is something that has been a bit of an issue with Dutz in the past. It seems like sometimes he's so busy trying to look what's in front of him that he gets himself out of position, which is very, very awkward. At the moment, though, Sypha going in for a bit of a skirmish there with Abe, who did try to go for a very, very wide flank. Oh, blue wall by Sypha. If he did not deploy that, I think he would have been taken out. He's going to try and back on out. It's created some distance.
Wow.
At least Sypha's going to live for a little bit longer, but oh, that could have gone really bad.
What a 180 coming in from Sypha. Icon ends up getting cut off as Barrows. Make sure that the stairs is covered. Now Sypha's coming up to walk up onto Abe, and the formation is already broken as even Maal can't do much. Double revolvers akimbo with Sypha and Barros to close out that round. Man, Sypha is running circles around RRQ. That is crazy.
Yeah, Sypha is incredibly fun to watch as a player because if you watch his perspective, he's just in there. He's in there, he's doing the work, he's doing the damage. Yes, he's got teammates also providing that support, but man, AG, sometimes they don't even need Do. Do's like the insurance policy that they invest their life savings into, but they still go into life at full throttle because, you know, you only got one life, so you gotta do the best that you can with it. We are on Mammoth, however, though, so this is where things can get a little bit dicey for either side. As, man, some of these snipes coming up, doing quite a bit of damage there to AG. But now the teams are finally meeting on the Mammoth Bones.
Yeah, they're trying to hold it off. Once again, gotta deny that information. More so, make sure that they can't move past a certain boundary. You can see that Do is actually going for a super long flank as he runs the edge of the map with the UAV. This is actually huge for him. If he can walk up upon Maal, if he hears his footsteps, he needs to turn around now because he is right sniffing his feet at this point. Look at how close he is.
Oh, they're right there. And I think Maal, he's starting to sniff it. He's like, guys, I'm all alone. And Do is here. He's going to try and reposition. And it's got a teammate back there.
Oh.
Meanwhile, everyone else is going to keep fighting. Sypha is down. I repeat, Sypha is down. And Barros is as well. Although, what's happened in the back? Maal, he did finally get caught, though. This is going to leave RRQ with the rest of roster. Do's been caught. Abe saving the game, however, for RRQ. And this leaves Team SR as the last remaining standing player on the side of AG Global against 3 players on the side of RRQ. Woo, things are getting a little bit sweaty there, but RRQ, great recovery, picking up those eliminations.
Yeah, really, really scary position. Unfortunately, when playing from low to high, it's just so much harder to actually pull the rug from underneath your opponents. Abe, he sees him. There we go. Takes him out of the very end. There was a moment there for certain that we were all wondering, is Abe about to lose his head there and then? But look at how this round actually progresses. A really good call coming in from Aikal to say, yo, Abe, our backs are already compromised. Just push them. You got the Valiant Dash. Just go for it. Break through those glue walls. I got your back as well. If you hand me the kills, I will chase down everybody else after.
Yeah. I think you really have to play into that if you're up against AG, because if you try to play that game of shooting from a distance, the sniping game is actually in favor of AG. So if you're RRQ, get in their face. Get right in there and dish out the damage. And AG going for a 3-to-1 split as the rest of the team going to be rushing into Abe, who throws that glue wall up to cause a little bit of distraction there. Sypha trying to find his target, but can't quite find anybody on the other side. Though Team SR isolated, but Dutz, first player to go down on the side of RRQ. But Sypha, next one to follow thanks to Ikal. That's a huge pick there. And that's gone for Team SR. Sypha super lit. Abe and Maal has been caught though, and doesn't really matter. Oh, the cleanup. The cleanup is there.
Oh.
And it looks like AG. That was very, very close. It was just a fraction of a second that decided the overall result of the match.
Abe went to try and finish off the kill. Team SR pops up from underneath the ruins and blows him out of the water. That's got to be so frustrating for RRQ losing in that particular fashion. AG, they're doing a lot of good things here, but the information that they get, they instantly look to attack on the opposite side. Don't get me wrong, RRQ had a correct response to it. Unfortunately, they just don't have enough weaponry because of how many cyber drops that have been already secured by AG Global at this point. They're walking in with upgraded guns every single time, Trogons if necessary, but now RQ with a little bit more investment this time round. Trogon's in Ikal's hand. Oh, Maal, he's already getting blasted by Sypha. Gets secured as well as Team SR trying to hold the rest of RRQ at bay. They know they can't go from under, so they have to go from over. Good map knowledge here as Team SR with the Trogon in hand, trying to keep them down with suppressing a fire. Sypha turns the corner, and that's when they all collapse. AG, they're moving around like ants. You don't know whether it's coordinated or not, but they're just working too well in tandem with each other.
And we're at match point as well here for AG Global, so all it takes is one more win for them to take the set. And look at RRQ. No cyber airdrops in sight. It's all in the pockets of AG Global. So AG, they are rich. They are working with so much economy this round. It's not funny. And RRQ, I mean, there are moments of brilliance for this team, but at the same time, I feel like those moments are happening because AG are also throwing a couple of missteps here and there. RRQ need to pull off a perfect fight on this map if they want to keep their names alive, if they want to keep that round going. Otherwise, we're going straight to game number 2. Oh man, Team SR. He knows someone's there. He's just trying to figure out if he wants to try and press the issue. Because AG, they know they are in no rush to push into this. It's actually RRQ that are the ones that are so desperate to try and keep their dream alive.
Absolutely, absolutely. Look at this, so great. Opening round, right at the beginning of the round, hey, we move out, 5 seconds later, instantly clue. Then we follow it up with a UAV to confirm the positions here as they try to run on through. It's too late. What was that? He didn't even bother to try and utilize his quota to get him more information. He thought it was secure for sure. The fake was sold by RRQ. They held their ground and they held it strong. And now with 2 anchors in the back, they know that Barros and Duo are going to be working together in one side, but do they know about Team SR with no surveillance utility whatsoever? Not even a UAV to throw at this point. They hold the western side of this map as they slowly encroach on the inside. Blue has already been popped, but it's too late. Abe takes him, Team SR with the micro Uzi. And now it is a 4v2. No weapons want to be lost from the side of RRQ. They want to keep it as clean as possible. As Du holding a high ground, knowing where Maal is, leaving a mannequin on the top side as he goes for a wide peek. He tries to change it, but he doesn't land on the ground in time because he can't use it midair.
Oh no, I think this is where AG may have just simply lost the round based off of one movement. One movement. Losing Cypher there was crucial for RRQ to get a foothold of that match. Ikal with the surprise, single-handedly keeping the dream alive here for RRQ. And after that, right, it's just really awkward positioning here for Gio and Barros. They really were limited in terms of where they could be, what they could do. And so, you know, trying to make that very weird play on the crates happen, I think that was a necessary evil. It's just, in this case, it just did not work out. And now we're back onto Santa Catarina. And RQ, they are still fighting. They are still climbing. They've got to push for 2, 3 more games if they want to win the set, but at least 2 if they want to equalize 5 apiece and push for a match point for both sides. But this map, this is one of the last maps you want to play if you are at a disadvantage. Cypher, very, very low, will be able to heal on up. And now they're trying to find their next victim. But RRQ, you can tell they're very, very hesitant to go inside, but Team SR has been caught out very, very low, and no one is there to actually provide support. And that's going to be it. Abe finishing off Team SR, pushing the team at a disadvantage. Oh, but Duels has been caught by Barros, and now both teams sitting at 3 players apiece. Cypher going to be able to back out through that doorway, but Barros has been caught by Maal, the sniper, the star player at RRQ, really pushing through. And all of a sudden, there's now Cypher and Du standing for AG, whereas for RRQ, they still have Abe, Ikal, and Maal. That circle's getting smaller, but Du's been caught by Maal, the sniper, catching out his arch nemesis, and RRQ pushing it to 4-5.
And you can see it on Du's face. He was like, no! How could I possibly? I was already up 2-0. Now it's 2-1 in terms of how many times they've battled against each other. But man, what an interesting play here on Santa Catarina. Again, climbing up the early mass for Dutson as well as Aikal was a smart option to try and get as many resources as possible. But Maal with a game-changing headshot there. That's why these teams are so similar. 4-5 still with 3 cyber drops already secured for the side of AG. The maximum amount of econ that can actually happen. And look at the amount of damage that they've already applied. Trying to hold on to the spine. Sypha, he needs to start denying space. And Aikal, he throws a far glue wall, but cannot follow it up with his body. Sypha, he's going to be lobbing another nade in and trying to see how much damage he can apply with the rest of his team in the back. They've already popped the clue as well as the Coda. Honestly, roughly one slightly slower than the other, but no! 2 finds Abe's head, and now he's going to be looking for a little bit more. He wants to secure it, and he finds the secure with the help of the VSK AG. Now on the aggressive.
Oh, that you are not safe if you are on the ground. And now without Abe, RRQ are working with very limited options here. They do have Maal on that low ground, but he's all alone. So if he gets caught out, he's not going to have anyone to pick him up. Dutz and Ikal, they have a mountain to push upon this spine themselves. It looks like both teams, they might even wait for this circle to close on in before they make their next move. As Sypha trying to get any kind of angle, he's trying to see if he can maybe clip somebody's head, but he can't quite get it. So now it's going to be a very, very slow push here, Gideon. Both teams realizing what could potentially happen if they make the wrong move during this round.
Oh, and AG is already one step ahead. Yes, dude. He's already found Maal and bringing the score to 3-1 so far as he controls the space that they try to push up. AG were just better prepared to get on the ribcage early on to get that extra little bit of height. That made all the difference.
Oh, dude, getting that catch onto Abe was huge. If Abe was still there, they would still have the firepower to be able to push up that spine, but to lose a player and to also know that Dew is sniping from that cliffside, it was such a difficult decision for RRQ to make as to what they were supposed to do. If they were going to wait for the circle to continue closing on in, or if they just make that really dangerous gamble and push on up. I have to say, I am actually very impressed with how RRQ played that round. Yes, they did not win. They did drop that first game to AG Global, but I am starting to see some significant improvement from this roster, and it's making me hopeful that we will be getting a third game in this set.
I totally agree here. I really think that the people who need to step up right now is Dutson as well as Aikal, right? Because Abe and as well as Maal are putting in hella work. On the opposite side, AG, well done. Really great game from every single member. And I think that even Barros was putting a good amount of work too, making sure that he could support the rest of his team with information. I mean, it's an untraditional composition to see, but they made it work because it checks all the boxes for AG of what they need to make sound decisions. And I think that's the real difference.
Yeah. I think we're also witnessing why AG is the pinnacle of Clash Squad in Southeast Asia at the moment. This team, I think we did see a couple of mistakes. Like there were definitely some plays where you were kind of questioning, you know, like what kind of happened. But there were rounds where you could tell they were on their game. I think it's almost impossible to beat this team if everything goes according to plan. But that's the kind of issue that we're starting to see with AG, right? Like they're a great team, very, very sharp, but if you do find that weakness, they're not immortal, right? They are definitely living beings. You can slay the gods, but dude, man, this guy, I think he's going to single-handedly get Santino banned for round number 2 because you cannot give this guy Santino. It's just too good of a pick. You have too much utility, too much mobility. I feel like this is the perfect hybrid sniper where you have a way to get into an offensive position and also defensively protect yourself if things go awry.
It's so flexible. And when he can call audibles for the rest of his team, you definitely know that he's going to start pushing limits here. Oh, we don't have Clue and Coda active, ready to go. But don't worry, I'll just check it physically. I will use my own 2 eyes to get there. And if I need to get out, I hope I'm not in the middle of my jump animation. That's the best that he can hope for. 4-6, the score line for this map. And I think when we're looking at the damage numbers, right, everybody from the side of AG is putting up some decent numbers. Even Team SR, who's been finding these like really appropriate flanks, which is why he has so many assists despite having so little damage.
It just goes to show how in sync this team is, I feel. Like the synergy, the shot calls, the targeting. I think the targeting is probably the biggest thing with the team. You could definitely tell who they were targeting at any one point. They never really had too many fights where it seemed like the team was sort of frantically trying to pick anybody off. It was all very calculated, it was all decided, right? Like somebody made the call, like we need to focus this player down. So yeah, AG Global, all gamers global, looking very scary in game number 1. Yes, okay, the scoreline was 4-6, but we have to remember their opponent is also RRQ Kazu, one of the best teams in the entire world, hailing from the Indonesian region. We've got to give them the respect where it's due as well, because this team, I had my reservations for them coming into Clash Squad because they definitely struggled in the Asia scene. They've improved tenfold since then. So I hope they've learned something in that first game, because it's now time to apply everything that they have learned in game number 1 into game number 2. Because if they can't successfully win game number 2, we're getting a 2-0 set. I know all of us want to see a full 3 games. So if you are an RRQ fan, please let them know in the chat. Send them your support. They're going to need this energy, especially if they're going to beat AG.
Gotta send them that energy, because right now, at least from the coach's POV, they have to start thinking about strategies, right? Okay, maybe the draft was a bigger issue here. Maybe we weren't able to enable dudes to get into these types of positions to actually contribute, especially from those early rounds. The pistols are the scary thing, but man, I don't know. Between the two teams, I hope they've interacted with each other, and it looks like we have exactly what you guys were looking for. An interview between AG as well as RRQ. What could they have said? Could it be interesting? We don't know. We're throwing it over right now.
Kalau buat tim RRQ atau tim gue sendiri, kalau dilihat dari story sih nggak kuat-kuat banget lah, tapi ya kita berusaha untuk bisa juara.
เก่งครับเพราะว่าซ้อมที่4ทุกคืนครับตั้งแต่เที่ยงคืนถึง6 โมงเช้า
Mungkin pendapatku kalau soal tim AG sih di CS ya, hampir-hampir mirip lah sama kayak RRQ tadi. Agak nahan bisa juga, agresif juga bisa.
อยากยิงหัวเมาครับเพราะว่าจะอยากรู้ว่าคนไหนเขาแม่นจริงหรือเปล่า
Buat dia, lihat aja ntar lu nggak bakal gue kasih main di CS mode.
Di tim AG itu sebenarnya ada satu orang menurutku tuh lemah. Di CS siapa ya? Antara Baros kali ya, Baros. ก็ทั้งทีมนะครับก็สู้ๆนะครับวันที่เจอผมก็อย่าประมาทนะครับ Buat Saifa ya hati-hati aja kalau lu keras kepala lu atau hilang dah.
Oh, the threats! I can feel it from here. I'm a bit scared now.
Oh man, especially when you have these types of players, best of the best, known for their individual skill, known to have signature weapons as well. Some might even consider naming those weapons after them if they keep on winning and maintaining that streak. But from the way that it looks so far, I think that Maal, a little frustrated. He hasn't gotten too many honest 1v1s against Sypha, against Du, as much as he would like to. Sometimes Sypha suddenly appears with Team SR showing up at the worst possible times. Other times it could be Baros alongside with Du. So generally speaking, it feels like AG has a really good idea of how to actually approach the situation because of their flexibility offensively alongside being hyper defensive when necessary. But now we move on to Nextterra.
On Nextterra, I kind of have my reservations, unfortunately. Well, I think we got to bring it up, right? Kalahari is one of RRQ's signature maps, one of their specials. So to drop that map against AG, I'm scared. But again, you know, I said this before. I hope they learnt some very important lessons. I hope they picked up on AG's play style and they're able to successfully apply their own personal counter to AG on Nextterra, but it's also Nextterra. So
Yep.
it's not going to be an easy map at all. I think I'm still leaning towards AG, unfortunately, for this map, just because AG, we've seen them be able to really navigate these like very claustrophobic areas. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, this team is just very good at juking and picking their entry points and their disengage as well. Whereas for RRQ seems to do much better in those very open maps, right? Like more open space, where they have a lot more clear line of sight. And also, most importantly for Ma'al, if he can see anybody is running at him, because he wants to focus on popping heads. He doesn't want to focus on watching his backside, because if he's watching his back, he's not getting headshots. He's not getting those E-limbs. So I hope RRQ have a plan, but this is not going to be an easy game by any means, even though they looked pretty good on Kalahari.
But that's the thing, right? I think that it's really difficult for RRQ to contain AG Global because of how fluid they are, really. And they don't even know what openers that All Gamers Global go for. Clue ban? All right.
Wow.
So they get rid of the clue. Does that mean that RRQ is like, you know what? Sure, let's get rid of the Coda and open everything up. We are on second pick, to be fair.
If you get rid of Coda, then it's all the meta. All the meta vision heroes basically gone, leaving you with all of the other options, I guess. The Santino. Look, respect. Yep. I think you had to get rid of the Santino. Duo is just too good.
So obnoxious to deal with, but now the Coda gets instantly locked in for the side of All Gamers Global. Now RRQ Kazu, what are they going to do? Because now the drafting order is a little awkward for them. If they want to go for Oscar, but then Cassie and Zayn is still available, but does that fit their style? So far, Abe has done phenomenally on Oscar, right? He was, again, the highest amount of eliminations for his team in map number 1. Coming into map number 2, I think they should really lean into that, right? Play around Abe, let Ma'al kind of do his own thing. If you have enough threat in your front line, nobody is going to see Ma'al pick off a couple of members in the back.
I'm the undying
Wow, okay, so new opening here for RRQ Kazu. We've got Oscar and Ignis.
Know all your secrets.
I swear, AG, they are purposefully taking all of Ma'al's favorite choices, leaving him with basically whatever's left. Because in the past, Ma'al has played Clue. I feel like he's also played Dakota. Iris has been one of Ma'al's signature picks. I don't know what's left for this man to play.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what he's gonna have left, right? Because it feels like RRQ Kazu don't want to have the traditional supports. Do they not want to take up a Zayn or maybe even a Cassie? No. They're gonna go into Nero. All right, let's see whether Ma'al is gonna be the one playing this, right? Because now with Santino kind of out of the way, whoever kind of shows up against this Nero, he can deny glue walls, sure, but ideally you want to affect multiple people rather than just one. I would imagine that it would be better for Ma'al to actually play the A124 where he has line of sight, and then finally the Cassie gets picked up at the very end here. All right, are there going to be any shifts before they go into the game? At least there's some shifting from AG Global, but I don't see any movement from RRQ Kazu.
Wow, so we're going to be seeing Ma'al potentially pilot the Nero. I'm kind of keen. I'm kind of keen to see how he's going to be able to pull this off. AG are finalizing their choices, and it looks like Cypher. I thought Cypher was going to be maybe on that Chrono, but they're going to shift him onto the Coda instead. I think they were considering, like, okay, do we maybe want to, you know, put Do on the Coda instead? But look, Iris just makes more sense here, right? Like, okay, yeah, Cypher's great. I think I'd love to see him play the Iris as well, but Coda just makes a lot more sense in this situation.
Oh, for sure.
At the end of the day, though, just looking at the drafts, like, AG just looks much more balanced compared to RRQ Kazu. Kazu's lineup is definitely on the wonky side. I'm all for seeing Ma'al play this Nero, but to be fair, I wonder if AG also know how Ma'al plays that Nero, because this could be a bit of a surprise for them too. I wonder if Ma'al's even revealed this before.
I don't think he's revealed it before, even in BR. I think that right now, for RRQ Kazu, at the very least, they're very offensive-sided, right? We close the distance, we break our glue walls. If we just combo our abilities, there's literally nothing that you can do. So I think the big linchpin here is whether or not the A124 actually lands in the first place, because all the follow-up that happens afterwards is kind of a hit or a miss. There's natural combos with A124 alongside with Nero, and Oscar alongside with Nero. Even Ignis has a little bit of value, not instantaneous, but enough to disrupt opponents by blocking line of sight on top of the extra dot damage that he provides, not only to glue walls that, again, he has increased damage towards, but to the players as well for the early pistol rounds. I think that All Gamers Global, the most important thing is when they actually pop Koda's ability. Because if they pop it too late when RRQ Kazu is in their face, they get 0 value. If they do it just to get a rough idea of where RRQ Kazu is going to be, there's a good chance that RRQ Kazu might pivot which direction they're going to take the confrontation.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of factors that we have to consider. But I think at the end of the day, we just got to leave it to the players. I have a lot of expectations. I am thinking. Originally, I thought we were going to go to a game 3, but just seeing the draft already, AG are rock solid. I feel like they won the draft altogether, especially with the drafting order. Whereas for RRQ, they're kind of coming out of it thinking like, what the heck? But what do we draft for Ma'al? Because they always leave Ma'al for last pick, or they generally always leave him for last pick because they want to avoid Ma'al being counted. And because of that predictability, it's kind of made them a bit easy to read, which is how AG was able to just really get around them in that drafting phase. I mean, look, for all we know, this debut of Ma'al Nero on the world stage, maybe it triggers something. Maybe this is the beginning of our new meta, where we start seeing team snipers pick up Nero as a SS tier pick.
I think that this is a declaration of war to AG Global, right? It's like, all right,
I think so too.
you don't want to be honest with our 1v1s in the sniping battle. I'll tell you what, I'm going to join the rest of our team. We're going to turn it into an honest 4v4. The most honest we can possibly. We're going to force you to come down to our level somehow. And I think the decisions that are going to be made by AG is going to be a lot more difficult, because not only do you have to be reactive, but it feels like RRQ have natural ways to try and outplay the Coda, or at the very least fake the information being sent over when they take those first initial contacts. But it all starts from the pistol, right? They've got Ignis on their side. Technically, they should have an advantage coming into the very first round. We'll see whether they start to take the early lead. Maybe I'm hoping that they can take a 3-round lead, in a matter of fact, against the AG to turn this into a real contest.
Yeah, I'd love to see a 3-round win. But let's try and get past this first round first. Can RRQ start building up their little kingdom here? Because at the moment, they just have a little village. They really need to build up the walls around this to really call it a kingdom. But look at that, though. Already heavy push coming in from RRQ. So I do like this. I love the fact that the team is grouping up. And to be honest, I kind of like seeing Ma'al actually play a little bit closer to his team, right? Because the fact that he's playing Nero, he can provide a lot of support. The jump down there coming up from Team SR. He's going to try and use the side to get the pick up there. Abai, their first player to go down, and Team SR, next player to drop still on the ground, will finally go down. Varus, they're catching out Ma'al. Oh no, there goes the Nero. We still have just an ecal though. They might be able to turn things around, but do it. He tried to play with the Scythe, but the distance too far away from Cypher. And AG swiping away that pistol round.
And that's the Cassie diff, right? Again, in these pistol rounds, Cassie can be so useful. You get to eat so many shots unless you take it from a big, a pistol with a scope on it. I think generally speaking, I think that RRQ had the right idea, but unfortunately, they have no way to verify their information. They threw the firewall in the center, which is a very normal opening play on the pistol rounds, or just in general for that terrain. Didn't find anything. They took the first number of shots, and worst yet, they traded 1 for 1 in a position where they lost Abe. And again, from the side of AG, they didn't lose too much. Oh, you've taken out SR. That's not a big deal. We've got Barros running in from the back. We've got Du already locking his sights on you as well.
Oh, take a look at the map though. We see a huge flank. They're trying to chase down Ma'al, but he will have support here with Duets. So it's going to be a 2v2, but Ma'al already taking some pretty big damage there. He's going to have to recover some of that health before he feels comfy trying to go back and load his gun. Now, all of a sudden, we are going to be seeing the flame wall deployed. RRQ pushing forward with Abe Ikal as well to the side though. Ma'al is under fire. Cypher trying to break on through, but Duets is making that a very difficult task. But Abe finally going to go down. Virus is going to be the next one to follow suit. So we're now down to a 3 versus 3, unless a pickup is possible. But Cypher finally catches the sniper. You're not getting away, he says. And AG lock in round number 2.
AG is just 2 shots. It's headshot, weapon area, right? RRQ, they got to start pulling it together. They can't be dropping rounds in those fashions without some clinical trades against AG because the flow is just not there.
Yeah, we are going to have a bit of a pause here, ladies and gentlemen. So please be patient as we sort out whatever issue is currently plaguing our players. But I think we got to talk about this now. AG have started to basically swipe away the leads that were supposed to be due for RRQ, right? We needed RRQ to build up some kind of snowball, some kind of lead to give them an edge over AG, especially with their very wonky lineup. I think now, just after seeing those 2 rounds, right, I think I am starting to get a little bit of a better idea as to what they're trying to pull off. And there's one big con that I'm currently seeing, and it is the fact that this team is so high risk. If you pop off your active at the wrong time, you're a sitting duck. You do not have a classic lineup. You do not have that classic support. You are relying on your active either setting up for you to get that elimination or setting up to put your enemies in a disadvantageous position, which is not currently happening. To be fair, at the same time, we are still within the early days of the round. Players don't quite have their full set of gear yet, so I think maybe things could change a little bit for RRQ if they can deck themselves out with a little bit of a better loadout, which we will see later on. I do question how much emphasis they're going to put on those cyber airdrop rounds. Are they willing to throw bodies to lock in the cyber airdrop?
I think if it's between deciding for a cyber airdrop and winning the round, I think winning the round takes priority, especially since they need a little bit of buffer to get to the point where they can start buying time turners for themselves. And I think that's where things are going to start changing for them. As much as AG Global will be able to get access to time turners of their own, they are naturally winning these games anyways, right? Their economy is always going to be pretty healthy as a whole. I think for RRQ, the only thing that needs to be adjusted right now, yes, there is a huge lack of information. They don't know what openers AG Global are doing. Again, in round number 2, we're already seeing instead of going for the traditional 1-2-1, they decided to go for a 2-2 split. And that's something that they weren't expecting, because if they were expecting that, they would have looked to intercept the supply lines, stop the reinforcements from covering crucial key points of the map, right? And RRQ, if they can figure out, and more importantly, I think they need to take one step back to see where Cypher is going to go, because he's consistently in these past couple of rounds have been looking for those flanks. If he can get a reaction out of them while all 4 members of RRQ can pounce, that's when they will find their advantages.
Yeah, and I think the ultimate issue with the lineup so far is just stemming from this lack of reliable vision for RRQ. Because they don't have that reliable way of finding out what the formation is for AG. Like, they don't know if they're going to be hit with the 2-2. They don't know if it's going to be a 1-2-1. They don't even know if it's going to be a 4-man push. And unfortunately, the only source of vision that they have, their reliable source of vision, it's on Ma'al. And we already saw it in round 2. Ma'al, he's already trying to split from his team. He does not want to play with his lineup at all. He's trying to play as that classic sniper at a distance from the other side of the map, which, if you're doing that and you're playing Nero, you don't really get to benefit from Nero's active. So as we get ready for this map, folks, we do have a question for all of you. Are you smarter than a 5th grader? Actually, I don't even know if a 5th grader knows this, but the question is, which loadout is better in Clash Squad? The Team Booster or the Enhanced Hammer? Let us know in the comments. Is it A or is it B? Is it healing or is it damage? Is it utility or is it damage?
It's a combination. Obviously, because you have like 4 members, you can have like a different combination of whether it's the enhanced hammer or team boosters. But in general, ooh, this is a tough one. I want to say enhanced hammer so badly, especially for Clash Squad. Like, it makes so much sense to me. But you really need a team of shooters, like people who just do not miss. If not, I feel like Team Booster is just so reliable.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Team Boosters are a bit of a no-brainer. If you're still only getting into Clash Squad, Team Booster. If you can't aim, Team Booster. There's just too many. There's too much utility that you can get out of the Team Booster. I mean, I love the hammer. Okay, we love the hammer. We can look at it. I think that's all we can do at the moment. But if you do get a superstar in the team, give them the hammer. Let them bonk. Let them bonk for free. Looks like we are ready to jump back into the match, folks. So thank you all for being so incredibly patient. Round number 3 is good to go. AG, though, is currently leading with a score of 2-0 against RRQ Kazu. RRQ, they are in, I want to say, a desperate situation because, yes, it's only 2 games, but they have struggled to play against AG for some of these rounds. They need something to go their way, and you can see, look at this. They want that cyber airdrop. They're going for a full commitment, but look at the rotation from AG.
They're looking for the big wraparound in the UAV. It was thrown a little bit far and only spots 2 members here as Sypha turns the corner, wins it out with the help of his buddy in the back, and now Hulk making sure that they've already punished all that they could punish, and noticing the 2 backliners could not cover the distance in time. AG Global, this is the team booster diff. This is that extra movement speed that everybody knows and loves. If you're hitting your shots, you just need to be in the right place at the right time. And AG Global, check all those boxes.
What a terrible round here for RRQ. Like, this was a double loss because not only did they not get the cyber airdrop, it went into AG's pockets, but they lost the round as well. That's a double whammy for a team that is essentially just being kicked down over and over again. And this is round number 3. We're going into round number 4 very soon. And, you know, we can still potentially see signs of life here for RRQ, but just based off of those initial preliminary 3 rounds, it is just not looking good.
But we have to go to the Grav Labs, right? Unfortunately, this is going to be a free bonus round for AG. Bit of an investment, actually, coming in from Mom. I'm surprised that he actually decided to go for it. It looks like they decided to really commit to this, really invest. AWM as well. MP5 coming in from Dudes, but Maal already losing his head, unfortunately. With the help of the smoke at the very least, AG breaking... Oh, wait, good use of the wall of fire here. Abe, he's going to take a little bit of burning as he's already out in the blue, but he's locked out. Can't seem to get back in as Do is able to just cover the entrance, choke holding, putting our RQ into submission.
I feel like this might just be a bit of a repeat for round number 1, but maybe even worse. 4 points now locked into the pockets of AG. RRQ just can't find a solution for this powerhouse of a team. I wish we could just mention what the problem is, but I just feel like everything seems to be the issue. The positioning, the mechanical skill coming out from AG just being, I feel like, a step or 2 above RRQ. The team is going to completely group up as a team. A 4-man push here. Maal, though, right? Oh, Sypha, that was so close. Maal is still there, though, so he could still be hunted. The rest of the team, they're pushing, but Team SR deleting Ekal on the spot, and Maal has been caught as well. And we are about to get 5 points locked in for AG Global as Abe, the last man standing, being hunted by AG. And any moment now, it's going to be those 5 points, match point for AG. And for RRQ, not a single point on the board.
AG, just complete domination here. I'm surprised that the nades are coming in from Barros. Like, he is just nailing these lobs. He's got some good lineups working out for him, especially when you're looking to contest for the cyber airdrops. That's 2 rounds in a row that he's able to make something happen with a single piece of ordnance. I was expecting Dutz to be that guy. If not blowing up the enemy team, at least blowing himself up, because that's what happens in BR almost all the time. But even so, we come back into the gym this time. Let's see whether or not he finds that piece of ordnance, because Dutz, he's got it in hand, and immediately Team SR is the one who finds the initial pick. Disgusting shots here in a map that, again, both sides very even, very neutral. Now they're going to hold out Aikal. He's taking so much damage here from both sides. Even Maal losing just a little bit, quite a decent amount of life. And finally, they find it. At least for Maal, he gets Sypha down in trade. Aikal still on his knees. Needs a little bit of help here as Du's looking and slowly working out on that angle. He notices Abe. He's waiting for him to jump. He knows there's a piece of glass there, luckily. Gets him on the first initial one, but Aikal takes out Barros. Now with 2v4, RQ's best opportunity to steal a round might be here, but Team SR, he pulls one through. He gets it, and Du finds another headshot on towards Abe's side. They've turned it into a 2v3. No time turner, no resources. They're running out of time. As AG will have to hold out that plushie is frustrating for Du, but Maal making sure that he can land these shots. Good timing with the glue walls. He looks to the opposite side. He gets beamed. Takes out the AWM. He should have had that right at the very beginning, but now he has to reload his gun. You see that Maal, at least for the side of Dutz, they have to work hand in hand here. AG keeping it separate, keeping it clean, popping in and out. Whack-a-mole as they control this top area. And now Du drops down to smoke. Interesting play as Team SR finally gets beamed down. They're not giving line of sight over to Du. They're trying to make sure that he can't get it. Maal finally gets it at the end. Finally, RRQ take 1 round back.
Oh, my heart. I feel like it stopped at some point, but geez, that round. That could have gone sideways if RRQ decided to fall for AG's bait. I have to say, AG, they tried to play this really smart. And I think a lot of other teams would have fallen for the bait. What they tried to do, they played on the low ground and they were using Team SR to force somebody on RRQ to follow him down so that they would be able to snipe them off with Du. But the fact that they stayed on the high ground, they stuck together as a team and they got the pickoffs, the snipes from up there, they were able to safely grab those eliminations and ensure not to feed too many resources away to AG. So RRQ showing signs of life, but they still need so many games to make these comebacks happen. And Team SR all on its own, right next to 2 players. And oh my gosh, bit of a trade. Ekal and Team SR on the ground. Ekal does get finished off though thanks to Du. And Team SR should be able to be picked up any moment here. But RRQ, they've lost Abe. Okay, we are back into dire straits for this team. This is not how you want the round to start, especially when you're just starting to show signs of life. And Maal's been caught by Sypha. Oh no!
It couldn't have gotten any worse for RRQ. Maal already did. Abe the next to fall. And I mean, they had a really great opener. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. Deny the space, use the Valley Dash to break through, and now they're going for the game-winning play here. Once again, Sypha and Du putting a hell lot of work, but we got to see so much from Barros in these rounds. Huge pieces of ordnance raining hellfire on their opponents to contest for Cypher airdrops. A 2-0 victory in dominating fashion from AG Global.
We may have just witnessed our second top dog in the entire bracket for Clash Squad. Fluxo, game number 1. I think obviously a very, very strong team coming into Clash Squad, and their arch nemesis might just be AG, especially with how clean they played those rounds, the coordination. This team is on another level, and I am so excited to see this possibly be the matchup, AG versus Fluxo. I kind of hope we see it today, Gideon.
Today? So soon? So early?
Yeah.
They just got their booyah. They're just showing off to the rest of Southeast Asia. All right, sit down, little boys. We got the international. We got Western teams that we're going to be gunning out for in just a bit. Whoever's next, hey, unlucky. Sucks to be them because they came in guns blazing this round. Again, it's not like RRQ didn't put up a fight. I think that map number 1, we definitely saw a couple of iterations of that, but I felt like AG Global Global, they figured out very quickly, hey, they're not punishing for us for our little cheeky moves. Let's play a little disrespectful. And I think that Sypha, once he built that confidence, he told the rest of the team, hey, we can do whatever we want. Come on in, join in on the fun.
Oh my gosh, AG, this team is... They might have convincingly taken the matches, but I have to say, it was really fun to watch this team just to see how good they are at Clash Squad. Like, Clash Squad is not just a fun game mode, okay, guys? It is a serious game mode, and it really shows the mechanical skill of each individual player on a roster, how they contribute to the success of a team. And our game MVP for our second game for match number 3 is none other than Do, which, as much as I love Do, I really think AG, the entire roster, really deserved MVP for this series in particular, because everybody contributed. It wasn't just the Do show, it wasn't just the Cypher show, it was the AG show.
It really was the AG show, but I think that Do, it's very hard to see his impact because most of the time we're not looking at his POV. Like, this man is putting up 3.2k with 10 assists, and the fact is he's making sure that he can apply consistent pressure to his frontliners because, again, when he's not on that Santino, he's on that Iris, he's not looking to flank. He's letting Sypha do that job. He's supporting his front line by making sure that when they make contact and those glue walls are up, they are going to be too busy healing themselves to actually throw out another shot.
Yep. A quick update for our scoreboard as well, just in case you did miss out on this set. So AG lock in their second game of their best of 3 set with a 6-1 scoreline. Kyukazu, they started to show signs of life during one of those final rounds, but it just unfortunately really wasn't enough. But what we have to look at, though, is the eliminations and assists. Look at the disparity between the two teams, Gideon. Such a huge difference in how these teams were able to perform in the latest rounds.
Ah, man. Truly just so dominating. Such an overwhelming force in AG Global, which makes me wonder, what does it look like when they are playing dead to rights as serious as they possibly can? Because even when they were coming up to give their fist bumps over to RRQ Kazu after the game, they looked like they were still having fun, even though RRQ Kazu is in despair of the defeat.
Well, to be fair, I mean, these two teams, they probably know each other very well. So even though, unfortunately for RRQ, probably not feeling too good after this loss, other teams, I think it's just another day for them. They know it's a competition, no hard feelings. They do know it's basically a battle of a battle of the fittest. And I think for RRQ, they're not sad. I think they might even be happy for AG, right? Because AG, that's a team they're constantly playing with. So, you know, I think it just makes sense. You got to be happy for your brethren. But speaking of brethren, we have a winners interview with AG. So let's see what they have to say after securing their first win of the day.
And that is our Booyah belongs to all gamers global in our Clash Squad. AG just locked in 2 games of the best of 3 with RQ Kazu. And welcome Dio to the room of pressure, but it seems like you don't feel any pressure at all. So to our first questions, how are you feeling after defeating RQ Kazu on their home ground?
เรารู้สึกยังไงกับการที่เราสามารถเอาชนะ RQ ในบ้านของเขาคะ
ก็รู้สึกดีครับแต่ว่าน่าจะไม่รีบเจอกันครับน่าจะเจอกันตอนท้ายๆครับเพราะว่าเป็นตัวแทนของประเทศครับ
I feel great, but I feel like we shouldn't play against each other that quick because we both are just one team from our country.
True, and it saddens me too, actually. It's really hard for me to do the interview right now, but regardless of that, AG is the only Thai team in Clash Squad mode. How confident are you that AG can advance to the Indonesia arena or the main stage?
AG เป็นทีมเดียวของประเทศไทยที่เข้ามาเล่นรอบ Clash Squad เรามั่นใจแค่ไหนว่าเราจะได้เข้าไปเล่นรอบไฟนอลที่อินโดอารีนาคะ
มั่นใจครับเพราะว่าผมมีแบ็คหนาครับแบ็ครุ่นใหญ่แบบราชาบุรีรัมย์กับฟาลคอนครับ
Certainly I have high confidence because I have a big support and backup from Buriram United Esports and Team Falcons.
Aw, that is a sweet answer.
Yep, and I think like you now join Fluxo and Movistar R7 in the 1-0 bracket. Up next is P Esports versus Heavy. So which Vietnamese team do you think will join you and why? For me, I want to listen to this.
โอเคตอนนี้ทีมที่เข้ารอบไปแล้วก็คือมีฟุกโซมี R7 แล้วก็ทีมเราคู่ถัดไปจะเป็น P Esports กับ Heavy เราคิดว่าทีมเวียดนามระหว่าง2ทีมเนี้ยทีมไหนจะเข้ารอบคะ
น่าจะเป็น PE ครับเพราะว่า LBT ยิงหัวคมมากครับ
It should be it should be P Esports because LBT are quite good. Okay, we'll see about that. So last question, seeing now that we're in a room of pressure, is there anything you'd like to say to your haters that may or may not have doubted you in the past? ตอนนี้เราอยู่ในห้องแห่งความกดดันเพราะฉะนั้นเรามีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงคนที่กังขาในความสามารถของทีมเราไหมคะ
รอชมครับเพราะว่าพวกผมจะชูถ้วยครับ
Let's wait and see because we are the one that's gonna lift the trophy. Ooh! Again, we'll see about that.
I'm speechless.
Me too. But loving the confidence and congratulations once again. Today is such a fun day because we still have more matches to see. But for now, let's go back to the casters. Take it away, casters.
Thanks again, Kachito, as well as Junsul. Again, some very wise words from the man, Du. I mean, he's having a good time for good reason, but he stays humble no matter what. And I think that at the very least, there's more to come for AG Global, especially now. It's getting a little exciting to imagine what's going to happen in the 1-0 bracket.
Yeah, I'm looking at the 1-0 bracket and it's kind of feeling like the bracket of pressure because the room of pressure is so small. The bracket up there is also very small as well. But I do like that he shared his opinion on which of the Vietnamese teams is going to make it through. I thought it was quite interesting that he predicted that P Esports is going to make it through because of LBT. And it's funny because P Esports themselves said that they're not good at Clash Squad, so I don't know what to believe.
And I quote, "We suck at Clash Squad."
just remember, folks, this is a quote. We did not say this. P Esports did. So
yeah, you guys better be tuning in to day 3 of the Battle Royale to get that final words when they got the team MVP, man. But yeah, as you were saying.
Yeah, so I kind of wonder, like, is it really going to be P Esports or is Heavy maybe going to sneak on through? Because I do recall during the fall edition, Heavy did have a really good day at some point, so we could maybe even see Heavy kind of squeeze on through. But again, we really don't know what's going to happen until the teams do finally play their games, so we will be tuning into that later on. For now though, let's bathe in the match that we just witnessed, which was RRQ and AG. I think we've got to gas AG up a little bit more because there's a reason why this team ended up winning the fall edition for Clash Squad. They are such a sharp team. It's almost like the game mode was built for them.
They practice this mode a lot, as you heard from the man himself. I feel like generally we didn't get to see everything that AG was capable of doing, right? We didn't see that slow start. They definitely came out of the gate swinging as soon as possible. Really good notes here and there of like how they managed their team fights. More importantly, their understanding of how the shape of battle really kind of sets the tone of who can actually intercept who. And they communicate that very quickly, apparently, on top of the map knowledge.
Look, they are incredibly polished for Clash Squad. I mean, even Du said it during the interview, right? They really practice this game mode. And you can see the results are already really showing in their play style. So I don't think it should really surprise anybody with AG's success recently because they've earned it. It hasn't been a case of them getting lucky because of circles. They haven't been getting lucky because their opponents are misdrafting. They legitimately, in every aspect, are the reasons why they've been able to win those games. So I know there's going to be a lot of attention now on AG, especially for players and also for viewers that are not going to be tuning into the Asia region moving forward, because I think once you start seeing the competition shape up, you're now going to figure out like, okay, these are the 2 teams to watch out for in Clash Squad. And I am still praying here, I am praying in that upper bracket, the 1-0 bracket, if we get Fluxo AG, I will be very happy. I'm not going to bet anything because I 100% will lose that bet.
We'll see. We'll see. Is it all scripted? Is it truly a raffle? It's tough to decide, right? Because again, we'll get like just a bit of a teaser of what we expect to be the grand finals at the end of the day with the caliber that we're playing. Or, I don't know, maybe a bit of a curveball here that these Vietnamese teams have more in store for us than what we thought, right? I still remember that they are looking to try and turn things around, and more importantly, with the fact that that even members of GOW believe that Vietnam is currently one of the better regions overall without an international standing within the year, makes it a very interesting argument. Where is this information coming from? There has to be some kind of scrimmage result, or at the very least a smaller tournament that gives them that idea.
No, I definitely think it's scrimmages, because the players, they know each other better than we better than we would know them, because we only get to see their competitive matches, whereas the players, they get a full 360 picture of their opponents. So it's sometimes pretty cool just hearing in these interviews like all these little tidbits that we don't know about teams and players, but it's just because they talk to each other, they play against each other, they have these little funny moments. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. I hope we get that matchup though. I am begging for it. I am praying. Cross your fingers and toes, folks, because if we do get that matchup, I do think that will be the best highlight match today. But we'll have to leave that to Lady Luck, because we do need to find out who is going to be our final team to join the upper bracket, and also the final team to join those lower bracket matches, because yeah, we still have one game to play where both teams haven't played any of their matches as of yet. It's a 0-0 score line, so we're going to be starting from ground zero. And it looks like we are getting ready for our next match, Gideon.
Yep. I mean, PE Sports and Heavy, these two guys, I don't know what to expect. I don't know what we should be looking forward to, but I'm here for the surprise. I'm here for all the action here. Let's get right into it. These teams are about to walk out.
All right, Yunsul. We've crossed continents, we've seen rivals, and now we're ending round one of the Swiss stage with a clash that hits pretty close to home. Well, your home.
That's right, it's Vietnam versus Vietnam. The Vietnam Derby is here.
Both these teams made it into the top 8 of Battle Royale Week 1, a clear sign that Vietnam is rising fast in the global scene.
Yes, Heavy, ranked 6th, showed steady consistency throughout the week. And you know what? Calculated, calm, and always reliable.
While PE Sports, ranked number 3, came out swinging with a massive 110 point in Day 3 explosion. Though they also said, and I quote, "We suck in CS."
Okay, honesty counts. But today, it's either redemption or reality. It's Vietnam versus Vietnam. No excuses.
And fun fact, both PE Sports and Heavy didn't make it past the Swiss stage and the FFWS Fall Clash Squad.
So this is the shot to rewrite the story to prove Vietnam isn't just a battle royal powerhouse.
2 squads, 1 nation, and a lot of pride on the line.
Let's bring out the team.
First up, bold, aggressive, and never afraid to start a fight. Nero, LBT, Loho, and Jonah, a squad that thrives in close quarters chaos. They love to rumble from the get-go, but can that brawling style carry them through Clash Squad structure? Let's go, PE Sports!
And facing them, steady, disciplined, but still deadly, led by their standout performer, Alan, who racked up 28 eliminations in Battle Royale, 5th highest overall, alongside Behui, Don't Cry, and Mufasa. They bring a balanced yet aggressive front that can strike from anywhere. This is Heavy! display a true show of sportsmanship before they turn rivals.
Respect first, competition next. It is time to crush doubts and clash in fire.
Both teams wear the same flag but share no mercy, each determined to prove who truly represents their nation's best.
Yes, we can expect no holding back, no cautious play. This one is pure aggression from the start.
Caster, it's time. Show us your power!
Welcome back to the desk, folks. We are getting ready to wrap up our first round of matches. And this time, as Yunsul said, we have a Vietnamese derby today. PE Sports are going up against Heavy in a best of 3 set. And these teams are trying to figure out who's going to be going to the upper bracket and who is going to be descending to that lower bracket. And so far, I've got mixed opinions on the teams because we've got some people saying it's going to be PE Sports convincingly, but PE Sports said that they actually are kind of trash at CS. Then you get Heavy, and Heavy's kind of like, we kind of don't know if we're good at CS either. So I kind of don't know who to root for here.
Yeah, I don't know if it's whether it's the Southeast Asian humbleness that's trying to come through. They're trying to embody the virtuous spirits of what ASEAN has to offer, but I think this is where things are going to get exciting, right? Because I feel like they're hiding more than they are trying to show what they are capable of just yet. And I think that maybe there is some kind of truth behind that PE Sports with their explosive round during day 3 of Battle Royale. There's got to be something that's working for them. And the same can be said with Heavy. From the beginning of the winner split, we saw that at least from Heavy's side, their early drops have become significantly better comparatively to the other Vietnamese squads.
Yeah. Look, I would love to throw all of the goodies at all of our viewers. I think at this point, we really just have to leave it to the 2 teams to duke it out because there's going to be an extra factor into this match that makes it a little difficult to judge. And what that's going to be is that we have 2 Vietnamese teams. There's a very good chance they know each other back to front, left and right, upside down. And that adds an extra layer of complication to these matchups, especially for Clash Squad, because they're going to have a deeper understanding of each other compared to them playing against, for example, RRQ or AG, because those teams are from different regions. So these guys being so close, essentially not even being neighbors, being brothers in arms in terms of region, I think this matchup could get very complicated. I guess that's probably just the only way I can really describe what we're going to be seeing today.
I think that's fair. It's a fair assessment because when we're looking at the map order, Kalahari, Bermuda, and as well as Nextterra, Kalahari is going to be a little interesting to watch, but then to potentially see which team is going to decide on Bermuda is a scary thought. Now, as much as they are brothers in arms, I see 2 possibilities. Either they botch the draft because they overthink it, or they try and cheese the draft, both of which very possible.
I think it's easier to botch the draft because they have this extra knowledge of each other. They might overthink their lineup. Maybe they try to predict their opponent's next move, but they're not thinking that. So all of a sudden, they have this weird lineup that was supposed to counter a particular draft, but that's not the draft that they're going up against. If you know what I mean? I think I'm outthinking myself. Like, see, this is a physical manifestation of what the teams could be going up against just because they have all this extra knowledge on each other. Just because, again, they are probably playing scrims, they're probably training together, they're probably talking a lot, so they maybe all share a very similar mindset in terms of how the meta should be played, what characters are going to be good. So I think the best thing we can really do is just sit here and see, can these teams show us their form coming into the tournament? What we can say for sure is that PE Sports will be determining the flow of the pick and draft because they have access to first picks. So all of a sudden, there's a little bit of pressure thrown into Heavy's way because they now have to decide what do we ban and what can we let through. Because we won't get first dibs, we get second dibs.
And that's the thing, right? I feel like it's going to come down to the IGNs who really are going to make the difference in the game, whether it's maintaining the mood or at least leading them to victory. From the side of Heavy, at least we have like the experience coming in from Alan. In his time with WAG, he was able to find a good amount of success, and I would say at least from a team that was, you know, at the bottom of the pack and pulling them into the forefront, making sure that every one of their decisions are sound. More importantly, consistent. That's something that he brings to the table in comparison to Nero on the opposite end, which I would say that it could just be vibes because everybody else is a little younger. But let's jump right into the draft.
And are we going to get meta bans or are we going to get specialized bans? The Zane is kind of a meta ban, I suppose, so PE Sports playing it ultra safe and also leaving that Oscar in the pool just in case they can get their hands on it since they do have first dibs. Now, Heavy, what are you going to let through? It's not going to be the Oscar, okay? So we get some very stock standard bans, but this means PE Sports, what do they want to start things off with? Do they want to show their strategy right off the bat, or do they want to leave their options open and maybe go for a versatile pick, such as that Chrono or that Coda, so that they have a solid start, but they leave a lot of room to pivot once they start seeing what Heavy is drafting?
Yeah, I think it's definitely either a Chrono Cassie trade-off here. It's either you get one or the other. You definitely don't want to be giving both over to Heavy side unless you want to deny both information gatherers, and I think only AG Global is going to be the one doing that. I'm expecting everybody else to be a little bit more honest and fair with what they hand out. Heavy, I'm expecting Coda and then the Cassie after, or I would say Clue as well, but most people lean into Coda being a little bit better than Clue.
Yeah, I do agree. Coda does seem to be the better, not really better performing. I think it's just the much easier to pivot a Coda than it is to pivot a Clue. So there's the Coda, but what's that secondary pick for Heavy? What do they want to add as that supplementary pick? I think they're really considering, like, do we want to go for Cassie? But they go for Tatsuya instead. So Cassie Chrono is very much an option here for PE Sports if they want to pursue that. But I also think they're starting to now realize that, okay, Heavy is anticipating the Cassie. Do we maybe skip the Cassie now and go for something else to maybe even go for a deny pick for Heavy?
I think, unless Heavy wants to pick up the Clue alongside it, because I feel like PE Sports is probably like Cassie, and then maybe even, I would argue I would probably argue...
I'm on the case.
Oh, okay. They're just gonna go for the Clue straight away. I'm not sure what they're too afraid of here. Maybe they just want to make sure that they have surveillance no matter what, because again, Santino is still available.
They can pick it up now if they want the Santino, and they're highlighting it. And there we go, Santino picked up a P. So they've got really great options for their sniper if they wanted to go for a little bit of a pivot. So they could put their sniper on that Santino to have a lot of mobility. Otherwise, even the sniper could go onto the Clue, and then you can have your rusher playing on the Santino to go for those flanks. I really like this drafting order coming out from PE Sports at the moment. I think Heavy is now trying to consider what's worse, a roaming Santino or a sniping Santino. And the Nero and the A124, now this one's being flashed up by Heavy. It does get locked in. A124 Nero, the final two picks here for Heavy. Firstly, can I point out, this is kind of crazy how popular A124 has been today. This character has been rarely picked in the Asia region leading up to the global finals, but to see so much of it here, clearly something is working in scrims, because we've never seen so much A124 until today.
That's very true, and I think that, you know, A124 basically works as like a second band essentially, right? An in-game band. If you're gonna take away all the unique abilities of a particular character, A124 is the go-to in that particular section. And as expected, Ignis is gonna get locked in right at the very end here. Both sides omitted to say, you know what? We don't need the Cassie to make things work, right? And I think that for PE Sports, knowing that the A124 is on the opposite end, tell you what, not worth our time to go for the Cassie. If we want to play for something a little bit more early game, at least the Ignis gives us that instant value.
Yeah. All right, so I don't think we're going to be seeing any more shuffles, so we should have locked in our players and their characters. So just to quickly go through this, we'll start with PE Sports. We've got Nero on the Clue, LBT on the Chrono, Lauho on the Santino, and Jonah on the Ignis. Whereas on the side of Heavy, we have Boy on the Nero, Alan on the Coda, Mufasa on the A124, and Don't Cry on that Tatsuya. So we have to have a look at these drafts. Do you think it's going to be PE Sports to really set the tone for these fights? Because if we comparatively look at both of the drafts, I do feel like there's a lot more pushing power on the side of PE Sports rather than Heavy. Because yes, Heavy has access to a Tatsuya and Coda, they have that vision and that mobility, but A124 and Nero, I don't really see these characters being that great on a team that wants to be rushing at an opponent. It's rather you play the A124 to threaten somebody that's trying to push into you. And Nero is kind of in a similar boat, I suppose, as well with the plushie. Like, I feel like Nero's plushie does a better job at disengaging rather than actually engaging into a team.
Well, man, it's a little tough to say, right? Because again, they are flexible, really flexible tools. There are perks for it being a defensive tool, and I think it's easier to execute as a defensive tool. It's a lot harder to do it on the offense, especially since their composition has no real way to strip down the initial glued walls that are going to get dropped, right? So they have to preemptively kind of lob these abilities over walls or kind of hold them in position, ideally probably after the time turner comes out. Then you can almost guarantee that some person is going to be sitting within that bubble here. Coaches can't decide on which fists to be throwing out to each other as we start to get into the game. It's a good time. It may be civil war, but it doesn't have to be a good time between our Vietnamese players.
I'm pretty sure the coaches had lunch the other day. They were just like, hey, we might be playing against each other in Clash Squad. Then they looked at the bracket and they thought like, wait. Oops. I mean, very unfortunate. You don't normally think that the same region is going to be playing together in a Swiss stage, but Lady Luck not going to be too kind on Vietnam, unfortunately. So we'll just have to see who is the better team overall. But with the lineups locked in and the play styles secured for our teams as well, now it's going to be left up to the players to decide who ultimately is going to be the better team to emerge from Vietnam, if it's going to be PE Sports or if it's going to be Heavy, because the drafts can only tell half the story. The other half is from the players themselves, where they actually play the game and figure out how they navigate all these problems and find solutions for these issues that are created by their opponents. Is there anything that you kind of have issues with the draft? Because I do feel like some of the drafts that are looking at least too wonky. Like the fact that there's an absence of Cassie is definitely not alarming, but confusing, especially with the utility that Cassie provides to a team that has any kind of frontliner, which you've got Chrono on one side and Tatsuya on the other side.
Yeah, I would have liked to see the Cassie actually come through, but I do think that the way that PE responded to it was actually really smart, right? They have the Santino who's looking to poke people out anyways because your sniper, you're going to give it to your sniper. But then on top of that, you have the Ignis as well. So I feel like PE is taking full advantage, seeing that full comp from Heavy and saying, you know what? That's totally fine. We don't need that Cassie anyways, because as long as we don't get hit by the A1, we should be generally okay. One more fun fact here, Heavy going to be running Buhe instead of Kabi in this particular match. So I don't know what scrims have been looking like or who has been playing, whether it be Kabi as well as Buhe, or whether that or not changes the style, but PE, they've got to be ready for anything.
And not just PE, everybody's going to be ready for anything. So let's see who catches who first. We do see the Flame Wall getting deployed and Alan trying to go for a bit of a flank. They're not quite successful yet. Don't Cry still sitting out in the open, hiding behind the smokes, and Nero going for a bit of a chase himself. Alan having to go for a slight juke as well as they go right in there. And we see some sights being deployed. This is something that we recently discovered here at Clash Squad. Teams are starting to now utilize melee weapons, especially in CQC situations. And right now, Mufasa, boy, they're not going to be allowed to play the game anymore. Jonah does get taken down by Alan though, so we are starting to see some kind of retaliation coming out from Heavy, but they need a lot more if they want to try and equalize this matchup. There's a lot of pressure now on Don't Cry and Alan, and we do see positioning wise, oh, Alan's gone. Oh no, Don't Cry's all alone and he gets sniped up. Lao Ho going to secure Bui as well. And game number one going in favor of PE Sports.
No surprises here. I think hopefully we catch it in the highlights when the clue was actually utilized. to actually initiate on the fight. They realize, wait a minute, we may be 3v3, but only 2 of them are here, and somebody's waiting on the outside, and we have a guy who's already flanking anyways. We can actually take a very honest fight, and that's exactly what they did. Now, fortunately here, gonna have to take a short game pause before we move anywhere forward into this game, hopefully to maintain, making sure that we maintain competitive integrity. Our marshals are already on it, and I don't think it should take that long before we're back into the game.
Nah, it'll only take a few minutes. We've got the players also keeping their hands warm because, fun fact, these studio matches are really, really cold. Like, insanely cold. So in case anyone is wondering what the players are holding, those are little warming pads. They are little warm bean bags that the players get to play with to keep their hands nice and warm, because for anyone that has not lived in a cold country before, if your hands are out in the open in a cold country, it gets very, very stiff. And do not recommend. It kind of isn't that great.
Yeah, no, you can tell how sweaty a gamer actually is if they care whether their hands are cold or not, or they use it as an excuse for when they are underperforming. My hands are cold. They're not as nimble as they used to be. That's usually the cases, but I do agree with you. I think that, like, cold hands could be one problem, but at least we get to see the vibe checked here, especially when we're talking about Nero on being the captain.
Yeah, so we do have a quote here from Nero himself. He says, "I'm not like most captains. I'm a bit different. I bring a unique energy to my younger teammates and always make sure their confidence stays as high as possible," which is what a captain should be doing. I love this for Nero, especially for our older captains as well, because they have the experience within the competitive scene. It's great to bring new blood into a team because you have fresh ideas, fresh perspectives. And to be able to coach that brand new talent, to have somebody that is more of a senior guide them, that is how you bring birth to brand new talent, brand new teams, brand new players within the esports scene. Because these new guys, they are the ones to create new metas. They are the ones to find the holes, the weaknesses of what has been the long time metas. So big props to Nero. It's not easy being a captain at all.
It really isn't. And usually there's only one of 2 types of captains you can be. Either, you know, the say you're a captain full of vibes without saying you're a captain full of vibes like Nero, or you can be the more strict approach, the more the icon. You listen to my call up until the very end. If you have to die for it, you have to die for it, right? You need either somebody who brings the vibes or can give you a very clear direction of what's going to be happening in the game. And ideally, the best captains have a little bit of both.
Yeah, most of them have a little bit of both. Sometimes you do get like leaning captains. They have a little bit more of one compared to the other. But the role of a captain, it's very glamorized. I don't think people realize how tough of a role it is, because not only do you need to manage a team of players, but to some degree, you are also somewhat responsible for the performance of your teammates. Like, you need to be the leader to guide everybody towards victory. Yes, you can all be equally hungry, and that's the ideal team. You want to have a team and be part of a team with players that want to win as much as you. But as a captain, you have to be that guiding light to keep people on the straight and narrow, because sometimes those players that get extra hungry, they kind of walk off path, and sometimes they do get a little self-centered. They focus everything on themselves rather than keeping on that line and working together as a team. Because talented players, believe it or not, they have an ego, and that's not a bad thing. You need an ego if you are going to be one of the best players in the world, because if you don't believe in yourself, then you have problems, my friend.
I mean, it's just the type of gamers that you expect from a battle royale, right? Especially those that involve having it being a third-person shooter and even using first-person mechanics to be part of the shooter. It's strange to see how much confidence and ego plays in the role of somebody who's going to put their in-game character's life on the line to make a peak happen, to set up for something even bigger. And I think that at least from a captain's POV, I don't mind, the captain role being glamorized. They should be put on a pedestal because it is their responsibility to uphold the level of play from the rest of the team. And as you mentioned, of course, sometimes making sure these hot players get put on a leash.
Yeah, there are definitely some players out there that need a very strong captain to keep them straight, because Yeah, there can be times where you get teams with multiple hot tempers, or you get teams with multiple captain-like figures. And it's teams like that where you get a lot of issues, because all of a sudden, if you don't have that one person to make the ultimate call for the team, you start having you start having issues with deciding the final call, and you can't afford to waste milliseconds arguing with your teammate whether you should do a certain call or not. So everyone has to be in agreement, especially with their captain. If you don't even believe in your captain, you got to find a new team. You got to find a new captain. And I've seen this so many times in other esports where players are put together just because of skill, but there's not enough respect between the players that the players are completely uncompatible because of that lack of respect. They don't respect each other. They don't respect their captain. They respect their opinions more than their teammates' opinions and point of views. That's just the recipe for disaster. And so just looking at what we are seeing right now for the Free Fire teams, like obviously we're not seeing any arguing, we're not seeing any fighting. And actually, I'm proud to say that for the teams that we do see on camera during matches, we don't see any visible scuffles. So these are problems that our world-class players and teams are not encountering because they're here for a reason, right? They made the work, they put in the work, they have the talent, and they got here together. They didn't get here because of a singular player carrying them through. Because in Battle Royale, we've seen it before, you can have one person on the team that is an absolute superstar, but one person can't carry a 4-man roster in a Battle Royale. It's just impossible.
And then Jonah comes along.
We've got exceptions. We're going to push Jonah off the table here because he's not playing today.
Of course. But I mean, I love mentioning him because I think he's one of the few captains who genuinely just looks mad. Genuinely looks like he's about to get into like a fist fight with his players. Even though he's highly respected, he is a very sweet guy overall. He just takes the game a lot more seriously than what people would have imagined. It looks like, based on what we are seeing on the players, it looks like they're getting back into the game, which means we are going to be getting back into the game in just a little bit to kick things off here. Oh, finally, we're going to get back to the Civil War.
Get back to the Civil War, get back to figuring out who is going to be the top representative for Vietnam. Now, to be fair, this doesn't mean we're not going to see them ever again, because if they go into the lower bracket, if they win in the lower bracket, they're still going to stick around, and we might still have 2 Vietnamese teams. But we are back, folks, and we are back on Mammoth for our second game. And I have to say, this is not the ideal map to be on Kalahari. If anything, it's probably one of the most least liked maps for a lot of teams, with just how awkward the positioning can be, or even just trying to find a position on this map.
Yeah, no, it's actually really frustrating to deal with because it's a huge 50-50. There's quite the advantage getting the high ground early on. And again, one team is clearly closer to it compared to the other, and you have to work from the low ground. Now, they are, interesting firewall coming in from Jonah, just checking the bottom floor just in case. They don't want to make any contact, but they notice that Mufasa actually goes to try and go for the airdrop early on. He's getting blasted all from the eastern angles. And wait, he's been revealed. It's too late. Nero was able to get some pretty good shots here, and now they look to compromise the entirety of the comp. They got to make sure that the battle lines are held strong, though. They've got some pretty good angles on their side, and Alan, he's got some decent shots, but Nero is still able to take out Don't Cry from the situation.
And now it's 3 versus 4. Though, albeit, if you have a look at PE, their players, a lot of them are very injured. So if they aren't able to heal on up, that could be really, really problematic. But Boy and Mufasa have just been caught. Lauho going to finish off Mufasa himself, leaving Alan all on his own against a full roster. Going to be backstabbed there by Lauho, and that's going to be a second game going in the way of PE Esports. A pretty clear-cut and straightforward round, really, for PE Esports. Just really just making things go for a very serious downturn for Heavy, unfortunately.
Laoho is hitting some really incredible shots, but he's also making sure that he's very cost efficient with the upgraded Winchester, right? In comparison to the 4 rifles being purchased by Don't Cry Mufasa, Allen, and Buhue, at this point, they're probably thinking, all right, we've invested a decent amount into it. Now is the most important time. This is the most important round that we need to win to make sure that our economy is going to be okay for the next couple. At least we need to contest for the cyber airdrop, but another technical issue here. So sorry to our survivors out there. You gotta wait a little bit longer before we commence round 3.
Yeah, I think it's a sign. It's a sign for us to start making predictions, Gideon. The world is telling us, all right, casters, we need a prediction. Who do you think is going to win this best of 3 set? And I want you to also predict the final scoreline. Do you think it'll be a 2-0 or could it be a 2-1? Gideon, I want to hear your opinion first. Who do you think will take this set?
Ooh, based on what we've seen so far and the level of play, I think that Heavy might be a little slow on the roll. They might be able to take game 2 back, but then if it does push to a game 3, I think there's a little bit of a 50-50. But generally, I think that it's going to be 2-0 for PE Sports.
Okay. We haven't really seen much for the players. I do think I'm going to go for PE Sports and...
Don't tell me. Don't say it. You don't have to. Oh!
2-0.
Okay.
Straight to the heart. 2-0. 2-0. I'm not trying to be unfair or anything, but just looking at how the team has drafted, I kind of feel like that's really what sort of pushed me towards PE Sports. And also, they've looked really good in those in their 3 games so far. Like those 3 games, they definitely look a lot more clean cut. I like their drafting a lot more. So it just makes sense to have, you have that perfect scoreline of like being good at both things. It just makes sense that you're the favorited team.
Yeah, no, I think I totally agree. I think a lot of where I'm coming from is from their performance in Battle Royale, right? Seeing them developed over FFWSC and coming into the global finals, the way that they've decided to change is, hey, we just need better chemistry and stronger fundamentals. If one person swings, all 4 of us are going to swing, and we'll make sure this person gets on his knees for us because it's been working out so well for PE Sports, not even in Battle Royale, but even when they were playing Clash Squad within Southeast Asia. Obviously, there's some things that they need to brush up upon, but at the end of the day, it's still a very hopeful showing.
No, I do agree. It's a very hopeful showing. I just wonder though, because if you think about it, we're about a step above, the previous tournament. We're a step above that. We are at the pinnacle, the very top of Mount Esports for Free Fire. I wonder if that changes anything for the players and teams. Like, do they feel this added layer of pressure or stress, knowing that they made it to the top, but to stay on the top, they have to pull out a finger, a miracle, whatever it takes to really win. I wonder if that pressure's maybe gotten to anybody yet. I mean, looking at PE, they look fine. We're seeing smiles, captains like, I just want to play game.
Give game now. Game please, fast. Hurry, yes. I need my attention to be diverted away by tapping buttons. I feel like at the end of it all, despite it being the pinnacle for specifically Clash Squad mode, right? That it's still very fresh and very new to these professional players, right? We're not reaching the prize pool of like 100,000, or I can only imagine when next EWC comes around that it's $1 million prize pool for just Clash Squad. You'll definitely see a change of tone amongst all the players if the prize pool was doubled up.
I think I have to agree. That would be kind of insane if we do have that enormous prize pool, because then all of a sudden, everybody and their grandma is going to be practicing Clash Squad. And that maybe that is going to become the new it mode for Free Fire. I mean, we don't know. We're just predicting, because Clash Squad, so far since it's been integrated into the Free Fire esports scene, it's been really, really fun and educational to watch, I feel, because we are learning so much more about the teams and players, because yes, up until this point, it's been mostly Battle Royale that we've really witnessed the teams play, but we get to see the players at an even deeper level just because of Clash Squad. And I'm so appreciative, actually, that it was even added into the circuit, because now teams are being given more opportunities to try and excel in other formats of Free Fire.
Yeah, especially since, like, again, with all the attention on Battle Royale, you're looking at like 12 different teams, sometimes even more in different groups, all happening at the same time, right? There's too much action to capture, and when you take away the fluff and really boil it down, it becomes a very personal, very intimate 4v4, and sometimes even amongst the players, it gives them more time to kind of interact, push them out of their own comfort zone, out of their own little bubble to interact with some of the teams from across the globe.
Yeah. Right, so as we hopefully are able to sort of get through this technical issue very quickly, I do believe we are almost there, folks. So I do want to thank every single one of you that is tuning into the broadcast for watching the games today. If you haven't watched any of our matches previously leading up to this one, do recommend. We had some really, really fun games today, and we also saw a glimpse of what we could be seeing in the grand final. So I know we are currently running into technical issues now, but if you are watching on any of our platforms where you are given the rewind feature, if you missed out on any of the other games, go back and watch them. You know, you go back and watch them. Maybe we're still going to have tech issues. We kind of don't know what's going on, but at least you have something to watch. So head on over to, I believe YouTube has definitely got the rewind function. I don't know if we've got Facebook stream. YouTube is probably the superior stream because we got chat.
Yeah, we got chat. We also have a functioning rewind, to play on YouTube as well. But that's not to say that you won't miss out the action on all across social media, because they're going to take the good moments. I know it. The Clippers out there, they're just hungry. They're just like, I can't wait. It's about to happen.
The Clippers. We love the Clippers.
Yes, we love the Clippers. It's a love and hate relationship for some of these players as well, because it's like, man, they capture our best and worst moments at the same time.
Oh no, I missed the grenade and I killed myself. Oh, dang it, they clipped it again. Womp womp.
Dude's in a nutshell, man. Dude's in a nutshell. I'm not gonna lie.
That man's name around grenade.
Hey, don't worry. The kingdom will protect him, whether it's good or bad. That fan base are so defensive over him, and it's crazy to see how many highlights have come out, or clips that have come out about him when he blows himself up, or when he lands an especially good one, that the kingdom is there, giving their support no matter what.
All right, guys, so I do believe we have just received a update. So we are actually going to go for a quick break as we go and solve this technical issue. So folks, if you need to do anything, do it now, but make sure you are back after this short break, because hopefully we'll be able to jump right into the action. We'll see you all after this, survivors.
Teams are now through to the FFWS Global Finals Clash Squad.
I cannot wait for a new chapter of Clash Squad to begin.
8 teams will face off one against another. It's pure strategy and skill.
The meta changed so much since their release.
I know, not everyone can adapt to the Clash Squad format though. I mean, 1 versus 1 and drafts are surely different than Battle Royale.
It's gonna be so spicy. We have 3 Vietnamese teams finishing in the top 8 and 2 Brazilian representatives, 1 from Indonesia, Thailand, and Latam.
So only 1 representative from Indonesia and Thailand?
Yes. Well, both Falcons and Bermuda didn't qualify for the Clash Squad.
I think it's going to be an even playing field without 2 of C's Clash Squad powerhouses. I mean, 2 of RRQ Kazu's biggest rivals won't be competing, and we know it's always hard to talk about region rivals, right? Oh, here's another spicy one. Movie star R7 is going up against E1.
Brazil have always shadowed Latam in the FFWS, but this time, R7 looks strong.
Imagine if they successfully beat E1 in 1 versus 1, that would be like the perfect scenario for them to step out of Brazil's shadow.
Enough about regional rivalries. Let's talk about how 3 Vietnamese teams got in top 8.
PE Sports are going up against Heavy in the first round.
That's gonna be an insane matchup. Vietnamese teams are really good in playing 1v1.
So, what can expect from GOW?
Well, GOW will play against Fluxo, but if anyone can stand up against the defending champion, it's them.
Hold up. Fluxo is the only team from the Clash Squad Final 8 that has won both Battle Royale and Clash Squad in their home region.
Will anyone put a stop to Fluxo run?
Well, I guess we're gonna have to see. I mean, Fluxo has won both modes, so of course they're confident.
Confidence is king. You will need confidence to win FFWS.
Well, the question is, will someone be confident enough to win both formats?
All you can do is wait and see.
Khu mình đúng không ta? Quá dễ.
Welcome to GOW
Analysis.
Welcome to Now. Let me guess. 2 players and a whole lot of chaos. Tries to guess what's going on in Free Fire.
Alô. Mano, acho que esse primeiro aí eu sei 7. Não, é a Lotus aqui. Alô. Quá dễ.
Xin giáp nha.
Đúng, xin giáp.
Hayato.
Onegizi, Hayato.
Coba. Halo. Nah ini
Apa?
Alvaro.
Betul sekali. Dimitri.
Hayato. Misha.
I guess this is Biston. ভাই এটা তো আমার পেন ভাই Biston. Oh, si Spirit Fox. Next. Cái này là con cáo.
Con cáo nha, con bé này nó tên là Phan.
What the man? Dok. Ini apa nih? Lu tau nggak? Gak tahu. Ini namanya Fang. Purgatory akan ada golf course. Okay. Oh, I want some more. Golf course. Khu mình đúng không ta? Khu GOW làng Kim Nam.
Có cái đảo nhỏ đó, chắc chắn là làng Kim Nam rồi.
Gampang banget. Ini drop zone RRQ. Didok. Nah, kalau misalnya ini drop zone heavy militia.
Oke, banyak pokoknya mah. Intellect Center.
Some guesses are right, some are wrong. But either way, it's easy for them and hard for us.
That's all for now. Bye bye guys. Bye bye. Và bọn mình là GOW Esports. Cảm ơn mọi người. Bọn mình đến từ Heavy. Itulah tebak-tebakan kita dan sangat mudah. Terima kasih semuanya. Jangan lupa like. Bye bye.
Welcome to GOW Analysis.
Welcome to This or That, where your choices decide how ridiculous your game gets. All right, players, here's how it works. You'll make a blind choice, left or right. Each side hides a mystery, and once you've chosen, we'll reveal what you've chosen.
मेरी को लो इशर दे दो फ्रेंड कौन हो यार Cái này tao mà lên ra quả ơi. Lên xí ý rồi. Mà máu kìa. Đầy máu rồi. अरे लाओ ना उधर डिप देखी ना की करे देखी ना अरे देखी ना अरे बुरा मत कर भाईมันต้องเอียงดูดิตามันกินได้มันตามันเอียงเว้ยแล้วมือมันเอียงตามเว้ยน่ากลัวแม่ไปเอาตัวบูลลี่แม่โดนรักไหมหัวไม่หัวมาดิ
Now it's my turn.
Oh, baby, get over. Bye. Không có thấy cái gì vậy? Áp suất đi ngay. Ngay tới đây. Mình làm ở đây thì mình làm đó. We're Team Redcliffe and we're Team Redox, and I hope you guys had fun. We had also fun playing the game. Bye bye.
In This or That, there are no bad choices, just bad gameplay.
Welcome to GOW
Analysis.
Welcome to the Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2025. 18 of the best teams from around the globe are here for one goal: to be crowned the next world champion and to take their share of $1.15 million in prize pool. That's $1 million for Battle Royale and $150,000 for Clash Squad. Amazing, right? It all begins with the knockout stage running from October 31st to November 9th. 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6. Group A, B, and C will go on a cross match amongst them. The top 8 teams will then qualify to the Clash Squad. It all be decided on the first week. And on the second week, that is the last final sprint to the grand finals. Every point counts. At the end of the knockout stage, the last 12 teams standing will then advance to the grand finals, and the 6 bottom teams will be eliminated. The Grand Finals, also known as Champion Rush, takes place in November 15th. And the rules are pretty simple. The first team to reach 80 points and secure a booyah will then be crowned the next world champion. If there's no team who succeeds to secure a booyah while having 80 points, then the champion will be decided by the highest total points. Every rotation, every fight, and every booyah will decide who's going to be the next world champion. Before we head into the Battle Royale Champion Rush, let's take a detour to the Clash Squad tournament. So the teams competing.
Alright, survivors, welcome back. I am 100% certain we're actually ready to jump into this game, and I hope you guys don't go anywhere now. You've done everything you needed to do, because once we're locked in, we are locked in. Actually, I'm going to give you all 30 seconds. If you have anything that you need to do right now, do it right now. Make sure you come back in 30 seconds. We are ready to jump into our game here between PE Sports and Heavy. And it looks like we are ready to go, folks. Round of applause for our admins. We have made it. Time to continue the battle here, Gideon.
Yeah,
I believe it's match number 4 now?
Yes, it is currently match number 4. And more importantly, in terms of the rounds, we just got past the most important one. So this 4th round is going to be pretty big for either side. Let's see how this is going to start playing out. As we get right into it, this 3rd round, the tempo breaker. Oh, interesting. The tempo breaker here. Going to be up purchase from all sides. Rifles in the hands. P90s from Mufasa as well as Al. Ooh, his back. Now, unfortunately, it's going to take a bit of damage. Has to go through the brass tacks if he wants to disengage from that position. But controlling the center is interesting. While the left flanked, if you see on the west side, currently this 1v1, very important because this is going to affect what happens in the middle, forcing him backwards as Alan is getting some pretty good shots on this flank side of his own. He sees it's such a long angle, but Nero wins out, and LBT takes out Mufasa with his own MP5. Finally, Alan gets one back into LBT at the very least, but this P90, not exactly the most useful weapon from afar, but Alan makes it work as he gets one more.
And now we are all left to Nero, captain of PE Sports, remaining for the team, having to go up against both Alan and Boy. Oh, there we go. Unfortunate there for Nero that he's not able to finish things through for the team. But great news for Heavy fans. They finally put a point on the board to their name. There's not all doom and gloom here for PE Sports. It's just a singular round, but I am glad to see that Heavy is starting to put a fight into the game. Now, to be fair, I feel like this match did go in favor of Heavy because they went for a very ballsy 1-2-1 split, and it was a very wide flank on either side. And they were able to get a couple of those punishes into PE Sports, and I think PE, they weren't expecting such a wide wrap. So I don't think it's going to be a surprise anymore, as they have already revealed the strat. And we're seeing a 3-man push on one side here. They're going to try and push on in. Heavy wanting to try and take this compound away. Jonah, first player to hit the deck, unfortunately, on the side of PE Sports, leaving them with only 3 players. And Nero going to be caught by Heavy. What a throw. All of a sudden, LBT's hitting the ground, and I think Lauho any moment now will be going down. Heavy, in just 2 rounds, has equalized the set to a piece.
Yep, and they also secure the cyber airdrop from round number 3 itself, right? So they're coming in with a little more economy being put in every single one of these rounds. I mean, they've committed a lot to their gear. If you look at their gear value, right? So much already in comparison to PE. It looks like they're going to be, are they going to deck themselves out, or are they going to go on an eco? It looks like they are going to try and deck themselves out this time. Some missing helmets from LBT and as well as Lauho, which is a little scary, right? Because you would imagine that the body armors are going to be the most important thing. And yes, it is the largest center of mass, but at the same time, a singular bullet knocking you in the head could really ruin your plans.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you have to take those risky plays, and if it means that to afford something, you have to give away the helmet. You know, sometimes it can pay off. Don't cry though, not going to be too happy as he does hit the deck first. So already Heavy at a player deficit. Lauho though, very, very low as we do see Alan coming to go for that large wraparound on the side. Don't Cry does get the pick up on his teammate. Jonah though going to go down and Don't Cry as well. And no chance for either of these players to be picked up. Alan, next one to go down, caught out by Nero. And all of a sudden it's Mufasa and Bui to hold the fort down against PE Sports. And Boy hunting for his next target, trying to catch out Nero. He's chasing him down, but Boy, he misses the 360 shot. Oh my gosh.
Oh, it was a very good try. Nero making sure that he's closing out this game strong, but what a play coming in from Lauho to open up this entire map against Heavy. At this point, with LBT and everybody, they're just waiting for Mufasa to kind of, you know, do their own thing. Unfortunately for Nero, he does end up going down here, but Lauho finally finds the trade at the very end. These Winchesters, I'm loving it. I'm loving it personally.
Loving it. Lots of action happening in these matches between PE and Heavy, because I know earlier today we did see a couple of very slow-paced games, but the Vietnamese teams, they're going at it. I think they know each other so well. They say that if you decide to be passive, you will just be jumped on. So sometimes you just gotta go for it. You know, try and take that win yourself. And just also a quick heads up as well for Heavy. They currently have 2 of the cyber airdrops. So the economy is going to slowly shift in their favor, and it's going to continue to do so if when the next one pops up, Heavy's going to get that again. I think if I'm PE Sports, you do need to keep that in check. You can't really just give away all these cyber airdrops, because the later the series goes, the more cost efficient it's going to be for Heavy.
Oh, Nera ends up going down, and Buhe finds a headshot on towards Lauho. Mufasa finds LBT as well, even though PE really, really unlucky with the RNG on which side of the map they actually started with. But yeah, Mufasa and as well as Don't Cry, really nicely played. They rushed straight to climb up the mast and instantly started lobbing nades to get some free chip damage.
And all of a sudden, we are coming back to a tight set between these teams. It was 2-2, now it's going to be 3-3. And we have another cyber airdrop for this round. I think if I'm PE Sports, I'm in a position where you'd have to compete for this. You can't just give away all these cyber airdrops to Heavy, because, like I said just now, they are going to be able to reap all the benefits of the cyber airdrop, especially if they get that level 3. So PE Sports, let's see how strongly they try to fight for this, because if it's just another simple giveaway, I feel like this is going to be such a terrible mistake from the team. But right now, positioning-wise, I do think Heavy is in the better spot to be able to take this. LBT is there, almost losing his entire health bar, though, taking so much even as a chrono. And Nero has been caught by Alan on the other side. Don't Cry able to catch out LBT, and all of a sudden, PE Sports, their entire lineup is just being melted apart. There's not much that they're going to be able to do to fight back against this. Jonah, next one to hit the ground. Heavy gets the cyber airdrop, and Lauho left all on his own to deal with a very, very rich team.
Yeah, and at least Lauho was able to find one in Allen. Not going to matter too much in the long scheme of things, but at the very least, if Lauho can maybe find like another one, that should be worth his time, worth his value for the equipment that he bought in this game. Because as you can see here, as much as Lauho is like, frustration, it boils down to how many resources do you actually have? Because coming into this, Heavy coming in with 6 glue walls, fully armed, 2 of them missing their headgear, coming in with 3 to 4 glue walls max. It's starting to pay off at the very end. These cyber airdrops, just the efficiency of which we are seeing more utility, whether it be UAVs or even just purely the arms race. Heavy is winning out ever so slowly.
I don't know if it's ever so slowly. I think they're rapidly wanting to reach the end here, especially against PE, especially with what teams are currently saying against Heavy, right? Like, teams are currently favoring PE Sports to win this set. But Heavy, they've proven themselves in the past Clash Squad tournament that they do have the capabilities of being a top performer in this game mode. So Don't Cry going to be rushing it all on his own. And so far, 2 players instantly hit the deck. It's LBT and Nero from PE Sports. Lauho barely surviving on a sliver of health, but Jonah, the backstab from Don't Cry. And again, PE Sports get absolutely steamrolled by Heavy.
This is starting to look like a Heavy early drop in a Battle Royale, man. This is what it generally looks like. You can see the connections between the players. Some people give up on their initial chase to quickly turn around and get a couple more shots on the pressured teammate, and I feel like the communication is just looking a lot better from Heavy. Even though P Esports, I gotta give it to Laoho. He's finding some incredible angles. Unfortunately, he's just running around with VSKs. Unless he's hitting multi-headshots continuously, I don't see it happening because he is walking away each round with at least one elimination.
But one elimination just isn't enough, especially for someone that does want to really break the bank with getting some of this gear. So right now, Heavy going to be the ones to be able to occupy the majority of that inner circle. P Esports, they are a little bit spread with some players in, some players out, and Don't Cry going to go for a bit of a scout himself. LBT is there, but Mufasa coming in from the back lines. They run right past each other though. Jonah is there, LBT very low. He does get clipped eventually by Don't Cry, and he's going to be taken out of the picture. And Don't Cry looking for his next victim. Poor Laoho pops up a glue wall, but for how long is that going to keep him alive? Jonah, in the meantime, is already on the ground as well. And Laoho, next one to fall. Nero's the last man standing. Alan goes down, but doesn't really matter. It's a booyah for Heavy for our first game of our best of 3.
They like keeping it quick, keeping it speedy. They're closing these rounds out fast. They just need the right setup to make it work. Big Trogon plays coming in from Don't Cry, and not to mention the opening of the middle of the map with the help of a well-placed grenade onto LBT. LBT losing at least 50% of his HP, forced behind a wall, and then gets rushed immediately after. Calamity after calamity happening one after the other, and that is why they live up to their namesake. They are Heavy.
They're really heavy. They are hard to deal with. And P Esports, okay, so I just to kind of go through this again. I know that I definitely favored P Esports lineup originally, but the execution after the pause, I feel like the team suddenly lost their mojo, right? Like they did have a little bit of a lead at the beginning and they did look pretty decent, but after that tech pause, I don't know what prep talk or pep talk that Heavy had with their coach. We don't really know what's happened, but the performance suddenly had a massive uptick and the decision making was just way better than P Esports for basically the majority of the game. Being able to freely get those cyber airdrops, I feel, was such a big mistake. I am surprised P Esports allow those to go through, especially with the game looking so close in the early game.
No, I agree. I think that P Esports unfortunately just didn't make decisions fast enough in comparison to Heavy, because right now I think that's the big advantage that Heavy has, right? Oh, we find this initial down, who's the next target, how we're going to close that distance as soon as possible, how are we going to set up for that opening pick at the end of the day, which is why we got to give our simple MVP over to this man right over here up on your screens. Give it up for Mufasa, because again, P90, one of his better weapons. Generally speaking, he is working well with Don't Cry to create some insane angles. The A124 thrown in, making sure that even if it connects onto one person, that he has Don't Cry to cover the exit points, expecting them to run into him.
And this is where we always talk about the synergy between characters, players, and their active abilities, right? If it works together, then in the match, you're going to be able to create some really awesome combinations that not only cover you, but can also cover your own teammates. But very quickly, just an overall scoreboard rundown of our first game of this best of 3 set. The score ends in a 6-3 scoreline in favor of Heavy, who does win the set. I fear for P Esports, especially with how much confidence I originally had in this team coming into this best of 3. But after this first game, I am feeling very hesitant. I have doubts. I need a little bit of reassurance from this team because they had a great draft. But yeah, something just happened. Like the team completely lost the synergy.
I think maybe there should be consideration for PE Sports to try and go for these denial picks now, because it feels like they had the first half of the draft roughly understood, but the second half is where they were trying to kind of pull it together, and they had some great ideas, but now we are seeing the comfort picks, or at least the high execution level that Heavy is able to apply in this very first map, that maybe they need to start taking away things that put them in those pinches in the first place. Maybe a Tatsuya ban, arguably stealing away the A124. If not, if we truly cannot deal with it, then we just have to ban it.
Yep. Now we are getting a player cam POV here for PE Sports. So the team is a little bit quiet, but you can see the team. I think that's their coach that's kind of leaned over the table. They are talking about this next round. They're trying to figure out, okay, what's the goal here? What is going to be the draft? Map order is going to be shown up on the screen. So for game number 2, we will be heading back into Bermuda. So Kalahari was our first map, won by Heavy. PE Sports to force at game number 3, though they're going to have to win on Bermuda, which I want to say both teams have an equal chance of winning on Bermuda, just because it's Bermuda. There's no real difference, I suppose, unless you're a team like GOW where you specialize on Bermuda. But for the Vietnamese teams, they both equally play Bermuda, more or less the same. It's just going to come down to the drafting and ultimately the decision making that comes out from PE Sports and whether or not we even get that third game. Because if this game ends up looking anything like Kalahari, this is going to be a very quick 2-0.
Yeah, I think it probably won't be as dominating, because at least for Heavy, it did come at the cost of a little bit of a setup, right? And maybe obviously the technical issues probably were affecting them a lot more in comparison to their opponents, which is maybe why we saw that PE Sports was kind of getting away with everything. But we'll see, right? This is truly the litmus test if we take away game number 1, with Heavy being on that first pick. I want to see how they're going to prioritize, right? Because now comes the counter-stratting. Now comes, hey, maybe PE thinks A1 is going to be a huge problem. Then we can start attacking the other departments, like taking away their surveillance system, taking away some more supports, because Cassie wasn't touched in map 1 either.
I really wonder if the Cassie, like just dodging the Cassie, was a very intentional choice. And what was the decision to basically just not go with the Cassie? Like, did they think they were going to go for a different play style, different direction? We'll never know, because that game is done and dusted. But let's focus on game number 2, the one that PE Sports needs to win so badly. And the ban for Heavy, they've gotten rid of the Coda, one of the most popular picks. I think Coda has a 100% pick ban rate at the moment. I don't think we've seen a game today where Coda has not been chosen. Such a great pick. Great active, provides vision, can play between multiple roles. Coda's fantastic, but for Coda to be gone and Oscar, that does mean other choices are in the pool. Zane slips on through, and that's going to be Heavy's first choice.
Join the battle. I want to see whether they're going to pair this Chrono up with another support, or are they going to go for the last surveillance system, which is going to be in that clue, right? Obviously, there are ways to kind of bypass it. For example, having pets and purchasing UAVs. Okay. So PE Sports denying the Tatsuya away from Heavy's side. I mean, you can see Alan. You're getting a bit of reaction from him. Not exactly the key integral part of the composition, but definitely something that gave a lot of pain to PE Sports.
Yeah. Okay, what's the next pick here for Heavy? What do they want to complement the Zane with? If the Cassie doesn't get picked up here from Heavy, I kind of wonder if PE Sports just snatches it up. Because they got 2 frontliners that could benefit from Cassie. Oh, but it's been highlighted and stolen away, so no second phase Cassie for PE Sports, but classic combo, Cassie Zane. And what are you pairing up with the Cassie? Are we gonna just swipe up the clue here? And there's no clue. They go for the Ignis instead.
Okay. They're leaning into the advantages of their comp. They're like, okay, even if we don't have surveillance systems, we have 2 of the most powerful supports so far here in Clash Squad, and they work well together. The only thing that would suck for PE Sports is if they get poked out without having line of sight, and that's what Ignis can provide. If they want to double down on this, they can even just make sure that they have like the Nero as well. Technically, that plushie works like a Molly, very similarly. But PE Sports need to respond, and I think one way of doing it, Santino, pretty good on their side. The clue would also be great. So it looks like they are going to go for more of a split style. Look for angles and slowly poke them out from many different angles rather than just taking the full brunt of the force.
Yeah, so Clues taken, leaving Heavy with alternative options if they do want to try and go for any kind of surveillance or CCTV active, which we saw Nero just now could make an appearance, and they are hovering this Nero here for Heavy, so it does get locked in. Nero seems to be a bit of a mainstay here, Gideon. We're starting to see teams really play around with that Nero.
Yeah, I don't know whether this is the best type of composition to utilize it in, to be fair, but I will admit the front lines are going to be very difficult to handle, and I think that PE Sports, their openers are going to be by far the most important, and their biggest advantage is the fact that there is no surveillance coming in from Heavy, and if they do want to purchase surveillance, it's going to cost them a couple of credits, so somebody's going to be missing a helmet, somebody's going to have one less glue wall to work with.
Yeah, sometimes these additional costs can really, really hurt, which is why teams do opt to try and pick any kind of surveillance active so that they actually end up saving money rather than having to expend it on things that don't equal to guns or helmets or vests, things that are going to make you hit harder or be able to absorb a lot more damage. Absorb a lot more damage. So lineups have been locked in, and I do believe players are ready to go here, Gideon. We've got all of our players basically verifying that they are going to be playing these roles. I mean, Heavy did well last game with a really weird lineup. Even after looking at PE Sports lineup, does it kind of feel like it's going to be another Heavy game?
Possibly. I think that Heavy, once again, it's going to be that setup, right? They want to make sure that they find the cyber airdrops on the consecutive rounds, that they do have access to it, because they have great ways to not only really control the space, but more so start pressuring, forcing PE Sports to always be on the back foot. Oh, your Chrono wants to hold on to the area? That's fine. We'll throw Ignis's firewalls at you. We'll throw Nero's cryo mind at you. And then Chrono will eventually have to give up the space anyways. So I think there's a lot of interesting tools of aggression to kind of force PE Sports to play this tug of war where it's really them giving them a lot of slack more than actually taking space away from Heavy.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are just about ready to jump into our second game of this best of 3 set between PE Sports and Heavy. Heavy are currently leading with a 1-game win over PE Sports. So now the pressure is in PE Sports court. Can they force that game number 3 by winning this game? And it's a question we all need answering, and we all need this answered now, because right now Vietnamese fans, they've got 2 teams to cheer for, but they don't know who's going to be the representative in that upper bracket.
Yeah, and I mean, it's still the Swiss stage, right? As long as they still find 2 series win even after dropping this one, they can still make it to the semifinals. Just means that there's more games to be played. Get excited for it right now, because Heavy, once again, really showing what they're all about. PE Sports, is it a lie? Is it just because of the draft? Is there bigger reasons why they are losing other than the fact that they've already demeaned themselves by saying that they suck at CS? But honestly, considering what we've seen so far, they're not the worst for sure.
No, I agree. They're definitely not the worst. They at least seem to have some sort of team cohesion, right? Like, they do have plans that you can see they are trying to execute their drafts. It was just in the case of that previous round, Heavy just did it better. Sometimes a team might not look that great, but it might not be their fault. Maybe it's their opponent's fault. They make them not look so great just because of how well they played. So, yeah, PE Sports, I do think they do have a lot of fans sort of on their shoulders at the moment, trying to cheer them up, to give them that support, to push them across the finish line and force that game number 3. But let's focus on game number 2, folks. We've just got confirmation. We are ready to fly on in to our first round. Get hyped, and let's see if PE Sports can pull this to a game number 3.
Let's find out here. Pistol round, by far the most important round. We'll see whether or not PE start off with a bang, because they were able to get the first couple of rounds against Heavy before the cyber airdrop started to come into play. But Heavy likes to keep it as even as possible, right? I don't know if it's going to be the exact same game plan, a very early throw at an interesting part of the map to try and not only to deny space, but they were expecting to actually meet them there and expecting glue walls to be thrown pretty early on. Ignis Firewall has already been dropped as the airdrop has already comes on through. Oh, Don't Cry misses his opportunity and loses a huge chunk of health as Don't Cry turns the corner. He's got the scythe in hand, looking for many opportunities as well. The time turner has been dropped right on top of him, trying to protect himself. Allen has to turn the corner, finds one into Lao Ho as LBT goes down with the help of Buhui. Mufasa ends up getting traded in the mix by Jonah, but Allen cleans it all up at the very end.
Oh, this is such a scary vision that is currently being produced by this first round, because for Heavy to be able to take that game number 1 up against Heavy and in a pretty comfortable fashion as well, this does not bode well at all for PE Sports, especially considering that they are the team that is currently behind in terms of points. Oh boy. PE Sports, they've got to find a solution, because right now they have too many problems to solve and they can't solve them all at the same time. So pick the biggest one, solve the biggest problem. You can work on the smaller ones a little bit later, because right now they are currently struggling to pick off these Heavy players. Now we do have LBT and Nero going off for a 2-player mission, and on the other side we do have Alan with his buddy there as well. But the scary part of going for a 2-2 split, if any of your pairs go down, there is no way you're going to be seeing the light of day again with that pairing. So need to be very cautious with their placements so far. We do have Mufasa trying to scout around. LBT though and Nero have both been caught from PE Sports. So one pair is down, almost down actually. Nero is still sticking around. Jonah's going to be the next one to fall though. And Nero has finally gone down. Lao Ho, last player standing on that Santino for PE. A 2 versus 1, if it's very calculated, can absolutely work, but not this time, Mufasa says. This round is ours.
PE Sports are just falling for everything right now. I mean, to be fair, they're working off of the information that they get from the clue, and once Jonah pops that clue, he has to fight like an honest man. And Lao Ho has been finding some pretty good angles of his own, but I think that Heavy have been just more cohesive. They're truly utilizing the advantage of having Zayn as well as Cassie. They can eat shots for days, and if you think that they're going to get intercepted, those flame walls make it extra hard to kind of hold the space down. So right now, I think that PE Sports, yes, you got to bait Heavy into certain positions and then look to cut off the backline, but together they need to understand what is the very end of the line. Where is the limit of how far they could push out? Because now the cyber airdrops are coming into play and there is an upscale in investment, right? And P5s on the side of Heavy, same goes for the side of PE Sports as they contest for middle ground. They continue to push on forward here. The clue's already been popped, but we don't see the time turner just yet. Buhui, pretty good position for himself as he already finds one. LBT takes out Don't Cry, and they make sure that they secure the eliminations. No turnarounds as Jonah finds another Buhui, and Lao Ho with a headshot into Mufasa. They're closing out this round as quick as we started it. Allen, the only one left.
The only one left holding down the fort for the team. Just grab an elimination. That is the goal here for Alan. But PE Sports, it looks like they finally managed to put 1 point on the board. So there is signs of life for PE, but they've got to continue this. They can't afford to just show signs of life and run one round and basically leave it at that. LBT, we are going to wrap up this elimination for Alan. And there we go. PE Sports finally getting that point on the board.
They got the point.
Yeah, I'm hopeful, but they got to score more points than this. One is just simply not enough to revive my confidence in this team.
I'm glad you brought that up because they did also secure the cyber airdrop, right? Again, we have to keep in mind that these cyber airdrops really give a financial advantage for your economy as the later rounds start to go by. And for PE Sports, their biggest problem was that they didn't have any access to it because they kept on losing to these fights against Heavy. So now it's all about slowing down your opponents just enough while searching for and utilizing the information about the open areas across the map. They just use their clue, so they know that Don't Cry and Mufasa are right in front of their faces. So now they've set up a crossfire on both sides just to make sure every angle is covered. And Heavy, they hold their ground. Now Jonah, he's in a lot of trouble right now because he's, oh my god, what a play! Buhui with a cryo mine and a simple tap to the head. LBT trying to break through on towards the second floor as Lao Ho finds another one and Don't Cry as Alan takes out LBT, but Lao Ho is able to secure the eliminations. A 3v3 scenario. One that I thought was going to be a 3v2 very quickly, but considering how things have been panning out, these players are fast and they're very slippery.
Very slippery. And now they're going to be full of health any moment now. So it is a reset for both of these teams. A 3 versus 3. Nero looking for his target, almost catching out Alan. Gets some pretty good chip damage in the process, though. And he has caught sight of... Oh, got him! Oh, what a shot onto Lao Ho. Alan, such a ballsy play, especially when he wasn't even at full health. So all of a sudden, Alan, he falls into the trap. LBT catches him with a couple of crucial pot shots. And now we're down to a 2 versus 2. Buhui not looking too healthy, but neither is Nero. So it is still very even. Oh, but the shot onto LBT, that was beautiful, Buhui.
And really frustrating because LBT still had 5 medkits to work for. And Mufasa closes it out with the mini Uzi. Really nice play here, especially coming in from Buhui to take out Nolan for that opening pick. It's not often that you get to find the 1-2 punch with the Cryo Mind, right? But this one as well, Alan just utilizing the Cyclone's breaking of line of sight to ensure that he's able to pop up from either side. He already caught where Laho was going at the edge of his eye through his peripherals and takes full advantage of these small details.
Oh, if you're PE, you really got to put the pedal to the metal because you're showing signs of life. But you got to keep going. You got to grab those points. It's 3-1 so far. PE Sports, they need to win the next 2 rounds to feel very confident. But so far, Mufasa looking for a target. They're looking through the wall, almost getting Jonah. They got very close, but was able to just hide in the nick of time. We do have Mufasa. They're throwing a couple of bullets as well. Can't quite get it though. Glue wall causing too many problems. Blocking out damage. But Nero and LBT taking it together at the exact same time. They're on the ground. They need assistance, but Jonah, he can't help them. He's gunned down as well. It's just Lao Ho, last man standing. It's the Santino. And against a 4-man strong roster. This is a Goliath task for Lao Ho to even pull off any kind of miracle comeback. I mean, it's a Santino. We might be able to see something crazy, but if I'm heavy, I take it nice and slow. I take it nice and methodical. And if you're all together as a team, you should be able to get that easy elim. And what do you know? They got it.
Yep, and they find it. Man, Heavy are really good at dealing with these smokes here. Very disrespectful of it, but they always make sure that they do their due diligence. Make sure you spam through the smoke knowing that it's in an awkward position, and more so that it's been thrown out by a player. It's usually to block line of sight, so you can take your odds at throwing some ammunition into the smokes. But coming into round number 5 with 1-to-1 cyber airdrops each, now we are seeing the difference. Heavy, with all majority of their members very healthy from the previous round, they're coming in with level 3 armors compared to level 2 and missing helmets for the side of PE Sports. Yes, we're expecting PE to actually drop this round, but at the same time, how could you not with level 3s all across the board, whether it be MP5s or even a Scar, and now even through the smoke, they still are trying their best. Mufasa is trying to cut his way through with that sight, and now with Ignis's help and with Don't Cry just behind him, they are cutting through these glue walls one by one. They've already broken through 2 to control the center, but they reposition to intercept the reinforcements trying to get their backs. Laho at 1 HP, spam through the smoke, but they don't find him. Mufasa finally catches Laho, and they cut him down with the sight, and Don't Cry gets traded out by Neron as well as LBT. Mufasa blocked off, but he's calling in for Alan. Buhui, he's got some angles, but it's difficult to get a shot in as LBT refuses to peek out further than the canister, and Nero goes down. Alan cleans it up.
Cleans it up and sets the team up for victory too, because all it takes now is for one more game to go in favor of Heavy for them to take the series 2-0. They're about to get 2-0'd. If I'm PE Sports, I am panicking because they're now in a position where they have to completely reverse sweep. They're at 1 point so far, so all it takes is 4 more to force a 2-team match point. But if they want to win 5 games in a row, it's possible, but I think it would have been possible if they actually had both of these cyber airdrops. So the fact that Heavy has it, this game I feel is just far too even for PE Sports to be able to easily force that reset.
Yeah, with the UAV already thrown out here, Heavy's going to try their absolute best, and Don't Cry finds Nero almost instantaneously on the other side as Buhui gets a headshot onto Jonah and takes him out. LBT does find Don't Cry at the very least, turning it into at least a 2v2 as LBT takes out Mufasa as well. This undergrowth has now turned into an absolute mayhem. Both sides now patiently waiting. The resets are going to come through. One glue wall for Lao Ho. LBT still having plenty of glue walls to work with on his side. Alan and Buhui need to work together, but with an AWM in hand, Buhui will try his best, but he was exposed to LBT on the flank. Alan takes him out, and now they turn it into a 1v1. LBT a little too low to revive Alan. Mufasa unfortunately was gunned down by Lao Ho. There needs to be blood to answer. Alan taking the top side. He's checking with the Ignis. Make sure that side is safe. He saw him just as he cuts out. He sees the dummy as well. He needs to make a choice on whether to chase the dummy or watch his back. He decided to make the right call to watch his back. He sees Lao Ho on the high ground. Even switching, swaps one more time. He's not 100% sure, but he hears the sound of where it went to. He knows that it's within that ring. He knows it's in the circle. He will allow Lao Ho to actually go for the heal, but Alan, he's full health, and he's got a little EP to actually work with here. The Ignis is not going to be coming back up for another 16 seconds, so he's got to fight this out nice and honest. Here as Lao Ho drops his last glue wall. Alan has been missing glue walls this entire time, but he still seems to be the one as if he is the aggressor. He needs to reload, gets the shot off. Alan wins out the 1v1, and you can see Lao Ho is like, ah, man, he got me. He got me again. He got me good.
Oh man, that was such a high-stress situation. I feel for PE Esports because I think that was their closest opportunity to be able to take that set, but unfortunately the pressure, it just got to them. So congratulations to Heavy, because that means they are going to continue through the upper bracket, the 1-0 bracket. Whereas for PE Esports, they will be going down to the 0-1 bracket, but we are still going to be able to see them play. They are not gone. Did he just knock his headset?
No. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. If you missed it, you missed it. Don't worry. The Clippers, that one's for the Clippers out there. But what a winning moment here. Down to the 1v1 at the very end. It's really tough to say who generally is going to be the MVP. Usually we would have a better idea of who comes out, who outperformed everybody else, but I feel like everybody on Heavy had their moment in this game.
No, everybody did. It was absolutely a team effort for Heavy to be able to take that set 2-0. But the thing is, okay, I'm now starting to question. They may have won this set, but now I'm thinking, how are they going to fare to our other teams that have made it into the 1-0 bracket? Because the competition up there is stiff. It is so stiff, Gideon. I'm glad that we're not there, because I think we'd be sweating bullets just existing with those teams. But for Heavy, you know, they also are going to have to understand that, all right, we are here with the big dogs. We are also big dogs. We deserved the spot. We made it here through our own collective effort. What would be the best case scenario here for Heavy? Like, what's the best matchup that we can put them in? Assuming we could actually pick their group.
If me specifically, if I were to pick their group, I would love to see them actually play against R7, because again, both teams are like really insane in the middle of that scramble. It's pretty confusing to see what's actually going on, and considering that both sides are willing to disrespect smokes, makes it for a very interesting game of hide and seek before they actually get into the scrum. But let's give it up for our game MVP here. We've decided upon Alan as the big winner. He clutches it out at the very end, comes in with the enhanced hammer. I love it. I love the fact that teams are like, you know what? The enhanced hammer is so cost efficient.
So cost efficient, especially if you're able to really build up on the hammer. I think as well for Alan, I think he also got MVP because he was the one that ultimately got that game-winning match for Heavy as well. So he did a really great job on that Ignis. I think it also makes me take my words back originally during the draft, because I know at some point I kind of questioned, like, okay, why would you want the Ignis here? But maybe, just maybe, this is more of a personal choice. Because we have seen some players and teams in the past, they pick certain characters and actors because that is that player's specialty, right? Like, if you're going to put yourself in the best possible position if you play characters that you understand front to back. Even though there are all these meta picks, if you can't play it, then too bad, I guess, you know. It's probably not going to be the best choice. So the Ignis, I feel like this could be something that might end up being a respect ban in one of the future matches here for Heavy. But congratulations to Heavy yet again. 2-0 versus PE Esports. We also had, I think it was AG. AG thought PE Esports would win their matchup up against Heavy, but unfortunately, just like us, they were wrong. Heavy did prove us wrong, so I'm kind of glad that they did. The fact that Heavy just played so well. I'm looking forward to seeing their next matchup. But speaking of Heavy, we are going to have a moment to speak to them during their winners interview. So let's hear some of Heavy's thoughts on winning that matchup.
Thank you, casters. Survivors are back here in the room of pressure for the winner interview. Team Heavy has successfully come out on top by winning the Vietnam Derby against PE Sports. And we are here with Heavy Don't Cry. Hi, congratulations. So my first question would be, how are you feeling after winning against PE Sports, a fellow Vietnamese team, and also your former team?
Lần đầu tiên thì Jisoo xin được chúc mừng đội tuyển Heavy vì đã giành chiến thắng trước đội tuyển PE Sports và xin chào Don't Cry. Đến với câu hỏi đầu tiên là bạn cảm thấy như thế nào sau chiến thắng với đội tuyển PE Sports, vừa là một đội tuyển Việt Nam nhưng cũng vừa là đội tuyển cũ của mình?
Em thấy khá là bình thường, tại vì thực lực của bọn em là hơn BE ở tứ chiến.
Wow, I feel pretty normal because we do believe that our power of the team is much more better than PE Sports.
Ooh, okay. Confidence is key indeed.
Yes, it is. All right, so to our second question, it will be our last one as well. It has been a long day, but you are now just one more victory away from qualifying for Clash Squad at the Indonesia Arena. How confident are you in making it there? Hôm nay cũng đã là một ngày dài rồi, nhưng mà bạn chỉ còn một chiến thắng nữa thôi là sẽ đến được với vòng chung kết của chúng ta ở chế độ tử chiến tại nhà thi đấu Indonesia, nơi tổ chức có vẻ rất là lớn. Thì bạn đang tự tin tới mức độ nào?
Em nghĩ là nếu mà tụi em vẫn cố gắng và làm tròn vị trí của mình thì chắc là sẽ mau thôi.
Là tới được hay không?
Tới.
Okay. Okay, so I think that if we still continue practicing non-stop like this and play the best for our role, we definitely can make it to the Clash Squad finals at Indonesia Arena.
Ooh, I can't wait to see that happening. Congratulations once again, Don't Cry on Team Heavy. We still have 2 matches to go, survivors. How are your guys' feelings? For now, let's go back to the casters. Take it away, casters.
It's starting to get a little... Oh, sorry. It's starting to get a little late for Southeast Asia, but at least for the West, it's bright and early. It's coming into their afternoon, and they're going to be able to catch at least the 1-0 bracket, which will be decided later on. And yes, it will be randomized. There is no direct way to tell who's going to be battling up against who in that 1-0 and even in the 0-1.
Yeah, but we can guess what those brackets could be. You know, we do have dream brackets that we would love to see. Shall I spill the beans or shall you spill the beans on your favorite brackets?
I mean, I feel like the 1-0, we already know what the most entertaining matches would be if they get paired up against each other. If it's the other way around, we'll see. Because I think it would be a testament to see how R7 alongside with Heavy is going to perform against some of the bigger dogs here at Clash Squad.
Yeah, so I'm also going to mention my worst matchup. I would hate for this to potentially be a thing. I do not want to see a East versus East and West versus West. I think personally, I do not want to see that because I think we all love to see a good storyline of East versus West because you get different play styles from differing regions. It's just much more fun seeing different regions play against each other. We're so used to seeing Asia versus Asia and Latam and Brazil playing up against each other. We want a little bit of variety. So let's have a look at our updated brackets. You guys are probably wondering what is going to be coming up next. I wonder if they've done the randomizer yet. Have they randomized it?
Oh, they have!
Oh, they have! Oh, okay. Okay, so we did not get the worst case scenario for the 1-0 bracket. They kind of flipped it, personally. They did it the other way around. So AG, I think the AG matchup is going to be fun still. I think R7 is pretty fun to watch too. So AG versus R7. Then Fluxo versus Heavy. Could have been worse.
It could have been worse. We had a 1-in-3 chance of getting the best case scenario. Unfortunately, didn't hit it. RNG not on our side. But even in the 0-1 bracket, we've got RRQ facing up against GOW and PE Sports facing up against E1. Again, a lot to talk about these matches, but the ones that we're going to focus on are the 1-0 matches because that's the ones we're covering here today before we close out Clash Squad for today. And I feel like the Fluxo versus Heavy is going to be more interesting than what people would imagine, because I feel like Heavy, if they get a composition that allows them to kind of run at Fluxo like they did against PE Esports, I want to see whether or not Fluxo can actually deal with that type of heavy attacks.
Heavy aggression. Heavy is also just a very unconventional team. I kind of feel like if you are paired up against a team that does play a little bit weird, that could throw you off your game as well, right? Because if you're not practicing to play weird, you're practicing to play standard. And we already saw Heavy doesn't really play standard. So funny stuff there. But as we do prepare for our first upper bracket matches, let's just sort of celebrate this victory here for Heavy, because they do deserve it. We're going to show you some match highlights as well as we kind of go over what we might expect from Heavy moving forward, because now that we know their bracket, Gideon, I think we can kind of predict what might end up happening in that matchup. So the matchup is against Fluxo. Okay, not really ideal, right? Like, if you're Heavy, you do not want to play up against the tournament favorites for Battle Royale and arguably Clash Squad as well. But do you feel like Heavy plays weird enough that they could maybe surprise Fluxo?
Well, I feel like it depends, right? Because as much as I want to say that like Heavy plays quote-unquote weird, there is an idea going behind it. They understand what the standard play is, and they just want to deviate ever so slightly to throw people off guard, right? And I think that's where we saw the big advantages coming in from Heavy, and why Laoho was so visibly upset at some times of when he gets blasted down, even in a 1v1 where it's purely honest. It's about holding your ground and resources, and I think that's something that Heavy has taken well into account, and that Fluxo could utilize to take advantage of them as well, because now the cyber drops start to come into play, and based on what we've seen in their match against GOW, how they control that area of whether they can actually take it, they decide on the fly. It's not pre-planned, we're not taking it, or pre-planned, we are taking it.
Yeah. Also, I guess another factor to sort of throw into the pot there, Fluxo is going to be very cold coming into this set, because they played the first best of 3 of the day, and then since then, I mean, we don't know if they've been able to scrim in the back or anything, but let's just assume they haven't. You know, maybe they've been in the crowd watching all the games, now that they know Heavy is their opponent. Now they're sort of coming into this completely cold, and they don't even play the next game, right? They've got to wait for this other best of 3 to finish up first, which is going to be R7 going up against AG. So yeah, I kind of feel for Fluxo, you know, you wait so long to play your game and you finally see your opponent, you're just like, we're still the last team. We're the first to play and the last to play. It's not a great feeling. But as we do get ready for our second last game of the day, folks, we're going to go for a quick break. So if you need to go to the toilet or grab some snacks, do that now, but make sure you are back in 3 minutes. That's the magic number. We'll be back in 3 minutes.
Look at me now, huh? I can never go reverse now. But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, base jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how it work. Got it, now the loudest. Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the competition. Told you only way is up, I don't go reverse. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Cause I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher. Who am I gon' verse now? Who am I gon' verse now? Show me what it's worth now. I pull up in the can't imagine. All these people wanna follow, missing in action. Paper Virgil. Know that I'm gon' beat them like the shit that I put words to. Mama and the internet, two things that I just learned through. Hit it out of the park, so there's nothing to reverse to. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? 'Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turned it back on him. Wings on me, I'm higher. I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher.
They're here to crush the doubts. They're here to try to be better than they ever were. And more importantly, they're looking to qualify for the semifinals straight away here at day one of the Clash Squad here at the FFWS Global Finals. Again, if you're just tuning in, my name is Gillian Q. This is Denelli here at the desk. 4 best of 3s have already occurred, and we've already got our top 4 looking to battle each other for those 2 slots.
There are only so many slots and so many teams. So obviously, all of our teams are going to be fighting tooth and nail to try and slip their way into that grand final, because that is the ultimate goal here for everybody. Make it to the grand final and put yourself right at the doorstep to taking home that $45,000 cash prize for the Clash Squad champion. Yes, we have a separate prize pool for this. I know, it is absolutely amazing. Speaking of amazing, let's talk about this matchup that's coming up next, because it is going to be a pretty interesting one, and it's 2 teams that I thoroughly enjoy watching. AG Global going up against Movistar's R7. We know AG, great team, champions for Southeast Asia during Clash Squad 4. Movistar's R7, in case you are not too familiar with this team, they have been making their rounds in the Battle Royale here at the Global Finals. And I love the way that they play. They are super aggressive. They are extremely confident. But how confident are they in Clash Squad up against AG? I want to see them play, but obviously the teams are setting up and all that stuff. What do you think is going to happen today?
Honestly, I'm not too sure, because again, every single time we come to these internationals, it's always how the West and the East are going to react to each other when they end up playing against each other. But let's quickly look at the bracket here just to keep all of the VERSE survivors informed of what has already happened and what is to happen. Fluxo at the very beginning of the game, beginning of the day, is able to take a 2-0 against GOW. Then R7 beating E1 2-1. Unfortunately for RRQ and PE Sports, losing in 0-2 fashions against AG and Heavy consecutively to finally getting into our 1-0 bracket where AG faces off against Movistar R7, then Fluxo facing off against Heavy. But to answer your question, I think that AG, I would like to see them kind of like sit up on their chairs, you know? They had a little too much fun against RRQ, and I'm hoping that R7 can really force them to think about the game.
Not just think about the game, but I feel like this will be an interesting challenge, not just for AG, but also R7, because remember, these 2 teams are from completely different regions. So they're probably going to have a very limited idea as to how the other team plays. They are not going to get the full scope of the overall pool of actives and characters that these two teams like to play as well. So both teams are kind of in the dark here. And these games, to me, are the most exciting ones, because not only are the teams incredibly good at Clash Clash Squad because they got here for a reason, but we now get to see top tier teams in a situation where they are in unfamiliar territory, and teams get very protective over their reputation and also what's on the line in that tournament as well in these very dark times. So I'm really keen to see how AG Global challenges R7 and vice versa. How much are these two teams capable of bringing out the best in each other?
That's just the nature of competition, and I love every second of it. I will admit that I do think that obviously coming in for Southeast Asia, I'm leaning into AG, but it's mainly because of their overall dominance in their previous matchups, where R7 had a little bit of a slow start, and yes, we did hear from the players themselves a bit of a mistake in the drafting for game number 1, but that's the problem. There's a lot of aspects happening outside of the game before you even pick up your first weapon in Clash Squad.
Yeah, it really, I think it even starts beyond the draft, right? Like, you think everything starts at the draft and what actives teams are able to secure for the rounds, but I feel like it's the mental attitude of the teams coming into the game, right? And look at this, AG, they're smiling. They're just like, oh yeah, we get to finally play, and it's going to be up against a fun team as well. So, I mean, AG's good. They're looking great. I want to see R7. How are they feeling coming into this set? Because, like, clearly they know AG, they are champions for Southeast Asia. So, R7, where you at? How we looking? A little serious? I mean, they're still setting up, so we're not getting like a full picture of their feelings so far. But I'm seeing some thumbs up. We're seeing some good signs. Okay. Okay.
At least they're not looking like they're about to fall asleep, right? It looks like they went on a little bit of a jog. They're ready to go at it. It feels like hopefully they don't need that we don't see that slow start, and they have a more of a heated first round against AG to really set the tone. Because I feel like if R7 can take this first map away against AG, we might see a completely different side of AG coming into map number 2.
No, I think we all want to see that fierce side of AG, because I kind of feel like this team, they hold back in matches where they feel they don't need to go all out. And there's nothing wrong with that. But from a spectator's point of view, we want to see these teams play at 110 every single time. Unfortunately, that is not feasible in all competitions because you kind of don't want to reveal all of your strats. So AG, we'll see how much of their potential they decide to bring out in this matchup. And also for R7, how much of their own potential can they unlock in this best of 3? Now, we are going to discover the map order for this best of 3 right now. We're going to kick things off with Bermuda, which I'm kind of a fan of for this best of 3. But give both of these teams a map that everyone knows how to play, and we're going to learn very quickly the skill difference between the two teams, if there is any to begin with.
And I love that. Again, Bermuda, a great litmus test for either side, and we're going to really see what they're capable of here. But at the same time, it begs the question whether AG is going to go all out this time. It's all good vibes and good times on that stage until you lose that very first round, and then now you're thinking, all right, we got to get him back, and we're going to get him back real good. Because so far, I think the big thing that we've noticed, at least for how some of these teams are approaching the meta so far, is with the enhanced hammers, right? Being extremely cost efficient. You don't have to prioritize getting the cyber drops every single time it comes out. You can actually build up momentum prior to it, and then really starting to use the extra economy to pick up anything that's lacking your compositions. If you're lacking surveillance, get a UAV.
I kind of do wonder, like, what is the priority for these teams when it does come to these utilities? Like, as you say, right, the hammer, it's great for scaling. Like, ultimately, you get so much value. But is there ever going to be a circumstance where you actually bypass the hammer and say, like, okay, we kind of need to focus a little bit more on survivability and also having access to the utility instead?
I think that at least for R7, at least they get the first pick here. I think when it comes down to utility, what utility is going to be that game-changing? And I think that R7 was one of the few teams that actually showed us, hey, if a couple of us have a bunch of team boosters, we get a bunch of movement speed, we can actually reach key points of the map to contest for cyber airdrops really soon and get first shots down. And that's why that in their previous matchup, we were seeing in certain map picks on Nextterra, they were reaching spots that most teams wouldn't get without the stacked up team boosters.
Yeah, and I think that is where we start seeing the skill difference in our teams as well, especially considering that we are also getting new, like essentially the utilities, these are all new. We didn't have this in our original circuits. So to have this and to see how quickly the players are sort of incorporating all of these new assets in the game, I think the players are also learning what's good and what's not. Because you, in the grand scheme of things, you think like, oh, movement speed, you just walk faster, like what's the big deal? To reach your objective quicker, like yes, that is actually a big deal, but some people might just sort of shrug at the idea until they see someone else do it. So it's really fun seeing the global finals this year, just seeing everybody learn so many new things about the game off of each other. And it's not even just people from the same region, it's just inter-regional differences, inter-regional testing. Like it's just fun to see everyone from around the world come together and essentially build the optimal Free Fire play style for that year. Because right, I don't think we've had a year where the finals looked the same and had the same meta as the previous finals. So bans and picks are ready to go here. We're not going to waste any time. And look at those bans, Gideon. Iris is gone and Oscar is gone.
Okay, that's really interesting because again, Iris is just one of the few characters that we saw Joker actually get his hands on to try and punish their opponents. But man, this draft is going fast. Tatsuya, first pickup for the side of Movistar R7, but All Gamers Global decide to go for the standard Coda plus the Chrono, allowing things like Zane, things like Cassie to make it through the draft.
Don't worry. I'm just thinking, if you're getting rid of Iris, does that mean you're going to play pretty reliant on glue walls? Because that's the only thing that could really justify banning Iris, aside from, you know, maybe it's the player. Maybe it's just a Joker ban, right? Like, we really don't know. But what we do know is that the final draft for AG has already been finalized. Coda, Chrono, Santino, Ignis, pretty balanced across the board. They do have access to vision, they have their sniper, they have their, essentially they got 2 rushes as well, so they have a lot of pushing potential. But for Movistar's R7, they have their support, they have their rusher, they have their surveillance, but their sniper, they don't have one yet, unless Clue ends up playing that sniper role for Joker. What's this final pick going to be though? Is there anything off the top of your head? Zane, another frontliner. So Clue is going to be taking that role for the sniper.
Yeah, I think this is definitely understandable. I think they were also thinking about like, how are we going to hold ground? We could take ground and we could get information when we do that, but we don't have a Chrono that actually puts a full stop to any type of aggression coming in from the opposite side. So it's either we double down on our plan and lock in that Zane, or we might lean into something else, because still Ignis is going to be a problem in these early rounds for us, knowing that Santino is going to get free pot shots. So I think this is the most understandable way for Movistar R7 to actually play it out. It does beg the question whether Sypha is going to go, how far is Sypha going to go out of his way to try and take Joker out, or whether or not he's even going to care about the flank in the first place, right? Because Do is the one playing Santino this time around.
I don't think it's going to be Sypha going for the roaming for the roams. It might be Team SR maybe. So maybe Ju and Team SR take turns in rotating for Joker. I think it's going to depend on, you know, what maps we actually end up getting per round. But we know Du for a fact will continue to go for his usual poking play because that's what he's good at. But yeah, Sypha, I don't expect this man to try and go for a wrap. I think it's just too dangerous on a character such as Coda. Like I think he has way more value. He adds more value to the team, being alive and being able to provide that vision for his team. I'm going to add on top of this as well, AG, like if you look at Movistar's lineup, they're also going to identify that in the long run, they will lose against Movistars if the round goes too long, right? If they take too much damage, Cassie is always going to win against a team that lacks a true healer. If anything, Cassie is essentially the best team healer in the game. So I kind of wonder if the play here for AG is to be Chrono and Ignis to set up for Coda and Santino to go for those very quick team-ups. You team up, come in, try to get a 2-man 2-tap onto somebody and basically delete them before Haxus's Cassie is going to be able to provide them any kind of healing. Because if you try to go for chip damage, Cassie loves that. Cassie loves games where it's all about chip damage. But what she doesn't appreciate is games where a sniper is involved.
And I think that's why Do is going to have a lot of emphasis throughout this game. Although, as much as I want to say that, as much as I want to believe that Sypha is going to be, you know, walking along with the rest of the team, after what they did to RRQ and what Sypha is capable of doing in messing around with snipers in that back line, I think it's anybody's game, right? Because AG are just that flexible. We'll see whether or not R7 can actually hold against that type of aggression and force AG Global to respect them in the middle of the map and not try to go for these dirty little flanks.
Yep. All right, the coaches have given their handshake and it is time to go into the game, ladies and gentlemen. If you are in the chat for any of our live streams, send your love to both of our teams in the chat. They need to see it. They need to feel it. And let us know who you think is going to win this best of 3. Is it going to be AG or do you think it's going to be Movistar's R7? We'll let you guys decide in the chat who you think is going to win. But at the end of the day, the players are going to do the talking, the shooting, the decision making, and they'll prove some of us right and some of us wrong, I suppose.
Well, it's going to test the metal, and I think that's what we've all wanted to see. How are these two elements going to react to each other? It could be explosive, it could just be two pieces of metal sitting in liquid. I mean, we'll see how it's going to play out, and at least for AG Global, we're expecting a lot coming in from them, but maybe Movistar R7 might be able to give the different perspective that everybody has been waiting for, especially coming from a region that has been naturally overlooked for the longest of times. If they can take out some big guns here in Clash Squad, the bragging rights, that alone.
Yep. Look, if you beating AG is already an achievement, I feel. I'm sorry to anyone that thinks I am gassing up AG, but the fact of the matter is that this team, they are champions of a very competitive region, if not maybe even the most competitive region in Clash Squad. Again, we don't know the status of the team so far and how well they play until they play up against one another. And I know we were all hoping it was going to be Fluxo and AG, but it's okay. We're going to get that later on in the tournament, I guess. Unless something happens, you know, but we're not going to jinx it. We're not going to jinx it. It has not happened yet, so we will leave that for a prediction, maybe for a future matchup. Let's focus on this one at hand, though. R7. Let's talk more about R7 because we have gassed up AG a little bit. I feel too much. Movistar's R7, clearly the underdogs in this matchup, I feel. How compatible do you feel their play style is going to be up against AG, just based off of what we saw in their matchup against E1?
Ooh, that's a little tough to say because I feel like we didn't get to see the full length and breadth of what R7 is capable of doing, especially when it comes down to all of those like hard rush style compositions. We didn't get to see much of that. Really, it was about interception and setting up crossfires more than anything else. And even though the game did go pretty heavily in their favor in the second half of the maps, I just think that right now they're still kind of finding themselves and trying to expand the portfolio. But against a team like AG Global with the draft that they have, I feel like there's no room for error. And as much as I want to believe that the execution should be pretty straightforward for a composition style of this, AG, especially if they find those big picks with the help of Do, can cause a couple of problems. So I want to see whether they're going to go straight for the middle or whether or not they're going to wait for the first bit of surveillance to be thrown out before they make a decision.
Right. And do you feel like they're going to be targeting Do in this matchup? Because I feel like with his performance in AG's previous match, if you watch that match as R7, do you think Do is actually the problem, or is it actually Cypher? Because we also saw Cypher do some really heavy lifting in those matches as well. But mind you, did he play Coda? I don't think he did play Coda in those earlier matches.
He did play Coda in a couple of those matches, to be fair. I mean, it was kind of yeah, it was kind of weird to see him on it, but he was still making things work, right? It was just the
he
one
played really far forward.
Extremely. That's why I'm like, I don't know what's not off the table for AG Global at this point. But at the same same time, I feel like we have to look from the perspective of AG Global, right? If they are looking to target movie star R7, I think that the first couple of rounds is definitely going to be a chump check. Let's just test the mechanics, right? It's a pistol round. Let's see how many shots they can actually land. And if R7 proves to have the mechanical prowess to go toe-to-toe with some of the best aimers in CS, then, okay, round number 2, we eco. Round number 3, we look for the game break. And I think for R7's side, if they can get that first round out of the way, that's a huge hurdle and honestly starts to get them going from a very early standpoint within the map.
Yeah, I'm also very interested in seeing how these teams behave around the cyber airdrops. How much emphasis do they put into securing that once it starts appearing throughout those rounds? Because for movie stars, they hogged it in their game. And I don't know if it was because E1 just didn't prioritize it. I kind of feel like that was the issue, right? Like E1 sort of fell because they also gave away those cyber airdrops, leading movie stars to having level 3. Whereas for AG, they fight for it, but I feel like in some days, they also don't fight for it because they use it as bait instead.
I think they're very attentive to it, right? It's very similar to Fluxo in their decision making. They pretty much understand, hey, we don't have to go for it. We just have to deny our opponents of it. And if they happen to quote unquote drag the game out, that's great for us. That means we can secure it for free and bring it over to the next round. It's a bonus to the feature. It's not something that is necessarily a do or die. It's a do or die if you can trade 1 for 1, but you definitely don't want to be going in the negative in terms of numbers just to get some extra econ.
Yeah. Right. And we're just going to do a bit of a quick check here with the teams. I think we are just waiting on movie stars here so that we can jump into the game. So just a quick apology to our viewers. We are almost there to jump into the game, folks. So thank you all so much for being patient, and thank you for tuning into the broadcast today. Hopefully the games have been very exciting so far. We have a bit of a quiz here for you guys. This is this or that. Which character would you ban first? Would you ban Zane or would you ban the Oscar?
Oh, there's so many good arguments for Zane, but I mean, the easy one is Oscar for sure. That's what I'm thinking,
Oscar
right? Because there's
I'm expecting lots of B's in the chat.
I'm expecting a lot of B's too. I feel like there's so many, like, unless you're a professional, Zane makes sense. But if you are first pick, I think that's when you lean into Zane. If you are a second pick, get rid of that Oscar.
All right, I'm going to have a quick look at the chat here, and I'm seeing a lot of B's. A lot of B's. There's no A's. Okay, so we have a clear winner in this or that. Look, Oscar is crazy. Oscar is absolutely mental. I'm even surprised he even exists. He just does far too much as a singular character.
Well, it's not him as a character who is at fault. It's the fact that Clash Squad mode is the way that it is, right? That actually gives Oscar so much value. But I think there was a little bit of growing pains, of course. Even when we look at the Battle Royale meta, that's where we saw like a lot of teams like, I don't know if I actually like Oscar anymore. Tetsuya is still kind of good. And then Tetsuya got nerfed. And then they're like, Oscar's amazing. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Oh gosh, it's funny. Yeah, I think some people just like to, go against the grain. They see everyone's playing this one character and they're just like, it's not that bad. And then they play a couple games, they're like, okay, wait a minute. I have missed out on life.
Oh boy.
Okay, so we have some stats here, folks. Very fun stuff. No surprise, actually, looking at the stats. So this is just for Clash Squad. Gideon, walk us through the top 3 most used characters. Why do you think they're up there?
Well, I think a lot of it, the first and second, very understandable, right? In all use cases, if we're looking for somebody who is defensively and offensively flexible, Chrono is just an absolute game stopper. Coda, the best way to get information alongside with Clue, but Coda does it even better because not only do you get the visuals, you get the outline of where they are hiding just because they are crouching down, just because they happen to be behind a wall. But the third one is extremely interesting because Iris, again, is just one of those characters when you have an advantage, you can press an advantage. When you get the drop on somebody out in the open, they're basically as good as dead because glue walls won't protect you anymore. And that's how we've been seeing Iris being utilized by a lot of these top tier snipers. Hey, if I get that first shot and you have a way to break down glue walls, don't worry about it. I will finish off these eliminations afterwards as long as you fight within my line of sight. So again, out of all the three, I think Iris is by far the most interesting one. I was definitely leaning a little bit more to the Santinos, but Iris seems to be just that much more popular.
Yeah, actually, I'm quite surprised that Iris ranked higher than Santino. But then again, not everybody plays Santino in that sniper role. But we finally have the green light, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready for match 1, game 1 of this best of 3 series. Get hype! It's AG Global versus Movistar's R7.
Let's jump right into it. To kick things off, it's the pistol round. Of course, 2 simple compounds for both R7 and AG to hold on to before they contest each other in the center of the map. And now, ooh, placement of the Cyclone right smack in the center to block some high ground distancing, but more so making it tough for anybody who wants to sit right in the center. Now, it's going to be the flame wall being thrown up very far forward. Ooh, sees one, sees the Cassie as well. Team SR, well, you got to whip out your gun at some point. He's only got his fists out, and he's just going to buy as much time as he humanly possibly can.
Jeez, that was absolutely crazy. Dead center there. And looks like we do have our first drops already. Haxus, Games King, and Virus already out of the running. And Della, next one to follow thanks to Cypher. Already AG up to an incredibly strong start. We still have Joker left in the game, but unfortunately, there's only so much you're going to be able to do as that clue. And I can see Drew on the rooftop already looking to get that snipe in if possible. We do have this scythe being whipped out as well. Drew says, I don't need to hit them with the gun. I'm just going to go for the melee. You are not worthy yet.
You are not worthy yet. Team SR, keep pushing him into me. You know what I want. I mean, the opening of this match, super interesting to see because, again, this is an approach that AG is literally trying to chump check them, right? Trying to test their mechanics. Can you land enough shots for me to respect you? And I think that this, it wasn't up to snuff just yet. Even though Joker was in a phenomenal position to actually watch over his side of the map, they weren't able to get as much as they were looking for. They did find the one trade in Barros, but for AG, that's just not enough, especially since they're not the ones running Cassie and Zane.
Yeah. All right, guys, we have a very quick pause here as we are just trying to do a very quick change here. I believe it's an equipment change for one of the players. So this one should be a very quick change, folks. Again, we do apologize for the technical issues. Competitive integrity is very important to us. So we are going to try and ensure that both teams have a very, very fair game. We don't want to give anyone an advantage. So we should be able to jump into the game in just a minute there. But again, very, very sorry that we are running into some of these issues. We are trying to remedy this as quickly as possible. The Gideon, we got some more time to sort of yap as we get ready for game number 2. Just seeing what happened in that first matchup. It's just a pistol round, so I don't believe this round is as important as some of the later rounds, but we already got a little bit of a glimpse as to how the teams function in a general match. How are you feeling about R7? Are they up to snuff? Or do you kind of feel like they might have rushed that first round a little bit? Because they bum rushed the central point of that map.
I'm actually fine with it. I'm okay that they actually opted to go for the initial bomb rush to try and contest the first airdrop of the game, because I felt like if they were there even just a second later, they might have been able to catch Team SR with his hands out on that 3rd floor. Again, I'm surprised that he still survived despite all of that, but there's a lot of faith in the rest of his teams to keep him covered, and he got away with it. And I think for R7, if I were in their positions, I think that tech issue probably affected the audio just a little bit because Joker wasn't able to get as many shots as possible on the flankers that were coming down to their lower ground. So let's see. Yeah. In round number 2, now that we got the technical issues out of the way, I think it's time to see the real R7.
I wouldn't say game number 2 is going to be real anybody yet. Game 3, definitely. I think game 2, we are just going to get another, I guess, appetizer for both of these teams. We know how AG plays, but for R7 and how they react to AG, I think they're starting to learn their lesson already after that first round. So a bit more of a strategical opening here for R7, right? Like they aren't simply bum rushing it like they did in that previous round, but look at this huge wraparound coming in from AG. Oh my gosh, Cypher already coming in from the side. Looks like R7, they're kind of panicking here. They are starting to see the wraparound. Watching their side, because if they don't, they will get punished for this. Oh, AG dropping very, very low. And Baros, first one to go down. Games King with the amazing snipe.
What an interception here. And with the Santino as well, trying to reposition Du, could not participate in that fight as soon as Games King actually went for it. And he fights two more with the help of Axe. And now, with them down, Du is all by himself. Good luck on your Santino, sir. I'm pretty sure you don't have anything left. Joker ends up losing his head. And one more before he goes down. Du is probably telling the rest of his teammates, guys, let's calm down for a second here. They're playing with the Cassian as well as the Zane. We have to let them be baited by us. We have to walk this leash, not the other way around.
Yeah, very ambitious play from AG, I have to say. The fact that, like, yes, it was you and Cypher, wasn't it, to go for that huge wrap. Baros and SR, they were on the other side of the map. I think in a lot of cases that does work versus a lot of other teams, but keep in mind, I feel like R7, they are so used to being bullied in that previous matchup that they're starting to learn that if they group up, they're playing Cassie as well. Like, the whole point of playing Cassie is you're supposed to play as a group. It's really hard to pick apart a team that is sticking together and moving as a four-man unit compared to AG, where if you go for the 2-2 split, if someone gets caught and that partner also gets caught as well, you're in dead man's land.
Especially if your partner is a Santino who's already set up the mannequin to switch places with. You're on your own, sir. And I think that AG had the right idea of, hey, let's make first contact, force an engagement, and then we rotate back into the middle where we can regroup with the rest of everybody else. But the timing of that interception coming in from Games King was really what set the difference. Really what set the difference in a majority of scenarios that they could have been put in. But let's look at AG's stats so far. When it comes down with 54 eliminations, they are only currently ranked in second, but in terms of damage, not even that high, right? Only fourth, but in the assists, second as well at 79.
Okay, to be fair, their damage is only fourth. It's not really only fourth, but the only reason why it's fourth is because AG's games were not that long. They didn't have enough rounds to farm damage. So imagine AG is in a full series, a full 11 game rounds for full best of 3 games. I think AG has the capacity to sit in first place. They just didn't get enough games to farm up the damage, so that's totally fine. But imagine this though, 54 eliminations, second place, 79 assists, second place, and this is because, again, they just didn't have enough rounds to farm the eliminations. It's kind of crazy to see how highly this team is ranked after just one best of 3.
Just to keep our survivors out there well informed, these stats have been taken from their very first game, and they will continue to compile over the rest of the tournament as we go into day 2 and the semifinals, and of course the grand finals itself. We're sorry that we have to make you wait for so long on these technical issues side, but hopefully things... Oh, wait. I just saw the thumbs up. Is he asking if he's okay, or is he asking us like, yep, we're ready to go whenever. Y'all take your time to make sure everything's working on your side.
Keep your hands warm. Keep your hands warm. Where are the hand warmers? AG's kind of just sitting there. Hand warmers, folks. Come on. Chop, chop. Hand warmers. Keep those hands warm because you're about to jump into another game. But I really feel for R7 because they are having to do a lot of thinking and talking, I suppose, because of these constant breaks. So here's some stats that we're going to talk about here for R7. So R7, they rank first in all the stats, in eliminations, damage, and assists. And they're ranking so highly because, like I said for AG, R7 played a full round during their best of 3. So unfortunately, this is not really a great representation of R7 overall, but it does sort of give us a picture as to what kind of numbers to expect from this team and what kind of scariness AG is as a team themselves, right? Because if they're already ranking so high and not even playing a full 3 games, I hope R7 are ready for them because, yeah, it's been a pretty interesting ride, even though we've only had 2 games so far.
Yeah, no, it has been an interesting ride, and I think definitely there's just everybody is just excited and anticipating to see what adaptations could happen on the fly. Because similarly to when we saw R7 dropping their very first map against E1, the adjustments that were made after they kind of figured out what exactly was the main issue, it wasn't the mechanics, it really just was the draft. Game 2 and 3 snowballed out of control really, really quickly for them. And now that they've kind of chump-checked each other to see, oh, how dastardly are the mechanics here, even when a technical issue happened in round number 4, I think at the very least R7 are realizing very quickly, hey, AG are just as human as we are. It really is about who makes the most of impactful play in the game more than just doing everything perfectly.
No, I agree. Yeah, they've only had an appetizer, I suppose, in terms of rounds. I don't think both teams have gotten a full taste of what's to come. So I actually think after these 2 rounds, things are going to escalate very quickly. Both teams are going to escalate these rounds. They're going to start moving really quickly. I love that how our R7 is just like, hey, let's play a reaction game whilst we wait for this technical issue to be sorted. Which, just in case anyone is kind of wondering what is happening at the moment, we are having a bit of a headset equipment change for one of the players on R7. I do believe this might be a sound issue. The players do need to hear each other in communication. So we want to make sure that all the players on the team are going to be able to hear each other and we don't have any problems. So please bear with us as we do try to fix this. I believe they're going for a full equipment change. So
whoa,
we will get this sorted very, very quickly.
Dang, some people have been a little rough with the equipment here. Oh man, I mean, even the AG, they're looking over and it's like, hey, that actually looks kind of fun. They're playing the reaction game over here, and you can tell that some people who are, especially those who are teaching how to play this hand slap reaction game, are clearly.
I have an idea. I don't think anyone is going to do this. I would love for one player from each team to just suddenly walk on stage and play that game with each other.
You're on. Let's go. Yeah. Every time we meet, let's go.
I think it would be so fun. You know, since we do have a little moment of intermission here, it would be very funny to see them do it. I don't think they will over because they want to stay in the zone as they get ready for this game. Because this is also a very high-stakes game, ladies and gentlemen. It's a best of 3. Yes, we are still playing the very first game of this best of 3, but both of these teams want to have that 1 game advantage. So I can totally understand if they don't want to mess around, you know, with having fun with each other yet, unless, you know, maybe something happens. Maybe the teams are okay with it. If they're okay with it, then fine. But they can't hear us, so we can't just simply tell them like, hey guys, you want to play a game?
I would imagine that it would be a fun thing to do, man. But let's look at some of the highlight players here, especially the stats for some of the key players and earners of MVPs. We got to give it over to Do here for a second because, again, 18 eliminations single-handedly, which makes you wonder who's currently sitting. If he is already in the 5th spot, even when it comes to assists, it makes a lot of sense because, again, support players out there, I saw collectively probably over one guy should be at like what 36 37 because he got 18 and then another 18 or 17 in the fall. Sorry, 18 to 19 the following round in their 2-0s. But it makes you really wonder, right, who's taking those top spots if even Do himself as the sniper can't even secure the #1 individually.
Okay, I'm going to bring this back up again. I think it's just because if AG played another game in their best of 3, if they played the full 3 games, I'm 100% certain the entire team would actually be sitting at the top of the stats. But because they got 2-0, they didn't get to rank as high as they would like. So, like, even though that sounds bad, in the grand scheme of things, you have to be impressed that Ju ranks so highly, even though he's essentially handicapped stat-wise.
Oh!
Let's shift on over to Della. So Della's a bit of an interesting case, right? He's ranking 3rd for eliminations, which is 19. His damage is 8, and his assist is 11. So a big contrast in terms of player statistics, Gideon.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know the full list just yet, but now I'm even more curious. If Della, out of everybody, is currently sitting at 19, does that mean that his other teammates have taken 2nd and 1st place? Is it Games King part of that list as well? Or are we talking about some of the other members who, again, should be looking a little bit more comparable to what AG Do stat line looks like, whether it be some of the Fluxo members? I'm looking specifically thinking MT7 or even Bob's, GU?
I think maybe Butson.
Bootsin, you're right.
Bootsin might be up there. I actually would love to know these numbers. But he's not playing yet, so they're probably going to show us these stats in the next game. So we'll wait until that one pops up. But I feel like Bootsin is probably up there. If not, maybe number 1.
He got the Oscar and the Tatsuya in both in the individual games, and he was racking up some major KDA.
Yeah, that's why I think the first person I thought of was like, okay, who did really well in their games? And immediately I was like, wait, Bootsin did really, really well. So we highlighted him, I think, like multiple times during that first best of 3. Yeah, so I'd like to see that stat, but we're not going to show that because they're not playing yet. They are going to play the best of 3 after this matchup. But I am glad to see that the players, they're still all smiles. They're all trying to stay warm. You know, they don't want to start the game with a little bit of permafrost on their nose or anything, you know, just because of how cold it is in the studio. You gotta stay warm. There's a reason why players actually wear very thick jerseys, and it's just because of this. Every event you go to, just for our viewers at home, in case you did not know, esports events are cold. It is cold. You can wear winter wear and you will be comfortable.
Yeah, and there's good reason why it needs to be cold, right? With so many, I mean, just look at how many panels and how many pieces of equipment it needs to be utilized. Hardware, fingers. It's just, there's just a lot of moving parts in these bigger esports events. Man, but even like for our technical issue, just changing out an entire system to make sure that it works perfectly mainly for the competitive integrity. We don't want these teams walking away thinking that we could have put everything on the line because we couldn't hear or we were lagging, right? We're trying to eliminate as many of those excuses as possible to truly keep it pure intention competition amongst our competitors.
Yeah. Look, we already see all of the stage staff working together to figure out a solution for the issue so far. I think they're getting pretty close to a solution so far though, so hopefully we are going to be able to jump back into the game pretty soon. But thank you so much to everybody watching the broadcast. Thank you for being patient. You guys are wonderful. I actually would suggest, in case you guys have some time, you know, if you want to play a game of Free Fire, you might be able to sneak a game in before we jump into our next match. So if you are feeling a little bit antsy, if your fingers need to move, jump into a game. We're still going to be here. We're not gonna go anywhere. We've still got plenty of games here at the Free Fire Global Finals for Clash Squad. But all the players are looking at their phones, so we might be ready to go, Gideon.
Yeah, I was noticing that too. I'm not sure whether, you know, they're just testing the waters to see that everything is working well, but it looks like we've been given the call.
We're going
right back into the game. Get out of your queues. The games are about to begin.
All right. Game 3, Gideon, expectations. Do you think it's going to go fast? I feel like just after that really long tech pause, we're going right in. We are going right into the game. No pause at all. So right now we do have a player deficit on either side. Games King is out, Team SR is out, and Cypher is gone. So it's Dew and Barros up against Joker, Hax, and Della. And it's going to be a bit of a tough one here. Barros is there. They do try to go for that shot. They do get the drop off onto Hax. So we do get a really great tag team happening here between Dew and Barros. But Dew's been caught by Joker. And that is it. That is it. R7, they take round 3.
Ooh, some scary stuff there, but R7, now that they've got round 3 in the bag, look at the plays that are actually going on, right? Because when Cypher losing out in that 1v1, wasn't expecting the buy up here coming in from R7's side, losing a bit of his head, again, it did hurt him at the end of the day. I think that at least now, we're going to start seeing things start to even out between the two teams. Now, despite AG, they did put themselves on the line to secure the cyber airdrop, but they're trying to keep it as competitive as possible. As they're coming into this next round, right? One missing helmet coming in from Barros, but at least level 2 armors and helmets across the board with some pretty decent weaponry coming into round 4.
Round 4, AG trying to find that open. The damage! The damage coming up from R7! What in the world? How is this team finding so many openings? Barros and SR are down. It's just Cypher and Dew. Dew is looking much healthier than Cypher. Cypher, they're coming over the side. Takes out Haxus. That's a great play with Della. takes out Cypher, leaving two all alone. I mean, he could try to come and save the day, but holy moly, that rush from us.
Max distance Tatsuya dash across the corner to instantly getting a frag and resetting it. One of the few times you get to witness it, and Games King is that guy who makes it happen consistently. He's coming into this round a little bit of broken armor. I'm curious whether he's willing to invest into actually repurchasing his armor to make sure that it's topped up in full. But now, go back into it straight away. Keep in mind that Cyber Airdrop is in play.
Cyber Airdrop's in play, and already we saw a huge rush coming in from R7 from the rooftop. Games King trying to find that snipe. Not able to quite get that one tap, but there Games King, he's got Cypher. That's a crucial player on the side of AG, and they won't even be able to bring him back in. And Baros, the next one to drop, R7. They are crushing AG, but there is a cost to this, Gideon, and I don't know if it's part of the strat. AG, they did manage to pick up the Cyber Airdrop. They have picked up 2 so far. They do manage to get the drop there onto Games King, but the round will go in favor of R7. Maybe AG, are they playing for the long game? Because this is extremely risky.
I think, unfortunately, they had to, right? Because, again, this was space given to them by R7. R7's attention quickly switched on over to Cypher once Games King went into contact to see who actually has line of sight to back him up in case things go wrong. And with 2 cyber drops in the bag, AG not too worried about the economy coming into the later stages, but they need to start winning rounds now, because at this point, they need to start hurting this rich and healthy economy that R7 seems to have with upgraded weapons.
Let's see if this is the round where they start to build up their wealth, Gideon, because I fear for this team if they give this match away, if they give this round away to R7, suddenly it's going to be match point, and every game suddenly becomes a sudden death match here for AG. Now, AG, they are going to take the compound. Games King thinking of boosting himself up to that 2nd floor. I think they're trying to be very careful. They don't want to just sort of go up there completely blind. And actually, the team going to bail. Oh, but Hax is taking quite a bit of damage. Thankfully, we'll be able to get their health back up slowly. But look at that, though. With Cypher jumping down to the low ground. The entire team of AG rushing onto the low ground with Cypher. First player to go down, following him as Baros into the Great SR. Next one to boot, and that leaves Do again. We are in a sudden death match situation, Gideon. AG unable to take the round, and R7 one game away from taking our very first game.
It felt like R7 after that pistol round, they took it personally, right? AG, they tried to chump check him initially. They wanted respect. They got the respect that they deserve. But now it's the opposite way. AG has to fight tooth and nail from this point onwards. With 2 cyber drops already secured, they should be able to buy some decent weaponry. But the economy for R7, everybody's making sure that they have some extra utility in having a time turner. So they're willing to utilize it as a bait. Oh no, we've already used 1 time turner. I wonder if anybody else is going to jump down and punish me.
Oh, we have to be very patient here because AG also know how dire of a situation they're in, whereas for R7, they also need to be very careful. They can take the game, but they need to make sure they don't get overconfidence. We have seen teams lose because of overconfidence, and Haxus running into a 1v1 there with Cypher, losing half of his health. Still going to be okay, but Do from the sidelines able to finish off Haxus. And there we go. Step number 1 to AG's comeback plan is in execution.
Yep, and again, really good timing at the UAV. They waited for so long until first contact before throwing the UAV after unleashing their own quota. So they had plenty of information to work with, but just notice the response from R7. They literally stood still. They did not want to move out of their positions, right? They didn't want to take aggressive peeking angles, expecting the members of AG to actually try and punish them if they make that attempt. Now, it's a 4v3 scenario, and they don't want to be there because Joker, he's holding on a response of their own UAV to get more information here, and it looks like R7 is making sure that they are keeping AG Global in check. Do not hitting enough shots. Joker repositioning. The blue is already going to force their snipers to start moving into the ring, but AG is going to focus on towards Joker first. He's in trouble, and he turns around. Team SR finds Joker instantaneously. Time turner comes out, but a little too late as Games King is able to find the trade instantly. Baros, he just got to heal back up. He's out of the fight for now, and Do can't do much with the time turner right in front of his line of sight. He wants to go for a little bit more. TP's away onto the outside of the house of Do, but Games King spots him. Du headshots him through the window. Della finds Barros. And now Du left to fend off against 3 members. How many headshots can he hit in a row to close out this game? At least for R7, they're gonna heal back up. And he's dead. Joker finds it at the very end. 6-2. What a scoreline for R7 as they quickly dismantle game number 1.
Oh, incredible plays coming in from R7, taking game number 1 off of AG Global in Clash Squad as well. Okay, we have a lot to break down because they're clearly, firstly, props to R7. They played brilliantly every single round. I don't know how they did it. It seemed like they were able to just read every play that came at that AG threw at them to begin with. Like the predictions were perfect. The snipes always landed on the most important players in those team fights as well. I have to say this was probably the one set where we actually saw Cypher actually struggle as a player, and even Du was struggling to even get his headshots in.
I think they identified it very quickly. As soon as they finished up their match against E1, they probably were watching the AG match happening after them. And I think they've learned a couple of tricks and habits that they noticed between RRQ and as well as AG Global. It's an impressive run, don't get me wrong, coming in from R7, but I want to see if they can keep this up, right? Because Games King was such a large proponent at completely shutting down Cypher and chaining those eliminations on that Tatsuya, which you don't get to see very often unless you are that quick of a shot.
That's the thing, right? I did not expect the set to go that quickly. I did think it was going to be a little bit close. I thought maybe it was going to be like a 6-4 score line, maybe even 6-3. 6-2 is not too bad, but AG, in the rounds that they did end up getting beat in, they were beat because it was very, very obvious, very concise. It wasn't even close for most of them. We do have to highlight Della here on the Zane. Incredible plays. And also have to bring up, right, high eliminations, high assist, but the damage, 2,960. This is actually not that high. It just goes to show how R7 prioritize eliminations over just getting knocks. Because there are some teams, they like to get the knocks and then focus on the next player. But here, they focus on getting the eliminations, the certain deaths that they don't have to worry about someone potentially getting picked up. Also, these numbers coming out from R7, 4, 2, 10, 9 eliminations, 13, 16, 6, and 8 for assists. Incredible numbers from Movistar's R7.
Oh yeah, they've got a system that's working out incredibly for them, and Della and alongside with GamesIng have been doing a phenomenal job. 6-1 in Bermuda. Sorry, I thought AG took another round out of nowhere from thin air, but apparently no, they got beat even worse than I thought they did.
It almost felt like Movistars just beat them with a stick. It was that devastating. I think a lot of people right now are just completely shocked at how impressive of a performance R7 put up in this match. So now all of a sudden, all eyes are on Movistars. They are one game away from beating AG 2-0 in this best of 3. Now, it's not over yet. We are going to go for a complete refresh, complete redraft for this next game. It's not going to be Bermuda. Okay, we've just finished up Bermuda for our first map. We are going to be changing things up a little bit, but is the second map going to make much of a difference here for AG? Because if something doesn't change, it's 2-0 is almost confirmed. And it's Kalahari.
Kalahari. I wonder if they're going to change their draft for the side of R7, because it worked out so well this time round. They could take some really honest fights because of the way that they can make sure that somebody is powered up by either Cassie, and when worst comes to worst, have the Zane quickly pop her active as well to ensure that you have a quote unquote a theoretical stat advantage against your opponent. You still have to land the shots, and no doubt about it, Movistar R7 were not missing as often as I thought they were going to, especially when they faced off against E1. But man, I think now AG, they got to sit up, right? They have to actually start thinking about what they do for the upcoming game, because they cannot disrespect R7 any longer.
No, I don't think it's a case of disrespect. They definitely underestimated them, I feel, right? Like, they did not feel as sharp as I was expecting them to be. But then again, who knows? They will have first pick for game number 2. So I'm hoping AG will be able to capitalize on that first pick and grab something that's really going to help them moving forward in Kalahari. But the thing is, aside from the usual picks such as Oscar, for example, if Oscar even makes it through, is there anything else that is really worth being first pick? Because we saw Coda being played by AG and it was Cypher to play the Coda. But in that previous game, it just didn't work the way that they wanted it to. Even though Coda is still strong, I think it's still a great pick. It's banned anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I guess nobody's allowed to see anything in this game because Clue also gets banned.
You want information, you better be paying good money for it. They're gonna have to commit some sort of economy, and I think that's all right. It's an honest way of playing, but at the same time, All Gamers Global is gonna get access to the Oscar, right? What it's gonna be paired up with is gonna be the big question, because again, no surprises that Tetsuya is gonna get picked up. I'm expecting, okay, the Chrono. For the side of Movie Star R7, I was thinking whether they wanted to go back on the Cassie, but then again, Chrono's just too good to let go of.
Yeah, it's just... I so badly want to predict these picks, but I think AG are going to have to pull out all the stops. If they have cheese, if you got some cheese strat, please pull it out now. And right now, Iris, that is 100% Du's pick. Like, no one else on the team plays Iris, right? Like, this is surely going to be for Du. And
Undying Flame.
Okay, glue walls are not going to be effective for Movistars. That's what I'm kind of learning here because Oscar breaks glue walls, Iris shoots through glue walls, Ignis melts glue walls.
Yeah, they all have ways to kind of make sure that they can just hurt their opponents through the walls. There we go, the Cassie. Oh, I was so worried for a moment there, but at the same time, now that they have the Cassie, I feel like Skylar does open up a couple of options for them, right? Because if all of Gamers Global is going all out, using all their active skill abilities, that's great, because eventually somebody has to drop a glue wall, and that's when Skylar comes in to ruin their day.
Yeah. And they also need a sniper option as well. So there we go. Skylar's, their Riptide Rhythm is going to be available on the field. And Steffi is going to be the final choice here for AG Global.
I like this.
I like this. But at the same time, I'm looking at this lineup and I'm imagining AG absolutely bum-rushing movie stars. They're going to run at them non-stop because that's what this lineup is built for. They don't have the sustain. The sustain is on the Cassie, which is on the other side. Throwables are not going to be as effective thanks to Team SR simply existing. And then you have Cypher. I think Oscar obviously is the better choice for Cypher, given the circumstances. He wants something aggressive. He wants to be able to get in someone's face, and he wants to be able to gun them down. And Oscar is the ideal candidate for this style of play. And with you, with the Iris, I think you mentioned this earlier today as well, that you can't hide behind glue walls of your movie stars. You have to commit to these fights because if you try to hide, Du's there.
And it also takes a lot of value away from that Chrono if they happen to think that, you know what, I'm just going to make sure that I use the time turner to protect myself. Nope, Iris is not that kind of character. Same goes for Ignis as well. You're still gonna burn through it, so there's ways to chip out the opponents. I'm surprised that All Gamers Global decided to go for a composition of this particular style. I thought maybe they were going to lean into the A124, knowing that the A124 or maybe even, what was it, the Nero, to try and deny the options of actually dropping the glue walls. But the Steffi makes so much sense because their biggest problem in the previous map was the lineups, the grenade lineups being thrown from Movie Star R7. Because it's clear, both sides, and more so that All Gamers Global highly puts a higher priority in contesting for the cyber airdrops in comparison to Movie Star R7. But now that we see without the Zane, they've got just Chrono as well as Cassie. Are they still going to play that way, or are they just going to keep denying it off of All Gamers Global?
Well, I mean, Games King is on the Tetsuya, and I think we have to give a shout out to Games King. He played phenomenal last round. I actually expect the same thing for this Tetsuya, so I don't think it's going to be easy for them to compete for these airdrops anymore, Gideon. I actually think Movistar's realizing how much emphasis AG put on the airdrops that they're going to push back. They're going to fight back, and they have the better sustain. They have a Tatsuya that wants to be able to pull off those resets, and there's going to be that Chrono. Yeah, Chrono is not going to be as effective just because of Dew, but there is still some value in being able to pull off the time turner. I think it's going to come down to these first couple of rounds, right? Like, how much of a lead can these teams build, and do they just run away with it? Like, is that going to be the case for this best of 3? Someone just takes the first 3 games, and that is it. It's game over.
It's really tough to say. Knowing that Movistar R7 likes to bring in the enhanced hammer, they like to have 2 team boosters. I don't know what that third option is or whether it changes across the maps. But even for AG Global, right, there is a certain degree of, you know what, the team boosters make a lot of sense, which also means that it costs a lot of economy. So they do need the money in the earlier stages of the round, and they do actually need to put a higher priority, if that is the case, to go for the cyber airdrops. So again, I really wish before we get into these games that we got to see the full loadouts to understand how much money they actually need throughout the game to make sure that the composition hits that max build and that scaling, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, we got to work with whatever resources we have, Gideon. So well, we can get.
We can hope and speculate.
We can hope. Well, I guess like knowing less makes it a little bit more exciting. So we just kind of have to see, like, do they have enough? Is it going to suddenly appear? And if it doesn't happen, then clearly they didn't make enough money. You know, they need to work a second job. One job is not enough.
I think that is a
side hustle. Needs a side hustle.
That is a fair argument, but I also think that's the equivalent of saying I'm okay with the Earth being flat. You know, like it's like I am not cool with that at all.
That's got nothing to do with it, but it's okay. We are ready to jump into our second game of this best of 3, folks. Send your energy to whoever you are cheering for, because we may or we may not get a third game. Let's find out. It's AG Global versus Movistar's R7.
All right. Kicking things off in Kalahari, it's Santa Catarina.
Of course, they have to put one of the most terrible maps. It's like the first round. It's either Santa Catarina or Mammoth, I swear today.
It's been pretty awful, I'm not going to lie. And instantaneously, AG, they're going straight up to the mast. They just want that high ground. They get to look in, and they only will spot Games King. Ooh, an interesting smoke position here. They cut off the center, and then they're looking to loop around the back of the boat. And I think that AG are aware of it. Does he know? Does he know? He tries to go in, and he actually takes away. Oh, but it's too late. Joker takes out Dew, blasted in the face. Good uses of the smoke to deny information. And Joker, right at the top, now sees all the backs of the open members of AG Global. The time turner is already out. Sypha is taking out Della. Sypha is able to secure it, but Joker finds one. Games King as well to clear off the rest. They weren't expecting the climber out, which is crazy because AG has done this before in the local league.
I wonder if this might have been something that R7 may have stolen from AG's handbook, because very rarely do we see this maneuver from a lot of teams. And they also knew that Joker was there, right? Dew died to Joker, so they knew he was up there. But at the same time, during a pistol round, what can you do? He's so high up and elevated that if you try to shoot back, you're basically leaving yourself open to the rest of the team on the low ground. So very tough first round there for AG. They're gonna try and make things work here for Council Hall, but I fear for the team, if they aren't able to start picking things up here from game 2 onwards, it might just be another domination by R7.
I think that R7 is investing in all the right resources. First round goes for the smoke. Second round buys a UAV of their own. And now they've already found first blood in Team SR because they threw it towards the northwestern side. This is just too good coming in from R7 as a means to deny the information from the drafting phase. And Barros, oh, he does actually find at least a nade on towards Hax's side. Can they punish it though? Same goes for Team SR. They can't seem to finish the downs, and Games King takes out Barros. They're able to get the initial revive here. They're bringing at least Hax back into the mix. But that's going to be a 2v4 scenario, and that's not one that AG can win, especially after losing the first round. Sypha though.
Hang on.
Okay.
Hang on. We might still be in for a game. We just got to see if we can get another snipe here, right? It's Sypha and Dew, probably the 2 wonder kids of the team at the moment. But Dew's up there. Hax is on the low ground, and because of the angle right now by R7, it's really hard for Dew to hit anybody. So he's in a bit of a pickle, right? He has to decide, like, can he decide to go in the low ground? Oh, Haxus, the jump to catch out too. Brilliant stuff there from Haxus. And Cypher does eventually go down to Games King. Oh, round number 2, going to R7. AG, where you at, brothers?
Oh my goodness, they're getting played. They're getting hella played right now. And that's the thing. I think that AG, with no information to kind of work off of, it's hard for them to make these decisions. A great jump coming in from Hax, but it was set up by Della on the low ground. That's why you saw Do getting put down to 10% of his HP, healing up in technically the middle of the open. And that's when information was relayed to Hax. Hey, he's low, jump him right now. You're never gonna miss this.
All right, so we are on Mammoth this time, and we know Mammoth can be one of the more difficult maps, or I think it might be the most difficult map to play here on Kalahari for Clash Squad. We see a rotation so far. We're just going to be able to get rid of some of that vision. You know, don't give anything away, because none of these teams are actually running your stock standard surveillance actives. So it's really all going to come down to the economy. Dew's trying to climb up the cliffside so far. He's almost made it, whilst the rest of the team is going to try and hold the fort there on the Mammoth Bones. But Games King rushing forward immediately catches out Barrows, who hits the ground, and Cypher next one to boot. Games King, what are you on today? What a monster!
He's playing hot, and Joker takes out Do as well. This team is playing extra hot as they chase down the last member. Team SR takes out Della, but Games King finishes off Barros. Once again, Joker gonna turn the corner and blow off the head of Team SR. Hot rounds coming in from R7, but they're set up again. I think they're just better at playing around line of sight, better at playing around these smokes. And so far, I was expecting AG to be very disrespectful of smokes and look to spam it early on, but I think they're giving too much away by not checking it. They have to do their due diligence.
Yeah, I think that's something that is really strange for AG. Like, you kind of feel like maybe it's just a case of them not being used to it, because I'm really shocked at how much AG isn't checking. Like, I mean, to be fair, both teams are not running their stock standard surveillance characters, so they are working with very limited vision. I wonder maybe if this is just messing with them. Like, AG are so used to having access to the coda or the clue, having this knowledge, but now they have to play in the dark, and maybe R7, maybe this team is used to this. Maybe they constantly train without a normal surveillance.
Oh my god.
This is not something that's new to them. Oh, the jukes, though, that was scary.
Oh,
Joker!
Okay, they still managed to make it work though. AG making sure that they are covering the rest of the compound despite Cypher running in with his hands out and knowing that there could be a potential combatant in there. Now, luckily, he's able to break line of sight for now. He knows that Games King is on one side, and Barros loses his head because of it. But the AK-47 in hand, he knows where Do is as well. He needs to win this out with the MP5, leveled up to 3, spamming these smokes. Not 100% sure whether he's hitting them or not. Doesn't see the hit markers, and Do cut off with the help of the glue wall. Now Della ends up losing his life. Cypher finally gets to him, turning this into a 2v1. But if Do is able to get one knock, Tatsuya dashed into one knock. That's all he needs, and they deny one. But can he get the second? Close. But no cigar. Cypher, 25 HP, and he's breathing heavy.
Oh, I think Cypher's hands are shaking. And even Deuce as well. Games King is sitting on the throne in this matchup. He is popped off today. Absolutely popped off today, Gideon. I am impressed at how well this man is playing. He is so aggressive. He is so concise with his shots as well. He's sitting on a 6-kill scoreline, 6-1-2. Cypher's got 5 to his name, but I feel like Games King, compared to Cypher, Games King has been so much more impactful to his team with every player he's been able to eliminate.
Oh, a bit of a mistake coming in from Joker. One of the Riptide Rhythms didn't go the direction that he was looking for. Time Turner coming up from Della to try to hold his ground as he hops him through the smoke and luckily hopping over the scythe shots coming in from Team SR. But at this point, we see that AG have a bit of the 3-in-1 split. And now that they've already started to pop their UAVs to get the information, they know that they can actually double down on that front line. And Della's in trouble as Do comes in from the flank. It's almost as good as Cypher finds one. He gets it. Do gets the headshot onto Della as Game King takes out Do, but it's too late. AG have surrounded them from all fronts.
Oh, that was such a crazy claustrophobic fight. Big overcommitment though from R7. I feel like this team they're kind of running a little bit too deep with this. They're feeling very confident. They think they can easily fight into AG, but AG lured them into a trap, into a bottleneck, and they were able to finish them off. Even though Cypher was on the low ground, Cypher jumped down, and being down there, usually you're a sitting duck. You're not able to provide support for your team, but he was able to come in at just the right moment to catch out and help the team finish off the remaining members there for R7. We're on Shrine now. The scoreline is 2-3. Gideon, we definitely have a match if AG is able to take this game. And as you can see right now, both teams trying to find their opening shots, their openers. Can they get that immediate drop? Because as soon as someone hits that ground, it is go time.
Yep, AG, currently we're... Oh, Cypher losing his head already. Joker figures him out. The timings of when these UAVs come out is too important. And now Games King finds one in Barros. Time Turner comes out, manages to land the shot. Joker secures one, but Della wins out his own individual one. And Games King now takes out Barros. Della finishes off, and Team SR, at least he's able to get one back. He's faced off against 3. Hax is already down, but he just does not have the weaponry as Joker blows one bullet between his eyes to settle this round once and for all. But man, they just weren't expecting it, right? Look at these moments. Joker literally prone in the smoke, just wasn't expecting him to be in there.
Jeez, I cannot believe how crazy these games are. And you can see AG, I mean, the team is not in shambles. You can still see there's still smiles on their faces, but you can see the frustration is starting to show on AG. And this is a team that is normally very composed in their boots. So the pressure is starting to kick in. They're not out of it yet. They are absolutely still in the running to be able to take this second game. But R7 is not making this easy for them at all. Now, the good thing for AG, they do have the 2 cyber airdrops in their name. So they do still have a way to bring this back, but they have to make sure that they're able to be able to drag this game as long as possible. And it's going to be hard though, but both teams trading. Joker for Team SR. That's pretty big because that's the sniper gone on the side of R7.
And now one more UAV has already been thrown out to double confirm positions here. And R7 more than happy to start spamming the smokes. They've got the information that they need, but Games King has to blindly fire into the smokes, not knowing, and he finds it at the end. Great tracking. And now with the sniper rifle as well, managing to connect at least one shot. Barros and Cypher, they got to be careful here. It's a 3v2 scenario, one that they would like to win out, but now with R7 already collapsing, they traded 1 for 1. Instantly goes for the revive because where's your other partner? Barros currently having been dealt with hacks on the opposite end. Great stuff. He's cooking a nade though. Is it gonna make it to where he's looking for? No, he's not gonna get Della. And Games King finishes off that round. Huge plays being made by R7.
Games King is crazy. You know what I've just started to realize now, probably a little bit too late. Games King has been crazy precise when shooting into these smokes. We can see on the side of AG, right, when they try to retaliate, when they're trying to go for these smoke jumps into R7, they struggle to predict where Games King is going to be. Whereas for Games King, he has been so accurate in predicting where his targets are going to be in those smokes. And that accuracy, I feel, is what might be the end for AG. AG cannot afford to fight inside those smokes. They need to work with some kind of vision. Cypher, he's running towards Joker, and I think Joker, he sees him coming as well. Already down to half health. Cypher going for the full commitment. They do get Joker though, so right off the bat, a numbers advantage. Cypher moving on to his next target alongside Barros. The team has gone for a 2-2 split. Very dangerous plays here, Gideon, but looks like Team SR being jumped on.
They're going to keep on pushing their way forward. As Della, he's holding onto that sawed up, but they managed to close off that wall. Unfortunately, there's just too much firepower on the opposite side as AG is coming in from all angles. Team SR takes out Della. Oh, a good nade coming in from Games King to secure at least a couple, turning this into a 1v3 scenario. And I mean, it's tough for Games King, but how many can realistically get here, especially when he's got the M5 in hand and everybody else guns him down? The timing of this UAV. R7 just did not get rid of the UAV fast enough, and it spotted out exactly where Joker is, which is why we see AG instantly break off in the 2-on-2.
I I think it's a necessary evil. Like we can tell that AG, they need vision. Like we are seeing this team struggle without any kind of vision. So the UAVs, if it finds who they're looking for, this might just be what they need to stay in the game. Now we do have a cyber airdrop in this round. AG, because it's match point here for R7, they cannot afford to lose this round. Otherwise, they are about to be 2-0'd. And you can see both of the teams. We've got Della and Team SR looking to compete for the cyber airdrop, but the rest of the team for AG, they're actually breaking off. And I believe, again, they're looking for Joker.
Yep, they're looking for Joker again. At least this time around, it actually came from R7's side. And at least for Joker, he gets the pull back. He saw two members moving towards him from his angle. He had to play a little carefully. Now Joker has to buy time as Cypher and Barros is jumping for him. Games King, he's not being able, he's not landing as many shots as he wants to, but he finally gets it at the very end onto Team SR. But Barros is able to turn it around. Games King secures at least one, turning this into a 3v2 scenario as Hax is the next to fall with the help of Cypher. That top angle has not been looking good. And they bang! One more with Barros hitting the headshot that he was jumping over with the help of Du as well to cut it down. Games King by himself and Cypher just one step ahead, bringing this into a dangerous position.
We have a match, Gideon. We have a match, and we are getting very, very close to having a two-way match point round. AG has pulled the scoreline 4-5. It's still in favor of R7. Oh, but of course it has to be on Mammoth. Dirty map.
Can't do much about it, but this time AG once again is going to have the high ground, at least in comparison to R7. The first time that they played, R7 did get the high ground initially. Now we know what AG generally wants to do. Oh, what? The HP, they just found angles. This is the advantage of being on the high side. And Cypher immediately cuts the halfway point and throws and goes for a little bit more. The ordnance is out. Are they going to be throwing out the Steffi anytime soon? No, they're holding it just for a little bit longer. They're just waiting for the timing, so they want to make sure that they hit it. One-time turner is already out, and that's perfect. The smokes are good. Block that line of sight. Team SR ready to punish if they try to go for the push. Du, he's taking his time with these shots. He notices where Joker is and protect himself from it. One more shot, and he connects it. A headshot, even though he just needed a body. He wanted to make a statement there as Game King's now slowly moving up in front. The firewall has already come through. Steffi hasn't drawn down that sigil just yet. Sees Du on that top side, but can't get a taller angle from this point as they burst right through with the help of the Oscar. And they've done it. Du finds his own, and the Oscar Cypher breaks through to secure the round. What a game this is.
We are going to round 11. Gideon, we are going to round 11 for AG versus R7. Both teams at match point. AG fighting tooth and nail to stay within the tournament and to force that game number 3, and it all ends on Refinery. One team is going to come out victorious, and we will find out if we are going to get that third game. R7, they have put up a heck of a fight up against AG, but AG, oh, the damage coming out from AG even before the game starts. Games King is down. Du found him.
They found him, and that's an amazing pick. Della lost 75% of his HP, but Games King lost his life, and now they pull him back up here. He's got no armor. That's going to hurt their odds as Hax. It takes a huge hit from the explosion of the nades. Hax is finally down as Cypher finds it immediately. He may not have the best shotgun in the game, but it's good enough at close range. And now Games King trying to put as much pressure as possible. Doesn't get the chip damage he was looking for. Now Hax, can somebody pick him up actually? No, he's just a little too far out of the way, and worst yet, first blood achieved by AG on this very final round, and immediately it goes silent. Barros loses his head to Della as Games King is looking to secure it. He's seen Team SR and he will contest him for it. He buys some time, but Della ends up walking into smoke, walks into Cypher, and Du finds another headshot. Once again, they secure the round, they secure the victory in Kalahari.
And we're going to a game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. This has been the closest set we have had so far on broadcast. AG on the verge of being 2-0'd by R7. Barely scrape it back together in that final round. This game 3 is probably going to be the tensest, most high-pressure match for both of our teams on stage right now, because I mean, we just saw AG, huge sigh of relief. We've got hands pushing hairs back. I'm pretty sure somebody is sweating on stage. That was was an incredible game. Congratulations to AG, but R7? Holy moly! Can I have whatever games King is having today? Because that man has popped off from start to finish.
Oh, no more cheese strats here. No more crazy ordnance plays. It just feels like AG this time at the very end. The fact that Du was able to hit like, what, 4 headshots in a singular match is already crazy enough.
Yes. Du, I think in those final 2 rounds in particular, we saw the power of Du, right? Du's just doing Du things. On Mammoth, we saw, I think, what, 3, maybe even 4 health bars going down to just a quarter left. So they had to waste time to heal, and then they went up the Mammoth Bones. Same thing again in that final round. We saw health bars dropping. I don't think it was as much as Mammoth, but low enough to make R7 hesitate. And I feel like that moment of hesitation is where all of a sudden they finally realize, oh, this is what happens when Du is on that Iris.
Whew, I mean, as per usual, game MVP, just give it to him, man.
Oh my gosh.
There's no surprises to what he does. And let's talk about his build for a little bit, because he's currently running Sensei Tig. And it's one of the few pets that you don't get to see very often in BR, but what it generally does is to reduce the timing of which people mark him. So if it happens that you have got tracking bullets, or you have a way of somebody healing, you happen to have the right pet, like Dreki for an example, then Sensei Tig reduces that timing, making Du just a little bit of a ghost.
He was, I think he's going to haunt some dreams for the next few days. Movie stars are going to be thinking about Du if they lose this best of 3. That would be absolutely devastating with how well this team played in that first game. But oh, I know our viewers at home, they are bathing in this mashup. If anyone's tuning into the broadcast and you just joined us halfway through, go back and watch the entire game from the beginning. This set has been incredible so far, and we still have one more game to go between these 2 teams as we figure out who is going to take this best of 3 set. Movie-stars R7, they have surprised us so far, but AG still proving to us that they are here to stay. They want to stay in that upper bracket. They want their 2 wins.
They got rolled in Bermuda. Kalahari is the redemption arc, but man, movie star R7 really made them work for every inch of it. Now, obviously, AG is like, it's not over until it's over, of course. We still have Nextterra to figure out, but you can definitely see the little extra quirks here and there depending on the map. Like Du finding those initial angles on Mammoth, especially when you're on strong side. Not to, I don't think they reached Refinery at the very end there. Oh, sorry, they were in Refinery at the very end there. And even then, he still had a few tricks up his sleeves to get those early shots right down the center. I think for now, R7, they shouldn't beat themselves too hard on them, but I feel like these small little advantages, Games King being good at tracking people through smokes, the fact that AG had a couple of interesting quirks in Kalahari as a map, what other advantages are going to show themselves here in Nextterra?
Well, I think the question we kind of have to ask ourselves, right, is how confident are both of these teams playing on Nextterra? Because this is your final game of your best of 3. And ideally, you kind of want to play your best map in that 3rd game if it does end up going that far. I think AG is capable of playing anything. I think we've seen this team play every single map. They have no issues. But for R7, this is the question that's sort of lingering for me. Are they feeling confident coming into this map? Or is this maybe something that might hold them back? Because they played great so far for those first 2 maps. It's just this 3rd one, Nextterra. They will get first pick at least. So for R7, what are you wanting to snap up in the draft? And what are you banning? Because I'm wondering now from R7's perspective, who is the problem child? Was it Du's Iris? Or was it Cypher? Because we also have to remember Cypher cooked. That man owned Hell's Kitchen in that last round. So who's the priority here?
Oh, that's really tough to say. It really is tough to say because both sides were playing as honest as possible, and I think the only big difference was the Steffi to deny ordinances, which gave a lot of problems to AG Global in map number 1. So now we jump back into it. We keep in mind that Movie Star R7 is going to be on first pick. Wow!
Wow!
The respect.
Wow. Yep, the respect from both sides. To be fair, Oscar is also a pretty classic band. So I don't blame Movistar since they had first pick. So we're not going to have the surveillance bans. There's no Oscar. There's no Tatsuya. GamesKing can play other options, but I'm pretty sure he's very sad that Tatsuya is taken out of the pool.
He's now forced on something else. We'll see what it's going to be. Because for now, at least with surveillance locked in from Movistar R7, I wonder if they're going to do what AG Global did to RRQ Kazu and look to lock in the clue if it so happens that AG Global get a little greedy to go for double supports.
Maybe. Okay, I love this if they go for this Iris first pick. Okay, give to that Iris. God dang, that man played that Iris to perfection in that second game. But there's a little but here. Movistar's R7, they've already experienced Ju's Iris, so they know what to expect moving forward. Keen to see what their solution is going to be when they have their turn of picks. But the secondary pick here for AG Global, now they have access to the Cassie. So now they have a sniper and they have some solid sustain in the Cassie Electrotherapy. They will lose the Chrono as that gets snapped up by Movistar's R7, but is that really an issue? There's still Zane in the pool, unless Movistars are forced to pick up the Zane here.
I feel like Zane would be the natural order of picking, but again, this is one of the few interesting picks that have come out from the West. We've seen Fluxo do it before, and now we're also seeing Movistar R7, who has played it before, the Orion. I'm not sure if GamesKing is going to be the one playing it, because I think, if I remember correctly, the last time it was Della who was on it. Finally, we go back to the natural world order. We got the Zane.
That was a necessary evil. They have to take away all these top pairings for Cassie. So now on the side of AG, what options do they have? I think another pairing, and this was a last option kind of pairing I've seen teams pull out for a Cassie, is Steffi. Does Steffi sort of fit in the lineup here for AG Global? I know it's not the best pick, but I mean, Chrono and Zane, Oscar and Tatsuya, they're all gone.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's a bad idea, because again, that's what it contributed to a little bit of the success for All Gamers Global, especially in the earlier stages. Because keep in mind that their big problem in map number 1 was they're getting hit by some insane ordnance. Raiden!
No way! We are getting the spider mines! Oh, I love it! Love it, love it, love it!
That's so wild!
So, okay, Movistar, they see the Raiden, and they're just like, WTF. The team is like, what? Okay.
I guess we can't flank them. I guess we gotta be careful turning our corners. Like, oh boy. That's gotta be really frustrating. Obviously, Ju is on the Iris,
right? Like, 100% Iris for Du. Yes? There's no way I see Du playing anything else, right?
Yeah. It wouldn't make any sense if he got, unless maybe they had Santino instead of the Raiden, but even so.
They think I'm a monster.
Okay, so then is Cypher really locked in for the clue? Or do you think there's a chance that we could be seeing a bit of a swapperoo here and maybe Cypher plays the Raiden?
I think Cypher might just play the Raiden here, right? Because again, what was Cypher's main initial goal? He's looking for these big interceptions, and he was also looking to mess around with Joker. But then they came down to the surveillance game. As soon as surveillance kind of revealed the positions, that fight took way too long. So I think there's a possibility that at least, hey, oh no, let's fake the information. They usually go for the 2-on-2, but if it so happens that Cypher is alone, he could bait a reaction from Movistar.
Yeah. Okay, so we are having our teams finalize their lineups. We're not seeing any movement from either side. So I do believe this is going to be the locked in characters for our team. So very quickly, Du back on the Iris. Barros is going to be on the Cassie, Cypher on the Clue, and Team Essler on the Raiden. On the other side, Della on the Orion, Games on the Zane, Chrono by Haxus, and Coda played by Joker. We are ready to jump into game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. We are on the verge of finding out who is going to get their first 2 wins here in the upper bracket matches. It could be AG, it could be Movistar's R7. At the moment, there is no decisive team that looks to be overpowering the other. So we could be in for the most exciting game in the tournament.
This is going to be really, really interesting because, again, first time we are seeing Raiden being played in Clash Squad, not to mention that the Orion has shown up at least a couple of times within today, and only today have we seen it. I'm interested to see a couple of interactions. Number one, if Orion gets caught out in the open, he goes invulnerable while Raiden throws out the Spider Mine. Will that Spider Mine make enough distance to actually catch the second person, or will it just blow on the spot? So there's a lot of interesting small things that these players could do to try and outplay each other or to bait a particular reaction, which in most cases is who's that second person who's going to peak.
Yeah. I'm just also thinking, okay, what's another potential play that you could be making with the spider traps? I mean, you could booby trap, like just fight, I can't think at the moment because the game is just so crazy. Maybe a booby trap around compounds and you start camping those compounds. So you see where the circle is going to be. Try and plant yourself in a really nice spot. Plant the spider traps and force R7 to run into you and take that extra damage. Because like at the moment, I'm looking at everything that AG is running. It's all damage. They do not have too much sustain, even though they have the Cassie, right? They don't have a proper frontliner. They have a lot of ways to slow, to dish out damage, to pierce through glue walls, but they don't have anything like a Chrono to be able to not only protect themselves, but also to be able to protect those teammates. I hope we don't see poor R7 fall into a bit of a trap here. They have been extremely fun to watch, but nobody's picked Raiden up until now. So I hope they practice for this. I hope they know the limitations of the spider mines, the spider traps, because this surprise might be enough to throw the entire team off balance.
I personally think that most people who wanted to make Raiden work are looking for a build that works for them, right? Because in most situations, if they want to be in a very aggressive position, they usually lead into the homer more than anything else. But Raiden here actually works both defensively and aggressively. And I think the build that he's looking for is probably something that takes advantage of revealing positions if somebody is bleeding, which is what the Spider Mine does. It's a continuous set of damage, and that could be the information that they need to kind of either stop or intercept waves, because GamesKing has been pretty good on his movement overall. They've been struggling to catch him, and now that he's not on that Tatsuya and Della is back on that Orion, they're expecting GamesKing to kind of just plow through the initial and tank the initial damage as soon as he gets in contact with his opponents.
Yeah.
Oh!
The Swapperoo.
Oh, quickly ziplining on the opposite side to try and pincer them right in the center. A bit of an interesting setup here. Cassie is going to be paired up with the Clue in the backside here as Koda is waiting on the end. Team SR takes out GamesKing at the very least, waiting for the Orion to come back out of the invulnerability and still wins it out. Team SR, he is not giving up at all. Great use of the Spider Mine. The extra little bit of an advantage in the early game is what they were looking for, and he finds it. They got to quickly heal though, and they got to be very careful not to accidentally boop Dew out of the cover.
That, I think we're starting to see the power of this Raiden, and you can already see R7 maybe just not expecting the power of those spider traps. Cypher going to finish off Joker. We've got one more left here on the side of R7. It's Haxus. He's all on his own, but AG, clean round one. This could be foreshadowing the results of this final game here, because up until this point, it's been R7, right? Dominating round one up until round 3. But for AG to be able to turn things on its head, I mean, R7, I hope they still have gas in the tank. I hope they still have energy. I hope they're going to be able to pull something off, because if they let AG run away with these matches, I think we all know what's going to happen.
They're trying to make sure that they are going to have enough gas in the tank, because this 2-2 split has been very frustrating to deal with. And now AG have kind of changed things up here. Joker trying to make sure that he at least has a decent angle for himself. Keep in mind that we are playing in Grav Lab, so the jumps are going to be extra high and extra tall. But we don't see the deployments just yet. The Clue has already been utilized. I'm waiting, and even the Coda, so they know exactly where each other are. It's going to be 2 separate 2v2s happening all across the map. The crossfire seems pretty good, but I think he just saw them jump down, and now they can instantly punish it. That's what we were looking for. Good stuff coming in from Dew. Team SR finding GamesKing as well, as now they're winning their own individual 2v2s. And on the right-hand side, they've already taken plenty of damage, but Team SR finishes off the rest as Hax finally takes down Cypher. But Ross finds the trade in Hax, and that is a dominating round number 2 for AG Global.
Dominating that was absolute crushing round. I think everybody on the side of AG got their own elimination. It was that decisive for round number 2. And R7, unfortunately, again, still in struggle city to try and find that footing. Again, it's just round number 2. They do have a way to come back in, but they do need to start building up their inventory. And the cyber airdrops are finally starting to kick in. And we know R7, they love to grab these themselves. So I would not be surprised if they go for a hard commit just to get the cyber airdrop.
I think it's a worthy investment as well. Not to mention that they actually have a pretty good util to punish people who actually walk up to it first. Now, it's all about these early stages of the game. The UAV has already been thrown out here, but I'm curious to see how they're going to play this out because it's a lot more enclosed counters than they would have liked. Sci-Fun as well as Baros with Team SR controlling the main area. They want to make sure that they can punish. Wait, on the back though, they turn around the corner and it's a little too late before them. They've already spilled all the way through. They jumped down, but they managed to get one back. They turned it into a 3v3 scenario. The top side is still heavily contested by Hax as well as Della. And on top of Joker playing around the time turner, forcing Baros back off, but Dude turns the corner and takes out Hax. With the backs now exposed, Dude getting free shots all across the board, taking out Joker alongside with him. With the corner, no! Baros, why did he swing there? The timing! He could have waited for Dude to actually go for the heal, but they wanted to surmount the pressure as they tried to deny the space. They get the initial revive, and now Du is by himself, unable to get back to his teammates, and R7 pull it back in round 3.
They pull it back. I guess the good news for AG is that they actually did take the cyber airdrop. So yes, they may have lost the round, but they were able to at least take a second place prize in return. I know R7 is definitely disappointed that they weren't able to get that themselves, but it's just one. They will have plenty more opportunities to be able to grab one themselves, assuming that this is not the only winning round that they're going to get their hands on. Now moving forward, okay, R7. Showing signs of life, still very much in this game. Even though AG, in a couple of circumstances, right, they did manage to take some very, very cheeky eliminations. As long as R7 stay on their toes, they can very well still win the match. But right now, as you can see on the map so far, big rotations, clockwise rotations from both sides, as both teams are actually trying to chase the snipers. Cypher backing up a little bit here, seeing so many players nearby. Baros going to be running around himself. Cypher, he spotted Joker. He wants him, and he manages to clip Joker. But Games King going to catch out Cypher himself, so it's a 1-1 trade.
And now they turn the corner, and Baros so close, but they still trade 1-for-1 at the end of the day. The revives are starting to come through, and I think that AG are unable to... Can they actually get to Baros in time? No! He gets taken out by Games King, and this is why R7 is just much better at looking for the big regroups. Even when things get really, really tough, they do prioritize keeping their members up, which is why we see that both sides heavily invest in taking out members who have already been knocked down. They don't want to give this second chance, because if not, the games start to look like this, a 4v2 scenario, and one that's not in the favor of AG. Yeah. AG wanted to just hurt their economy, and what they got instead, all right, sure, a couple of broken helmets, but not enough to really make them depreciate in value for the following rounds.
And we have a match, folks. It's 2-2. Nobody is leading currently. R7 and AG currently tied 2 apiece, going into round number 5. And we have another cyber airdrop appearing this round. Knowing R7, they want to get their hands on this so that AG don't accumulate too much of a lead by securing that second cyber airdrop. But can they successfully grab it for themselves? Because now, just those 2 rounds alone, we are starting to see the firepower and the sustainability starting to come out from R7. And already, big push coming on through. Joker having to defend himself against several AG players as well. Joker already down. Games King already down. R7 getting demolished in round number 5. And AG, they did not get the cyber airdrop. R7 were able to get it themselves, but at the cost of multiple players. Hax is still sticking around. Della's still here as well, but you can see just an absolute flooding of AG players looking to finish the round. They secure round number 5. The scoreline is 3-2 in favor of AG. Both teams now currently tied for cyber airdrops.
Man, this is going to be really, really frustrating because those spider mines are really hurting them as they walk up, right? Because again, the same amount of information is given to both sides. The coda alongside with the clue get used right at the beginning of the round. So then afterwards, especially in a place that's so in close quarters, you can't be throwing UAVs just yet. So they use that spider mine instead. And luckily, Sypha is in the right position to punish R7 as soon as that first mine has been deployed. The second mine, let's not talk about it. It got stuck in the stairs. Don't worry about it. It happens. It builds up charges. There's multiple attempts. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, nothing happened. Nothing to see here, folks. All right, so big push here for R7. You can see the group completely pushing in as a 4-man unit. They're not going to go for the split. They do want to play it as safely as possible. But for AG, interesting split. So I'm assuming Du is sitting far back and nobody is flanking him. So he's got free reign to hit anybody who does stick their head out. But at the same time, I think he's realizing they're fighting on the other side. So he does not have the best angle. Joker's been clipped very low on the side of R7. So he will need to be very careful. Sypha, though, still hunting with his teammate, trying to find anybody. But we now have a bit of a ring around the rosy game here being played by R7 as they back up to try and recuperate their health bars, but their health bars just keep going down. They can't fully heal, and you're going up against a Cassie as well. And now we start to see those bodies hit the ground. Joker Games King, the entire team is gone. AG get another win under their belt. The scoreline is 4-2.
Wow, I really love the adaptations coming in from both sides. Obviously, Du coming up pretty huge from this round, including Sypha as well, both finding a very similar angles to each other to punish the pullback coming in from R7. But just look at the utility being thrown. Early usage of Clue as well as Coda off of cooldown, and more importantly, they know, R7 understand that when they see that UAV being thrown out by AG, if the space is given to them, if they see nobody on that side, AG will start sending resources to that side of the map, which is why R7, after taking out the UAV, instantly bolted to the north side to try and contest them for that space. Obviously, there are adjustments to that, and even AG recognized, hey, they're figuring onto our patterns, we gotta change it up. Let's control the center now. Let's take these portal goes, make sure our backs are clear, and the spider mines are set up to, luckily, gets down the glue wall just in time, and Games King punish, losing half his HP bar for it.
Oh, such a painful mistake here for R7. They really needed to get that original one tap, but just a little bit too late. And now Sypha on the low ground looking to hunt himself. Team SR looking to snipe Games King. He gets him! He gets him! Games King on the ground. He's got his teammates to support him, but now that the team is grouped up, he's thinking of coming in to ruin the party. He's going to change his mind, though. I do think it is much better to play the safer game. As Joker trying to aim down on Barros and Sypha. Sypha does reveal himself, but the shots are not fully connecting. He is slowly healing thanks to the electrotherapy. And now R7, we are starting to see the weakness of this lineup. If they're not able to get those instant knocks, the Cassie's healing is causing them so much grief with all the sustainability. So now R7, I think they're going to have to come up with some dirty strats. They either need to corner these players and go for a 2-man ambush, or they're going to have to focus down the Cassie, because if they don't, Barros, he's just going to keep playing medic.
I think they need to just control the compound right now. I think that R7 is making the smart decision, making sure that they are on the second and the roofs of this floor, while AG have to play on the outside because it's too dangerous to actually push members into it at the chance that they could be knocked down and lose all of their value straight away. It's not like they're working with a lot of glue walls as well, right? They're coming down to their last few in comparison to R7, where Hack still has 3 and he still has the time turner. I think it's all about the timings of the clues, and now with the clues already being given out, they try to go for this initial engagement. They have to follow the ring because their backs are wide open, and R7 taking a page out of E1. Della, he does go down, but Du is able to find Games King almost instantaneously. Why weren't they able to hold? They had the time turner, but it was too late, and Barros comes through with the help of Sypha to clean up the rest.
Oh, dire straits here for R7 fans. AG Global pushing the game to match point. And for R7, it is deathmatch time. Any games that they drop from here on out, it's going to mean that they will be dropping this series. So the pressure, it's at an all-time high here for R7 fans and also for R7 themselves. They need to pull something out of the rabbit's hat, the magician's hat. And they pull out a rabbit, an elephant, pull anything out of that goddamn hat. Push this to the 11th round. But it's going to be so difficult, especially with how well AG has been able to bait R7 into those spider mines, into those bottlenecks. Like that seems to have been the downfall of this team so far. This random pick from Team SR, I think he's playing mind games and he's succeeding.
Yep, the moments of hesitation when R7 loses confidence, but Cypher is able to beat him up with the M5 alone. Oh my goodness, wait, it might not be over just yet. At this point, sawed off in hand, Cypher has to kind of hold on to his own. He has to use as many of these glue walls as he possibly can as he finds another one in Della. He might get a third and he gets it as well. Give him the last one. This is his moment. The time turner's coming through and Cypher, he's trying to run for it. Team SR, he's backing off. They want to give it to Cypher. He's running on over. He sees the glory. He sees the potential ace in his hands with a sawed-off shotgun. He's got to, and not to mention, he's got electrotherapy. Hacks, he's holding on to his own, but Cypher, he turns the corner, gets one, loads it again. Come on, peek, and gets the full ace here. 4 kills, all going over to Cypher to close out the round.
Oh, what a nail-biting series. AG versus R7. Probably my favorite set so far today. My absolute favorite game to come out of these two teams. AG, they almost looked like they were about to get 2-0'd. Yeah, that was the reality originally for the first 2 games. We all thought AG was going to get 2-0'd, but they come back, push through 1-1 up to game number 2, and they finish things off in that third game, forcing a 2-1 scoreline. I am so sad for R7 though. They put up one heck of a fight. Games King, crazy play. I think he might be one of my newest favorite players this year.
I'm telling you, man, all the way from EWC, every representative coming out from the West, they're telling you, Games King, he's quite the monster. Just give him some time, let this kid cook, and he will get things done. But against AG Global, this is one hell of a match to witness, right? Dude pulls it back in map number 2. Cypher is able to step up with the help of Team SR and Barros, making sure that he wasn't the first person picked off, but man, the Raiden pick coming in for Team SR. Those mines, so frustrating.
I think, what was it? Game number 1, I think, was where we saw R7 get completely bamboozled to win a 2 versus 1. And this was a both teams. They sent their players. They basically launched themselves into each other. And Team SR is like, that's okay. It's okay. I got my active. We're Gucci. And their health bars just melted. It was crazy. Absolutely crazy. I don't know if we're going to be seeing any more Raiden though. I kind of feel like this is something that you sort of whip out at the last moment to surprise somebody. And now that it's sort of out there, you know, whoever AG plays next, very unlikely that we're going to be seeing the Raiden again. But I am so glad that we got to see it because it just added a little bit more variety to our games today.
I agree. I think there was a couple of times, I think that the adjustments was actually pretty well, but they could never really guess which direction this Raiden was going to go. Because right from the get-go, you see that both Clue as well as Coda would pop their actives, and it's like, all right, we got like a couple of seconds to see where they're breaking off to, but it was really not giving us any information because AG kept on going with that 2-2. So false information was difficult, and if it so happened that Orion happened to face off against the Raiden, at least he can waste one of those mines. But other than that, you see Cypher, he's like, all right, that's fine with me, man. M1, I'ma just blow right through as many people as I can. Enhanced hammer, might I add.
Look, Cypher has shown amazing plays today. I mean, we've seen his perspective so many times, and I love seeing the way that he approaches these fights. Like, he's so tactical. He's always thinking one step ahead. He's not just thinking about trying to eliminate the target, but he's also thinking, where are they going to shoot me? How do I juke them so I take the least amount of damage possible? And he is, I have to say, he is so flexible in terms of what he's capable of playing that it makes him such an invaluable member on AG Global's lineup. And so to have that level of flexibility and to have so much talent, I kind of wonder, it's like, is Cypher, he's not single-handedly carrying the team, but he is probably one of the main reasons why AG has had so much success so far, especially in Clash Squad. I feel like this game mode was made for him.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that score line, right? It starts off with a 1-6 in favor of Movistar R7 to a dead even close match 6-5 with a clutch coming in from Do, and then finally we get to see All Gamers Global figure it all out 6-2 in Nextterra, with a lot of those rounds actually coming down to the wire for Movistar R7.
Yeah. Look, Gideon, do you think Movistars will survive the lower bracket? I know that's such a silly question, but do you actually think they can survive that lower bracket?
I personally think that they definitely can here. But enough about Movistar R7. AG, I need to hear their opinions on Movistar R7. I need to hear what they have to offer them, because I saw Cypher was saying, good play. Let's throw it over to our winners interview in just a bit. Because again, you saw him mouth it. You're so good.
Thank you, casters and survivors. AG has done it again. Another win for the Thailand team. And we're here in the room of pressure with Do and Boon as a translator. Hi, guys. What an excellent match. That was dramatic for sure. Let me ask you, can you walk us through the second game? AG was down 0-3, but somehow you managed to push the series to a 6-5. Tell us what happened there. What turned the tide?
เขาอยากจะพูดย้อนไปถึงเกมที่2ที่ตอนแรกเราโดนไป 0-3 แล้วสุดท้ายพลิกกลับมาเป็น 6-5 เกมนั้นเราทำได้ยังไงมันเกิดอะไรขึ้นระหว่างนั้น
รู้ว่ามันดึกครับก็เลยอยากทำให้มันดูตื่นเต้นดูมีอะไรหน่อยครับ
He said that I know guys that it's quite late and everybody feels sleepy, so I just want to make everybody have some heart attack and shaking, so you guys gonna get excited and wake up.
Aww, that is very thoughtful though.
Very warming. Thanks a lot, actually. All right, so second question. AG is the first team to qualify for the Clash Squad main stage at the Indonesia Arena. How does it feel to put Thailand on the map for Clash Squad?
ตอนนี้ทีมเราเป็นทีมแรกที่ได้เข้าสู่รอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลรู้สึกยังไงบ้างที่แบบว่าพาทีมไทยมาได้ถึงจุดนี้คะ
ก็รู้สึกว่าชิลๆครับเพราะว่ารู้อยู่แล้วว่าต้องเข้าครับ
Ooh, you can guess, right? He feel quite chill, like he already know that he can be here.
Ooh, okay, I'm liking the answers so far. So, speaking of competitors, tell us a quick prediction. Next match, Fluxo will be going against Heavy. Who do you think will win? Who do you want to meet on the main stage at the Indonesia Arena?
ในแมตช์ถัดไปก็จะเป็นฟุกโซกับเฮฟวี่เขาอยากให้เราทายผลว่าแบบว่าใครจะได้เข้ารอบต่อไปด้วยสกอร์เท่าไหร่แล้วเราอยากเจอใครมากกว่ากันในรอบไฟนอลคะ
เฮฟวี่น่าจะชนะ 2-0 ครับเพราะว่าผมดูดวงมา
แล้วเราอยากเจอใครมากกว่ากัน
อยากเจอเฮฟวี่ครับ
He said that it's gonna be Heavy with 2-0 because he already checked with his fortune teller.
Oh,
yeah.
What fortune teller?
Is your fortune teller a part of Heavy?
Okay. He said that he want to face with Heavy in the grand finals.
Yeah. Okay, that's an interesting answer because surely a lot of people are predicting that Fluxo is going to take the win. So I guess we shall see, right, Yunsu?
Yes. All right then, thank you so much, Stu, and again, congratulations for qualifying to the Clash Squad final stage at Indonesia Arena. Thank you so much, everyone, and now let's head back to our casters.
There you have it. Once again, thank you to our host for that lovely interview with Do there, Kachida, and as well as Yunseo. Thank you so much. And you heard it from Do. What a little troll this guy is. He's like, yes, grand finals, Heavy. You saw what we did. You saw what we can do. I don't mind having to do that to Heavy if necessary.
Oh gosh, that is so brutal. I will say though, I do not trust Du's fortune teller because his previous prediction was wrong. So that's a sign already. I'm not giving shade. I'm just stating the facts. But It's going to be a pretty interesting one. I am keen to see what's going to happen in our final game of the night. Very quickly, let's have a look at our updated bracket because we have wrapped up 5 games today. We are currently in the upper bracket and we are playing our final game of the night. It's going to be Fluxo going up against Heavy in our best of 3 upper bracket match. But if you just missed out on our recent game, we just had AG Global going up against R7 and AG just scraped by 2-1. And yes, I say just because it almost ended up being 2-0 for R7.
Oof, I mean, it was quite, honestly, that took a lot out of me, man. There's just how much energy that was being thrown up on that stage. And I'm not gonna lie, at least if there's one thing you can trust him to do, is the fact that he wants to keep everybody awake. And that is for certain after that interview. Whew! I'm alive and kicking. But let's look at the match highlights just one more time, because again, we got to relive the scenarios that they were put in themselves inside to finally come upon the decision. You know what? We need spider mines to counter this hyper-aggressive, in-your-face style that R7 was providing consistently on a silver platter.
Yeah, I think this is just a clear adaptation coming out from AG as well, because what we learned from the first 2 rounds was that AG, they were having to deal with R7 basically run into them for free, right? They didn't have to worry about anything like those spider traps. But now that you've introduced a hazard into the game, suddenly R7, they can't just run around willy-nilly, right? Because they're at risk of taking damage from the spider trap, and that puts you at a very low health range where someone can just finish you off with 1 or 2 taps. So you got to be very, very careful with a Raiden on the field. And I kind of felt like R7, they didn't really take the Raiden into account until it was just far too late into the set overall. So this is, as we said, this was something we talked about earlier on, teams learning to adapt to teams' play styles. And unfortunately, this is the disadvantage of being a little bit predictable. Like, yes, you're playing your signature style. This is the absolute best that you can play. But if you start becoming predictable, it's strats like these where teams suddenly come out and they surprise you. And all of a sudden you're in the backseat having to learn how to deal with this new adaptation. And you also have the question, right? Like, is this adaptation, does this kill your draft? Because there are definitely certain characters out there that are incompatible. As soon as they get picked up, you're in trouble. Your active may just not be viable at all. So AG, we're going to see a lot more of them. We saw this team probably play at 150%. So whoever they play next, I kind of feel sorry for their opponents.
I mean, it's an exciting time for sure, man. These games have been going really, really fast, and now it is very light, so we want to kind of speed things up here. We're bringing out Fluxo because they have to play their qualifying match, and they're going to be facing off against some pretty tough opponents in Heavy. Now, here's the thing. We saw what happened between AG and as well as R7. I don't know if we're going to see a bit of a repeat where Heavy is able to take that very first map to eventually lose it, or they take it all the way.
Okay, do you think we might be going all the way? Because I'm seeing a lot of comments of people saying this should be a 2-0 set for Fluxo.
I think that is definitely possible, and here's why. Because Fluxo, we've seen them play on both sides of the aggression and defensive patient style of play, and both of which look extremely good, right? Extremely polished, very, very clean to play. It feels like they play thousands of games on it. And now that we look at the map order, Bermuda is only game number 3. Nextterra is first, then Kalahari, and then Bermuda. If all things go as planned and follows according to this script that was recently sent to me, maybe it could be a 1-1 and we finally get that litmus test on game 3.
But the Goliath task of forcing a 1-1 is on Heavy at the moment, right? I think a lot of people are looking at Heavy saying, this is not for me. I'm hearing a lot of people say this team has no chance. Now, I don't think that is the case. I do feel like Heavy, we have seen moments of brilliance come out from this team. The thing is, can they set themselves up to have those moments of brilliance? You're up against a team such as Fluxo, who was very, very polished, very disciplined. They very rarely make mistakes. And because they get access to first pick as well, they get first dibs on any ability in the game that is not banned.
I am curious to see whether Fluxo is going to come to a point where they're forced out to pick out, you know, something as crazy as Raiden, right? We've only seen Orion actually come out of them and nothing too crazy after that. Heavy, on the other hand, really need to prove themselves to them right from the get-go on those pistol rounds that they are capable of shooting just as good as some of the best world champions in the world. And I think Heavy had put in a lot of time and effort to make sure that their two frontliners, Mufasa alongside with Don't Cry, work well when they are going for the full rush. So let's see whether or not Heavy find that heavy aggression, or are they supposed to be just a tungsten cube, just absolute Denson mass.
All right, our picks and ban phase is ready to go. And right off the bat, Fluxo going to be eliminating Cassie from the draft pool. I love this. They know they get access to first pick, so whatever is available, they're going to snatch that right up. Now here's the hard job for Heavy. They have to decide what to ban, and they have to think of contingency plans for what does end up being picked by Fluxo. Now, in a lot of cases, I think people are going to consider Oscar as the ban because we know Oscar, absolute menace, and I think Fluxo, if that's available, they will snatch that up. So I'm pretty sure they are considering the Oscar ban, but at the same time, is there anything else that you really want to get rid of? And it's the glue.
So they're offering up... Wow, this. I feel like here's the deal here. It feels like Heavy is like, all right, we'll give you the choice. It's either you get the Oscar or you're gonna have no information to work with, or you have to pay for that information. Either way, Heavy actually likes to play around. Wow. They're just gonna say, you know what? Who cares?
We don't care. We're not gonna play into your game, which I love. I actually love that Fluxo is not playing Heavy's game. So now for Heavy, if they wanted to go for the next two picks, they absolutely can, right? So if they want to, they can grab the Coda right now.
The show's about
and they're gonna grab the Oscar first. So there's Oscar. They're gonna take the Tatsuya. Okay. So they're saying we don't want the Coda unless Heavy's setting up for a Nero.
They could be setting up for a Nero, and then I don't think it matters as much, but I also think that they recognize that Butsin was putting up some big numbers today. So deny him his options, put him on something. Like, if he has to play Zane, sure, but at least he's not going to have some movement to outplay them.
Okay, I'm actually very curious. Like, where does Fluxo want to go with this after this first pick, Zane? What are they doing? Are they going to pick that Coda? They've got Ignis highlighted so far. Coda's still in the pool. Are we just going to play blind Clash Squad again? That has been a massive trend today, surprisingly.
I'm all for it. I'm all for the blind play, the honest style of game. And, they're going to take it.
No. They had to. I think it would be so silly for nobody to pick up the Coda here. So I'm glad that Fluxo's got it. But I also feel like Heavy was never going to lock this in either. So what's the play here for Heavy? Are they going to pick up the Nero? I know Homer has also been an option for some of the Indonesian teams. I know Heavy's from Vietnam, but some teams do like to pivot to the Homer. What's that final pick going to be, though?
Yeah, interestingly enough, Heavy is like, you know what? All cautions to the wind. We just want to strap up and fight fast. And as quickly, you can have the information, we can try and fake it out. And you might have just made the call of a lifetime here. Nero as well. The 2v2s are going to be really interesting. The 1-2-1s is where I think is going to be interesting if Heavy decide to go for that style of formation. Because what's the pairing of the two? It's Nero +1, but everything else is kind of like on its own. And I don't see Santino actually playing with the rest of the squad. Final picks here is going to be Iris for the side of Fluxo. Finishing off and rounding off the composition, they've got answers to pretty much anything that Heavy throws at them when it comes down to glue walls. But if they find that first impactful kill and turn it into a 3v4, it's anybody's game.
Okay, I want you to look at both of these drafts. Who do you feel has the easier to execute? This might be an obvious answer, but I want to hear your thoughts. Like, who do you think has it?
Honestly, I think in terms of like raw execution, I think that Fluxo it's a lot easier to execute overall, right? Because again,
less
a lot
error,
of there's less room for error. Where if Heavy, it's like, oh no, I don't break, I misjudge the distance with Oscar, or I don't get the reset on Tatsuya, or I switch with the mannequin at the wrong time. There's just a lot of possibilities of making a mistake, but I don't see the necessary strategy just yet, right? because Nero is going to be the linchpin of this comp. If he gets information with the plushie early on, it's kind of like whatever. You need to deny the glue walls. And once they start moving back, that's when Oscar specifically needs to go in or Santino comes in from the flank. I don't know whether or not they're trying to use Santino and Tetsuya in the same manner, but Nero and as well as Oscar have to work in tandem.
Yeah, I mean, it's Don't Cry that's playing the Tetsuya. We know this man is going to go balls to the wall, just rush in there and cut Fluxo off if possible. Because I think we also, just having a look at Fluxo's lineup, Fluxo, they don't really have a lineup that really wants to sit in a team fight either. They're not keen to pull off CQC. If anything, they kind of want to play hands off. The only person that wants to go in though is Zane. So if I'm looking at this and if I'm heavy, can you risk pushing into Fluxo, who's going to have a bit of a gap advantage in the long range department up until Mufasa and Don't Cry can fully close that gap? And also, Buhui, how much impact is he going to have in cashing out MT7? Because I feel like he's going to play a really important role in shutting down the Iris.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that at least for Santino, his job is a little bit more straightforward in what he's trying to do. But I think that they have to keep in mind that he can't be too far away from his comp, right? He needs to make sure that he's covering the longer angles while still being able to see or at least have pathways to send mannequins to double up on his team when they start to crumble in the front line, or if somebody happens to be picked off, right? Because this composition has no means to kind of stop the aggression. They have no means to slow down their opponents besides the cryo mind. And ideally, they want to use the cryo mine more aggressively than defensively.
Yeah. I think we're going to have to let the players tell us the story here, how they're going to play the game and who is going to take these first couple rounds. I know a lot of people are cheering for Fluxo here, but I do know there are some very quiet, heavy fans in the chat as well. To all of our spectators here, we are ready to jump into game number one. We have our fist bumps coming out from our coaches, so our teams are ready to play. Send your support to the teams that you are supporting in our final best of three here, folks, because after this, we are going to be ending the day and the players, the coaches, the teams, they have to prep for day two, which is tomorrow. And that's actually not that far away anymore, Gideon.
I mean, I don't know, because it's going to be a very long day indeed. Hopefully they get a good night's rest afterwards. But being on this final game here, I can only imagine that as degenerate gamers, as the professionals usually already are, playing this late into the night is just another day in the office.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are used to it. I will have to mention, props to Fluxo for sticking around from the beginning of the day up until this point. I think the broadcast has been going on for, is it 7 or 8 hours now?
I think it's 6 hours, if I'm being completely honest. 6 to like going on to it's like 7?
So they played their first game first today. They were the first best of three. And then they had to sit around and wait for their game, which ended up being the final game of the day. So I cannot imagine the mental energy and the mental power required to be able to stay at the top of your game, waiting for your match, which ends up being the last series of the day, which is half a day later. Absolutely crazy. But I kind of expect them to also be able to play at their usual capacity because it's Fluxo. I think there are very few teams that are in a position where they can just play as they usually do in whatever circumstance, whether it be super late at night, if it's a very long play day, and heck, maybe back-to-back games. If anything, I know this roster love back-to-back games, but sadly for today, not quite the case. But at least they finally get to play their game up against Heavy.
Yeah, but now it is time. It looks like, at least for these players, I want to see them really go all out in this very first match. Set the tone for us to see how quick or maybe how slow Fluxo or even Heavy is going to play as we jump right into it. Kick things off on this very first pistol round. Let's see how this is going to break apart.
How it's going to break apart and what kind of play style these teams want to run. If we're going to be seeing maybe 2-2 formations, maybe 1-2-1. So Heavy is looking to go for, 1-1-2. And Flux has gone for the 2-2. Now, here's the issue I see here right now for Heavy. They are slightly at a numbers disadvantage. The team needs to group up, but Don't Cry trying to create some distance, taking quite a bit of damage right in the face. Still sticking around for a while, though, and able to reposition. MT7, the next one to take a bullet to the face, but both teams still hanging around. And MT7 finally getting caught out by Don't Cry. The shots land, and Butsen's the next one to follow, thanks to Buhui.
I'm surprised that Don't Cry got away with so much, and now Alan finds a second one as Bobs trades him instantaneously, now forcing this into a potential 1v3. Everybody is low. Nobody was able to get a medkit off in the middle of that fight. A little frustrating for Fluxo, of course, because they put Don't Cry down to literal 10 HP, and somehow Don't Cry was able to catch somebody off guard.
Caught them off guard, and he got away with murder, essentially. He should have died there, but being able to slip away, this is the unfortunate reality of pistol rounds. We don't have the good stuff yet, okay? We all start off with the very basics, all the pistols and shotguns. Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to secure those kills easily. There are just sometimes you're just going to miss the shots that you don't take, and you know, we clearly saw that from Fluxo. I feel like they're kind of hesitating at the same time after just having those preliminary knocks. Like they realized, oh wait guys, we've gone in a little bit too deep, so we had to double back. But GOW this time really looking to push on forward here into the Cyclone. Almost getting shot there, was able to escape just in the nick of time without losing any of his health. But Don't Cry, can't say much for him because he's taking quite a bit. Alan though, caught up by MT7. Beautiful shots coming on through to get that drop. And Mufasa, next one to go down. And all of a sudden, this game slowly equalizing. But Don't Cry, gonna be taken down. We still have Butsens and GOW going up against Buhui. But it's a Santino. You know, this is probably one of the most slipperiest characters in the game. If he's able to pull something off, he could still get the 2-1. But he's so low. Anything, just if someone breathes on him, he's going down.
And GOW, he's being very cautious with the way that he does it, right? Allowing eventually him to be eliminated by the blue. Overall, Fluxo, they played it well, but it got very scary there for a moment because of how quick Heavy is able to kind of dip in and out of these fights, right? It's causing a lot of chaos, and I think now Fluxo is adjusting a little bit better to the movements coming in from Heavy because there is a little bit of a pattern. Now, in this particular map, there are 2 zip lines that lead straight into the center. Whoever gets there first usually gets the first shot off, or you try and punish a team by shooting them as they're going along those zip lines. Knowing that Heavy has, again, all the dashers that you need to kind of close that distance, we'll see whether they even consider that option first, because they do see Butsen, and Don't Cry quickly takes the lower ground. They want to stay underneath the cyber airdrop that Butsen is trying to secure for himself, but he's waiting for it to actually come back up as he hides in that smoke. Still, with a shotgun in hand, he gets right on top, sees the 2 that he was looking for, quickly just spamming into towards the smoke, drops down. Blue wall from the side of Heavy. The fire. Oh, wait, no, the Valley Dash is good coming in from Mufasa, but he can't secure the kill just yet. He gets it at the very end at the cost of Don't Cry. It gets even more crazy as the Tetsuya is coming in from Don't Cry. Won't be able to find his reset. He's down on the floor. Alan's the next to fall. Buhui goes down. And finally, with the scythe itself, Butsen comes up big.
Big win there for Fluxo, because not only did they take the round, but they also secured the cyber airdrop, which is what Heavy wanted so much. That was a 2-player commitment as well at the beginning by Heavy, but the fact that they weren't able to push Butsens off, it really came back to bite them because they overcommitted. They overstayed their welcome, and they did eventually get cut down. So crazy stuff happening so far here for our first game of our final set of the day. But Fluxo currently leading with 2 points over Heavy. But can Heavy equalize things? Because I think we're seeing Heavy, they have the capabilities to do it, but they have to outplay Fluxo. And so far, I feel like Fluxo, they have been playing at a much higher level than Heavy, aside from that first initial round.
Plushie is already out.
There's the Plushie. Yep.
He guns it down. His position is going to be revealed as Alan quickly tries to put on the corner. He's currently running the Winchester right now. It's very dangerous for him in comparison to Bobs, but Bobs still ends up getting gunned down. The level 3, that fire rate, ridiculous. Able to get those shots in fast, and Butsen, he needs to win this out with the level 3 MP5 of his own. Drops down the chrono, but it's too late. Gets traded anyways. Now turning this into a 1v2 scenario. Not exactly, sorry, 1v3 scenario. Not exactly the greatest, but they managed to bring Mufasa back up. And now that he's taken out the last remaining member that could have been saved by MT7, he's got to make sure that these shots actually count. Oh boy! Gets the headshot instead. Good pre-fire.
Yeah, I don't expect an Iris to be able to win a 3 versus 1, but very unfortunate for MT7, not able to get that preliminary shot onto Bihui. I think that was what he was really looking for. If he managed to get that 1-2 tap, things could have been a little bit different there, but that's going to be it. The series now tied 2-2. Fluxo versus Heavy. I know there are people out there that are going to be thinking, what in the world is happening? Fluxo tied with Heavy? What game is this?
I mean, you got to look at Heavy's composition. It's difficult for anybody when you have 4 different shooters all on it. Characters that can generally be independent on their own. And boy, good headshot onto GU. He's trying to deny bopses at this point, and they're even lobbing the cryo mine over as Mufasa has already taken 2 members out. Holy cow, securing the eliminations. Don't cry. Even winning out his own individual 1v1 against Butsin himself as they look to secure the cyber airdrop. Fortunately, Fluxo has already got that on lock. 2 in the bag at this point. MT7 all by himself in a 1v1 scenario against Don't Cry, who's trying to heal up through earlier damage. It's a VSK versus a shotgun, not to mention that he's got a sniper rifle of his own. The big boy weapons can actually win, but Don't Cry doesn't have to do much. He just has to wait, be patient, make sure that his back isn't open, cover his angles, and the same can be said about MT7. He makes that first move. I wonder if Don't Cry actually saw him turn the corner here, but it looks like he's adjusting. He might have a rough idea, and yes, he does. He's gonna hide back and wait for the blue to close in.
This might come down to the next angle for this circle, because you can see both players, they don't want to engage. They want to see if they can get into that advantageous position over their opponent. So I love the patience coming out from both teams, but whoever loses the positioning of that circle, I hope they have a contingency plan, because it's just gonna be very, very painful. And look at this, the circle gonna move in favor of Fluxo. So now it's going to be up to Don't Cry to close that gap, but he's got a lot of cover to work with. So this isn't quite going in the way of MT7's plan. The glue walls coming in handy. Don't Cry closing the distance, and MT7 actually gonna go for a short jump. I think he was trying to be unpredictable. I love that from him. He's trying to outplay him. The mind game, he gets it, MT7. The outplays. Some people might just see that as a simple jump, but no, he was trying to bait the preliminary shot, and he got it.
Yep. He baited the preliminary shot, and more importantly, he also faked as if he was going to that second floor to take a little bit of damage into the blue and pop out on the other side. And Don't Cry believed him. When he hit the shot on the back, he quickly turns around. So again, 2 back-to-back interactions that MT7 was able to get out of Don't Cry to set the tone. And now, that's just another thing that Don't Cry has to learn. Don't react to absolutely every single one of these shots. MT7, he's a little slippery guy. He's trying to cheat me out of these 1v1s. And Mufasa already losing a quarter of his HP right from the get-go, and the cryo mine out very early on to get some early damage on towards MT7's side. Every chip matters here as Butsin tries to push him out. Don't Cry. His back is wide open. They know it, and they lob the nade right over him as well. Risk of exposure, Buhui. Can he land the shot? No, doesn't find it. Butsin finally takes out Mufasa at the very end, but MT7 gets traded off on the opposite end.
So both teams now back to a 3 versus 3, but the sniper is gone on the side of Fluxo. So now the team is grouped up, and now both teams are trying to decide, okay, what is the play here? Do we decide to rush into the other team, or do we wait for this circle to decide our pathing? Because this circle is very awkward. You're either going to be on the high ground, or you have to jump onto the low ground and pray that you're going to have the advantage once that circle starts to move. So both of these teams, they're taking that gamble. I mean, I love it if you're going to take that risk, but sometimes you're not going to win that gamble.
Yep, these bit of a risk, but now, at least with Flame Wall, they will be able to get through the initial blockade. They turn the corner, locking himself in. He's going to try his absolute best to buy some time. Allen, unfortunately, no cryo mine. Looking for the trade. They find one and bops, but Don't Cry. Can he find one more? Butson turns around, able to find him with the MP5 upgraded. That's exactly what you want to see, turning this back into a 1v1. Buhui versus Butson, a new matchup, a new challenger. Oh no, Butson taking way too much damage there, but manages to get his buddies back up just in time. Bobson as well as GU back up there. But unfortunately for Buhui, just does not have the tall angles to work with. The circle is going to be pulling towards his side, and immediately GU quickly taking the space, right? Looking for those opportunities, trying to lock him in, trying to make sure that they can collide with him as soon as he turns that corner, and he does, and it's too late.
Couldn't quite get it. Numbers disadvantage. You know, sometimes you are just not going to win based off of the number of players in the game. Really, those pickups on the side of Fluxo really paid off because they could have ignored them. They could have maybe just tried to go for the full commitment onto Buhui, but they know at the same time that there's no way Buhui is going to be able to get up there safely. So he had to stay on the low ground. They went for the pickups, and because they had both of their players able to get that finish off, and now creating that gap. 2 to 4. Heavy slowly losing that momentum. They're not out yet. These rounds are very close, but Fluxo, they are winning these rounds purely based on strategy and decision making. They are making all the correct decisions so far. Now, for Fluxo to continue winning, they're going to have to continue to outplay, and GU outplay Mufasa there, but he also going to be losing his own life, so it's a 1-to-1 trade with 2 players down on either side. Mufasa does get picked up, but GU not so lucky with Don't Cry looking to finish him off. Bussen though trying to finish off a target himself. He can't quite get the angle. Don't Cry is there with Mufasa. Bobs is on the other end. Oh, but Bussen, he loses that round unfortunately, leaving Bobs all on his own. MT7's coming in from the other side, but Mufasa, can he get into position to go for this finishing blow? Bobs jumping, trying to find anything. Don't Cry being caught by MT7 in the back, and Mufasa as well. Buhui all on his own, gonna have to be the one to try and save this game for Heavy. But again, as a solo send, can he find this shot? It's MT7 versus Buhui.
One more.
Bobs is up. Bobs
They're
is
gonna
up.
try. Oh no! And you can see Buhui, he felt that one. He saw the reaction, wanted to swap positions with the dummy, but it was a 50-50, and unfortunately for MT7, he guessed correctly on whether he was going to swap positions. Gets the headshot instantaneously. Honestly, really good stuff coming in from Bob, specifically turning into that 2v2, because not only did he not buy a lot of time, but he's actually using the map mechanics, getting right to the very edge of that ledge and hopping over to encapsulate his target. So again, he was able to make sure that if he does get traded and knocked, that his back is definitely facing a team member that can have line of sight to trade for him again.
We are at match point here for Fluxo. They're sitting on 5 points, Heavy only on 2, so we've got a lot of work to do for our Heavy fans, but I don't think they're even going to be given the time of day. Don't Cry and down thanks to Bobs and MT7. Buhui next one to be sniped. Fluxo says, enough child's play. This first game is ours. Heavy, you have not been a pain in our side at all. We've got Alan left, but with the way things are currently going, Fluxo, they've basically locked in game number 1 as soon as they can get that final shot in. Alan just being a total pain in the neck. But they're going to try and go for the rush in, but Fluxo, they've done their job. Game 1 is theirs. The next goal, game number 2.
Ooh, all right. So Heavy, they go for an all-out skirmishing style of strategy, but Fluxo, they adjusted very well after realizing that Heavy were quite a number of shooters turning it down into honest 1v1s at the very end. But then, just with the cyber airdrops, the fact that they were able to buy so much more utility, they could just wait on the usage of the coda, right? Throw out the UAV right from the get-go, deny the opponent's UAV, wait 3 seconds, and then drop your coda to know exactly how they're going to approach you.
Okay, so I think the story is now set here, Gideon. Fluxo, they looked a little bit shaky at the beginning. Also, Heavy did look pretty good, but I think Fluxo's finally found their footing versus Heavy's play style. If you're Heavy, how do you push it to a game 3? Are we asking for a draft change? Are we maybe having to change our priority and targets? Because Heavy can do what I feel. And there were definitely moments where I looked at that and I thought, Heavy are outplaying Fluxo, but they can't consistently do it. How do we change that inconsistency to a consistency? Are we maybe having to look at a change of draft? Are there any characters that we might need to ban, or maybe even go for counter picks going into the next round?
I think, I mean, they attempted that in this map already, right? They tried to make sure that Butzin wasn't going to get something that he could dash around and create opportunities for himself. And I think that was the big issue, right? Let's look at the MVP first to maybe get a better idea. Because in this game, the big standout here was MT7 on that Iris. It's not like he was finding big initial picks compared to Buhui, but his 1v1 and his general game sense definitely helped him out, right? 14 eliminations, 7 assists, and putting some very big damage. He's not just looking for picks, he is looking to slow down the initial push, because once Heavy slowed down, that's when Fluxo is able to start positioning themselves in aggressive manners to hold out cyber airdrops.
Yeah, and I think we also have to add on top of that, right? MT7 wasn't really harassed at all in that set, I feel. He was rather well protected. Like Bops, Butzin, and Giu, they created enough diversion for MT7 to just sit in the back and just basically pull the trigger on anyone that sort of came into view. So, I mean, MT7 did great, but is he really the main issue here for Heavy? Because I don't think banning Iris really changes much for Heavy. I kind of feel like there's other ways that they could sort of make this next game a little bit easier for themselves. I mean, if they steal the Iris, that's great, but I don't see Heavy being a team such as AG to first pick Iris.
Yes, I can get behind that for sure. I think right now they just need surveillance, because that tax over multiple rounds of having to buy UAVs consistently definitely started to hurt their odds once they were losing out on the cyber airdrops. And I think that was the big problem here, right? They, at least for Heavy, if they were able to secure maybe 1 or 2, then it doesn't become so bad. It really lightens the load. But towards the end there, really there's nothing much they could do. They just had to outplay in the most honest way possible.
Yeah. Oh boy. Cheese. Are there any cheese strats that we can sort of dig deep into, as we saw by AG? I mean, to be fair, in Clash Squad there aren't really too many cheese strats, even in terms of characters.
I mean, that is true, and not entirely, especially since there are some particular characters that you probably never want to see. But let's look at the map order real quick, because Kalahari is next. And if we're talking about cheese, it's particularly difficult to do it on Kalahari, because a lot of these maps are either a little too open and you have to cover way too much distance to actually have an effect, compared to some of the others that need to be really close quarters to have some really good choke points before they are enabled.
Yeah. Kalahari is a monster all on its own, and this is a map that Fluxo is very confident in. I think we can both agree, right? Fluxo in the past, they are really great contenders on Kalahari and Battle Royale. So I expect the exact same to come from this team in Clash Squad. I think the thing we now have to worry about is, can Heavy play at a level to keep up with Fluxo?
I think that Buhui can. Alan, it's a little bit of a hit and miss, because he was kind of playing on that crier, so he's not really getting deep into it. He was the initial rusher for WAG before he got transferred over and joined up with the rest of Heavy to kind of teach them how to fight early. But I think that Don't Cry and Mufasa, they had their moments here. Now, I think they might have to force something a little bit more standard-wise, right? They noticed that their initial skirmishes boiled down to a 1v1, which they couldn't close out at the end. So now I think there's an argument for an A1 on their side. I think there's also an argument to actually pick up the Santino to try and create opportunities by poking them and maybe forcing a reaction. But this is under the assumption, whether it's Clue or Coda, we'll see what gets let through.
Okay, picks and bans. Heavy get rid of the Tatsuya, understandable. And Fluxo ban the Coda. So they have pigeonholed Heavy into deciding what they want to go for the pick. So Oscar gets locked in pretty quickly. But Clue still there. Cassie gets picked up instead by Fluxo, and they're going to pair it up with the Zone. Bad news bears, guys. Bad news bears. This is Fluxo running a Cassie duo. I mean, sure, it's going into an Oscar, but I feel like giving Cassie Zane to Fluxo is probably worse than giving away an Oscar.
I mean, yes, sure, but I like the fact that Heavy has like an instant response to it, right? I'm like, all right, sure, you're gonna run at us, we're gonna A124. Once we shut off the electrotherapy, then good luck. We're gonna start whittling you down. They've got the Ignis as well for the early stages of the game, and they also noticed that Fluxo very heavily were looking to play for the cyber airdrops when those rounds did come by. That's why we saw a lot of the 3v3s into the eventual 1v1s at the end, just because of that.
The world is ours.
Oh, this Steffi pick. Okay, I fear for Heavy because this Steffi pick answers so many problems and also eliminates a lot of options here for Heavy because for Steffi, right, throwables they're not non-existent, but folks, we are back. Okay, so I do believe we have concluded the draft overall. Unfortunately, we did not get to catch the tail end of that, Gideon. So we are going to find out with you guys when we do jump into the game.
Hey, let's work on the information we do know. They're playing on Kalahari. It's currently 1-0 in favor of Fluxo. They're looking to close it out 2-0 here on this map itself. We didn't get to see the final few picks, but we can make assumptions of what it's going to be here as we eventually get into the game. And seems like at the very least, the players and as well as the coaches have concluded in I would hope to be satisfied with what they've locked in.
I mean, I want to be surprised, but to be fair, I think we're just going to get some stock standard picks. I don't think Fluxo would risk anything in this match. They just want to 2-0 this and get everything over and done with. Heavy, on the other hand, I mean, they want to win. I don't know if they're going to pull out anything crazy, but I don't know, they might be able to do something, especially with... No, I'm not going to make any predictions because every time I predict something, it is wrong.
Oh, I mean, it's not been entirely wrong. I mean, today you've made some pretty good predictions as well.
I don't want to jinx it. We'll let the players do the talking, the shooting. You know, we will simply spectate the matches and ooh and ah, depending on what the lineups ended up being. Because yeah, we did not get to see the tail end of the draft. We are in the same boat as everyone else, really, for all of our viewers. Which, firstly, folks, thank you for sticking around with us. It has been an incredibly long day, but we are almost at the end of the broadcast. we just need to find out who's going to be our second team to secure their 2 wins for the day.
And just to all this just to qualify for the semifinals, right? And it feels really good to not have to play throughout the multiple days, because keep in mind, right? Because after this, there is still day 2 for the 0-1 bracket and then the 1-1 bracket. So whoever loses still has one more day to play, and probably only at the end of the day as well. So it could be a long and tiring day after the scrims to come back and compete once more for CS.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for Fluxo because I don't know how many hours they're going to be able to squeeze tonight for sleep, because I mean, not just Fluxo, basically everybody, right? Like after the games today, they probably want to have time to talk about the games tomorrow, but they also need to squeeze time into sleep. And then if they can, they probably want to get some scrims in. So we're working with a limited timeline here, folks.
Yeah, and that's just the nature of competition, especially when it's not on home soil as well. With an international of so many teams, there's only so many slots that you're going to have for those scrimmages in the first place. Hopefully, things are going to be able to work out for all of our teams who are flying in outside of Southeast Asia to get not only accustomed, but at the very least get everything that they were hoping for out of the experience, right? Because that's the main thing for these internationals. Our hospitality has been critically acclaimed from across the world, and hopefully we can maintain that here in Jakarta.
Yeah. All right, I think we may almost be ready to jump into the game, folks. So thanks again for being patient. This is game number 2 of this best of 3 set, our final best of 3 of the day as well, as Heavy are actually looking to push the set to game number 3, but they need to win this next matchup. Doesn't matter how they do it, they have to win this game to force that game number 3, because Fluxo is leading the scoreline 1-0. And for Fluxo to have that 1-0 scoreline, that's already a huge advantage, because everyone at the moment, I think everyone in the chat, everybody watching the broadcast, we're all currently favoring Fluxo for this matchup. Fluxo are the 2024 champions for Battle Royale last year, and I mean, they said it themselves, right? They have a very high chance of being the champions this year for both Battle Royale and Clash Squad. So they are that confident in themselves to be able to take the entire tournament. Right now, we're just trying to see if there's any team out there that can currently brick wall them. And Heavy, I mean, not looking too good to be that brick wall, but I'm not going to call it quits yet until this set ends up being either a 2-0 or a 2-1.
I feel like there's a possibility that Heavy is able to kind of turn it around, but at the same time, it's just considering the fashion of which they had to go, the lengths that they had to go through in the draft itself, in map number 1, really starts to question it, because this is a very unorthodox style of play, something that I would have imagined that even R7 would have been more than happy to pick up, and they probably would have had better odds considering the amount of synergy, and not to mention just the raw shooting firepower that they bring to the table.
Yeah. I really want to know what we actually ended up getting for those final picks, because at the moment we're all hanging in limbo.
Just floating.
Well, yeah, I kind of wonder, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to check this with production. We need to find out if we might be getting a redraft or if we're going to be going in with a draft, because we also don't know what the situation was at the venue, right? Because we kind of disappeared, but we don't know what happened to the players.
Yeah. For all intents and purposes, it's mainly it's probably because of hardware, right? We're not getting many signals, and reading off of the body language, I still don't really know if this is coming into a redraft. But the fact that Bobs is leaning forward and looking over, it seems to be the case.
Yeah. We'll have to leave it to our stage admins to hopefully sort this out. But if we do get any more updates, we will keep you all posted. But you guys know as much as we do at the moment. We're just sort of waiting around to see what happens, I suppose, moving forward. We are going to continue our picks and bans. So I guess we go off from where we were before we had that minor technical glitch. And okay, Cassie, Zane, Steffi still locked in for Fluxo. Ignis is going to be the next pickup here for Heavy, and Nero is being highlighted. So Heavy, I mean, they seem to be pretty confident with the pick so far. I don't know about you, Gideon. Are you happy with the Nero pick for Heavy?
with this type of setup, I'm a little more happy about it. Yes, they're not going to be working with information. That's something that you're going to have to buy. But I think right now, Fluxo is heavily incentivized to maybe break up the pair of Cassian as well as Zane. Because if they get caught out and by the A124 on top of the Ignis and Nero, there's not much they can really do to protect themselves. They're going to be silenced. They have to have an honest gunfight. And unless this is a pistol round where there's a good high chance that they have shotguns, then the outplayability probability dwindles down by like 50%.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our drafts have been finalized. So we have Clue, Cassie, Zane, and Steffi drafted for Fluxo for game number 2. Whereas for Heavy, we're going to go with the Nero, Ignis, A124, and Oscar. And for Heavy at this point of time, they are hoping and praying this lineup is going to bring the set to game number 3, because right now they are at risk of being 2-0'd by Fluxo. And I think realistically, we have to be honest, the odds of that happening are incredibly high just because we know Fluxo, very high skill team, very professional, very consistent in a lot of their matches thus far, including Battle Royale. So if there's a time for Heavy to go ham, is now.
And they got to do it in a very intelligent way, right? If they can deny information or at least keep Fluxo on their toes to actively peek and actively guess which players are going to what side with what active abilities, it really gives you an advantage on figuring out, hey, if the A124 is on this side, we can easily lead into the opposite side and take on the Oscar potentially. Or for all intents and purposes, Heavy just moves around as 4 and Fluxo just have to maintain their distance for a large majority of the first half of the game.
Sure, I don't know if they even need to maintain much of a distance though, no? Because they still have Cassie. They have Cassie, they have Zane. I feel like these two would still be able to hold their own in a upfront engagement. Several teams in the past have actually done this before, right? They put the Cassie, Zane in the front. They have their backline. I mean, they also have the Steffi that's going to be able to assist them in the front line as well. So I don't think they're in a position where they have to avoid those firefights. If anything, they kind of welcome the idea of Heavy running into them. It just comes down to, I guess, the skill of Heavy. Can they get those headshots? Can they get those crucial shots that guarantee knocks or guarantee eliminations right off the bat? Because we've seen before, right? Even though teams are getting knocks on Fluxo, every single time they are picking their teammates up and they're doing it in a way where they don't get punished in doing so.
Yeah, I think it really boils down to the usage of the Steffi, right? Because Steffi can deny so much the A124. It can also deny the Cryo Mind as well, because it's also considered to be a throwable. It's just one of those few things that you just have to know inside the game. And better yet, it's the timing of it, right? Because you can throw these from quite a distance away. The Cryo Mind in particular has a 100-meter distance and then starts homing in on any nearby targets that it happens to pass by. So that's something that Heavy can utilize early on in the rounds, like we saw in map number 1. But I think they want to be a little bit more precautious here in map number 2, because we saw how ineffective it becomes waiting around for that cooldown to be active again.
Yep. Well, the cooldown for this match is about to end, folks. I promise you we are going to jump into this game as soon as we can. And it looks like the game is ready. We've just gotten the update. Gideon, are you excited? I'm excited.
Of course. How could I not be excited with 2 of these teams playing the way that they are? And especially after what we watched previously in that best of 3, I have the same expectation for this one. Can Heavy bring it? Will Fluxo close it out? Let's find out here on Kalahari.
And we are not going to get one of the most lopsided maps in the game. I'm so glad for that. No Mammoth. Oh my gosh, no Santa Can Arena as well. I actually kind of like this as our opening map for the pistol round, because there's a lot of opportunities for both of these teams to be able to get some of those cheeky knocks. And MC7, I love the way that he's playing, just peeking from the staircase, whereas the rest of the team playing far forward into the side lane. Oh, gee, taking quite a bit of damage. Does get back out in just the nick of time, but no, he is going to be caught by Boy's Hill. And all of a sudden, Fluxo going to fall to Heavy in round number 1.
That was the mistake. They wanted to hunker down by that smoke, and instantly, once that cryo mine came out, everything was spammed upon them. The A1, the Ignis flame walls as well. And this is what I was worried about for Fluxo. If they stood too close to each other, it becomes that much easier for Heavy to kind of get mega value. If you're hitting one person, it's kind of like okay, but as soon as you start getting 2 or 3, that's when you are pumping up and punching above your weight.
Yeah. Do you think Heavy is actually punching above their weight? Because I feel like if they play the game right, they actually play on the same wavelength as Fluxo. If anything, maybe even slightly better under certain circumstances. We'll have to let this map do the talking for us, though, as both teams trying to get into position. But Fluxo going to go for a 2-2 split. Heavy also going for a 2-2 split. So we're going to be seeing 2 separate gunfights on the other side of the map. And MT7 caught out by Alan. Big pick up there, but Butson, beautiful counterplay, being able to catch him out too. But Don't Cry and Buhui catching out two knocks themselves. And Fluxo, they're all down to Gio, all on his own to try and make a comeback happen, but Heavy? 2 games back to back on Kalahari? I'm starting to see the light.
I mean, it feels like Heavy has kind of downloaded them just a little bit, right? They're realizing that the 2v2s might just be a little bit better because, again, while these 2v2s are happening, there is a bit of interaction. As one person pulls out from their 2v2, they look across the map and then they see that they have potential free shots and they weave them in. And I think that's what Heavy is really good at doing. For Fluxo, I think, yes, as much as you don't want to be in the exact same position, all clumped up together, there needs to be a certain level of push and pull because one pairing is significantly stronger than the other unless they break apart Bops alongside with Butsin into 2 separate groups.
Okay, so interesting choice of play from both of these teams. So we have Fluxo playing on the top of the Santa Catarina ship, whereas you can see down below the decks, you've got Heavy and Fluxo. I mean, they are incredibly brave to want to try and go for the fights on the low ground, but Alan coming in from the backlines, catching out Bops. That's a huge backstab. Already pushing the game towards Heavy's favor. Now Gio, next one to fall, and Butson as well. They do lose Mufasa, but unless they can finish them soon, 3 games? Back to back for Heavy?
Yeah, but at least Fluxo were able to secure the cyber airdrop at the very least, right? Not the worst thing in the world for Fluxo. I'm surprised that they actually wanted to push into the mast of the ship rather than kind of hold the outside and then play to try and make sure that these stairs are going to be clear because you have very easy line of sight into the middle and more importantly from where the information was given from the information given from at least from MT7, that should have been more than enough. Now an early UAV has been thrown out coming up from Fluxo's side. They're going to wait and buy some time before they actually pop the clue. Now that they have the information that they need, the rest of the UAV will predetermine the movement of Atlan and Don't Cry as Mufasa is sitting on the spine itself.
This is a really interesting decision here for Fluxo to actually send a 2-man assassination crew on that low ground. Don't Cry going to be playing along the spine, trying to go for the push. He does chase Gio off of the spine, and now all of a sudden, Bui caught from the backlines thanks to Gio. Perfect sniping, but he's going to be punished thanks to Don't Cry. So now the game is equalized. 1 apiece. MT7 almost going down to Alan. Very, very scary shot so far. The Bihui will be finally taking down MT7, going to heal up on that high ground. Thankfully, he does find a nice little nook to hide in. And both of these teams now back to 3 versus 3. All but MT7, he wants Alan. Alan cannot afford to show his back to MT7, otherwise he will be losing his life sometime soon.
Oh, the disruption is going to be really frustrating. Right now, Bops, he's currently silenced. He can't really do too much until it wears off.
Alan?
It's a little bit more time. They turn the corner. Bops is able to beat out Alan in his own individual 1v1. Now he needs to find an angle where he can actually help the rest of his team. They're holding on to the top of the spine while Heavy is currently holding on the bottom end of it. They do see that MT7 is dropped down, but Bops, he's in prime position to force them out. Break those glue walls. Use the ammunition. It is worth the time because you've got Butsin on the opposite side ready to run up to the top of these ribs to make sure that they stay right smack in the center as now the safe zone is shifting in an awkward manner away, actually moving slightly towards where Heavy actually want to be, but the problem is they don't have the numbers to secure the spot.
And Don't Cry's in a weird spot too. He can't really leave the crates, otherwise he's going to be exposing himself to all this damage. And he does get taken down thanks to Bob's. MT7 though will be punished by Mufasa, so they're not quite out there yet, but Mufasa is so low. The high ground positioning, just too good there for Fluxo. So we finally get a point on the board here for Fluxo. I was a little bit nervous for the team. I thought this was just going to be a round where the team comes crashing down, but they do find their footing, and it's on Mammoth of all maps.
They just know how to play Mammoth just a little bit better, right? Again, initially, the Assassination Squad was really interesting because I was surprised that, at least for Heavy side, yes, they had one member actually climb up to the top of the spine very early on into the round. He probably should have spotted him out. And then the late Cryo Mine that kind of flew into God knows where, into the middle of nowhere, in a matter of fact, didn't get any value at all.
Yeah. And again, 3-1 split for both sides. Both teams setting off their split members towards that southern section, whereas the rest of the team going for full 3 versus 3 engagements. Don't Cry forcing out a skirmish there with Woodson. Oh, GU catching out Don't Cry. Didn't even give him a chance. And all of a sudden, Heavy now going to be regretting their decision because they have lost a major component of their lineup. GU dropping very low, but they managed to get Mufasa first. Alan does get the punish onto GU. But with the numbers disadvantage, it's just Alan and Bui who's supposed to try to break this game back. But with 3 players still at full health and GU still sticking around, this might just be another round going in favor of Fluxo.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be really frustrating for Heavy because they landed a really good A124, right? They were able to find 2 silencers, but unfortunately they couldn't deal with the glue walls, and Alan was already down. The Cryo Line had already been used, and Don't Cry, unfortunately, just not in a position where you can take full advantage of it either. So, super frustrating. They just needed a couple more bodies in the right place at the right time to win this round, but Fluxo doing such a good job at securing each and every single one of these cyber airdrops, despite sometimes dropping a member, but they recover super quick.
Yeah. I actually, just looking at Heavy's lineup, I feel like they are in a very unfortunate position where if Don't Cry gets taken out almost immediately before a fight breaks out, I feel like that's it for Heavy. For whatever round it is, they can't really afford to lose Don't Cry because he is so important, not only being able to break through the glue walls, but he's also really great at just running into Fluxo for a very quick surprise assassination. Now, both of the teams, taking quite a bit of damage, down to half health. He is going to have to recover that though. At risk of being picked up, Woodson looking to break that glue wall and threaten Buhui. And he does get caught. Bobs has found him. Beautiful snipes, and Fluxo doing such a great job at picking Heavy apart now.
Oh man, they can't protect the president so far for the side of Heavy. It's really unfortunate. Every single time they can technically turn around, but they're just too far forward to make it happen, trying to go for the opposing sniper in MT7. And MT7, unfortunately, this time finally goes down, but at what cost? Mufasa has been traded out, and now Fluxo can continuously just trade up and win the round at the end of the day. Don't Cry, and as well as Alan, the 2 members left that have to kind of fend off the rest of this onslaught that Fluxo seem to be having because of their extra economy.
Oh, I hope they have... Oh, no, Don't Cry. He's been gunned down by GU. That's huge. And, I mean, they're trying to go for the little one taps. They don't even need it. They bring out the scythe just for funsies. And all of a sudden, Fluxo have tied the set 3-3.
In terms of the gear value, you could see that Fluxo was working with much more money. 34,000 in comparison to 18,000 from Heavy side. But let's get right into this, right? Here in Refinery, it's all about maintaining this high ground.
Oh my gosh.
Nearly losing his head.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. They need the A124. But Mufasa's going to stick around for now. But it's going to come down to the snipes. If MT7 is able to grab another head to add to the chopping block, GU is dropping very, very low, though, in this skirmish. But Don't Cry is going to be the first one to lose his life in the battle instead. A124 does connect onto Bustons and GU, but doesn't really matter. They got the elimination that they were looking for, and it was the big one. It was Don't Cry.
They want to get Mufasa, but this one glue wall has been blocking them this whole time, and nobody came in time to actually boost him before he runs off. GU finds the headshot there, taking out Mufasa finally, and GU making sure that he secures it at the very end. MT7, he knows he just has to wait a little bit of time, and he will have some help, and Alan can only... Oh! Alan finds Pops in the smoke. He jumps across. MT7 lands the headshot as he jumps on over, turning this into a 3v1. Unless they can pick Pops back up.
Oh, he missed. Bihui missed. Oh, that was crucial. I think this might just be game over here for Bihui. All on his own. Gets picked off. And that's going to be a scoreline of 4-3 in favor of Fluxo. I believe 4 games back to back. This is bad news for Heavy because also they've got no cyber airdrop points.
Just no economy to work with, and Fluxo making sure that they can delay their active skill usages with the purchase of extra UAVs and even time turners as well is becoming extra difficult for Heavy to find any value whatsoever. I think at this point, wow, okay, just gonna send 2 UAV lights quickly over. They have to break it. They know the rough idea, but they need to make sure they protect the president here. One more time. Heavy tries to cross the crossroads, but unfortunately for Mufasa, he's the first to fall as Bootsin catches him right at the crossroads. Now his eyes are turned towards that front line. They find another one and Don't Cries. Bobs finds a huge grenade as Buhui is able to take out MT7. At least now they've turned it into a 3v2 scenario, but unfortunately for Alan, he might just get gunned down as GU is looking for an opportunity to take out Buhui on the opposite end. Bootsin has to be careful, but it's too late. And that nade was good by Bops, but not to mention just these snipes making sure that Buhui is completely out of this game.
Yeah, this story has just been the same back to back to back for the past 5 games. And this 3-game lead that Heavy had over Fluxo is now turned into a match point round here, meaning that if Heavy lose any of these next games, they are donezos and they will be 2-0'd by Fluxo in this overall set. So it's do or die for Heavy. It's time to pull out the secret strats. You've got to do something unconventional because whatever they're doing right now, it has just not been working for Heavy.
Yep, and it all starts with the positions, right? With no information, very few UAVs being... Actually, no UAVs being thrown out this time around. Fluxo understand that this could be a round that Heavy could look to eventually win. They've rebuilt the economy after all the damage that they've applied upon them. Alan will hold his ground as MT7 continues to try and spam through the walls. It's already popped. Wait, has he popped it? Yes, he has already popped the clue. He knows exactly where the rest of the members are. The Cryo Mine is out and continuously expanding. The A1 is out as well. Zane did not get to pop the ability in time, and now we see that Don't Cry is trying to take advantage. The flame walls going to start breaking apart, making it difficult for Fluxo to actually see. But with the time turner, just in time, saves the day, and MT7 finds Alan, turning it into a 4v3 scenario. It's not over just yet. Heavy, they're not going to tap out just because they get put in a chokehold. The arm is underneath their necks, but they're not suffocating just yet. We can see that even for Bops, he even purchased a spider mine for himself. A little jank has it stuck on the crossbars, but it'll be fine for now. GU, he's got to spam the smoke. He sees what's happening behind him. He quickly ducks in and dips back out because he's got boots in to cover the top end. He's got to make sure that they keep on spamming this smoke and make sure that they don't get too close. The shotguns are still apparently are not good enough. Don't Cry, the first to go down. The top side being held as GU takes out Buhui once again to find the Booyah to secure and be our second semi-finalist.
And there we have it, folks. We have concluded all 6 of our matches today. Fluxo lock in their second game win of the day alongside AG, which means we're going to be seeing a lot more of these teams in these future matches. But don't worry, if you're a fan of Heavy, they are not out of the tournament yet. They've only received their first loss, and for the tournament rule set, you're only knocked out if you have lost 2 matches. So Heavy, they still remain in the running, but they will have to play some more games tomorrow if they hope to survive and continue their run here for Clash Squad. But congratulations to Fluxo. A lot of us, I think we all suspected Fluxo to make it through. Whether it be in a 2-0 or 2-1 fashion, I don't know, but I mean, considering how well Fluxo has played in the tournament thus far for both Clash Squad and Battle Royale, I don't think it comes as a surprise that they are one of our first teams to already secure the necessary requirements to continue through the tournament.
Yep, it has been a long and arduous day, but it all is finally worth it now that you don't have to play for the following and still make it into the semifinals. Very glad and happy to see that, these teams are competing at a high level. I mean, even at Heavy, they were trying their best, but eventually it became inevitable after the 3 consecutive cyber airdrops, and then it's just, man, it's a little too late to make the comeback unless we find airdrops of our own and never drop around from that point forward. So big asks all across the board, but very happy with today's results.
Would we say there were any results that we were surprised about? I kind of don't think so. I think all the teams that we expected to make it through more or less made it through. I think the only X factor was the Heavy and PE Sports matchup. I think nobody really knew who to sort of put their money on in that matchup. And I mean, Heavy made it through. They played as well as they could against Fluxo, but Fluxo just at a completely different level. And Bops was also at another level because this man, I feel, single-handedly just denied the game to Heavy because it was a little hard to see during the matchup, but if you were staring at the health bars, Bops was the reason why the team just never died. We were starting to see Heavy run out of gas towards the end of the game, and they were relying on chip damage to eventually take out players, but with a Cassie on the field, that effectively cancels out that play style because Cassie out-heals chip play.
Yeah, he really does, but I like the fact that Bops also includes the Otho in his build, right? Which is why he is prioritized to be given those eliminations so he can start scouting out the other members once he secures the eliminations. It's one of the few things that kind of allows teams like Fluxo to make quick decisions on the fly, even when they don't have clues active ready to go. But man, 6-2, then 6-3 on to Kalahari's side. If people weren't watching the match, they would imagine that Fluxo is dominating very, very hard, even though the few early rounds, Heavy was putting one hell of a fight. It's just the inevitable crumble because of the economy every single time.
Yep. All right, it looks like we are going to get an interview with Fluxo, so we're going to be able to hear from them again. I want to hear what they have to think after this because, wow, such a long day. Let's hear from Fluxo for their winner's interview.
Standing many thanks to our caster. Thank you for so on fire today. And of course, welcome to the room of pressure. Right next to me is Fluxo Bops, and we finally finished our day of the Clash Squad Day 1. Yay! Alright, so first of all, congratulations to you. So to our first questions, today you played in both the first and last matches. How did the team manage the long schedule and still remain such a strong performance like this?
Ela gostaria de saber como é que vocês conseguiram, assim, jogar tão bem num dia tão longo, já que vocês jogaram a primeira e a última partida. Como é que foi pra vocês conseguirem se manter no ritmo?
Ah, mano, tipo, é a vontade de ganhar, né? Pô, é muito melhor ganhar hoje e não vir amanhã do que perder hoje e ter que vir amanhã. Então tinha que dar o gás final pra não vir amanhã e ficar de boa.
Well, basically, we have this biggest desire to win today, so we will have the free day tomorrow. So that's our biggest desire, just to win today. That's our big wish.
That's a good strategy, though. More time to rest, more time to reset, right?
I envy with that.
Do you want to be host for today? But anyway, on to our second question and last question of the day. Tomorrow, 6 more teams will fight for the last 2 slots. Who do you think is going to follow your steps to the Indonesia arena? And who are you most excited to go against?
Amanhã só tem mais 2 vagas pro Contra Squad. Quem você acha que vai garantir essas 2 vagas? E quem que você tá mais ansioso pra disputar contra?
Eu vou torcer pra Yuan, né? Que a Yuan consiga garantir essa vaga. É um time brasileiro, temos que torcer pra eles. E eu gostaria muito de enfrentar a R7. Então, só que a Yuan tem que chegar na final, né? Fazer final BR. Então, vamos ver o que vai acontecer.
First of all, I would like for sure to have another Brazilian team because I'm Brazilian and we are for sure cheering for Brazil, of course. So I would like to have E1 getting one of the slots. And also we would like to face R7.
That would be interesting.
Yeah, Latam, right?
Yeah, another Brazil versus Latam.
Yeah, huge match with Brazil.
America on
Latam.
top.
Ooh, okay, we're gonna have to see about that. Congratulations once again, Fluxo. Thank you so much, Carol, for translating. And finally, our day is over, Yunsel. Now we're gonna go back to the casters. Take it away, guys.
Good night.
I'm happy for Fluxo that they get a break because dang, what a long day it was.
It has been a very, very long day. And of course, Yunsel, as well as Chocochita, thank you so much for the interviews alongside with Bombshell. I mean, the way the motivation for Bops is so genuinely honest that there's no way of coding it. He's like, I hope for a couple of things. We win today so we don't have to play tomorrow. Make sure that Latam and as well as Brazil have representatives coming in for the West and meet us in the grand finals. Because again, these matches would be interesting. I would love to see R7 face off against a team like Fluxo with such interesting styles.
Interesting styles, but I think also at the same time, I'm looking at this through Fluxo's point of view. I kind of think that they think it's the easier matchup. That's an evil thought. But I'm kind of looking at this from their perspective, and because this is their region, they're going to be very comfortable playing up against a team such as R7. Whereas if you put them up against AG, for example, that's a challenge because now you are playing in the dark. Obviously, we all want to see that matchup, but we don't get to pick, do we?
Only naturally, right? Because let's look at the montage of how this game actually progressed. As much as Heavy wanted to stand a chance, they only got it in the early rounds where we see that Fluxo making the mistake of realizing, oh, wait a minute, yeah, we probably shouldn't be sticking this close together. We're gonna get hit by all of their util, and then there's nothing much they could do. So that's why they started incorporating the big push and pulls. If we did get to see Council Hall again, I think that Fluxo probably would have taken a very different approach after they got the 3 cyber airdrops. But that's the fun thing, right? I feel like Bop's same energy as Do from AG Global saying that they wanted to face off against other teams coming in from the West, similarly to how Do is like, we want to see Heavy.
Look, they're saying that because they just want to play the easier matchups. I'm saying it. I think someone has to say what is really on these teams' minds. But at the end of the day, I think it just makes sense. You don't really want to play the harder matchups if you can afford to avoid them. But we'll have to see. It's going to come down to our teams playing tomorrow to decide who makes it through and who is going to be challenging for those spots in the grand final. Because really, that's the ultimate goal here so far for our Swiss rounds, right? Teams are trying to basically play for the limited slots here at Clash Squads. But Gideon, we have had a full day here. 6 matches back to back with very little break. And I am actually surprised that we managed to survive so far. But how the heck do we still have so much energy?
Hey man, it's just the excitement of how much these players are bringing into these games, and it's almost palpable to a certain degree. And I think for all of our survivors out there who's been watching for all this time, thank you so much for sticking around. But don't worry, we still have the updated bracket in case you are just tuning in thinking, did I miss all the action? You did. You should go back and watch them. But also, here are the answers to your questions.
Yes. So here are the updated brackets. It's going to be a bit of a spoiler in case you want to go back and watch the matches. So look away if you don't want to see the results. But if you've seen everything, then we're going to be completely okay. So just to start things off for the day, we had Fluxo secure a 2-0 win over GOW in their first matchup. R7 beating E1 2-1 in their first game. RRQ dropping 0-2 to AG Global. And then finally we had PE Sports dropping 0-2 to Heavy. Now, we also had our upper bracket matches today. We had a 2-1 victory for AG Global over R7. And then we just wrapped things up with our 6th game of the day with Fluxo securing a decisive 2-0 victory over Heavy. Now, that's just today's matches. We are going to continue with our games tomorrow with RRQ and GOW, and then PE Sports and E1.
So far, we've only had 2 teams qualify for the semifinals. 2 slots remain left to be fought over in tomorrow's section of Clash Squad. And it's going to be a really, really fun time. I mean, to all the Latam Clippers out there, if you're looking for a game to support your teams and also to show how insane these guys are, R7, AG Global, that's the one to watch.
Yes, I think that was the game to watch. Very, very fun. And it makes me think, this team has the potential to make it to the very end, but we'll have to see if they can get through those preliminary matches tomorrow because they still have an uphill battle. But Gideon, it was amazing casting with you today. We're looking forward to those matches tomorrow. But to all of our fans at home watching, thank you for sticking with us. If you were here from start to finish, if you came halfway through, that's totally fine. But we will catch you guys tomorrow for our second day here for Clash Squad. Have a wonderful night or day, and we'll see you in tomorrow's broadcast.
To the crowd, throwing their hands, bass jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you high. Got it, loudest. Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the composition. Hit it out of the park, so there's nothing to reverse. I can't entertain. Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turn it back on. Wings on me, I'm higher. Now, burn bright, I don't burn out. Crush doubts, look at me now, huh? I can never go reverse now. But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throwing their hands, bass jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you high. Got it, loudest. Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the composition. Told you only way is up, I don't go reverse. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turn it back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Now. Who am I gon' verse now? Show me what it's worth now. I pull up in the can't imagine. All these people wanna follow, missing in action. Paper planes, I'm a condos, made it from rapping, and I met role models. Thinking I'ma pass all the monogram on my body. This shit, shout out to Virgil. Know that I'm gon' beat them like this shit that I put words to. Mama and the internet, two things that I just learned through. Hit it out of the park, so there's nothing to reverse to. I can't entertain. Will you do the same?